Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, Looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back from you. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back, keep from
goes out. Dragon actually picks up another, and another, and another! Dragon! 나도 시동 완료. 지금 준비 완료. 이것도 부른 거거든요.
Cut off the tip of the spear. They send the resident back to its garage, and Ulrich is in the back shotgun. Mother trick. We stop!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of VCT Ascension Pacific for 2023. Yesterday, we got off to the races with a huge day of VALORANT, celebrating not only our Asia Pacific region, but also seeing some great damn VALORANT, some amazing games. Thank you again for joining us here in Bangkok, Thailand, where we're coming at you live at LAN, up on the stage. All these players are so ready to go, and look, I've found two handsome individuals. I found Quack, I found Asarai. They went missing yesterday, but they're here on the desk today. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm able to substitute over Dax and Black and Blue.
Finally.
I'm sorry. Finally. It's my time to shine. I'm kidding. But I'm excited to be here with you guys.
Hell yeah. I mean, we went shopping yesterday. That's why
Exactly.
we were missing. We got some cool drip.
Yeah.
It's kind of along with that Pacific theme. It looks a little bit Japanese, and that's what we're here to do. I mean, you got to take your place, and Asarai has taken his.
They didn't get me one. But look, I've got mine anyway. It's been an interesting affair so far. Look, yesterday, of course, It's going to get better, guys. It's going to get better. It's going to get smoother. And the gameplay, I don't know if it could get better. We had some crazy, crazy games yesterday. You know, against expectations, some of the teams which we thought might not have been the favorites in the matchups coming through, succeeding and doing astronomically well. You know, I unfortunately got a little bit sad by maybe one of the results, but
For sure.
you know, it allowed it was fast enough that it allowed us to get some sleep last night. So I can at least thank Scars for that, you know?
Yeah, thankfully. But I gotta say, yesterday's matches, as you mentioned, very unexpected, but also kind of welcoming because we did see that some of the regions that we were kind of expecting not to perform as much, ergo One Team Esports, were really bringing a lot of I think ideas and excitement as a viewer for myself. So seeing them face up against Sersha was also fun. The Niles fancy match was interesting in its own way because I never really expected Niles to play like that, but he still somehow won. And then, as you mentioned, the fast Scars out of the woodwork kind of explosion against that bonkers matchup.
Yeah, and I really liked what we saw from Fancy, honestly. Even though they didn't get that win, we get to see them again today, and that is a dangerous prospect going up against the likes of Zersha.
A little bit. I mean, you look at how the matches went, and, you know, I had high expectations for Zersha, but looking at how one team played, I think they surpassed it. I hope that they can improve a lot more. You can definitely tell that Asteroid's a little bit upset by how now his Fancy went. The reverse sweep was great, but Fancy is a team that has a lot of these interesting plays, interesting compositions. The Yoru on Pearl is something that I'm a big fan of, but that said, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Bonkers, you know, it was a long day. Hopefully, you know, we'll get to see more of them coming on, but at least for today, this is going to be a very exciting one, don't we?
Yeah, and we get to see a couple of new teams, especially to kick off the day. That, of course, is going to be Orangutan up against Bleed. You know, we haven't seen these two teams play yet. We won't get to see D plus Kia play today, which is something I'm going to find interesting. Maybe it'll be a slow start
saving it for the
them.
weekend, you know.
Yeah, maybe they're just allowed to save that energy, have to play less than, or play less days here than the other teams as well, which is an interesting topic, but one that we won't touch on until we get to see D plus Kia play. But for now, look, yesterday's games, we'll keep talking about those for the moment. That first one, look, that's where we started the day, of course. It was an interesting affair, and one team defied all expectations, honestly. I saw people online just absolutely roasting them as a team, and I was like, whoa, man, like, I watched them play. They didn't look that bad. I thought they looked pretty good, honestly. And then yesterday, they come out, and they looked spectacular.
Yeah, and again, it was mentioned that one team, or at least the Hong Kong, Taiwan representatives, have never really had a team that was consistent that, you know, we had like maybe for Thailand, it's either like Sersha or something like that. It's always just been changing and everything, but you got to give it to this particular team. They still have that backbone of Rainy and Winner. They were absolutely phenomenal from yesterday's matches. We saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei just able to just, again, create those highlights just non-stop for the team.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, right? Like, and when you saw one team going up against Zersha there, like, I thought Zersha, you know, having that hometown advantage, having the whole crowd here backing them, that they might have come out of the gates faster, might have done some more aggressive plays, but overall, like, it was just solid mechanics. They managed to persevere through it, you know, a couple of OTs there, just making the day as long as possible. And I'm... Zersha was on match point for that whole time. So that's a lot of pressure to be playing on, especially in front of a crowd like this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting as well, at least before we go to this next series that we were watching right now, is it felt like one team was always dictating the pace of that first series, and it was just Sursa trying to adjust. Now, this next one, honestly, again, as I mentioned, it was very interesting to say at the least because, again, I'm from the Philippines, I'm a Naos fan, bias caster, I know already, but you gotta say that it felt like Naos were really playing at the level that Fancy wanted them to. It feels like if Fancy wanted to go for a fight, Naos will go for a fight. And it went Fancy's way so many times that, again, we saw them being pushed into overtime multiple times.
Well, the amount of times we saw Naos just running at them so...
Exactly.
There was around, I think I counted, like, in 10 seconds, we saw someone get into the attacker's board from, like, straight down mid on the set. I was just like, I think it was a lot.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell's going on there?
But I mean, you know, it went a little bit back and forth. You could tell sometimes it's like the mental stress, that pressure. They started to go for some fights, and that's what can happen when you have a player like Nizzy who can throw curveballs at you. At the same time, though, for Scars versus Bonkers, I think it has to be said, like, this is just one name, Jemkin.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I got to give it as well. I didn't expect that it was going to go that way because, again, the Conky and Komodo were already hyping up how Bonkers are going to be able to play this and that. I was so much looking forward to that, but Scars just denied them any form of ability to just go for the highlights.
And look, overall, before we touch on the groups, I just need to say Jemkin looked amazing, and he's also top of this tournament so far. But there's still a few teams we need to see. And as you can see here, through Group Alpha, we got Naos and Xerxes with the wins. Topping the table there, Naos, I think, edging them out just on that round difference. And then over in Group Omega, we've only seen one game so far, and that is Scars at the top of the table. But yes, we haven't seen Orangutan, we haven't seen D+ Kia, and we haven't seen Bleed Esports play just yet. But fortunately for everyone at home, we're going to have Bleed going up against Orangutan as that first game of the day. And then we get to see Boom later on as well.
Oh, I'm excited for this one too because first and foremost, the Bleed versus Orangutan match is, I feel like Bleed, I'm not sure if the fans are gonna, agree to this, but maybe with us, that Bleed is coming in as the strongest team into this tournament. Again, they have such venerable talents already, headed by Durian. They picked up some champion representatives in the form of Scary as well. And again, they have been very much hard performing in a region that I think is incredibly competitive when you have teams like Kizuna, Louvre, and the such.
Yeah, I mean, you got guys like Crazy Guy as well. I mean, prodigies like Juicy. I think, comparing to a competition like APAC LCQ from last year, Bleed definitely were the favorites, but I don't want to pin all the hopes on them just yet because at the same time, they did fall to a team like Boom from last year, and then that's how Boom, managed to make their way into Champions Istanbul. So anything can happen. I think Orangutan is also a really strong team, and similarly, they have venerable names themselves. They managed to pick up players from the Philippines, which
Hell
is
yeah, they're representing
really, really fun.
And that's kind of interesting again because I think we're mentioning now that both Boom both Orangutan and Bleed are not shying away from bolstering their forces with players outside of their own region. Again, we've talked about how Scary's there, how Crazy Guy is there for Bleed and Orangutan with Aziz and Tesseract to really even out what is happening there with the Orangutan roster.
Yeah, well, let's have a quick look at Orangutan as well. It's the first time they're going to be here for Ascension Pacific 2023, and their lineup is... Look, I'm hearing it's really, really good. There's players to watch here. The main name is Aziz, but I'm hearing Tesseract. I'm hearing Rofuel as well. These guys are the three core that need to be popping off. You got RVK there as well as Antidote. Antidote rather is of course that IGL. He probably is a great dude too. I did meet him in the elevator earlier, and they were all very confident going into the series today.
For sure. I mean, we did just watch that kind of hype video from the South Asian scene, and it really shows like they have so much passion. We saw it in the features as well that they are a team built on friendship, and I think that's something that is really special and unique to them because you have that synergy with their teammates. A guy like Antidote, he can confidently lead his team, but at the same time, they're interesting because they swap between controllers and sentinels with RVK depending on how the map goes.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Orangutan is they have great individualistic play. It's kind of silly to say that because everybody has great individualistic play here, but Orangutan does that more so than anyone else. If you see the clutch percentage of each and every one of these Orangutan players on the South Asia scene, in whether it's Split 1 or Split 2, it's pretty high, so you know that they have that capability to really elevate this particular team. And even though, again, I have been highlighting Aziz and Tesseract, Rofiel has been such a big deal as well.
Yeah, certainly. Well, speaking of big deals, Bleed, they're a big deal to me because not only did they help Bonkers get that boot camp going, they also are apparently the team to beat here at Ascension Pacific this year. So if you don't know them, you get to know them. You got Crazy Guy, you got Darion, Juicy, Scary, and Neff. These 5 individuals are scary in the server, and I have mostly heard just how scared players are of versing Scary, because you never know exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things. First of all, he's, you know, the tie player for today's series. And
yeah.
I think there are a lot of Scary fans rooting for Bleed, tie fans rooting for Bleed, in fact. And something that you listen when you talk about with teams, you hear that there are certain smokes in game called scary smokes. And there are people who compare him to Pacific players like Mako. So I think that says a lot.
Yeah, and again, it's just how Bleed wants to even out this particular roster. If they're going to get somebody from that different region, might as well get you know, one of the best Southeast Asia smokers in the form of Scary. Crazy Guy, I think, has got to be one of the smartest, if not also best players coming out of Vietnam as well. If Jin is there for the explosive play, you know, from Fancy, Crazy Guy is there for how well he plays as the initiator. So a lot of big brain plays, a lot of firepower behind that is what really gives Bleed that edge against any other team, to be honest.
He's someone who has a lot of lineups, and I think that's incredibly strong for a team like Bleed. And it's not just these players. I mean, something that we don't see on the team roster is, I think, also the coach, and that's something that's really interesting for me, because on Bleed they have a very, prestigious coach. His name is Lagia. He comes from European CS, and at the same time, that kind of lends that influence, that European style of Valorant to this team.
Yeah, and again, the other one on the other side for Orangutan is the Doctor, and lo and behold, he's also half Filipino. Just pointing it out, but but I will say, Doctor also pretty known for his initiator beforehand. He's played in multiple teams in multiple regions as well, so a lot of experience in that regard.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the head-to-head here. We got Darion up against Aziz, and from what I've heard, yes, they play a little bit of duelist, but they can also flex into other roles. So tell me, why are we looking at these two today?
I mean, to start off, I think it has to be said, right? We know how strong Bleed is, and one of those reasons is because of Darion. I mean, he is that duelist. He plays Jet, but he can also swap over to a Sentinel. Okay. And that could be a Killjoy, that could be a Chamber, and that's especially important with this specific patch that we have, 6.11. He is a very strong opera, and that's why he's got a lot of first kills. And if you look at how Challengers played out for MYSG, he had like 11 first kills total in the Grand Finals. It was a 3-0. That's why it's not a huge number, but 8 of those first kills came from him as a Sentinel. He's a strong anchor player.
Yeah, and for the side of Aziz, in this case, he has been holding the highest ACS in the South Asia region for the past couple of splits now. Again, that ACS that you're seeing, the 272, that has been consistently high for the past couple of months. He has been, I think, biggest thing as to why the entry of Orangutan has been so pristine in any of their matches. And what's kind of also interesting for both of these teams is they haven't lost a single match, I think, up until split 1. So they're coming off of a really, 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 really big high.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When this adversity hits, if one of these teams ends up being much better than the other, how are they going to operate? How is that going to affect their confidence going through the rest of the group stage?
That's the most fun thing about Ascension to me, I think. Like, a lot of these teams, they're the Rajas of their own like little region, the kings. That's what it means in Hindi.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that.
I am a Raja.
Yeah, we hear that song all the time. But yeah, I mean, I think, they don't get that many opportunities to play on LAN like this against each other. And now that they're here, there's that chance to scrim. There's that chance to train and practice and get that exposure. Show us what you're capable of. Take your place, as it were. And I think, when it comes to Bleed versus Orangutan, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Can Aziz, maybe coupled with Raffle, can they break down Darren? Can they open up sights and break open his anchoring potential?
Okay, well, let's have a look if we can get more predictions right here on the desk, because yesterday I think I went the wrong way a couple of times. Now, we are all on the side of Bleed, having a quick look at our predictions. I feel I've just heard so many good things about them, which is why I've lent that direction. South Asia, definitely an unknown region going up against the rest of the world. So I'm not going to be surprised if they do well against Bleed, but I just feel like Bleed are the favorites for the whole tournament.
They really are. I mean, I'm already being attacked on Twitter. I'm not sure you guys see.
Really?
Yeah, kind of. Look, I might be like the underdog guy in Pacific, but here's like some actual analysis, right? Because Bleed is that star-studded team. They are that strong. You have to break down. We talk about Darian, but there are also so many other obstacles. You got Scary, you've got Neff, you've got the whole squad practically, and that's what it comes down to for me. I need to see Orangutan really step up. We need to see Raffle kind of be a little bit more controlled, a little bit more measured, and for Aziz to kind of come in as that somewhat secondary duelist. If they can really pull off spectacular plays that way, then, you know, it'll be strong.
For me, real quick, I just wanted to go on the other direction for Orangutan here. Even though I did mention Bleed, it's because I feel like they're multifaceted. They have so many ways to approach a fight, and Orangutan, they've really solidified this one-way approach that it's all about aggression, all about being able to bully your opponent into submission, and that's what you kind of see when you've watched them in the South Asia side. So if they can really hone this and bring this kind of playstyle to the table, maybe they get a chance against Bleed here. So there you go.
But we'll see if that plays out as expected. But that is it for the pre-show. Match number 1 of the day coming up just after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We are 1 second away, not actually, maybe a couple of minutes away from that first game of the day. We are going to be watching Bleed take on Orangutan. I'm all over the place. Looks, Quack, save me. What's happening? What's happening here?
Yeah, we're looking for them to take off against. I mean, I think it's definitely possible. It's very much so possible for Orangutan to beat Bleed Esports. They might be strong, they might be the favorites, but there is that potential. We know how strong Aziz, Tesseract, a lot of them have that spatial awareness.
Yeah, very, very much true. And again, these are players that are coming in from also very well-known teams in South Asia scene. Rafael has been one of the most touted, I think, Jet players out there. His operator is nothing to scoff at, so definitely something to watch out here for Orangutan. And again, I feel like South Asia scene as a region just embodies aggression as well. That's what they're known for the most part, and I would love to see that be brought up here against Bleed.
Now, before the players do the walk-in, we need to talk maps, all right? Because we're going to find out the veto shortly anyway. I wrote down a few little notes here. Not going to be seeing Fracture. Shouldn't be seeing Lotus, although yesterday we did see some of the teams decide to play maps that they'd never played before. So who knows if that's going to be happening going into this first game of the day. But where do you see this one going, you know? Give us a little prediction.
Personally, yeah, I feel like Bleed as a team, especially with the coach's influence, they love to go for anti-strats. And I think partially what that means to me is against Orangutan, you don't really want to play Ascent because this is a team that's pretty strong on that map. And at the same time for Orangutan, you know, there's so much to consider. Bleed, they did drop a couple of maps. They were, you know, pretty dominant in their own region, but they did drop a map to, I think it was X10 on Split, and that was not a very good look.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like it could be maybe the Ascent and Haven for Orangutan. I would go against you on that one, but yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see if that is exactly how it plays out, but I have heard that the teams are ready to play today. Let's kick off day 2 of Ascension Pacific.
The battle in Ascension, I think it's going to be really tough. It will be challenging, it won't be easy.
It's going to be very chaotic.
I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure.
Buat tim yang tanding di Ascension, we can't just play not to lose. We are here
to make sure mistake won't happen again.
So I think friendship is something which makes Orangutan different from all other teams. Just want to say, are you guys ready? Because we're coming.
As the home team, I want to show them that and we have lots of strategy and firepower to beat any team in the world.
Mình muốn thấy những điều bất ngờ ở giải đấu này, chẳng hạn như những ứng cử viên vô địch bị loại ngay vòng bảng.
All the team here is a winner of their regions. I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure. We won't like scare anyone. Bleed has no fear.
Do we play against the Ascension teams? Yeah, we need ready for it.
We feel like we didn't get the opportunities that we deserve, and we're going to prove why we deserve to be here.
저희는 칼에 갈아고 나온 게 아니라 뽕을 들고 왔기 때문에
都已经在这里了，我们不怕，来吧。
Karena kita itu boom, kita itu confidence, kita itu pengen mendominasi sini ini dan kita tuh pede banget kita bakal angkat juara ya.
You better bring your A game because we're not gonna mess around.
Welcome to day 2. This is our first match of the day, Bleed versus Orangutan. Bleed, you have side A, so it is going to be your ban first.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. OGS, your ban.
ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Bleed, first map pick.
Pick Pearl.
Pick Pearl. Side select OG.
Defense.
Defense. Map pick.
Bind.
Bind. And side select Bleed.
Defense.
Defense. All right. Going into the second round of bans, Bleed, your ban. Fraction Haven split remaining.
Ban Split.
Ban split. And final ban, Orangutan, Fracture Haven.
Ban Haven, play Fracture.
Ban Haven, play Fracture. Bleed, it's going to be your side select. CT, so Defender. All right, going to review really quick. Bleed bans Ascent. Orangutan bans Lotus. Bleed picks Pearl. Defense. Orangutan picks Bind. Defense Bleed. Bleed bans Split. Orangutan bans Haven. Final map Fracture. Defense for Bleed. All right, best of luck, guys.
All the best. Good luck.
And there they are, 2 handsome teams, 6 handsome individuals on each respective team as well. But I need to say, Lekia walking out at the end, oh, that looks scary. I wouldn't want to punch his fist.
It's cold, dude. I mean, he's got that vibe about him, and you just don't want to make eye contact with that guy, not at all. And talking about the map predictions, you know, it was like half right.
Half right in a way. I think it just goes to show that Bleed, they're not taking any chances. They're taking out Ascent from the get-go, even though it looks like they have a comfortable win rate on that. Just don't want to touch that hot potato against Orangutan that, again, we talked about is very strong in terms of that aggression, of relying on Aziz's ability to open the sights. So just don't want to go against that.
And we're still yet to see any Lotus. No team has actually gone all the way to Lotus yet. It was in that final series yesterday, but it didn't go to 3 maps.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to see that happen. But yeah, so it is going to be Pearl, then Bind, then Fracture rather. So an interesting affair considering I was doing my prep. I saw Bleed, you know, they were banning Fracture in most of their games as their first ban. So they've been doing a little bit of homework. Happy to float that in this series.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I feel like the map selection for both teams, minus Ascent and Haven, are pretty much the same. Because again, if you look at the Bind map, it's pretty strong percentage win rate for Bleed. It's 100% win rate for Orangutan here. And this is the map where Durian actually brings out the chamber. So we could be looking at a new agent aside from the Yoru from Nizzy yesterday. So at least for us, pretty exciting to say at the least.
My man Asher, I am hyped up for this. I'm actually a little bit scared for Orangutan though, because Bind as a pick, yes, I get that they might be comfortable on it. They have that double duelist setup, but Darian on Chamber on Bind. When they played this in the grand finals against X10 Esports, it was 13-2. You get how one-sided that is? Oh my God.
Yeah, but that means we've only seen them go strong on one side of the map, right? And we didn't get to see a lot of the sample size from that other side. That's, you know, that factor that you always need to remember, and also how they operate up against a different meta, a different region, the unknown quantity. We're still in the early days of Ascension Pacific, and I want to say, you know, all of this prep that we're doing, all of this information that we're trying to bring in has value, but then yesterday I just noticed most of it, you just need to throw it out the window, because this event is its own event right now. Look, agents are here. Let's see anything different coming through.
Yeah.
Aziz going to be picking up the Phoenix.
It is very much so what they always play.
Yeah.
The same for Bleed Esports. A little bit uncommon. You have the Brimstone as the sole controller, but it is scary on it after all.
Yeah.
The double duelist for both sides is what I'm going to be focused on.
Yeah, big thing here for Orangutan is just being able to funnel a lot of those kills for Aziz, because that's usually why you want the Phoenix, right? It's low cost, high reward in the sense that you can just have that run it back over and over again. If you need multiple heals, that's him, that's Sky. And then on the other side, it's a lot of dueling potential here for Bleed. So that's probably why they want the Brimstone as well, because you want that stim beacon to just elevate the Reyna a little bit more, because that's the weakness of the Reyna. There's not a lot of mobility on her without her dismiss.
I've got one big question for you guys. How are Orangutan going to deal with Bleed Esports lockdowns? They just have to give sight. They have to play retake or flood. And on the other side, look, you got that orbital strike, so Scary's probably going to be holding that for a long time. Obviously, you can, you know, use it impactfully in many ways, but one of the main ways you use it right is just delete that lockdown, delete one of the huge ults, and just save it as a counter.
I mean, we saw it a little bit yesterday too against Naos and Fancy. The lockdown comes in, and there was that knife kill. So you never quite know. I mean, these stats right now, it's all like in their own region. They were really strong on it, but the thing about it is, like, you really need to respect that space sometimes. You need to respect that lockdown. And Orangutan, this is something that they're going to have to work around. You know, it's very much true. They don't have a Sova. They don't have a lot of utility that can break it, unless maybe Antidote has lineups.
I mean, Antidote's big brain. True. So maybe, I was about to just point that out as well. You never know. Maybe also we see Aziz have like a crazy hot hands lineup. I don't know.
That's
just
possible.
pointing. It's just possibilities that I want to throw out into the ether.
If you actually look at this composition, it's very similar to one particular team that played in Masters Tokyo. Paper Rex does this. You have that double duelist. You have Jing on that Phoenix. I wonder if it's inspired from that.
Could be, or just, again, the playstyle of Orangutan is all about being in your face. And what better way to be in your face than just loading your team up with a lot of flashes and punish play from RVK's Astra.
Now, I was saying it yesterday. I want to get you guys' opinion as well.
Yeah.
Pearl, attack or defender sided?
I know he thinks it's attacker sided.
Yeah, man.
Okay, for me, neither. You have to have good mid control to dictate the pace of Pearl. I don't really think it's either attacker or defender, but that's, yeah.
I think purely based off map layout, maybe defender, but if the attackers know how to work around mid, a lot of these different spots, you can pull up big lurks that can turn it into an attacker-sided map.
Okay, well, we shall see very shortly if this is going to be a map in the bag for Bleed Esports, or Orangutan coming out from that South Asian region, coming out strong and proving everyone wrong. We all predicted for Bleed over on the Twitter sphere, and I'm happy to be proven wrong if it means there's an upset on the cards. Boys, are you ready for game one of the day?
Let's do it. I mean, we so are. Again, I think this comes down to it, right? Bleed 2.0. And then you have Orangutan playing off. You got Aziz, you got Raffle. Can they really break Bleed's back?
And we do have, of course, the fans of Orangutan as well here. And if you've seen the finals of the South Asia Split 2, Orangutan's fans were just very vocal. They were shouting, screaming every time every single highlight was reached by the Orangutan players.
Orangutan themselves are pretty vocal too. I mean, you can hear them, that team cheer. You have to love it. They bring that hype. But still, I mean, you were talking about it a little bit before, you know, this composition that we have. Darian, Juicy, Darren, I think we will expect him on the op pretty soon. But for Juicy, excuse me, this guy, Prodigy, a bit of a young duelist, on the Reyna. Ooh, they're just going to be rushing straight down B long, and it's already, you know, information for OG.
Yeah, very much so, as you're already seeing Rafiel just charging right up. The aggression from Orangutan outside of A main not really paying off, but positioning from Antidote actually looking pretty juicy.
Nice. I mean, he just looks down the angle, and at the same time, the entire site has been engulfed in Scary's smokes. Look at it. It kind of turns into a bit of a one-way, but at the same time, just blocking off Link, blocking off defender spawn. It's going to be tough for this retake. You have so many players alive left to work against, and Hall presence is strong right now, especially with the changes to the map. But here comes RVK, here comes Tesseract, a bit of a trade, back to a 2-on-2. Still hiding inside of the Nebula, though. It's going to be Neff waiting for a bit of a push in, and unfortunately, with the spike planted, Bleed just plays on around, and that's going to be a first round to Bleed.
Man, I was sweating a little bit there, especially when you saw that back Hall control start to crumble for Bleed, but somehow they were still able to get that through Neff's, I guess, just wildness inside of the smoke, still having that plan B for the long hold. So other than that, Orangutan were so nearing that. They were able to punish, because I felt like Bleed was a little bit too overzealous. Maybe they were feeling a little bit antsy to actually peek out, and they got punished bit by Orangutan, and again, almost the round clutch.
Just a little bit. I mean, you kind of start off things fast and furious, straight down B long, and it's just tough for Orangutan to really react in time, but at least they got that information this time. Same sort of story. We had the turn, and it's already calling towards Orangutan that it's going to be a B hit. Still,
it's going to be a B hit indeed.
He got the shorty. They're playing inside of Halls, but it doesn't quite connect. Oh, and that's just going to be Bleed, letting it rip the fully automatic weapons. Again, Halls control, the same smokes. It's going to be tough. They don't have the angles, Asarai.
Definitely don't have the angles and the smokes, making it so difficult for them to just do anything. And Durian, he's prepared to swing. He's prepared to just welcome the challenge. But RVK, that's what I like to call the fly swatter. Whenever somebody just
smack him down.
Smack him down indeed. And RVK's not done with things. At least able to take down 2. Bleed still convincing. Again, just pressuring B-Long for the moment, not showing any form of different movement yet through the rest of the map.
Not so much, but at the same time, you know, it's still early. We're hiding some of these strats, but at the same time, RVK with those 2 Sheriff picks, I mean, it's deadly. Yeah. It's good economical damage against Bleed.
At least for now, right? At least puts it down a bit. But this is where the strength of the Reyna comes in terms of the economy. As long as you have enough money for like 25 on the shield, you're fine. Because again, you can over-heal yourself, and that is the contact style that Bleed wants. But this is the first time they're actually going in for the contact against OG's set up on A.
Aziz threw that curveball, and it just tempers with them a little bit. Goes in for the peek now, but Bleed, all 5 of them are waiting for another peek. Bleed, sensing danger, they're going to back off instead.
They take any damage from that? Durian did, actually, down to 30. Juicy! No! But Aziz did have to run it back. It's a bit of show of force. Again, a la Orangutan style. Oh, Antidote is in a perfect spot to swing, but deals with the turret first and allows the 3 players of Bleed to go through alley.
At the very least, big information for Rafiel, right? And he does find that angle, finds that first pick, but at the same time, trades just come straight back in from Crazy Guy. You can see the calls, the mid-round adaptations from Bleed going through, but at the same time from OG as well. Aziz up top, coming in from underneath as well. Antidote finding yet another. Bleed are just so aware of all of these angles, though, but at what cost? Juicy is the last one left. He has got quite a bit of time, but maybe not so much for the rotation. He's kind of assessing out if anyone's coming up from behind. 2 players against him, though, and he has to land all of the shots. Unfortunately, a bit of a dink is the best that you can hope for.
Yeah, and again, burst tap or burst fire with the Bulldog, unless you hit maybe like all 3 bullets against somebody that's full shield. Can't really get the takedown. Almost, though. You kind of saw the remnants of what could be, but Orangutan, again, just able to react quickly enough. They're not shying away here, Quack. I was about to say, you know, sorry. I was about to say someone else's name. My bad. But, again, it looks like they are not shying away from just trying to mark Bleed on their movement. It doesn't seem like their comp is supposed to be able to do that, but the movement of the players itself is making it so, at least for those past couple of rounds.
And again, that's something that they really have to look out for. Orangutan, sometimes they have strength in numbers, and I think we just got a crowd cam of, I think that must have been Scary's parents. So that's kind of lovely, kind of adorable. Back to the game, though, and that's going to be Bleed once more, prodding towards B. But this time, Killjoy utility not quite on the side, not quite set up for information. So it allows for Crazy Guy to get that first pick, and they go straight in.
Yeah, again, don't forget, guys, this is the newest Pearl rendition. It looks like they're just going to be placing the spike out in the open. If they can keep Crazy Guy alive, if ever it does go the favor of Orangutan on that retake, they still have the Hunter Sphere to actually fall back on, but losing raw fuel definitely going to hurt things up for them. They need to at least have some setups first. Looking at the flame wall for the moment, Juicy is on the corner here. Unless he gets just, again, flushed out, it's not going to look too good for Orangutan's retake as Juicy gets a second.
It's just not going to happen when you have Juicy watching these angles. Maybe RBK on a bit of a flank, but there are still so many players from Bleed watching him, though, and that's just going to be the closer. A flawless round, 3-1 for Bleed.
Yeah, again, this is why you're seeing the Brimstone. It's not technically for the smoke. The smoke helps, obviously, just to block out a bit of vision, but that stim beacon really helps elevate the push power of Jurion and Juicy. And again, it allows him to also not only push faster onto the site, but actually position faster for that post plant. And you can see that Orangutan aren't really prepared for that kind of, I guess, quick positioning.
You're really just sprinting down. You know, earlier on they had the turret, and that kind of somewhat slowed Bleed down a little bit, but it's just so tough. And with the Brimstone as well, it's so execute heavy. Once they hit a site, they have it. They hold onto it forever.
True enough. And okay, Tesseract. Oh, all right.
Info.
I also want to add something to this one, Quack. And it's kind of basic, but it's something that Orangutan will have to overcome as well. They don't have a proper agent or proper initiator that gives them good information, right? It's going to be the Sky over the Sova here. So that means that they have to check every nook and cranny if they get pushed out of the site. And again, it might work, but at least from what we're seeing here, Orangutan are just trying to run in and challenge them. But without that information, they have to check every single angle that they possibly could just to make sure.
Yeah, face checking, right?
Yeah, you made it so quicker from what I was doing. You know, it's like, oh, I got such a great description, and then, yeah, they got to face check every corner.
But it is tough. I mean, that basically is the story, and it's just so easy for Bleed to run them down. Look at this. The position has been overrun, and all you've got left is Antidote kind of rotating over from defender spawn, and again, it's all been smoked off. And something that, you know, maybe not many people know is that Sky Smokes actually last a lot longer than other regular smokes.
16 seconds, I think, from like 12-ish on the other smokes.
A little bit more.
Yeah. So it's a long time. You're going to be an old man. No, I'm kidding. Obviously not. But at least from what I'm seeing here from Orangutan, they're not able to play off too much of the Astra Stars for the moment. And it's being circumvented very quickly by Bleed. Again, maybe it's because of how the speed of the stim beacon is just allowing them to run in onto the site, or something else, or a combination of that and what I was mentioning. But it is going to really rely on the stopping power here from Orangutan. And it looks like we might be looking at a technical pause. Yeah, because again, you're going to rely on the gravity well from that Astra to just at least be something to delay them in their tracks, because double Nano Swarm from a Killjoy, I feel like is not going to be enough when you can just run very quickly and not really take the damage from the Molly.
There's so much that you have to consider and how you want to coordinate with your team. And I think that's one of the reasons why this timeout is being called out by, of course, the half-Filipino coach, the doctor. I think another thing interesting to point out is that the doctor actually is a player who has played in the Malaysian MOSG region. He played for Kingsman. So he actually has some experience against Bleed. I think he knows them, but when it comes down to the game, the players have to be the ones making these plays. And sometimes, you know, just starting things off, it's already a 1-4. This is a good time to call a pause.
Yeah, again, don't want the bleeding to be a bit too much. No, don't laugh at that.
Throw a tourniquet on us, right? Yeah, you want to squeeze my arm a little bit.
But at least you are seeing the the mindset and the philosophy here of how Orangutan are approaching. They want to catch Bleed before Bleed can really get in onto those sites. The unfortunate thing is here, they're kind of going in blind before that contact, right? If it's A main, good, but Bleed, they're not full committing to the fight. If they see the flashes, if they see the stars, they know something's out, they can just back away. And if you're Orangutan and you commit those utilities, after that, you're kind of running low on that utility department, you know what I'm saying?
Precisely. It kind of worked out for, you know, round 3, and that's when you had Aziz coming up with that curveball, trying to take B main control. The stars, you know, it's a little bit tough to coordinate with those as well, but at the very least, you fight for map control. You try to be a little bit more proactive with it, because if you're playing passive against Bleed, it's just not going to work out. But this time, perhaps that solution is going to be the stopping power of the operator, punching through Bleed with that first pick.
Yeah. Don't point out that I didn't point it out that Rafael's pretty nasty with the operator as well. So Orangutan having enough cash on the bank to be able to give him that leeway is pretty freaking scary. Rafael, is he going to get tagged by this? Oh,
No.
he will. Oh, yes, he will. Yes, he will. The question
came.
now is Bleed going to chase him through the smoke while we do see Anadol at least being somewhat of a bodyguard?
It is a bit of that bait setup. I think that's intentional. They knew that lockdown was coming in, kind of like what Mac talked about, and he did respect that space. He has his teammate here to back him up, so comes down to this. It's going to be Juicy pushing deeper in. The spike's been planted. Antidote has to come up huge in this moment. Finds one, looks for the other, but Juicy is on a tear. 2 players remaining, and Aziz fights back, throws the hot hands, and Juicy has to peek out. The spike not yet tapped, but look at the positioning coming through. He hears the footsteps, he watches it, he finds him, run it back, dismissed, and Juicy still needs to dish out more pain. He goes in for the 4th, he's online for the ace, and RVK's just watching, waiting for him to peek out. A little sliver, a little head, but Juicy executes him outright. It's 5-1 for Bleed.
He knew exactly what he had to do in that situation. That was really nasty post-plant for Bleed because they placed it specifically there so that because they had that heaven control, you could see Juicy just in his brain multiple outcomes that he was going to win time and time again. And I cannot believe that nobody was able to topple off this beast of Arena. And as you can see here, perfectly challenges it. Aziz was charging in with the run it back to maybe catch off Aziz here, but there was no support from RVK. So yeah, okay, they get the contact. They know that Juicy's still there. He's not going to be pushing out anytime soon. But the problem was, again, they just couldn't figure out how to get out of that position.
Yeah.
You know, get out of heaven.
It's so tough. You have that little ledge that Juicy's playing around with for cover as well, and it kind of obscures the vision of RVK. So a little bit unfortunate. They tried so darn hard. They actually managed to bring it down to a 2v1, but still, Juicy, the Empress, all the frags going his way, and Bleed are looking nigh unstoppable. Maybe a bit of another timeout, this time being called by Bleed off a win. A little bit peculiar.
Peculiar indeed, but maybe it's just talk about how, again, Orangutan are willing to thread the needle. You did see Rafael play inside of lockdown up until he got detained himself. I actually wasn't sure who also got detained alongside him. Maybe a supporter, someone playing on alley.
Yeah.
In any case, right? Maybe this is just something for Bleed to iron out just a tad bit more, just to make sure that what's already coming their way is just gonna come even smoother. For the Orangutan side, this gives them plenty of time to, again, talk things over. The operator was good for a little bit, but it didn't have the help that we were kind of expecting. The dry peaks is where Orangutan really find their money, but unfortunately Bleed are very experienced at dealing with those kind of situations.
It really is like not going to be easy. Every time you try to peek or take a single duel against a player from Bleed, you can expect a teammate to be right around the corner, or maybe a teammate right next to them as well. So teamwork, that coordination is something that I'm really looking out for. I like that they go for that A main control, but previous times when they did alone, it doesn't work out so well. This time, you got Tesseract, you've got Aziz going together. Rafael with the Blade Storm looking for a pick. He does get the first, but like I said, that trade right off the bat.
Right off the bat, again, heroics from Rafael at least gives him that 4 versus 4. But not really the best of buy rounds for Orangutan at this point. Flash gets thrown out. Okay, just a little bit of contact. Juicy already knows. Got to tap a couple of shots there. Maybe you can get it. And again, falling down. That's kind of nasty. What can you really do as Aziz in that point when somebody throws the Lear right in your face? You can turn it around, but when there's 3 peaks, not really too much. Scary, takes down Tesseract. And once again, it's down to RVK. He's done a bit of damage with the Sheriff a couple of rounds ago, but with the good positioning of Bleed here, it's, yeah, he's just going to get dwindled down bit by bit HP-wise. Oh, shot dart.
Oh my god, are they trying to end him with a bit of style? Jumping classic.
That's what you, oh, okay, I thought it was going to get knifed. But no, not this time. Not for now.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, even if he did get a bit of damage, Bleed already has so many rounds under their belt that their economy is flourishing. At the very least, the save does bring Orangutan and an operator purchase. So that's something that they could use. We saw that with Rafuel towards B-Long, and he managed to find a couple of picks.
Yeah. I think the problem right now for Rafuel is he doesn't have that proper assistance from a teammate. He will be having Aziz right beside him, which might not be too bad because, again, they could combo the curveball. There we go, the curveball through the wall and such. But it seems like Bleed has different agendas, and it's going to be the A site where RVK and my boy Tesseract is going to be settled in.
Different players as well. I mean, you just can't go for conventional plays against Bleed. This is information now. Darren with the Blade Storm trying to find a pick with the updraft, but he's not going to be able to find all that much. So actually putting up a wall against Bleed this time.
And again, Bleed is just playing textbook. Here's the thing. When you're up against a comp like this, against Orangutan, you know the best way to drain it out? Just wait for it. Again, bait out the utilities and then just, again, bait for it. But thankfully now, Orangutan's able to at least separate them with the smokes from RVK.
Yep. 6th player from Orangutan getting a frag as well. And Timmy, the turret, just chipping in. Lockdown being spent to actually buy even more time. And with 30 seconds remaining, this could be good. Antidote just watches the angle, trying to catch him on the rotation, but instead Neff finds him. This is not going to be too good.
There's still plenty of time for Bleed to either rush their way onto B, but no, it's going to be a re-hit on the A site. And the problem here is Orangutan don't know about this, but they're hunkered down. Thankfully enough, they do have the flash from Tesseract once again, so they're going to know about this, and they're going to be able to just, again, embrace the push of Bleed. Able to deny it as well, thanks to Rafuel's operator, and basically the entire Orangutan roster just putting their hands into slapping away Bleed.
Good plays, good reads, and just denying Bleed that entry. First of all, the Nebula, you had players watching around the back, and then that Killjoy lockdown coming in as well. It just pushes them towards mid, where Antidote, tried to do a little bit of something, but he managed to get information. It allows for Rafuel to rotate just in time towards Flower, where he finds that pick as Bleed tries to push through.
Absolutely. So great contact like this is what Orangutan are hoping to be able to achieve more so than not now. The big problem here, yes, they still have the operator from Rafuel, was it took a lot of utility just to be able to do that. Again, 2 ultimates, I think maybe
Seekers
even 3.
as well, yeah.
Seekers as well, indeed. But maybe that's what Orangutan need mentally to at least reset themselves, give them back that confidence.
We love that morale boost. Sometimes you just need to swing things, swish around the momentum a little bit.
Absolutely.
Maybe you find that reset. Because if things continue to go the way that they were going, then Bleed, will be really strong. The Lear does get information, and now they confirm. They saw that operator in Rafuel's hands, so they're anticipating this. What they might not know is Aziz with the off angle, but the shots aren't good. In fact, it's going to be Bleed who get to continue on through, bulldozing onto the site. The same execute, slightly different sky smokes this time. Just gives Bleed a little bit more space. The retake now, though, we have a lurk. Neff is here.
Yeah, but there's a turret that's just going to spot the push from RVK outside of Art. If he can wait long enough, maybe, Tesseract's about here to catch Neff on the rotation back, but Neff is just aware at this point. Look, they have all the map control already. Why not just be, again, prepared to maybe go for a win just in case? An Antidote gonna hopefully maybe save this weapon.
Hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
I mean, first things first. You got to take out Neff. There we go. Number 2, maybe you find... No. Go back to main.
He's just running.
He hears the footsteps, right?
Oh my gosh!
Caught in the reload, but it just allows for Terran to snipe him from behind. It's 2-7 now, Asterai.
Okay, if I may, Rafuel, bit by bit, he's starting to get even more aggressive and even riskier with how he plays. He got tagged twice by the Sova drone, so that the thing about that is he instinctively went on the back of B, which is good because he can survive a little bit longer, maybe get a repeat. But Dorian was smart enough to just cloud burst him, deny that vision, and Bleed were already expecting that maybe somebody is holding an angle here for raw fuel. Maybe we just check a little bit. Juicy was there, he catches his is, and again, Bleed are just so hyper-focused and just all-knowing as to where Orangutan possibly could be placed at.
It's a good setup, but you know, sometimes just Bleed being ever so aware. Sometimes Bleed just being a little bit sharper, you know, because of the confidence that they've gotten for their wins.
Yeah.
They're unstoppable right now. I think the previous timeout was actually called by Orangutan as well, so now timeout number 3 being called by Legia of all things.
This is their second timeout too.
Yeah, there's so much going on. They're still holding on to one more, possibly for the second half. But this is why Bleed are so strong. They've got that momentum. And another thing is just, you got the 3 Singapore players who are the core part of the roster. Neff, you got Juicy and Darian as well. I mean, every one of them come from different lineages. Darian, I think, has been on the team the longest, and that's why he's got that rapport with everyone.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Juicy, you know, Timing Monster Gaming, young prodigy, couldn't play because he was a little bit too young at the time. And then you have Neff, who comes from X10. He came from Gaming Gladiators from last year. There's just so much that they are capable of, and this is just at the beginning.
This is just the beginning. And Orangutan, well, this is also the beginning for them. Still not the...
Oh my god. Still not able to find the shots,
I've lost my
unfortunately.
words already at this point.
It was just a heads-up duel. He tries to throw a bit of a curveball from underneath, but it only managed to turn them away for a second. Darren using Halls as cover, peeks back out, finds another. And that's going to be Antidote and RVK left. I mean, I might save again. I don't know.
I don't think we've ever seen Orangutan with a full 5 on a retake. They've always tried to counter Bleed where they push as they come into the site, whether it's A or B, and it hasn't really fleshed out itself. Again, I do understand that Orangutan want to be able to get that early lead on. They don't want Bleed to play that post-ban because Bleed's post-ban is nothing to definitely scoff at. Antidote gets the pretty nifty kill onto Durian, but again, there's still like 3 players that he has to deal with, and Juicy, I call it rebound plays. It's been pretty nasty. Like if Durian dies, if someone else dies, Juicy's like, there.
He's there.
I get it. I get extra kill. Refrag for my teammate.
The ball bounces off the backboard. He's there to catch it. Yeah, he is that guy, though. That's the thing. Oh, my goodness. It's just so strong. If you watch Kuroko, you know, he's like Kagami. Something like that, right?
My man.
It's tough. He's always there. He's so present. If you are Orangutan, I mean, how do you come back from this? I think they need a little bit more active map control. I want to see them push out mid, you know?
They have to leave Antidote somewhere. You are talking about pushing mid, and they are already here.
Oh my god, Bleed
The big problem is they don't have the weapons for it, but okay, Tesseract starts off very strong against Juicy here. Can't pick up the weapon, though, and you can already see Bleed just surrounding the fallen comrade that is Juicy, just making sure again that Orangutan don't overstep their welcome on mid.
Which is really good. Aziz has his run it back too, so could use it to retrieve the weapon, run back. But this is round 11, so maybe they're saving it for the last round of the first half. Meanwhile, Bleed just hovering around the area in case Orangutan does go for that bait.
Orangutan can't really peek too much as well because some of their players are just on the shorty here. But at least I do like how they're playing very close to each other for these possibility to refrags. Raw Fuel still saved his dash as well. So there's a chance for him to get tricky and spicy here.
Trying to work with it. Aziz managed to pick it up, but here comes Scurry. A quick double. Now pushing in and out of the sky smokes. Raw Fuel, like you mentioned, angle with the shorty, finds one, but that's about it. Antidote has to be the hero now, but everything's blocked off. Tries to go for a peek, only has a turret in his hand, can't quite connect the shots, and Neff shuts it down. It is now 9-2.
Very quick. Bleed were so quick to just readdress the issue of the back of the B site. Yes, there was raw fuel there. Yes, he was able to pick up a weapon, but nobody was able to deal with Scary just somehow managing to push through his own smoke. Nobody catches him, and he's at the other entrance of the back of halls. Like, look at this. He's there. Hello. Gets a kill, gets a shutdown, and stops any form of weapon pickup, any form of resistance here from the Orangutan roster. Again, I do like the crossfires that Orangutan did set up, but Bleed were so prepared to just throw ultimates just to make sure they weren't going to lose their lives. So that raw fuel is thrown out his Cloudburst. And once again, he's right here, but Bleed have seen this pretty many times in the past couple of rounds that they're pretty good at just dealing with it.
They know how to play against this, and at the same time, it's the same Nebula from RVK2. Bleed just disrespected. They just go past it. Off with a flash as Tesseract just this time manages to hold it down. Aziz run it back, pushes past the Cosmic Divide, gets the confirmation that 4 more members from Bleed are on the other side of this wall. So, I like what's going on with RVK towards the mid. Waiting for him.
Yeah, at least if he keeps pushing like this, he'll have plenty of information that there's no retake whatsoever. It feels like that wall was a go signal. The flag dropping down for the repeat of the Oppers. And Durian!
Oh
my goodness, Durian with the blades, with the op, looking quite unstoppable with that first pick.
Look at this. 30 seconds remaining. His team now comes in to back him up. He swaps the blades from just in case another player picks out. Now he's looking for more. What he doesn't know, though, is Tesseract right behind him. Slipped the net, finds a second, a third, but not quite ending at all. Antidote comes in just to save them, and that's going to be 3-9. Can we invoke this curse, Asarai?
I did mention a while ago that players from Orangutan, if not all of them, have pretty high clutch rates, and on top of that list is Tesseract. I think with like 30-something-ish during the split too. He's been really one of the big brain players. Look at how just calm and collected he is, playing inside the smoke, making sure to circumvent the focus of Bleed that was still looking towards the positioning of where raw fuel was. Again, just being able to thread the needle and getting the catch off. So this halftime gives a bit of rest. And as you mentioned, we did have a lot of halftime or like 9-3 curses yesterday, so we could be looking at something similar now, possibly, as we are looking at, I guess, the better side for Orangutan too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we kind of want to hope for, right? And for Orangutan, like, again, this isn't their map pick, so it's just a little bit difficult. But looking at how they play, like you mentioned, that individual potential, every single one of them are capable of great things. It's just working against a behemoth like Bleed. They play so well together. Those trades always come in. You need to find a way to shut that down. And on the attacking side is where that could happen, right? Because Bleed, you know, they're forced to spread themselves thin across the map just to find map control. They actually could be able to come back from this.
And again, if you have yourself a concentrated push from Orangutan, you will be looking at a whole bunch of flashes. RVK finally is going to be able to concentrate his stars at some point. Maybe he can spread it out if he wants to, but there's a lot more options right now for how Orangutan want to approach this. In the defending side, there should have been, but it felt like they were constricted by Bleed to always try to challenge, and that didn't really go to their favor most of the time. And again, that's why we are looking at the 3-9.
Very true, but back to it. Second half starts, and very interesting way to gain control over A main. The Nebula, it's pulled back. Now we go into the site. We're pushing off of Tesseract's doggo. That's going to be Aziz now pushing in, pinching down onto Scary. Support comes in from the back, though. Art, as well as Secret. Defender spawn. He's gotten the third. Tesseract's the last one left, and he's again trying to pull off some hijinks. Pushes through the sky smoke, but they play together. A quadra to start things off.
Wow, crazy guy. Orangutan were already on the site. They were getting the good picks already. They were setting up for the post plant. They were about to plant the spike, but then somehow crazy guy pushing through outside of Flower catches 3 on his contact. I think we're about to see it right here. There it is. Beautiful timing on his recon dart, and he just catches them again, trying to focus elsewhere on the map. Pings it perfectly, reads the situation well, and you can see here, again, just moment of astonishment from the face of astonishment of crazy guy.
I mean, I love him being proactive like this, though. I mean, he is the IGL. Most times you might see him at the back, but today, he's going straight in. And Orangutan, this definitely hurts their confidence. They're still going to fight, though. They're trying to find control through Art, maybe a bit of an ace split, but it's been blocked off.
Scary has an Ares.
Come on.
Yeah, that's not the best weapon to hold an angle without the smoke active. But if he survives and they know that he's pushing in, it's going to be
let it rip?
Yep, 50 bullets of just pure letting it rip. There it is.
He got it through the smoke. He got it through the smoke, Asteroid.
He tried to. I mean, they were still juicy anyways on the corner there.
If you're RVK, just try to go in for a pick, but it's not going to happen. It's a flawless win.
Oh, 3-11, man. Bleed. We did talk about how, off the bat, this is one of the strongest teams that we have competing in Ascension, and it keeps continuing here with this match against Orangutan. Can already see the Bleed fans. There's a lot of them, actually. They got even the clappers and such.
Cheering for Scary. You got the Vietnamese fans cheering for Crazy Guy. And, of course, Tash kind of cheering for them somewhere.
Yeah, from somewhere.
This is just how strong they are. We're looking for one more round now. And Darian, having saved up, he's got the operator. Doesn't quite connect the shot, but it's still very much present on this side. What is good, though, is that Orangutan managed to get control over B-Long and maybe trying to push off of the Trailblazer again.
Oh, wow. There's so many smokes to just deny them any kind of contact here. Aziz is just rushing in. Again, the Orangutan classic, and Scary's just holding an angle. Crazy Guy's pushing in, and Aziz is welcoming this flood of kills for himself.
I love it. And that's how you want to play with the Phoenix as well. Paired up with Rawfield, of course. Now they have control over the site. The spike's finally planted. And if you were Bleed, you want to go in for that save. So we're just waiting for some exit frags. RVK confirms some of these positions.
Neff and Juicy probably going to be pushing in because they have the Spectre. So there's no real need for them to try to save. Actually, Neff picked up a Phantom, so maybe? No, never mind. Okay, Juicy, Ares in his hand. He's been a monster with the rifles, but this time with the LMG. Oh, okay, he's also still a monster. Rawfield gets caught out here. It could be a bit expensive for Orangutan, but only loses the jet. So, economy-wise, check, pretty good.
Yep.
Bleed saves at least the operator.
Check. VIP protected.
Yes.
Mr. President has gotten down. And he's throwing it back. 11-4. This is a good start.
Actually, it's a very important Durian.
Yes. I mean, let's keep this up, Mr. Darian. You know, you have the operator still in your hands. Bleed, they mentioned buy back up, but Orangutan, the way that they took control over this site, the way that they pushed in, starting things off with that curveball down B-Long, it was good.
It was very good, actually, and you do see, again, Aziz's fearlessness not only emanates from when he plays, if he plays a Raze, he's also able to do that with any duelist that he's been dealt with as well. And you got to give him a lot of credit for just being, incredibly confident. Durian is still at that angle. He's fully blinded, so he's got to commit the dash away as well as the updraft. Is OG going to pressure B-Long a little bit more? Because they know that Darian could always just play that fallback angle before the smokes fall in from RVK. So they might need to wait a little bit, set it up. But for the moment, it looks like Tesseract to set things up first with the flash. What? Durian? He close. He close.
We've gotten info as well. A little bit of recon ball from Crazy Guy. Neff trying to hold the angle. But I love how Tesseract is supporting his team with the initiating abilities here. The Guiding Light, the Trailblazer, pushes so many Bleeds players back. And that allows OGS to get the spike planted. They have control. Now all they have to do is to watch these angles. Bleed trying to set up a bit of a flank. They reacted off to it, but can they actually find the frag? So that's the other question. Juicy, the dismiss. He runs back around. Darren now striking from tower, and Bleed just decimates their post-plant positions.
Orangutan were prepared to fight Bleed off if Bleed was coming through their own side of the spawn. But how many was that? 3 players on the flank, or maybe 2? But the most important thing was Juicy was there, and he got so much impact off of that. And what's good about that as well is that when he dismisses, he gets all that information. Guys, there's no one unaccounted for from Orangutan here. They're all playing on that post plant on B-Long. Let's fight it. We got it. I got you. We got the round.
Those homeboys, they got each other's backs, man.
Absolutely.
Off of it, like, you can already see Darren and Neff, they're peeking off of Juicy's pick. And Juicy is one of those guys. Every single heads-up duel, you cannot just... You have to be so wary of him. OGS now. The B-long push is not good. A main is a little bit dangerous as well. Every player heads towards the middle ground.
No, this is good. They still have the money to do so, but
it is match point.
It is match point. They do got that, I believe, the max loss bonus. Be able to just keep funding themselves rounds. If they can win this one, at least that's a step in the right direction. Oh, but look at the positioning on the utility from the Killjoy from Neff. It's all situated just on the entrance to Art.
They cleared it. They managed to shoot it out, and this is good. It is a little bit of information for Bleed, and so is Juicy's position towards A main, but that is why we have Antidote just lurking all the way back there. Trying to spray through Secret. It doesn't find anyone, and Rawfield catches the angle. Antidote still holding up by A main, still undiscovered. Everyone from OGS now watching in towards defender spawn. Neff completely gone. Flowers denied. Darren comes back in, and he's only got an operator. It's tough to retake with this tool, but the lockdown gives them the space. Neff goes off a little bit more. 1-2. Darren uses this to pick up a Vandal. Uses this to get it to halfway. Oh, he's trying to work off of it. The Cloudburst catches onto RBK, knows where Antidote is hiding. All he needs is one more shot. Fire out to the mag, but the white strength from Antidote brings the team back. They are still alive.
Expensive round for Orangutan, but they hold on to the knife's edge. Antidote, the captain, the IGL, playing the calm game, playing the delay game, and gives themselves a round to buffer on. But you saw how confident, how, what's the word here, how just straightforward Durian was thinking. I'm just gonna defuse this straight up. If you're gonna challenge me, you have to challenge me now.
And he forced their hand, but thankfully Antidote's hand was better just in that moment. Back towards mid control. And OGS are trying to find different ways to approach this. A bit of a wallbang spray, and does tag Darren down a little bit as well. So despite all this map control, despite the push and pulls, this wave from OGS, they are looking to corral towards A.
Juicy got to look behind you as well. The Seeker is going to give them a little bit of leeway, but Neff is caught 1-1. You can already see Bleed scrambling as they try to get that mid-control back. But Aziz is so prepared. Durian does finally get the kill, but he's already gotten 2. And it's all down to Durian once again, who has traded the op for the Phantom.
He's going to have to save it too, though. Having spent all that much from before. Orangutan spike planted. And they're very much so looking forward to securing this round. Operator still in Darian's hand, so just trying to bring that forward to the next round, because this is a very useful tool in holding down B-long.
Absolutely, and I mean, simple maths. It's just so expensive to just let an operator
2 plus
go.
2 is 4.
Oh, 2,800 is not as expensive as 4,700.
Okay, that's right. He's good with math, guys.
Wait, is it 4,700 or 4,750?
It's 4,700. 4,750
okay,
is from the other game.
Wow, they're gonna think that we're fake casters here who don't know anything about the game. But
no, I always forget that.
In any case, gotta give a lot of props. Sorry, just add this on. Orangutan really now realizing and taking advantage of the lack of mid-control from Bleed. Or rather, before Bleed get that mid-control rolling, maybe 15 seconds in, they're already in and starting to create openings for themselves, and it's working pretty well for them.
That tiny bit of presence as well, right? I mean, just finding those gaps to slip in through, be it middle, be it Art. You might see Neff trying to work against this with the Killjoy utility, but like we saw a couple rounds ago, it's so easily dismissed by Orangutan just if they shoot it out. Now that they have the buys, now that it's going to be Bleed with a bit of a half buy, a bit of a save. Darren on the operator still, though. Orangutan are looking to get aggressive towards A. Rushing in now, it's going to be that Trailblazer. It clears out the site. Scary still spamming away with that Ares. Tries to set up a bit of an incendiary, but it lands onto himself instead. With the pistol, he somehow managed to catch Aziz, but still, sight pretty much should belong to Orangutan. That is at least until the Hunter Shooter comes out. So Spike Plant actually baited out, but now Juicy from behind. What is this? He's got just the Sheriff. He's still doing it all. RVK trying to stay alive. He's so aware there are a couple of players coming right from behind. Managed to get the dink. Peeks out again, but Darian is here. He's got the up burner. He ends it all. 13-6 Bleed off a bit of a save. They win the first map.
Orangutan lost that, how do I say it? They lost attention for a split second. They were looking at A, Crazy Guy was throwing out a random Hunter's Fury, not to just deny the plant on the spike, but to also just figure out if they're actually on the site itself. And then lo and behold, he's like, guys, keep pushing on A main. You know what, we got nothing to lose here. You got the pressure, and then they got nothing to lose. And Juicy gets a 2-pick on a Sheriff. Really crazy stuff here from Bleed.
And that is just how strong they are. I don't know about you, SRI. You know, we might have been talking up Darren, but for me, on this map at the very least, Juicy is him. Juicy is the guy finding these heads-up duels, and his confidence speaks volumes.
Well, if you said the saying, I'm only a he because I can never be him, that is Juicy. I mean, let's look at the highlights, man. He even got an ace for the first time today.
Well, I don't know if he's single, but ladies, you know where to find him. Look him up on Twitter. I mean, Bleed, these guys, again, that is how strong they are. Finishing off this first map in style, I think Orangutan, you know, good effort. They really tried. They almost got it out on the last one.
Yeah, they definitely did.
But, well, you know, we're going to head off to a quick break and then come back with the next map pretty soon. So don't go away, guys. We will be right back.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. We won game deep in the first series of the day, and what a dominant performance we saw coming out of Bleed. I had hope for Orangutan in that second half. They started to get a few rounds on the board. They didn't have a lot of wiggle room, but at least that might instill some kind of confidence moving into that second map.
I have to agree. I mean, it looks really tough in the first half, but that 9-3, you know, they did start to come back a little bit, especially with that mid control.
Yeah, again, the casters were discussing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, again, it feels like Orangutan did have some set plans. They were able to push back, but it cost them a lot in terms of the utility as well as their creds on what they needed to invest in just in order to win that particular round. They had some ideas. They started mixing up a little bit more on that mid control, but a lot of what happened in the past couple of rounds that didn't work for them was the defaults that they did on either the A or the B side, which, again, Juicy and the rest of Bleed were just so ready to receive.
Yeah, Bleed just looked like they were a different caliber, and that's what we needed to see coming out from them. We thought they were going to be favorites here for the group that they're in, but you're looking at Orangutan. I saw a lot of vocal individuals online saying, why has no one picked them? Why is no one predicting for them? And it's like, well, we don't know what we're going to get, and this is exactly what we got, right? And this is only map 1, of course. We have a second map, which will be a huge barometer as to how Orangutan is going to be able to bounce back and try to make a reverse sweep happen in the series. And we're still a long way from that one happening. You're looking at the stats here. It's a 7-round lead at the end. Bleed, pure dominance coming out of the gates, winning that bonus round, winning that second half pistol as well, and just everything, all those tiny advantages going their way, and then they pushed those advantages. They made it look good, and that's exactly why. Look, Juicy picking the Reyna. Sometimes you see Reyna, you're like, I don't know how that one's going to operate. But when you have individuals that have that get-out-of-jail free guard, the dismissed, where you can just get to safety, heal back up, it's just absolutely insane the damage that you can do.
I mean, it could be a little bit of competitive, but also I think just that the players on Bleed's side, like Juicy is one of those guys who can make Reyna look that good. 4 first kills, and he finds so many of these openings, especially with the way that he takes control over B-Long. For OGS, you know, I was expecting more things from Rawfield. He got first kills as well, but also a lot of first deaths, and you could see that operator, you know, unless he's able to find that confident duel, he's not quite able to continue to chain more kills coming forward.
One of the biggest differences, if I just may, was it felt like every single time Orangutan tried to make a play, it was always like a 1v5 because they were always trying to go for the dry contact or the dry peek. And when you're fighting against Bleed, that's always just so synergized with how they do their whatever they want to try to achieve, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they had to go through that. There was one time Rawfield got a pick on the operator, sure, but then Bleed immediately right after was just always able to adapt to it so quickly.
They expected like Aziz to be right around the corner,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
But you know, we started to see like that little bit of brilliance from Orangutan, and that's towards the second half. Aziz, Tesseract sometimes. They knew how to maneuver around the smokes, maneuver around the battlefield. Sometimes just making use of his own hot hands and to deny area and then push past it. Bleed maybe not quite expecting that. That's kind of those tiny gaps that Orangutan slipped in and then strike to Bleed from behind.
So we'll keep an eye on that intuitive positioning moving into that second map, right? And I'm keen to see more of that. I'm keen to see more of what they are able to do. But the thing was, they just looked so shaky out of the gates. Yes, they started to warm up in that second half, but that's why I'm using map 2 as that barometer, right? Because we didn't get to see enough from Orangutan here on Pearl. But over on Bind, it's a whole different ballgame. It is, of course, their map pick too. And I just need to say quickly before we start to turn that conversation to Bind is I'm looking here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 first kills coming out of Orangutan throughout that series, but they only got 6 rounds. So on 3 of the ones they had the man advantage, they still weren't able to convert those rounds because Bleed is just playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I think it's because Orangutan also want to press the advantage that they already got a little bit further, and it gets toppled so quickly. You saw Crazy Guy had that insane pistol round on the second half where he was just able to slap away the efforts that Orangutan was able to do. Maybe it's Orangutan needing to reel it back a little bit. They got control of the site already. Why not secure the plant first, play that post plant? You have the utilities, you have the numbers, but they keep wanting to overwhelm their opponents. But Bleed isn't a team that you can overwhelm easily, you know?
Not easy. They always trade up. But, you know, the one thing they do have going for them, especially, you know, the second half, that's their attacking side. Orangutan, if they can push Bleed, if you get those picks, you saw how many rounds Darren had to save up. That says something. That's Bleed actually having to fall back because of those first picks. If they can pull out that same performance, maybe even go an extra mile on Bind, there is potential. There is a chance.
Well, the thing as well is when Orangutan was losing rounds, they weren't necessarily, you know, worrying too much about that economy. They were just worried about trying to take guns out of the hands of Bleed more so, rather than, you know, keeping their ops alive, keeping their Vandals alive. And moving in that second half, you saw the opposite. Bleed knew they had the advantage, so they were just keeping that op alive, making sure they didn't have to do that heavy investment into the next round, still had impact. And Darian, every time we saw him picking up that op, he was still having that heavy impact. You saw it right at the end of the game.
The end of the game. That's the one that, you know, has to stay in your mind, because so many of them were on sheriffs. Some of them might have a bit of half on me, Bulldog Darren with the operator from the previous round, surely. But that was truly strat diff. That was just, I think, Orangutan being a little bit overconfident, perhaps, not quite expecting such a play from Bleed. Like you mentioned, Asteroid, during the cast, it's that the Hunter Sphere from Crazy Guy. So smart with that.
Yeah, and what's another thing that I think also caught Orangutan off guard was how well Scary was just able to synergize that stem beacon with the rest of the team. It might seem a little bit trivial, but you do see how well it catches Orangutan off guard most of the time that they're able to execute it. So I think Orangutan, that is always used to just being the faster team in South Asia, is not able to deal with the quickness of Bleed itself. But that could actually work in their benefit now coming into Bind, because we're going to be seeing the double duelist, but this time, it at least from what Orangutan has picked in the past, it's the Jet and the Raze, which again is a lot faster than the Jet and the Phoenix.
Yeah. And this is the thing, quickly, before we move into Bind, Agent Select's not too far away now. You guys mentioned already, Bleed took down X10, and it was a 13-2 last time they played Bind. But we saw them get 10 of those rounds on the attack. This time they're starting on the defense. So we finally get to see how they operate on it. I still feel Bind is one of those maps where it should be attacker-sided, but the meta's just changed so much since Bind was out of the map pool, back in the map pool. And what are your thoughts on this one?
I think it could be attacker-sided for Orangutan. The double duelist, I really love that.
Yeah.
When you put into consideration Bleed's composition on this map, they play double controller. They love to go for post-plant lineups, and you might have Juicy, you know, doing his duelist things, but at the same time, you've got Darian on that chamber. Yes, we're hyping that up, but how sharp can you be? If you have to play against a Jet and a Raze who are that mobile, flying up in the air, if you whiff your shot, that's going to be painful.
Well, it's Agent Select time, and I'm having a look here. I'm not seeing anything too fancy, too new. What are your thoughts on this one, Asura?
One thing is Orangutan, it's all in. They don't have a Sentinel. So that means, again, Bind is a map where you can actually get hella punished by a lurking player, and not having a Sentinel, if you slow the pace down, is going to be very detrimental. So Orangutan, they have to just have their eyes forward, commit to the fight, and see where that takes them.
And we finally get to see more Chamber as well. I think it's the second time we're going to see it now in Ascension Pacific. We last saw it on Bind yesterday. It didn't end up working out well. Unfortunately, didn't get to see too much of that map. But Darian, after what we saw from map 1 of this series, I cannot wait to see what he can work out with Chamber here.
Yeah, he's also all smiles too. He's like looking at the camera, doing the peace sign, very chill, knows that he's on the top of the world, at least at the start of this series.
Oh, the other thing I noticed as well, if we're talking about player cams really quick,
yes,
I think it was RVK. He is kissing his monitor. I've never seen someone with their nose touching the monitor. He is all in. He's getting right into that crosshair.
I mean, the more you can see, right? It's the same as, I think, Ja as well from Nas. He also does the same.
Oh, Ja's got the down tilt.
He's got the OG FPS monitor angle.
like literally playing a tabletop game. Yeah, that point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if it works, you know, but at the very least, again, this is, like you mentioned, Asteroid, all in for Orangutan. I really want to see how they can go in with the aggression, with a double duelist, the double initiator. Maybe come up with some unique plays around the teleporter.
It's going to be tricky, though, because you can see Bleed here. They've opted to go for the other side, the double controller as well. So being able to fine-tune where you actually throw out the utility of the Fate in the Sky when the duelists come in is going to be a big thing, because we've seen so many times in the past in any region that if you make a mistake with those flashes and the smokes just give coverage for the defenders, there's literally nothing that blinds them, and the oncoming duelists from Orangutan could get punished for that kind of mistake.
Well, the thing that I'm keeping my eye on, right, we're seeing that Fade, we're seeing that Raze come in, and the cohesion between their abilities, you get that Seasonade combo, you can get the freest picks of your life. We also saw some very intuitive use of the Seas yesterday in certain ways that I'd never seen it used before, but that was over on Ascent, and I'm going to keep my eye on that down in the green room just to see how much creativity we're going to see coming out from both these teams. But I heard that game number 2 is ready. ready. Bind might put Orangutan in a bind if they can't bring this one back. 2-0, certainly a possibility, but I want to be confident in Orangutan. I want to see 3. I want to see what South Asia are made of.
We certainly want to see that as well. Orangutan versus Bleed. If they don't win this here, that's the series gone. There is a good chance, but it is, after all, like you said, Asarai, against that double controller composition.
Yeah, Orangutan, 100% win rate on bind in their specific, or in their respective region of South Asia. Unstoppable then. Can they be unstoppable now? They've committed to, I mean, there still is a bit of leeway to play with this comp, but once you throw out utilities, it's either you commit or you circumvent the other way, but then you're lacking in terms of that entry abilities that Orangutan are able to throw out. So we'll see how they approach, but at least for now, looks like they want to go for B.
Well, at the very least now, just seeking into it. It's going to be the guiding light that immediately seizes contact. Juicy gets the first, Tasserek a quick double, but a trade right back in. Bit of information too, and it forces the paint shells just to push them back, but now they know it's a very possible B hit. The teleporter is an option as well for OGS.
Oh, smokes from both of the Brimstones. One for Orangutan on Hookah, making sure that at least there's no angle there, but because Crazy Guy threw out itself outside of Octa, they have to wait for that a little bit. It has already diminished. Orangutan seems like they are going to be committing to this. I mean, they could always still TP, but you can see Durian always aware that that is a possibility. He's just chilling on top of A Heaven.
100%. Procedures-wise, Bleed are just so smart with it. But this should definitely confirm the hit. And look at, a little bit odd and Juicy. Secondly, a quick Quadra. Rafiel just kind of backing into it with that one. You can see that he was trying to turn away from the guiding light, but still allows for that Quadra to come in and just chipped off the side of the shoulder. Darian now swaps over to the Classic, a simple tap. And once more, Bleed picking up the pistol. Three pistol wins now. Can
feel the excitement for the Bleed roster. They're MYSG, but they still have the superstar Scary that is native to the Thailand region here. I thought we were going to see a second Juicy ace of the day, which almost was. So I don't know if we're going to see it here on this replay, but you did see Rafiel aware that Juicy was on Hookah. That could be because Juicy actually threw out the Boombot.
Yeah.
Boombot actually before that inside Hookah itself. So he's thinking maybe he's actually placed himself there to double up, have a crossfire with Crazy Guy at the back of the site, but he repositioned and unfortunately it didn't pan out. So it was a 50-50 and he got caught for it. Unfortunately, that led to, again, Bleed just winning the round.
Again, it's Juicy getting all of those picks as well. I mean, now he's basically, what, half away from his ultimate, the showstopper.
Oh, yeah.
At the very least, maybe RVK is half away from his as well. You've got the Sheriffs being bought up, so OGS looking for some picks here.
Darian's just in a comfortable spot. I mean, he's out in the open, but he's got the rendezvous, so... All right, double swing. Let's see what he got.
Ooh. Hunter, not quite. You know, it does
tag on his ace. Yeah. It's okay.
50 HP. We're good.
It's all good. We're chilling. Oh, does he have the double satchel? No, no double satchel. It's just a nade. Maybe a
Sky Smoke, though, does give them a bit of space. But here comes Tesseract out from Bats as well. Gives them a little bit of control over the site. The spike planted, playing around the Sky Smoke again. OGS continue to push the issue. But here comes Juicy holding it down. Watches the angle. The Phantom being bought around too. And he's looking for even more. Nade just flushes Tesseract out of cover. RVK, the last one left. He got a couple from the previous map. Let's see if he can get even more. 2 for good. Maybe just a third. What is Neff doing? He's sticking? Are you serious? Oh, there you go! Stick again, I dare you!
If you were paying attention on the Sheriff bullets, 1 for each player of Bleed. 4 RVK there. 3 of them, 3 on the chamber. 1, 2, 3, and now he has the orbital strike. It almost went the way of Bleed when Juicy just held his own with that Phantom, but gotta give it as well to the players of OG there. Rafiel, Tesseract, all finding their own entry frags on the contact through the smokes.
Hell yes, especially with RVK. They managed to buy up now, but Bleed They just push the issue. They take a duel against them. Darian finds the first, finds a second, even going for a third, gets shut down by Raw Fuel, and this is now OGS recognizing this fight. They want to take it, going in towards the A site. Their players, the showstopper, it doesn't quite connect. Allows for Antidote to peek off to the left side, in fact, and he finds Crazy Guy. 3-on-3. And his teammates have arrived on the scene. They've managed to dismiss all of them. Neff now, a sheriff of his own, trying to find that revenge. It is a dish best served cold, so he's taking his time on this one. Knows their positioning, in fact. Might have even heard a bit of that jump up towards heaven, so keeping his crosshairs trained up towards the top angle, clears out lamps, now knows a player inside of Baths. But look at the positioning from Antidote as well. Playing so far back, he's just hiding in a corner. A linear duel, he has the angle advantage. And a triple kill for the guy, 2-1. OGS fighting back.
You could really see the expertise, if not mastery, of OG just to find things in this bind map. Durian made him sweat a little bit. Juicy made him sweat a little bit with that showstopper, but it did not find its mark. I think it actually blew up outside of the entryway to Bat, so couldn't really find the other player there. I thought Neff was gonna get that revenge, you know? It's giving them a taste of their own medicine with the sheriff kills, but it seems like we are back on board with OG still at the beat, and Rafiel has had enough of Durian.
Yeah, speaking of taste, I mean, OGS was just like, this tastes sweet, Asarai. I like it. You got Aziz now with the operator, and he's inside of Bass watching such a tight angle. Nobody quite peeking out, because guess what? Bleed have pushed out of B instead. 3 players back-to-back. Juicy leading the charge, and he's going through to market. Antidote has an idea of this, though, but not quite connecting the shot. Just a little bit of a delay, shoots to the after image instead, and here comes Neff up from behind as well.
That's early.
Eliminates Tesseract. Orbital Strike maybe trying to fend them off, but no one's caught by this. Bleed continue to push on in. RVK trying to play around the stack of boxes instead, but now the Viper's wall comes up and he has to work around it. Just trying to dance across, but here comes the satchel. Juicy.
Oh my!
Up on top above. A 4th kill coming in, and Bleed tie it up 2-2.
Ooh, okay, we got 2 seconds. I was thinking like, not enough time to actually defuse the spike. Maybe it's not 2-2, man. Hold your horses. But as I mentioned, a little bit early on the orbital strike there, I kind of got the idea that they wanted to delay the opponents rather than actually stop them from coming in, because there was multiple players of Bleed coming from every single direction, so they wanted to isolate a couple of the fights, but unfortunately, it didn't really matter as much. You did see the heroics from RVK here. It's really popping off, but again, Juicy is just a whole different dude, man. He's just... You give him a satchel, he doesn't just move around, he moves up and down as well.
Up and down. Dude, he's 11-3. He's up on the scoreboard. That's what it is.
I like that.
It's going to be OGS, though, with their past round wins now trying to fight back again. I mean, it's so push and pull, but I love the effort from OGS. It's a different approach. You've got the updraft, you've got the Blade Storm trying to find these angles, these duels against the operator. Kind of anticipating it, but not quite sure where Juicy was. Dropped out from top of heaven, and now it's going to be that retake play from Bleed Esports. Look at Neff flicking upwards. It was Juicy that ended it all, but still, this is so much space being taken by the players of Bleed. I say players, but it's just Juicy. 3 kills already. Another one. Is it going to be another? Darren sticks it. Okay, a bit of a hawk. Back to the one-on-one. Doesn't quite have that much time, so he's just looking for the kill instead. An Antidote slaps him back down. This is my realm. 3-2.
Man, gotta give a lot of credit here for OG for really pressing Bleed there. Yes, they got the catch onto Aziz, but the other players were already positioned actually for a short. Yes, he gets caught there, but the nade does some damage, delays them, can't really find the opponents first, and again allows RVK to find that good little bit of off-angle post-plant positioning on U-Haul, delaying things even further, which really, again, delaying things is all what they needed because they planted that spike already, and you saw Bleed just run out of time, can't really do too much, and just lose the battle in the end.
Like we mentioned before too, right? It's like Orangutan on their attacking side. They're managing to find these individual fights against Bleed rather than, 1vx situations. It allows for them to do what they're doing right now. One by one, Bleed fall. Their defense is crumbling. No chance, no shot you retake this.
I did mention that it is going to be about how aggressive, how quick Orangutan can really press their advantage. And when you give them that bit of speed with the jet, with the raise, you do see how a lot more confident they definitely are. Look at this. They're even challenging for positions right here. They're truly in their own element here on Bind.
You gotta love it. Now just hunting down the last guy. Scary. Off of the Prowler, off the peak of Aziz, Raw Fuel claims his head, putting OGS up 4-2. Yet another win and the economy going their way.
I don't know if the chat or the viewers can hear it through our microphones, but Orangutan fans here, supporters, starting to let their voices be heard. They're really hyping it up here again on Bind. So what's the adjustment that Bleed will have to do at this point? Because it feels like they're being pressed, pushed out of their own sights without them having any chance to really retaliate.
It is tough, but remember just a couple rounds ago when they were pushing out of B, that's when Bleed really corralled and trapped OGS for a second. This time, though, they're trying to spread themselves across the board, and again, it just kind of gives OGS some of these one-on-ones. Showstopper chases just a little bit, but still, it's going to be sight control that is prioritized.
Is there going to be an orbital to punish? No, they're going to save it. If they can clear the site and push everybody back onto Octa, that's the perfect utility usage for the Orbital Strike ultimate. Any case, look how close Orangutan are playing. They're not going to get pushed back. They're not fearing anything. They are confident as can be. It is a save, and Antidote playing back onto B long, pushing up here, knowing that somebody is at least hunkered down inside of TP. Imagine if everybody TPs, and then they get caught, and then there's like, what utility do we have here? Never mind. I thought they were, oh, RVK actually has an Orbital. Maybe.
Maybe. If they really want the kill.
I mean, if everybody TPs inside. RVK, prepare yourself. Because it looks like, I mean, it looks like Juicy could do that.
Nah, no real reason to.
I mean,
they're seeing that A is safe.
I'm a goofy guy. I like goofy stuff happening. So I'm kind of wishing that that could have been, but no.
Throw a gun into the teleporter. Make them think it is. But you know what? 5-2. And this is really starting to shape up to be a really strong map for OGS. I mean, we're seeing this. And this is why they picked it.
Yeah, the formula, again, keep pushing, keep aggressing, and address the defenders along the way. And this is spearheaded by Aziz, who I mentioned has the highest combat score in the South Asia region for, I believe it is Split 1, I think he was like second or third. But in any case, you really do see the impact that he gives Orangutan. When he swings, when he gets that contact, when he gets the success on that contact, Orangutan feel a lot more confident in pushing in alongside him.
Yeah, I really like it. Aziz paired up with Raw Fuel. You know, if Aziz falls, Raw Fuel's there, and the way that they work in tandem really forces Bleed to rethink their decisions. Now, the Orbital Strike being spent just to kind of clear out that Viper's Pit, but Scary's right around the edge, still putting up this wall against OGS. They have no choice but to rotate Asarai.
They could absolutely rotate, as you mentioned, but Bleed not really too freaked out by it. Any big utilities that OG can actually use? Nope. Counter for counter there. That the Orbital is just going to allow Crazy Guy to actually just come in time to help out the rest of the squad. That is a little bit risky. Juicy has a showstopper if he wants to, but doesn't need to, as Durian and Crazy Guy have already come to the back of the site, helping out. Bit of the hurry but cha-cha-cha for Crazy Guy there. Picks up the 2K, leaving Tesseract by himself on bats.
1vx. Swings out, tries to do a bit of damage, but Darren already knows, already hears it all. And, you know, you're talking about that dance, that tango, but it just looked a little bit like they're going for those aim duels. You know, you're just trying to match your opponent's pace and speed, and it's not quite so good against a team like Bleed, who are better in that respect.
30 seconds left.
I mean, OG are arguing that they do have what it takes to actually go for that aim duel. The problem here is they kind of slowed down the pace because of that orbital and played where Bleed want them to. They stopped dead center on A short. And here's another thing. They did use an orbital strike to push out the Viper, but the thing is, Scary placed it in such a position where he doesn't really get forced out completely. And you don't want to push an orbital strike of your own team, even if you take less damage because of the smoke.
That's why I would have preferred if the initiator did something, but still, this is now them bulldozing on towards the B site itself. A couple of players on the site completely pushed back and not quite able to find the fights. They're even leaving Tesseract up, lurking inside a hookah. So Darian has to clear some angles first before joining his teammates on the retake. Barrel spotted, Darian gone. Now we're on a 2-on-4. Bleed. It's tough. You got Crazy Guy, and he was smart before with the orbital strike, but now he's kind of pinned down outside of halls. You got a Zeus going off a bit of a hunt, though. Picked up Ascent, but not quite.
Well, he had the right idea, but as soon as the smoke dissipated...
It's still round win.
Yeah.
We take what we can get, Asrai.
And again, this is what OG keep wanting to do. I feel like I've said this multiple times in just the span of like 9 rounds, but it's the formula that keeps working for them. There's nothing, again, that's incorrect with this. If it ain't broke, don't fix.
It's
Keep
good.
doing over and over again. The formula is working, and Orangutan have that solid lead.
Hells yes. It works so great on Bind. This map is just small enough, and they've got all the right strats, the right ideas to just tools as well with the double duelist composition going in this way. Bleed are having a tough time trying to put up those defenses.
How is Juicy 17 kills in a 3-6 for Bleed?
It's the 11 from before. It has to be. You know, off of like round 3, Juicy was already in double digits, but still, we got a couple of ultimates for both sides. Tesseract with a Nightfall, very useful for cracking open his sight. Bleed have it triple fortified. Here it comes, that showstopper, that mobility doesn't quite give Bleed the angle that they're hoping for. In fact, allows for raw fuel to actually make his way in.
Planet's going to be on default here. Neff trying to get a little bit lucky through the smoke, but Orangutan's just laser focused with holding these angles to make sure that they can place that spike in a position where they would want to. 2 on the site, 1 on Octa, 1 on Hookah. You're already seeing, again, OG just sure of where they want to play. Still, they have to be careful because Juicy's got the showstopper, but Rawfield denies it! And here comes Neff coming alive! 1 versus 3. Antidote. Oh, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. Durion only has a sliver of HP, but he misses the shot, and he got baited out. Antidote brushing it off perfectly, clutching the round, and again, OG dominate.
Just so quick on it. So sharp. The way that they hit the site, even with 3 players onto it, Bleed couldn't do anything. They tried to retake together as a team, but they just lined up straight up for Antidote. The guide, the passion to succession, he's doing it all. And OG are now on top.
He knew that Durian was still on the operator. He knew that if he can bait that shot, again, there's no chance you can actually retaliate. Maybe as a chamber, you can actually whip out your Headhunter.
Maybe?
That's the thing about a Headhunter, actually. Fun fact, it's very quick on the whipping it out, even if you hit an op shot, but Durion's not fast enough against Antidote at that point, and Raw Fuel fueled up, ready to serve up kills for the rest of OG.
Scary ain't fast enough either. Neff maybe just good for the trade, but not quite the other as well. And now this is going to be OG's second round before the swap, and they have planted their flag down. They have made this site their home. Anyone who tries to challenge them, they get sprayed down, they get tagged up. Darian pushing out of elbow, manages to only get 1 before Tesseract plays off of contact.
Man, OG's unstoppable. They're undeniable. And they are just, again, fueling themselves round after round. There is nothing that can break their momentum up until this point. 1 more round in, and we're looking at the 3-9. You know what? I don't think people really believe the 3-9 curse for OG. So we're seeing them just, again, showing to us what it means to be 100% win rate on Bind.
100%. It's really interesting that the Legia isn't calling a timeout either, though. Just trusting in the team to do what they can, because this is just, you know, the second day of groups. Orbital strike, though. Darian, he managed to, not quite get away. The orbital strike still closes him out. It's going to be OGS using all of this space, the sky smokes, to make their way in. Counter orbital from Crazy Guy just pushes them off the plant for a second, but still up around Truck. Rafiel with the off angle, swaps the blades. A bit of a trade from Tesseract. Now Crazy Guy off of Heaven. They really want this, and he has to make it through the teleporter. 1 HP, almost didn't make it out alive, Asarai. Oh, Juicy, does he have the timing?
Oh, that's bad. It's really bad for RVK.
Oh, Antidote.
At least he knows Juicy is actually here. So if RVK can play in a tricky spot, could allow him to, he sees the head. He sees the head. Gets it. Now he knows. He knows that he's inside hookah, but the positioning for the post plant is so favoring Antidote here that Juicy, all he could really do was maybe hold Antidote trips up, but Antidote don't.
Antidote. He don't trip up. Look at the scoreboard. Yes, it's 12 and he's on top, but it's like what you mentioned, Asarai. They're talking about it. It's individual performances from OGS, every single one of them chipping into this. RVK with that plant specifically for Antidote to come through hookah. So smart, so quick, and we have another 3-9 first half.
Wow. Now on the other end, as again, Orangutan showing to us why they've been so dominant in South Asia for so long. Again, I've reiterated this time and time again. They have been that team. They've broken down other teams in that regard. I think they beat out Reckoning and so on and so forth. And again, they're showing to us here up against the, well, from what we've been talking about, the top contender that is Bleed. So if ever any team faces Orangutan once again, they do not want to let Bind slip through the veto.
You're gonna have to think twice about it. Again, this is just the second day of Ascension Pacific 2023. So, you know, not calling a timeout, not really just putting all our efforts, all our eggs into this one basket just yet, because there's so much to be seen. We don't even know like how Orangutan will play on the defense, and just looking at how they've performed against Reckoning Esports, for example, in the grand finals, they had a 7-5, you know, on their defensive side. I think it's possible, but Bleed could also be really strong on the attack as well now. Just want to see how they actually make their way in. Like you mentioned before, Asarai, in the age of composition, they don't have the Sentinel. They only have RVK. Meanwhile, Bleed has 2 controllers that could really trip them up.
So at least we know that Orangutan will be either playing that retake or fighting for the position. Cheeky little lineup from Scary as you see the Snake Bite actually do some decent damage, I believe, on, who was this? I think that was Aziz. I think he got a heal off from Antidote, so that gives him a bit of fight inside of him, but Tesseract gets caught out. They knew exactly where to check him, and that's a -1 on the defenders on the B.
Very interesting. Still just trying to play around the smoke because he had 5 HP anyways. Might as well go for it, I guess. But this confirms that hit on towards the B site, and OGS has to put up a wall, but it doesn't quite work out. Bleed managing to push through. It's those 2 players again. We've got them going through, and Darian outside of hookah getting taken out by Aziz. This is a way to start things off. Now in towards long. Rafiel goes in for the check. Not quite securing the frag, but here comes that guiding light, and it just buys time for Rafiel to zero in his sights again. The last couple of players so far in. Scary inside of Tube. He's just playing around this. He's managed to deal damage against the last 2 players. And Juicy, was that a raw shot through the Cloudburst?
I believe so. Caught it, read it, felt it, and he hit it just,
what?
Yeah. Probably was thinking that Rafiel was trying to cross around the corner so that, again, he can find a better angle to force that fight, but I mean, I honestly thought it was OG looking pretty good already, because Rafiel picked up 2 on B long, but but then they just could not deal with the combo that was scary and juicy inside of the tube.
So smart. And again, just getting some reads on towards OGS now. And this is why Legia trusts his players to perform. With the mid-rounding, with the way that they play around this, they know how just to work around it. Left to their own devices, they find ways in. Now just kind of playing off a default, because we've seen how aggressive OGS are. This time, doesn't quite find too much, but at the very least, this is 4 pistol rounds now for the entire day that Bleed has won.
They got to be careful to not alert Aziz too early about this push that is coming through on short, because he still has the nade. Actually, no, this is pretty smart. They put the smoke inside U-Haul, so there's nothing that they can really do. If they push out, there's somebody already waiting to go for the fight here. You can already see Rafiel coming in around the corner, but he only had the pistol. But hold on, Durion's down. What does it pick up in that regard? Oh, and everybody's just being dropped as they try to play too close inside the smoke. And it's not Bleed that are masters of that. It's actually OG. But thankfully, they have that long-range control. They have that post-buy to deal with. But there is so many angles of attack coming through from OG as Durion falls, and there's no one to hold on. The angle is Scary's already down. What is happening? Neff inside. One above, one below. He's got to be careful with this, and he is whipping the last one. Oh, I feel it in my bones, Quack. It hurts, but the time, he's going to be close.
He's got it.
He's got it. Wow.
OGS, they did it in the first half. They're doing it again. The boys, the bones, they do it all. And Bleed just not quite expecting this. I think it's a bit of a rude awakening for both teams. And what's up? That guy is fully awake. He is not sleepy.
People couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that actually had just... That's how Bleed lose the round.
Oh. And now it's an operator afforded to Rafiel. Round 3. Bleed are forcing the issue. They've got some buys of their own. Darian on all 8 hit Hunter shots. Still a force to be reckoned with.
OGs are proving that they are masters of the smoke as well. I mean, they're opportunists through. They knew exactly what Bleed was trying to do to force them out, but Bleed still had to play close because they had to, again, plant the spike in that position. In any case, I mean, this is a buy, but Rafiel's got an op, so, well, thankfully at least he is on short. Double control on Hookah, gotta be careful. The Bleed is showing a bit of hesitation, but interest as they try to push in, but Tesseract, 1 tap, 1 kill.
Spike down B.
No need for skill, or no need for luck, all skill. Oh, Neff.
Player standing.
That's the one.
And that leaves Scary alone. He does go in for another peek, though, and that's just going to be the 1 pick. So Phantom now retrieved 1 on 2. Spike is down. He needs to drop down. And that's going to give Aziz a bit of information. Scary's just trying to bide his time because he's very much so aware that Rafiel could be anywhere. Some pings on the map as well. He manages to deal with Aziz. So it's back to a 1-on-1.
Oh, he heard him, I think.
Time. Goes through the teleporter. He will be able to stick that plant. Question is, what will Rafiel do? You still have an operator. Do you want to swap over, or do you...
He might have to.
10 seconds left.
Because Scary has an ultimate.
There's nothing here, though. And he is going to use that ult. Viper's pit up. Rafiel, what are you... Oh my god, he's going in for it. Sticking through, using the Cloud Burst, playing around, swaps over to the Classic, and he's just waiting for Scary to peek out. The Decay has brought his HP down so low, though, and he has been revealed. A single spray could end it all.
Oh my god, he's playing with his food, man.
Hello.
Let him cook.
And the crowd roars.
Again, that was smart from Rafiel. He thought that Scary would play farther into the angle of bats, which again is a very probable thing for Scary to do because he was unaware of where his opponent was coming from. But Scary, he knew as well that if somebody taps on that spike, he's already decaying HP inside of the Viper's pit. So all he really had to do was make sure that he wasn't spotted, and he could understand, acknowledge where Rafiel was playing at.
Just big 200 IQ. expecting Rafael to do that as well. But now this time, Bleed just, again, not quite the same exact default, but they're anticipating peaks out of OGS. So slowly bringing it back now, adapting to the pace at which OGS play. They managed to control B site, spike planted. Will we see a retake? I mean, it's Pistols Aserai.
But to be fair, you don't also want to give ult charges to Juicy when he's too off of the showstopper too. So OG, I do know they want to get those kills. They're a team that always loves to go for the fights, the highlights. But this time it might not be the good thing to try to utilize. Antidote though, okay, he's starting it off strong. The flash should come through, but he flashes himself actually in the process. And Juicy, he's the one that's actually welcoming them inside the site. So he's like, if you give me more kills, I got myself a showstopper coming into the next. You don't want to give him that opportunity to do so.
They have to die to the spike or, oh, they're going for it. They're gonna look for him. Scary does manage to get the first head. And
oh, Crazy Guy.
He, well, with the Guardian, takes down Crazy Guy. So not too bad of an effort from OGS. Just a bit of damage, and it forces Bleed onto Light Shields.
Light Shields is very good if you're playing close. So here's a thing that I think I was in debate with some of my co-talents before, where I believe it was Fnatic that mentioned that actually it's not bad. I think it was Boaster that said it's not bad to actually go for the half shield right now. But some of them says it's not bad if you're playing close range, but maybe in long range not so much, because you're still going to get
tagged up and
tagged over, especially if it's like a Phantom. You're giving the Phantom a one-shot, one-kill opportunity, where if it's full shield, it's a different thing. But never mind, Juicy's find the contact already. He has the ultimate. They've already used the Seekers, and again, as I mentioned, the Showstopper is going to be a huge thing. Rafuel's got to be prepared for this as they look to go for the push on the B side, on the A side.
Good reads from OGS because of this, though, and Rafuel repositions himself back towards the top of heaven. Might be entirely smoked off, but it's okay for now. The question is, do they read the flank from OGS? The teleporter has already been denied. 5 players from Bleed, all still full HP, fully healthy. They're just waiting for this. OGS, they might be forced to save, man. The early peaks out just aren't quite working.
Bleed's adapting. They're starting to believe. OGS still has that comfortable lead of the 10 rounds in, but it's slowing to dwindle down. If they give up any more of this, you could already even see that Bleed, they got themselves some lineups. It's Crazy Guy not only, again, master of commanding his pack here with the stem beacon pushes, he also has some nifty lineups, not only on that Sova, but also on the Brimstone. So OG definitely have to be able to stop Bleed before they can have a comfortable post plan to actually play on.
Yeah, it's this very reason why they have the double controller setup, right? You got snake bites, you got incendiaries, you've got orbital strikes, everything as much as possible to either stall or to deny the spike defuse. So now that they're feeling the heat, Orangutan, the doctor, he's calling timeout. How do we service this?
What's the next formula when you're not the one on the attacking end, when you're not the one pressing that advantage? Because again, the biggest issue that we talked about when they were playing on Pearl is it felt like Orangutan were always willing to fight, but fight in a way that it's just bit by bit, just one player at a time, peeking, losing the fight, and giving map control. And it's showing its head, it's showing its thing here once again on Bind.
Yeah, it's just kind of revealing what works for Orangutan, and at the same time what works for Bleed too, because although the individual performances were strong, especially on their attacking side, that's only because Bleed had to defend, you know, one player and one location.
Yeah, absolutely.
Onto this half, when Bleed are attacking, and they attack as a full squad, you know, very much EU style compared to what we normally see perhaps from SA. Like, this is how Legia has taught them. This is how Legia
has cultivated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The way that they all maneuver around the map, someone is always ready for a trade. Someone is anticipating those peaks out from OGS, and that is why Bleed are able to shut them down. They have to be very wary of this. I don't know if OGS should play a little bit more passive, do you think?
Well, in any case, at least they have a huge amount of ultimates to fall back on that retake. If they can get a couple more kills, Aziz will be online, so will be RVKs. Speaking of RVK, he was a great starter for the first half on the side of Orangutan here. Unfortunately, no contacts will be had there. Juicy still has a double satchel prepared. You know what he wants to try to do here, and he finds Aziz through the help of the dog of the Tasmanian Tiger here. Quick little dodge from Rafael, but doesn't stop him from getting shut down. And Tesseract is by himself, can't really get out, as all bombardments were just being thrown in his direction.
An absolute onslaught. A perfect read, a perfect setup and execute from Bleed. This might very well close in that gap and bring them to that 8th win that they're looking for. RVK trapped inside of Lamp, swings out. Will be able to find the first pick, but he has to look for a couple more. There's a player up by triple stack. There are 2 more inside of Bats, and look at what Crazy Guy is about to do. Those post-plant lineups start raining down from heaven. And Juicy, again, just swings out and finds a double kill.
It's becoming a lot more adjusting of how OG are fighting. RVK did the correct decision, I would say. He smoked off multiple of the angles. He used the molly to definitely stop them in their tracks, but
this
from
is a
pushing
read.
out. But yeah, the hard reads are just there. If not hard reads, they were just those utilities. At least if nobody was there from OG, would make sure that nobody was there from OG, so they could just, again, plant it for safe. They still had enough utilities for the post-plant, so Bleed had layers in what they kind of wanted to do at this point. Boosted. Will the Trailblazer be? There we go. I was wondering what was the name of the 4-legged utility, but...
What that dog doing?
Whoa. You a dog.
I don't know what it's doing. It just ran past each other.
Oh, no.
But this is information, again, for Bleed. They know kind of where they might be positioned based off how the Trailblazer was deployed. Hawk just being used to get further information. And again, this operator is up by B-Long. They have the option to go through the teleport if they want. They're waiting for Juicy to actually peek out of hookah in case someone is watching some angles that they aren't expecting. Paint shells will be able to flush them out of positions. And here come the Sky Smokes. The execute from Bleed starts to push in. Showstopper not quite connecting for Aziz. It's way too far. And Tesseract, the last one left, still on the Nightfall, not quite able to pull this back. I mean, he could try, but it's a 1-on-5, Asterai.
I'm not sure what Orangutan can do at this point. They're playing for the one-and-done angles. They're trying to catch Bleed unaware, unexpecting of the peak, but again, Bleed is able to adapt that quickly. Tesseract, he's got the rifle. He's got a position here, but 5 versus 1, Spike already planted. Bleed, they're just 1 off from getting themselves an equalizer for that 10-10. Tesseract, all he can, I think he was spotted already by Crazy Guy too, as he falls back into the crevice. The tables have definitely turned at this point.
Bit by bit. Inch by inch, Bleed, they just crawl back in. And despite such a strong start, you know, it was 9-3. All that OGS won was 1 round so far in this second half. Bleed have won everything else. Again, they're just so strong on this attack. Granted, yes, OGS, their wins are incredible because it's that second round thrifty, but 5 rounds in a row now from Bleed. OGS still has, I think, 1 more timeout that they could call, maybe.
Yeah. Again, it's got to be feeling desperate at this point. This is a very, very committed round for them, too. Look at how far pushed they are on hookah. Rafael's back on the operator as well. He does have a good angle outside of showers. Unfortunately, no one is there to contact from Bleed here. They're again drawing out the utilities of Orangutan, who are more than happy to at least use it to delay them even further. Aziz, again, look at the positionings on the players right there. It's all 1 and done. But with Crazy Guy having the orbital once again, they could do the same thing that they did on that A-side push once again, which is to just use the orbital. And at that point, if Rafael doesn't get anything and gets spotted, he's going to get hella turned over with that orbital coming in. But maybe, just maybe he can find something.
Maybe! He has found the first frag. And instantly Tailwind's out. Bleed Sensing that danger, they fall back, and it's going to be Tesseract receiving them with open arms. Big information for OGS.
30 seconds
Just
left.
expecting even more of them to push through now. RBK finds the first, jumps off. His teammate here to back him up. Juicy has to go in. 20 seconds is all that remains. The orbital strike committed into this, and Aziz just slaps him out of the air. Darren's the last one left alive. Here's the teleporter, tries to shoot it through, but Antidote comes in.
So OG Orangutan forcing a lot of presence very close, trying to just maneuver, if not bend the movement of Bleed towards where Rafiel would be, and Rafiel did not disappoint. So that little bit of commitment, that risk finally paid off here for Orangutan. But the question still lies here, Quack. It took, you mentioned it already, it took a while for them to get rounds. Can Bleed still keep that pressure on? OG, they're so close at finish line. 2 more rounds and we're going to game 3.
That's the thing. And I don't know, maybe waiting for a timeout. Bleed, this can keep going back and forth, but the fact that they already won the first map means, you know, they're just trying to learn as much as they can as well. And if they can find a win, which is very possible, all they have to do is to adapt. But so far, these round wins from OGS, it starts with Rafiel's op pick. Off of that information, now they know not to re-peek it. They're going to head towards the A site. And I think, Asteroid, OGS are reading this.
Oh, they're doing it very quickly to try to at least circumvent the operator. But that's not the only threat that Orangutan have.
Teleport?
Teleport indeed to make that noise. It's also the the spike here from Crazy Guy, but he's doubling back onto the A site. He's left some of his teammates right here. Orangutan are not being baited by this, but simultaneous picks. Dorian and Scary find Tesseract and Antidote. RVK, Heroics through the smoke, but they're right beside each other. And not gonna happen at all. Rafiel with the operator. That was a tricky play. That was a risky play from Bleed, but it paid off.
It's smart. I mean, they're so confident again in how they will pick off some of these OGS players. Teleport through, cut noise, cut time, and wait. Just let OGS simmer for a second. They're not going to expect that. Peek out, and suddenly Scary and Crazy Guy just strike them down. I mean, Scary and Darian, excuse me, but this brings us to a very definite 10 and 11. Rafiel just trying to secure the exit angle, but look at how they're about to double peek him.
Yes,
One down, dash away, Scary gone. Good picks, and he's 2 points away from his ultimate.
Rafiel's not going to miss a chance to hit the shot. Could be good, because, again, he's nearing that Blades. If they want to have the capabilities of Skirmish, you'd want to have the Blade Storm over the operator at least, and Bleed have been forcing a lot of those Skirmish fights, so it could be something to fall back on. But, again, Bleed, they will do anything and everything, and the playbook is vast from this MYSG team.
Right? The way that they adapt off of it, you know, yes, Rafiel got the first pick, and that was great. That worked wonders for OGS in the previous round as well, but instantly Bleed react to it, and they go to the other side, and now it's going to be Juicy forcing them back. Neff off of the Seekers as well. Tesseract trying to fight back.
Tesseract!
Gets the wall, but gets a double, and he's still alive. 2 Sky Smokes spent by Crazy, and here comes Crazy. What's Scary from behind? The teleporter's been denied. Rafiel stuck inside of this with an operator of all things. He's just trying to dodge some of these bullets now. 2 players left. Rafiel managed to punch through. Darian still pushing all the way from the other side. RVK as well as Rafiel, they managed to put their boots on towards the A site. Scary, 1v2. He's got quite a bit of utility, Asterai.
He has all the information as well that both of the players are going to be coming through the A site. Oh, is he going to play inside that? He just got behind inside the smoke, I think. But no, right in front of him. They're cooking, and RBK.
What?
Not possible.
You can't do this, Scary. He was on the spike. He was on the spike, Asterai! What?
He was planting. They heard it right beside him. And the one thing that separated RVK from clutching that is that teeny tiny box at the back of B. Look at this. He slow peeked it, and he whiffed the shot. He got one bullet off.
And that is precisely why he is that horror movie. 11-11 now, and Bleed could very well turn this over on its head. If OGS doesn't win this round, their economy is going to be in shambles.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It already is, in a way. 4 of their players have the half shields.
Now you call a timeout. Oh my God, Lagia.
I mean, this is a man that uses the timeouts to, I think, bully the advantage.
Yeah. Very reserved, saves it for the last second. OGS are already kind of, you know, Bleed has gotten to their heads. At this point, and you call the timeout, yeah, the doctor, he gets to talk to his team as well, yes, but how do you kind of work your way around this? You don't have your operator anymore. That was the one thing that they had going for them on this defense.
Orangutan, they're also known for Hail Mary plays. Could try to go something out of order, something that they haven't done, which is just to, I don't know, just say, let it fly. Let's
push
see
out.
Push out, go for the contact, see where it takes us. Looking at the positioning, Raw Fuel is there, but there's like 3 people outside of Hookah already waiting to embrace somebody on the swing, on the peak, and they are pinging it too.
We've seen a lot of crazy Jet players with the Blade Storm up at Masters Tokyo. Can Raw Fuel be one of those names up next to those greats? He's holding the angle instead, Asarai. They're not really pushing out.
For OG?
Yeah, OG. Bleed, same thing too. They're anticipating the push, in fact.
Good point. Well, at least it is that calm before the storm. It is 11-11, so this round win, obviously, whoever gets this will dictate if we have to go for the possibility of an overtime.
2 Prowlers already spent towards A short. Scary heard that.
No information, yeah.
Scary heard all of that. Walking in towards Raw Fuel's angle.
Rahul's not in a spot where he can actually dash away too. So if they're close, he's gonna bump into the wall unless he's quick enough to go around the corner. He has to use the blades to actually just get away.
No!
Okay, 1 for 1. Rahul's gonna have to be pushed back in because of the nade. But Bleed not really pressing the advantage just yet, and they don't get hit by the TP nade from Aziz here.
It's just 1 hit. They get a feel for it, and all of a sudden they're trying to bait those rotations over. They go straight into the A side of Aziz. Cannot land a shot here. This is going to be bad. He still goes in for the burst, though. Good for a second. Can you get the 3rd? Make it happen, Aziz. This is your game, but no! Neff, he shuts him down instead.
Oh, they found RFK!
2 on 3, 5 seconds remaining. Can you stick the spike? I do not think so. So this is going to be OGS reaching match point first.
Oh my gosh. Everything's just down the wire. There is no mistake. You cannot mess up. You cannot do that, Bleed. And they get punished for it. They thought that they had the angle. They knew where Rafael was. They were feeling confident that, okay, he's using all of his blades. Aziz, we know that he's on the A side, but there was no flash that came through here from Neff to actually just punish anybody that's playing close. And Orangutan, they love that just close position angle because that's what they're just, again, used to.
Doesn't quite find anything either, but this time, Sky versus Sky. Neff is trying to go in for it. He sets up Crazy Guy perfectly. And it leaves RVK, the last one on the site. And this has just now been completely cracked open. Oh no! Oh my God, and a 3rd! Aziz with the showstopper. He tries to go in for that Hail Mary Ascent. Doesn't quite work. Rafael, the only one left, tries to go in for a couple of taps. Gets a double, but that was it. We are going to overtime.
Rafael was making waves, man. He got a couple of picks there. I thought they were actually lining up for him. I thought maybe, just maybe, this won't go to overtime. This will just go straight to game 3. But Bleed persevere. They stand tall. I'm just lost for words. This is a group stage match. Why is it this intense already?
I love it, man. Okay, This is why we have South Asian versus SGMY, you know, with Lagia as the coach kind of Valorant. It's so fast. You love how OGS gets aggressive with it. But at the same time, how strong of a contender Bleed can be. So we go back to those sides. Bleed now on the defense. This is exactly where OGS got that 9-3 first half. They have to make it happen again.
To make it happen again. Juicy's playing absolutely
pick them
close. I think he was spotted by Aziz too. He's got to back away.
Pull them limb from limb.
Nades right there. No, he's holding the angle here. He really wants to commit the hookah first. Maybe dissuade OGS from just pushing right in. Did Aziz use his nade already? Yes, he did. If he pushes through this with the with the double satchel, there's like 3 players of Bleed willing, waiting, and wanting for him to do that.
All set up this time, Bleed. Yeah, they're trying to receive them together as a team. In fact, stalling as much as possible. All of this utility has been burnt. OGS could rotate to the other side because of this, though.
Spike's outside hookah, so if they TP, it's... I feel like this is going to be a commit, though. I think they're just waiting for the utilities to dry up, but Bleed, it has, but they've saved up Scary's... Well, there it is. Yep. Exactly that.
Still inside tube. Still inside tube. Aziz finds him, and that leaves Juicy, the last one on the site. He's been taken apart too. 2 players from Bleed on for the retake. Because it's overtime, they have to go in for it anyway, but they get spammed through the smoke. Oh, how does that medicine taste, Bleed? Darian punches through, swaps to the shorty, gets a double, swaps back to the operator, but as soon as he swings out, Tesseract up from Uka, snipes him down.
One more round. And Orangutan save themselves from losing the series and actually being the vectors of the second game. If they can, Bind is dead in their sights. Yeah, there we go. I wanted to ask, who put down that cloudburst? Somebody inside the tube couldn't see anything because of that cloudburst.
Where's Rafu?
Probably Rafu's, no?
It has to be Rafu because there's no Jet on Bleed's side.
Thank you. I was so focused on the game that I totally forgot about that. But yeah, because of that, nobody inside the tube itself couldn't really swing out. He had to go out in the open and get punished by OG. That was, again, just waiting for the opportune moment to just strike.
Well, this is now Bleed's strength on their attacking side. They go in together as a team, but they've been completely stalled by all of this utility. Tesseract receiving, RVK here to support. So,
yeah.
Just holding up by a B side.
Been hella pushed back too.
Okay, RVK. He's in garden.
He has Rafael right there with him. They need a flash. They need someone to just clear up the angle here, but it's only Crazy Guy. If he doesn't jump peek this and slow peeks it, Rafael's in for a sure shot.
The rest of Bleed up towards Hookah as well too. As soon as they find this Crazy Guy, caught by RVK with his pants down. Still inside of Hookah, they managed to push through. They're trying to pinch down RVK and they managed to do so. Rafu's still alive though, but blocked off by the Sky Smokes. Oh, you can't shoot what you can't see. He finds Scary's head. And OGS could very well do this. Why? Oh my god, but Juicy, they went out. He's on for the triple. Showstopper pulled out. Rafael. He holds the angle, finds one more, we're back to a 1-on-1. Swaps over to the Vandal now, but Spike's still planted. He's got the tailwind proc. He has to peek up, but does not know where Juicy is. And look at how he's creeping up for his look for the duel. But Juicy just sniped out in the air by Rafael. 14-12, we are going to map 3.
Both teams feeling hella brave in forcing those kills. You saw they wanted to chase down on Rafael. He had a magnet on him. He had a wanted poster on him, dead or alive, but this man is alive kicking and you are being the one pushed down. As you mentioned, as we all know, game number 3 has been turned from a possibility into a reality courtesy, of course, of Orangutan.
I mean, just so strong, and they finally managed to adapt. They bought up that operator. They had those setups. You saw how RVK supported his teammate Antidote up by Hookah as well, and they just completely stopped Bleed every step of the way.
Just a quick gander onto the highlights, and you're absolutely right. Just, I can't believe that was what we saw from that. Juicy was popping off, but RBK and Rafuel Tesseract, the whole team of Orangutan just wouldn't say no.
Asarai is losing his mind, guys. But still, there's so much to break down. We will have Mac back with us after this break, so don't go away, guys. We will be back with more analysis in map number 3.
One enemy remaining.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, where we are going to Game 3 in the first series of the day. And I couldn't be more excited. Against all odds, against that first map, Orangutan, they pull it back. They smash it out of the park there on Bind. And look, they did it from the get-go. 9-3 at the half. Superstitiousness is all superstitiousness, all right? There's no superstitions here on the desk right now. But Bleed, what a second half to at least take us into OT.
I think it was crazy. I mean, you think about how, Bleed, first of all, they've won all the pistol rounds, but OG has managed to find some thrifties in this, and it's because of like these crazy sheriff shots from RZK, Aziz with the shorty, sometimes just diving right in.
Yeah, again, it's just them being incredibly confident in facing these fights. And honestly, it took them a while to get to that point, as you saw, but Orangutan at the very last second, Rafuel stepped up, showing to us why he's the jet player in this particular game, why he always has that operator, and why he has the ability to clutch and put us into a Game 3.
And I want to go back to the start of the game. I also want to go back to the start of the second half. You guys spoke about it on the cast, but the fact that Bleed was able to take both pistols but couldn't convert in those second rounds. They would have won this series 2-0 if they did that 100%. They would have had a chance to go for those bonuses, but that just goes to show how crazy OGS can play when they have those sheriffs in their hands. Look, RVK, shoutouts for him doing big impact even though he was only 16 to 18 at the end of the game. But as you mentioned, look, Rafuel just so strong, so prevalent in this W. And Juicy as well. Yes, he's 33 and 17, but he was like 17 at 3 when they were 5 rounds down, 2-7 scoreline. Like, he was doing so much at the start of the game.
He's certainly a crazy kid, crazy cracked player. So much so that sometimes he feels himself, gets so confident and peeks out and dies to Rafuel in that final round. I mean, it's crazy, it's good, it's a lot of fun, and that's why it brings us to that third map. To me, though, I think one thing really persists, and that is that OG, on their attacking side, the reason why they're able to run away with the wins is because they are managing to isolate some duels against Bleed's defense.
Yeah. Do you think that we can safely say that Binder's attack decided after we witnessed that one?
They made attacker sided for sure.
Certainly looked like
both
it, didn't
teams,
it? Yeah, crazy. And then look, OT. We've had way too many OTs already here in Ascension Pacific. And look, let's just go for another one, huh? Fracture, great place to do it.
Why not? Why not? I did mention as well that it was going to really rely on how they utilize, at least for the first half here, for Orangutan, how well they utilize the capabilities of the Fade as well as the Sky to allow the duelists to do what they do. And it worked so well for them. They bullied out, what was it, like 9-3 rounds on the first half.
It's so crazy how strong they are, especially when they start to feel themselves this way. You can see that aggression that you're talking about, Asarai.
Absolutely.
But also to me, like that second half, once they started to figure things out, Rafuel, first of all, landing those op shots, that's important. That is key in shutting down Bleed and finding opening picks, forcing them to kind of readapt their strategies. And then also when you have RVK actually stepping up, coming in to support Rafuel, coming in to support Aziz in some of these plays, it really gives them an additional dimension to how they defend. And that's something that they need, especially if they're to close out this series.
The main factor I noticed, like the differing point between these teams, is just how hard it was for OGS to trade. There was so many times we saw them give, one-on-ones in 1vx scenarios, and that allowed Bleed to win so many of those clutches and get that economy sorted, make that second half comeback, second half resurgence happen. And look, in fine fashion too, there was certain rounds, I think they strung like 5 together at one point, and each of those 5 rounds, there was 3 alive, 4 alive, flawless rounds coming through. So they had econ to make the comeback happen. Whereas Orangutan in that first half, they were doing a similar thing, but it feels like when they're running at their opponents, their structure is much more it's just much better to trade, right? And that allows them to get these rounds on the board. When they're on the defense, it feels like when they have to play more staggered, they try to go for the 3-2 splits. They're not really playing super close together in OT. I did notice they were using some pretty strong defensive setups to fight for specific parts of map control. But only when they're playing together do they look their strongest. It feels like the clutch factor was only there in rare moments.
Yeah, and you could really see the mistakes as well for Bleed. There were multiple times when Bleed was on the attacking end where they would just not flash first, knowing that Orangutan loved to play the close angles. There was this one, I think RVK was just, Aziz was positioned on pocket. 2 players just popped out inside the smokes, couldn't see anything in front of them, and just die to that. So multiple things are... That kind of situation happened multiple times, which ultimately resulted in Bleed just, again, dropping the ball on the possible comeback that looked to have been their game 2.
Yeah, well, it feels like, so Orangutan really strong on the attacking sides, and going into map 3, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Bleed starting on the defense. So that means Orangutan should be able to get off on the right start. You know, their fracture is something we've definitely seen before, but over on the Bleed side, they're, you know, maybe not playing fracture anywhere near as much.
It's not super common, and neither is our agent composition. Again, they still go for that double controller, and it just begs the question, you know, are they going to be able to close this out? They might be the favorites. It's also a little bit, you know, peculiar that Legia didn't really call time until like the last couple of rounds. Are they, you know, trying something different here?
Maybe they're relying a little bit more on the IGLs to go for those mid rounds. And speaking of mid rounds, every time there was a man advantage for Orangutan, they were getting frisky with it. I'll put it that way. There were so many moments, especially towards the end of regulation, right? In that final round of regulation, round 24, they decided to just crumble under the pressure, go for individual attempts at the retake, and they just were not playing together at all. So they didn't get it done in regulation, but they did get it done in OT when they had that moment to regather themselves, say, come on guys, let's play this together. They took that hookah control, went for those picks on the defense, fell back with the numbers, and then were able to close from there.
That's precisely how, you know, Orangutan can really play sometimes. But that's the thing, you know, how will they fare this similar way on a map like Fracture? You know, their composition is one where they play that double duelist instead. So same, or at least similar story to Bind.
Yeah, I did mention again how it was very important for them to put Aziz on something as fast as an agent that can play alongside Rafiel so he doesn't get left behind. And it really showed how much comfort he did have when he was playing on that Raze. Now, a quick little, I guess, info with the Fracture map itself. Even though it does look somewhat okay for Bleed, they haven't really played this in a lot of times, right? They might have played it somewhat maybe last month and the months before that. So teams don't really want to play against Bleed here. So they don't really have that much I guess, like frequency in this game. But then for Orangutan, they play this a lot. And this was one of the maps that I've mentioned as to why I say Aziz is so good on the Race, because of the Fracture map.
Oh, we are going to see a shift up in how Bleed pick for this agent comp. They aren't going to be running that double controller. They've gone for the double initiator. So dropping that Omen and allowing whoever was playing Omen to jump onto what I'm thinking is the Sova. So you're probably looking at Crazy there.
Crazy, you know, well, actually, it's a complete swap-up because, you know, 3 players are swapping around their roles. The one constant will be Scary on the controller, Juicy on the duelist, Darien on towards the Sentinel. And this is something that, you know, we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Will he be that strong? And then Crazy Guy back on the Sova with his lineups.
Sova, though, on Fracture, I haven't seen that in a hot minute. It's usually the Fade. And it's the same reason why you don't see Sovas on Split, because it just feels a little bit too slow when you want to set up. So I am incredibly curious as to how they're going to utilize this, because this is a slight mix-up, as you guys mentioned, from what we saw about that double controller.
Yeah, well, look, the doctors prescribed the exact same thing again. They've gone and got their repeat on the prescription for Orangutan, bringing in the same comp, so that's going to be tried and true. They're very solid on the attack, and that's exactly where they're starting. So this double duelist composition, look, it's going to probably look... It should look one-sided on paper, theoretically, after what we saw and all the confidence coming out from Orangutan. Bleed, however, look, they're on the back foot. They didn't get it done in OT, but you know that they've got confidence. I saw them walking in the hallway. Everyone was all smiles, all having fun. And it truly just is 2 teams here to have a good time, playing some Valorant, and I believe that's exactly why Orangutan was able to come back, you know, keeping their mental solid last game.
Hey, it is just day 2 after all, so it's not the worst thing in the world, and then you're learning a lot as well. I mean, yes, you know, we're talking about their play rates and how frequent these maps are selected by the teams. Maybe Bleed has been scrimming Fracture and we just don't know it.
Well, you'd hope so.
Possibility, yeah.
If they're letting it into the map pool, you'd certainly hope they've played it once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, with Legia being the coach that he is, I feel like that's one thing that they've definitely covered. what I do like about Orangutan, like you mentioned, I think it was also in the intro video. I think it was Antidote that was in the interview. Power of friendship for Orangutan.
Yeah.
We're gonna show you what we got as a team. So I love it. We're seeing it, and it is blossoming in one of the most honestly stressful matches I think they could have ever gotten here in the Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, the first opponent is gonna be Bleed. Yeah, we have to be best friends to win
Look,
this one.
honestly, look,
The
you
best
get,
of friends, the BFF.
if you get arguably the favorite out of the way first and you're doing this well, that's where things can continue to go right later on during this group stage. But the game, it is here, map 3. We're jumping straight up in to Fracture. It's going to be a damn fun time, and I can't wait to see what the South Asian individuals have for us.
It's gonna be hype to say the least. Look at how they're already cheering on their team. And it's going to be how you said it exactly, Mac. You know, it's the attacking side for Orangutan. We saw those statistics, 70+% for Orangutan. Meanwhile, Bleed, not having played this as much, we don't have that much information. But the one thing that we are curious about, Asarai, is crazy guy on this Sova. Will there be lineups? Will they be that effective?
I feel like it has to be.
It has
there
to
has
be.
to be. There's no reason why he won't go for something tricky when he's known as the Sova player, again, from the Bleed roster. So, that being said, Orangutan start off slow, not really just running in. You do see already RVK holding outside of Arcade. It's a standard play you do see from a Sentinel here. If he gets any contact, he can always just zipline back to his team, but at least for now, he's trying to pinch in with the rest as he comes through onto Arcade.
This is that execute coming in from OGS. We talk about their attacking side. They've already made their way onto the site. Bleed, on the other hand, are just watching the angles. They've been smoked off, though. So this is going to be a full retake setup, Asarai.
Full retake, but you can already see the damage done.
Oh!
Can they stop the post plant, or can they actually punish one that was planting the spike? Look at damage already here, man. Antidote's down. Raw fuel's so low, but there's still the crossfires. Smoke's being placed. Aziz spamming, hoping to hit a shot, but it's not going to happen.
And then Darian just hopping up towards, knowing that they're upside a tower. And look at how the squad operates. 2 more on towards the other side, now looking towards Tree. Every single person is here. They are kind of low, though, so RBK has a chance, but with the swings, just tagged up enough for Darian to collect on the third. Lee takes another pistol.
We're seeing the reason why they picked up Crazy Guy on the Sova here. Like, as they're coming in,
all that utility.
They had a position where they planted that, or they placed that recon dart right. I don't know if I can point it because I don't have a mouse cursor, but right there, that one little bit of metal piece
site?
hanging on top of the A side. That's where the recon dart was placed. That's where I think that
Like
was
somewhere around the
RVK getting
ceiling.
tagged. Yeah, Antidote got tagged. Anyways, on the ceiling. In any case, you know that they are very prepared for this. So OG, at least with that first contact on that first round, they're aware that there is some shenanigans that this Sova can actually bring that they have to be at least wary of.
Well, if you're playing against shenanigans, you're going to have to pull off some shenanigans of your own, and that's going to be the Sheriffs again from OGS. So sharp, so good. They swing out, they find one. And then they fall back. Can't quite retrieve the weapons, and also Bleed just being very aware of this. But look at the positioning on the map, Asarai. There's only one player on B.
Well, at least Durian doesn't have to deal with the KO, so his utility is going to be up and available. RVK trying to run back.
Okay.
Durian has a shotgun in hand. Plan on the spike will not happen, but he's got a ghost, so long range actually still covered in this weaker buy, if not thrifty, for OG.
That's why he bought the Judge. That's all he wanted to do.
Durian.
Hide up inside the tower. I have my ghost for range if I need to. Pull it out of the pocket. Why don't you? It's going to be the last guy. RVK upside from the tunnel. Spike's already being defused, though. You have to go in, and you have to go in now. He's being pulled off because of the flashpoint, so Bleed, they managed to stick it this time.
Durian is one away from a lockdown.
Round 3.
They could do some damage here in the bonus. They can play hard on the side if they want to. Again, I was going to mention that Tesseract is going to be a big factor in all of this with his fault line, how that sets up alongside Aziz, the combination between the Filipino players of Orangutan. But they're still got that Judge, and unless they can clear him out with certain utilities, he might have a good position. Well, He is on the A site though, and everyone else is somewhere else.
He got that judge though. It's gonna be OGS now, just trying to walk their way through. They managed to pummel them into a pulp. It's going to be OGS on towards the B side. What are you gonna do now, Darian? You could find one, but there's no range. Crazy guy's just hiding inside of a sky smoke. He's only got a classic, so I don't think this is gonna be.
No, you are so wrong, Quack.
Oh my God,
you are so wrong. He had a lineup. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, brother, but that was a smoke, 2 cyber cages, and he just bam, bam, bam with the classic, and he still deterred the first try of the plant of the spike. I don't think they can do any more damage other than this, but we've been wrong like a couple of seconds ago. We could be wrong now, but OG, they're pretty aware of where the opponents are going to be. Duryon just not enough. Well, firepower inside that Spectre to take down Antidote, but he's down to 2, so yeah, that's pretty close. Well, it's close.
I got a little bit scared, man. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God, Bleed still strong despite being on, you know, eco buys from the previous round, and it's a good bit of economical damage. Does force Aziz to go for that light shield buy, but at the same time, you know, we were talking about the ultimates. Tesseract's got his Rolling Thunder. Darian's got his lockdown. This could possibly go either way, but so far, again, Orangutan on their attack. When they go in together, like what we saw up by Arcade, it was so strong.
It's also interesting to see Orangutan actually focus their sights more on the B side. Maybe it's because there's just more impact when you use the Rolling Thunder here, but they're pushing in, and there was no smoke on Generator there. So you're basically just seeing a show of force from Bleed. You challenge us, we will challenge you right back. Can you beat us at our own game? Well, it looks like the answer is a resounding no.
Yeah, unanimous vote from across all the judges on the side of Bleed. Now they're just waiting. Aziz, he has a spike. He can't plant it, that's right. He's trapped inside of tower, waiting for someone to peek out. There are 40 seconds left in this round, so he has to make a move. Spots out Crazy Guy, but look at all these players from Bleed. 1 Nanostorm, oh, a good flick. Managed to find the first, but still down to 16 HP. The peaks have to be immaculate, but instead it is going to be that shock dart.
Crazy Guy's been blessed by, I don't know, Robin Hood, maybe.
What other famous archers do we have?
Legolas, yeah. This man
Hawkeye.
He's just throwing out the bow, the arrow, and he's hitting. This is supposed to be a game with guns, but this man is bringing out the the basic technology to bring down the opposition. And they're dropping.
You've got Kingdom Radianite technology, all right? That's what it is. 3-1, and it's going to be Bleed still. They've got the buys. OGS has the ultimates, but they can't quite use it yet. And look at the setup. Just peeking out of the door, 1 player instantly gone. 3 players from Orangutan, though, making their way outside of bench out to Arcade. But Darian is still lying in wait with the judge. Aziz slams him down with a Sheriff. Has retrieved the judge for himself, but the spike Asteroid, that's the main thing.
Oh no, they saw him actually go back into the corner.
Shock dart again.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
I do like the play that Crazy Guy keeps throwing out his shock dart. Do you think it's wasteful?
Oh, wait.
Okay, you say basic, I say wasteful. But what I like about this is if you actually charge out as Orangutan through a main, right? It's not only to see if someone's there and have a free way of opening the door so that somebody can actually peek. But if someone gets caught in that, it's like 75 HP if your health bar just
basically gone, yeah.
If you don't respect it, so I like it.
It's like an in-case kind of thing. And in this case, with how Orangutan plays and Bleed just anticipating it, it lands and it connects. Orangutan, though, this round, all 5 ultimates online, and surely Bleed have got a read for this, and that is precisely why they are playing so far back towards Defender spawn, towards Dish.
I thought it was going to be a pull of the Hunter's Fury here. Tesseract, actually the whole of OG has saved every bit of utility that they have to throw at this point, Quack. It's prepared, it's there, but no one's home.
Nobody. Knock, knock. Nothing. And that's why Bleed fully had a read on this. Trying to go in for a bit of spray and swell, but not quite going to be able to find anyone. The spike. All right, will be tapped. Baits out the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy. Okay, I like this from Bleed. Do we rotate? Do we double back? Look at where friggin' RVK is.
True, he can always call back his teammates. Wait, where did he get him? Through the door! Did he actually open it once again with like a shock dart or something? In any case, even if because RVK, as you mentioned, has gotten that B control, it's going to be on the other side of the map. But the big problem here, brother, is that they've used so much already. They don't have any more smokes. It's all about that hard contact. But maybe this is where OG can really shine. Yeah,
Antidote has got his orbital strike as well. You guys,
true.
This is possible. RVK into the off angle. Not quite able to track it onto its nest because of a sudden swing. Now they're trying to play it post-plant. Lockdown being deployed by Darien, and it just catches Zeus. Raw fuel being pushed, and Bleed have got such a damn good read on this, but...
Oh, he's too far! He has to get closer for the orbital, though.
Nah, he's just gonna save.
Yeah, no.
And this whole round starts with Bleed opening the door outside of A main. It's just such a good read, such a good play.
You saw the hesitation there from Orangutan, too. Are we going to use the orbital to break the Killjoy lockdown, or are we going to use it for the post-plant? Bleed, don't give them much choice. Don't even give them time to choose. To be honest, they're already pressing.
Exactly. As soon as it gets planted, this is going to be Crazy Guy pushing down into tree.
I don't want to play Bleed again in Fracture. It's too scary. It's so annoying to deal with this.
And again, like, we're just thinking about it, you know, we're thinking about how the Sova utility plays out. It works, Aserai.
I was a non-believer.
Now we're converted.
Now we're converted. I'm going to...
And then the operator being pulled out in this round, too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, doctor, what do you got? What's the medicine? What's the prescription?
It's the prescription, indeed, because... these guys are sick of having to just play around the annoyance that is the Bleed setup. They're trying to get through, right? They're finding certain angles. But again, it's the same as Pearl, the quick decision-making of Bleed, whether it's through experience or they're just understanding what the setup play is of Orangutan. Just okay, you throw it at us, we'll throw it back to you twofold, tenfold at this point.
And we know precisely what you're about to do. And that's the biggest thing. So that's why this timeout is called. Doctor has to come up with a brand new strat or something that, you know, Bleed has to adapt to. They need to find that momentum. And this is a big problem right now in this first half because this is Orangutan's attacking side. We talked about how strong they should be right here. And it's not quite happening, Aserai. It's 1-5 right now.
Orangutan's got like 4 ultimates to still work with, but it feels like if you're on the Orangutan roster...
Oh my...
All right, I take that back. All right, Rafuel, star of the show and Bind. Star of the show still here on Fracture as he picks up a kill. Trade for trade, though, in Orangutan. Is he picking up an operator from Durian? That is perfect for Rafuel.
He's got it. Tesseract finds one through the sky smoke as well, and all of a sudden OGS has the sight.
Spike planted.
That was like creating, you know, a storyline here where they have 4 ultimates and they can't use it, and then Rafuel just takes out the blades, and the whole landscape changes. Aziz, what was that?
That was fun.
Now, if he's feeling risky, if he's feeling snappy, maybe he can use the Rolling Thunder, but not this point. And OG, out of nowhere, just bring out a Thrifty. Like, just right there, you know, showing it.
Flying across the air. I mean, Rafuel, get that heads-up duel. Something that Bleed did not expect, and that's exactly what you need. Sudden burst of confidence, and now maybe the momentum to their side. They win off of the Doctor's timeout. coach, of course. So 2-5. Bleed. They still have enough in the bank to buy up the exact same loadout.
Juicy's the one holding the operator too. He's not just, you know, insane with the rifles. He's also pretty decent, damn decent with the operator itself.
Okay.
But Raw Fuel showing off once again. Time and time again, Raw Fuel. Well, it's in his name. It's there. He's the fuel that OG needs to give them that boost in this fight. But Durian somehow gets a kill through the smoke. There's the showstopper, and oh boy, they're trying to run away for dear life, and Aziz unfortunately could not find a pick.
Bleed, they just switch up the pace, right? They go back to playing passive. Crazy guy with that recon that you were talking about from before, and it's how they hide inside of that sky smoke. And now here comes Juicy. Crosshairs trained on towards the site itself. Neff, throw in the Rolling Thunder, why not? Darian just comes back out, and that's going to be Orangutan, unfortunately not making out this round alive.
Raw Fuel got the starter, but problem is, even if they get all these first kills, the mid-round, as Mac was talking about it, the conversion after the first blood, still not there. How did Durian even figure out he was just right in front of him? Maybe he heard him through the footstep, through the smoke. In any case, it just, again, just crumbled whatever OG Orangutan wanted to do on the B site. And unfortunately, that's going to hurt because it's 6-2 already.
That's one of those rounds, round 8. You got to play it back and just really hyper-analyze what exactly happened. How did he get that through the sky smoke? And it's magical. Ultimate spent as well from the side of Bleed, and they are once more playing passive, expecting Orangutan to make their move.
Wow, Bleed are not on tower. Durian's just like, yeah, I played there enough times already. I've conditioned them to think that I'm there. And they just push through an empty site. What is going to be good about this is they could plant the spike through here. Antidote is still crossing through B main. That's where it gets a little bit tricky because he's hella low because of that alarm bot too. But thankfully, conversion, post-plant, here we go.
Hopefully. Well, that's the tricky thing, right? Because Orangutan, they have to go towards post-plant positions. And this is where those orbital strikes, those utilities from Bleed will come in. Bit of an orbital strike spent from Antidote just to push them back and Bleed. Trying to come in with the retakes now, being shut down outside of defender spawn because of this big flank from RVK.
Exactly where you are.
Darian trapped outside in the open, and Scary tries to shoot back. Still sharp on the aim, and a couple of players from Orangutan are kind of low, but the jump from the tower is something they did not quite expect. Turn around, but still trying to stick it through. Will get shot in the back.
Man, Raw Fuel is, I don't know how to call him. Like, he's the miracle man. He's the make it happen dude.
The playmaker.
Thank you. That's such a great word. This is why you're my co-caster, because you're the English guy. No, okay.
The merry man.
Yeah. The miracle man.
Yeah.
The make it happen man. I will say, though, he's done it before. Again, I talk about how their conversion is going to be after that first kill. This time, Orangutan are slowly building that understanding, which is incredibly important. And now that Juicy wants to go in for a head-to-head battle, he needs the help of his teammates. Thankfully enough, Neff was there for that quick little refrag. But OG, oh, I thought they were going to go in the opposite direction to maybe go for the A side because they know that there's so much commitment from Bleed here outside of Arcade, but maybe they wanted to go through B main to punish Bleed there, but Neff was prepared, or someone else from Bleed was prepared for that pinch of Orangutan.
So much going on that making educated guesses as well. Now information spotted out.
Oh wow, that is so smart.
Well timed with a flashpoint just to save his teammate too. Antidote flushed out. It's going to be Scary striking them down. RVK, last one left alive, trying to run his way through tunnel. Doesn't want to reveal his position. Swaps to walking instead. The silent steps. Does it allow him to find the first pick? Because he needs to find these one-on-ones. Scary just watching the angle though. Simple micro adjustment. Burst through the wall.
Silence was deafening there for RVK. He wanted to get for a pick. He wanted to get something. And he actually almost got it. The damage on Scary was good. Unfortunately, Scary was able to retaliate swiftly and quickly enough, not forcing the 1v1 against Durian. But are we going to see it here in this replay? That flash to cross as the nade was being thrown out. I know it's just a simple thing, but
it's huge.
I mean, it allowed, who was this, Scary to get back into the site. It forced OG away from pushing B main, multifaceted from just the one utility usage from Neff there.
I love that you highlight these tiny little details, Asterai. But going back into it again, it's just how Bleed adapts to Orangutan. Earlier on, so much Bree presence, and that's why we have 3 players. Orangutan trying to adapt right back. They make a sudden hit on towards the A site. Guess what, though? Darren is here. Raw Fuel reacts in kind. Double kill, and now the site completely open. Spike going down. Raw Fuel even continuing on his rampage. A 3rd kill coming in. A bit of a flash from Tesseract. And then the Quadra. 7-4. This is getting closer.
Raw Fuel's mad.
Last round before the switch.
He said the sentence, I feel like behind the stage, he's just saying to his teammates, fine, I'll do it myself. Follow me, I shall lead the pack, I shall lead the charge. And Raw Fuel, it's all there and it's his name, he's fueled up.
That's the thing, I mean, as that duelist player, you need that ego, dude, and he finds those moments where he really steps it up. Goes in, opens up the site, and it's a good read from the IGL Antidote as well. Deciding to hit A. This time we're back towards the B site because they're anticipating the adaptation from Bleed. So 3 stack on A, they push out, they call it clear. OG has to make this site hit happen because if not, they have to watch out for a big flank. Raw Fuel goes in for a spam. The Vandal not quite finding it. Darren still alive, goes in for a jump, but not quite able to connect the judge shot. So here it comes now. Clear out defender spawn. Surely they have a read on this, but Juicy with the spam through the sky smoke again. He catches Raw Fuel. Star Duelist gone. Spike planted though, and Crazy Guy tries to flush them out of the corners with the Hunter's Fury. Look at how OGS are just holding this down.
3 versus 3. And all the players, I was about to say this, all the players of Bleed were playing on B main, so they get the call to get another angle to attack. We can't just push it as all of us. And Crazy Guy pops off. 2K, you think I need somebody to hit the lurk angle? No, I am here. Vietnam represent. Crazy Guy saves the day for Bleed. 8-4 on the first half.
All by himself. He is Superman. He's got that cape. 8-4. I don't know if it was like a bit of a distraction, maybe the footsteps were hurt, but he just peeked out all of a sudden and goes full on turret mode. My God, Asterai.
It's probably that. He needed to make some noise. That's how he got the first kill?
Bang.
Okay. That's sick. That is disgusting.
Knew exactly which angles to hold to, and this, again, like we talked about it before, it's such a troublesome position for Orangutan to be in. 8-4 at the end of the first half. They were supposed to be strong on the attacking side. They were supposed to have that lead.
Yeah, just when Orangutan was building up steam, just when Raw Fuel was leading the team to, again, that great momentum that we saw, just shut down. In any case, still not too bad considering how difficult it was to traverse all of the setups that Bleed have basically laid in front of us. They showed us what they got on Fracture this early on. That shows how much they really want to showcase their dominance, if not also their respect against how Orangutan have been dominating Fracture on their own side of the world.
Yeah, right? Like these traps here and there, but at the same time, it has to happen right now. This is, of course, just day 2. But if Orangutan are to, you know, find that win right off the bat, get that boost of confidence, they have to prove to us that their defense can defeat Bleed Esports.
Against Bleed. Crazy Guys on 13. Orangutan. What's going to be the play here? Okay. I do like this. It's going to be the pinch on the non-main angle. So it's going to be drop, it's going to be arcade. It's a smart decision because, again, pushing out through A main and Sands might not be too good when the nade is there. And this is going to be very swift. The pinch is also there from the 3 players of Orangutan, but Bleed, they decide, let's just push the full 5 inside of the site. Juicy might get cut out here. He only has the classic. Gotta be careful because there's about 3 players who have eyes on you, and Aziz will not miss.
Wow, a second one as well. The paint shell's right behind to make sure that he doesn't have to deal with too many players at once. Neff trying to find those right clicks, gets denied by Aziz. Triple kill under his belt now, and that's going to be the last 2 players from Bleed trying to defend against the retake. Darian hiding on the other side of the sky smoke, up by tree, spotted out by Rawfuel. And for the first time for today in this series, Orangutan gets the first pistol win of the day.
How many times has Aziz gotten a 4K? I think him and Rawfuel have been just at the precipice of getting that ace. They want to one-up Juicy, if I'm being frank here. But, man, Fearless again. All about that contact, all about that bravado, the confidence. And Aziz just oozes it in spades. Well, 8-5, not too shabby. Orangutan get themselves some nifty buys, but did Bleed just force buy?
They did. Light shields all across the board, so this Marshall could be deadly.
There.
Paint Shells buys a bit of time. Still the footsteps coming right around the corner. All 4 players from Bleed.
There.
And then a Darian outside of A main.
They're waiting, at least for a chance here. That Recon Dart's going to clear a good chunk of the A side as well, so it's going to flush out anybody inside. Tesseract somehow manages to find Durian through the mess of things. And Juicy, okay, make a bit of waves here, but not going to be enough as he gets caught out of unawares. 3 versus 3, smoke dissipates, and Rawfuel doesn't miss the chance to actually hit the shot.
Still very much alive. But so are Bleed's players, so they're trying to find some stronger positions, but here in the door, RBK snipes them down, and that's going to be Rawfuel pushing out from the front. Orangutan fighting back, not backing down.
Of course, that's Orangutan, man. They're built to just skirmish, they're built to fight, and they're built to succeed. 8-6, Bleed's risk. They want to go for that force buy. I don't know if it blows up in their face, but at least the lead dwindles down even further. Now that they just have these shares, they could still go for some thrifties. We've seen OG do it. Why can't Bleed? But in any case, OG, they're starting to build up a lot of steam, especially on that in the bank as well.
I really like how they're coming in with these retakes this time as well. Everyone back-to-back, playing with each other. I mean, yes, Aziz is the one leading the charge sometimes, or Rawfuel, but they always have someone behind the trade. Oh, not like this, though. Peeking out of the tower by himself. Neff shuts him down with a Sheriff. That's going to be the Bulldog donated over to Bleed.
And aside from that, it's the entire site just given. A couple of tripwires there, though. Scary.
He's good.
Okay. All right, he's a mastermind. Tried to plant inside dice, not gonna happen. Scary though. Oh, is he still alive? How is? Okay, never mind. I was just saying, how is he still able to survive all of that? Never mind. As he's closing in, the contact of Neff basically thrown to the side as, again, RBK's utility, his setup, is able to feed them all of these kills and feed them still the round.
He got that happy feet though. I like it. I mean, he stayed alive way longer than he should have.
He was moving. But Bleed got the punish.
Yes, and then, of course, Orangutan.
Sorry, Orangutan got the punish, my bad.
They get it off of Bleed's force buy, and that's kind of what you have to give up if you go for that bit of a gamble. So 8-7 now. 3-round wins in a row for Orangutan, and they managed to buy up so many big guns, but here is the full buy from Bleed. If they continue off with this momentum and they find another round, Bleed are in trouble.
Wait, hold on. I saw Nanoswarm pop underneath the feet of Scary, but there's only Durian as the KJ. Was I wrong? Did he just pop his own molly in front of underneath his own teammate? We'll check that on the replay later. Maybe one of our co-talents can double check it on the stream. But in any case, if that was what happened, a bit of a misplay. Aziz, I like this. I like this. The position is there, and he has Tesseract right alongside him. They don't need it. They don't know that he was just tucked inside the pocket, but Neff finds it 1-1. Showstopper was so close, but denied as both raises are done for in this particular round.
Looked at just the right time, too. So 1-for-1 trade. And the Aftershock utility doesn't quite catch them. Spike will be planted. Bleed very much so holding the post-plant positions now. They're anticipating the push coming out. Darian just watching the angles. And here comes the trade. Oh my god, Rawfield though, this time leading the charge. Even a spam onto Crazy Guy. Darian tries to sneak out of it, but ultimately gets choked out by RVK. 8-8, we tie things up.
Man, little by little, OG is building that steam of theirs. All from just, again, holding it a little bit. No need to fight when your opponents are still transitioning in. We can wait a little bit. We know that they're going to be playing on the side. If we play our cards right, if we just hold off just a little bit, we can use all of what we've saved up in the retake of that round, and you do see that beautifully. And then Rawfield just shows to us his vast experience as a Jet player, having all of these angles. Even through smokes, he can find these kills. And now, Lagia calling timeout. This is the first time I think we were seeing the timeout to stop the bleeding. I'll find a better word.
Okay.
But for now,
we'll
that's what
I've heard that one so many times.
I know. It's kind of burned out because obviously team name. But yeah.
But yes, I mean, it is true. This is the first time that we're seeing Lagia call this, and it's very interesting because there is something up in the air. And now, for Orangutan, they are doing so many things right, especially with these retakes. They let them in. They try to go in with the utility to deny the spike plant, but all it really is to buy time, buy space for them to get in a little bit closer. The attack hasn't been working out too well. They managed to get spikes down, but not the post-plant wins.
Yeah. It's been really, I think, just Tesseract still being alive as well. It doesn't show too much on the assists, but the amount of stuns that he has thrown out that have made Bleed a little bit more cautious has also been a big factor here for Rawfield. And speaking of Rawfield, this time he's feeling a little bit frisky with the operator here, feeling very brave with it. And Juicy's just about to swing, but thankfully there is that drone. Contact, he's stunned, but Tesseract is there for the swing, and Bleed, this is just going horribly, horribly wrong for them.
Oh my god, Rawfield still doing it all. Now Bleed down to 2 players remaining. Still has a spike though, so they have some options, but it all has to start with one pick because right now, full contact, and it just favors Orangutan.
One enemy remaining.
Still, oh my god, Darian trying to get a read on the off angle, gets picked out from the site itself instead. So that's going to be Scary alone.
Scary's done this before, but at least he's had the Viper Pit to fall back on. This time, I mean, if he can get the plant, maybe the orbital strike, he's pretty healthy. Does have a weapon if he can deal with RVK. Maybe he can pick up a rifle or something, but, well, this is just wishful thinking for Scary. OG have definitely turned the tables on this one. That camera has been active 100% of the time. Just...
Camera taken.
Okay. He actually broke it. I thought he was just going to try to go around, but nah, not this time. Scary... Does he have a smoke to play inside? At least to play faster and further, but no. Molly's going to be used. 9 bullets in the chamber. Can't really do anything against Aziz, so he won't be able to do anything against the other players of Orangutan flooding into the site.
And they're celebrating Asterai. This is the first time that we're seeing now Orangutan finding a lead on the defensive side. 9-8. Not too far for Bleed, but so far, it's great momentum for Orangutan.
It was good on the first half because they had lineups with the Sova for Bleed. But this time, they're kind of missing the secondary flash. or the secondary utility that can actually force something out.
You're right.
If you compare the Sova drone, okay, it's slow, it can get you that information, but it's not like the Trailblazer, it's not like the Prowler that can, I gotta run away from the stun, I gotta run away from the nearsightedness. There's no threat to that, so you can see how comfortable OG is in just challenging it. Oh my gosh, are they gonna die to the orbital strike setup? That is a textbook play that they actually fall victim to.
Ooh. And it just pushes them in towards Rawfield. He is waiting for them. Another op shot, and he takes down Crazy Guy. Still very much alive on the site. They try to spam him out, but they can't find him. Bleed don't have an answer to this, Asarai.
Wow, I can't believe that they got caught by that. Just goes to show how much pressure Bleed is in. Starting to crumble against OG. Durian! Thought that it was going to be a free site, but Tesseract lulls him into a false sense of security here. Neff and Juicy to remain 40 seconds, and they're still wanting to fight for this. Might need to actually just save the weapons, mayhaps, but no, they're really going for the aggression, but it's not going to work out. It's not going to happen. And Orangutan, 10-8. You've said that they've taken the lead. Well, they've taken the helm at this point, and the supporters of Orangutan, again, making their voices known, voices heard.
Yeah, I'm hearing those gorilla growls, those chants. And
how dare you? It's not gorilla, it's an orangutan.
Okay, it's an orangutan. They're apes. Together, they're strong. Okay, but here's the thing. First time, okay, they're the first ones to hit double digits.
Yeah.
And now this is like really troublesome for Bleed. They're going in with force bias, light shields all across. A sudden burst from Juicy. He's trying to catch them by surprise.
Juicy can't find any form of like, I'm concussed, guys. What am I supposed to do? Oh! Antidote push. Spotted. Juicy not missing the chance to punish. That's a big deal, though. That's a big thing. Still has the nade available. Tesseract's right above. Spots it out, but Juicy can't really hit the shot. And Tesseract gets another one. It's a second one. Orangutan, they're not the only one that can dish a fist full of just aggression. And Bleed can do the same. And at least that catches Orangutan off guard enough to force Rawfield to not feel comfortable in just trying to get this clutch. And I mean, how can he? 30 HP with the operator, but he's playing confident. He wants to go for these exit frags at least.
Yeah, why not? And at the same time for Bleed, just to find ways to claw back into the game. So I was thinking for a second that they might be running out of rounds, running out of chances. But just when you think they aren't there, they come back up. Juicy with the sudden confidence to go with the satchel peek that way. Jump peeking, anticipating Rawfield on the other side too. Smart plays from Bleed. And it's not over yet, 9-10.
9-10. Need a draw. Okay. There's so much opportunity, or rather, just if OG loses players, they can just keep buying.
Well, yeah, as we see it, it's that same kind of egoist, duelist effect. You know, we saw it from before, right?
Yeah.
Rawfield was the one doing it. This time it's going to be Juicy, and that's the story for today, I think, because these guys are doing it all. At the same time, though, look at the light shields from some of these Bleed players. I think it might be a little bit intentional, but back into A main we go.
This is so close, too. Okay, the outline's going to give him away, so they know he's there. They got to be careful, because one wrong step, and that's a showstopper with you clumped up as 4, so not something Bleed want to put themselves in.
And look at how they're slowly going towards B2. They don't want to be too fast with this because they know there is an operator on OGS's side. And that's very likely going to be Rawfield on B. Shock Dart to eliminate the trip, but it's just a little bit shy. Going through tunnel instead. Oh, are they trying to flank onto Rawfield?
Rawfield's going to be picking underground, though.
Alarm bot to protect it, and it draws Rawfield away.
Are they going to go the other direction? Because I feel like they shouldn't. They should try to just at least get as much control on the B side as possible, because the lockdown forces everybody back. It does happen.
This is
It works, actually.
It's what we've seen before, though. Okay. Hunter's Fury, a blind random one, actually catches Sasarek on the rotation. Still, this time, it just delays OG enough on that retake that they decide to save Asarai.
But they have so much money, though. There's no need to save at this point. They can press the advantage maybe against Bleed. Maybe if they can even force out the ultimate from Scary, that's a win in my book, because at least that's something that they don't have to worry about coming into the next round. But OG, at least they've called it. Well, in any case, there's no time truly, really. And all they can hope for is some exit frags, that's the kills. None taken.
Sure.
And Bleed step right in front of OG, just saying, we got this, we're facing back, we're fighting back.
Fighting back. I gotta be honest though, I'm definitely perplexed by how OGS ran back on that one, but still, 10-10, we are tied up, and OGS are the ones with a bank. They are the ones with the 2 ultimates. This could really go either way. All right, timeout being called by the doctor again. Last one.
I guess if you think about it this way, they didn't want to. They want to have as much money coming into up until 12 rounds in. So maybe, I mean, again, I think this secures them 3 rounds of sure buys, right?
I guess so.
So at least if that was the ideology behind that for Orangutan, it does make sense. And again, if they were feeling like they couldn't really clear enough angles, especially with time not on their side, it's not the worst thing for them. They still have those buffers. Both of them are just, again, up at this point, neck and neck already, so there's no real need to risk something when you don't really have to, which is also quite interesting since we're speaking about Orangutan, right?
And this is why I have you as my co-caster. That makes a lot of sense. But still, I mean, again, it comes back to those adaptations, because now we're starting to see a Bleed that is trying to pick up the pace, trying to kick it to an 11th gear, and they just rush in. Conversely, though, they also know how to go in with those mid-round adaptations to find Rafiel with his operator and maybe just plant lockdown to work around that. So tiny positional changes from OGS. This time it's going to be Rafiel up towards Dish, and then 2 players, Aziz as well as Tesseract, peeking out of tree.
Oh, there it is. The aggressive push through B main. And Aziz gets caught out. It was a shot of who was just better at hitting through the smoke, I guess, but it goes in the favor, of course, of Bleed.
Good
Tag
read.
on the trip.
So on paper, that would have been a sound play, but Bleed just being smart and getting a feel for it. Orangutan now trying so desperately to stall and defend. All of those smokes being deployed, the incendiary as well. And then they hear the footsteps. They're going to rotate forward, but what they don't know is that Darian is right around the corner.
Now they know, actually. Ooh! Darian might need to back away, though, because Tesseract is hungry and angry for the kill. He's playing with his food, and Darian actually just chokes up. Thankfully enough, Bleed is there. Bleed is so fast. I thought they were actually pushed through B main and not help out Durian, but it's the opposite of that. They went the other direction, and now they're playing for contact. They're playing for trades, but OG is able to just bring it back once again, but look at the damage done to the HPs. And I think this time they have to actually go for the fight.
And the ultimate spent by Scary as well. Gives them the sight, but now it's those angles. Orangutan, like you mentioned, Asarai, they have no choice, but they don't have advantages angles either. Rafiel down to 15 as well. That's painful. It's another operator saved up, and it puts Bleed up ahead by 1 round. 2 more away from closing this out.
Man, thunderous roars from the crowd. OG, they need to also hear the voices of their fans right now. Something to give them that extra boost.
If you're an OG fan, I mean, this is your time. You have to give them the support because Rafiel needs it. There are 3 players trying to pick up Ascent. Thankfully, he'll save that operator. But again, this can go either way.
There you go. Again, they still have money. Like I mentioned, up good enough to buy up until round 12, maybe. But I was so surprised. Again, it's not usual that you see them help out the lurk, right? And double up with the lurk there. So seeing them just be able to do that, or maybe Neff just seeing, oh, Tesseract's there. He's been trying to chase Durian for like 5 seconds. I have enough time to actually go through underground and help out my boy, which he did, and ultimately led to them just having more trades in their favor and winning out the round ultimately as well.
Yeah, and that's just so smart and so fast with how they respond to these things. And then the pace switched up again. Now they're going slow. We've got Darian on another lurk. Surely they're aware that Rafael is still on the operator, but the question is which angle this time. That's why they're being so careful about it.
Yeah, they're much more respecting of Rafael's operator now, because they know once they make that mistake, once Rafael starts to heat up, oh, Aziz committed. They don't even have to push this if they wanted to. They can play inside the smokes and just try to alleviate, dodge, duck and weave the players of OG. But OG's had enough. Again, they're going to press the hands. That doesn't feed them, but actually starts to press them to lose, but not going to happen this time. And OG, they fight back.
Just all around the site, too. Ever-sounding presence, but
Yo,
Juicy turned things around for a second. Now one-on-one. Darian trying to make sure that he nails this shot. And he does! Just tiny micro adjustments, and Darian comes out on top.
It might not have been possible if Juicy didn't hit that fadeaway head tap with the Phantom. He tapped him. You saw I think it was Antidote. He hit Antidote, and Antidote was like just 5 HP.
Snuck him through as well. God,
Juicy,
bleed.
calm yourself down. Sorry.
I mean, he's stepping up. I mean, like, ignore the scoreboard, right? Because he's finding all of these impactful frags, and that makes the biggest difference for Bleed in these rounds. Darian as well with that one-on-one. And this is now Bleed at match point. OGS, they saved up so much. They have to do it right now if they are to win this first series. Their debut match in VCT Ascension Pacific.
It's going to be risky. It's going to be quite difficult. Oh, Juicy! No way! Juicy just showing to us what you got the ability with the double satchels. He's got the showstopper. He's got the whole enchilada. And he is serving up a dish that OG cannot stomach.
Oh, it's going bad, Asterai. Rafael tries to pull off some shenanigans of his own. He's making a lot of sound, though.
One more
Just
blade.
a bit of a tag, and it doesn't quite give him the image that he wants. RVK, with the support, will deny Juicy. 2-on-2. And he knows that Darian is pinned down. Trying to go for the defuse too, but here comes Crazy Guy. A bit of a lineup. It takes out RZK. Oh! Tries to go for the turret instead, and then the swing out from Bleed. They close out this series 13-10, 2-1.
It was the same thing that we saw on Bind. You whiff a shot with the operator, and you see how hard these players can punish you off of that. They knew Rafael couldn't really do anything. Maybe he could have brought out his pistol and then some, but again, Durian immediately just crossed the angle, was already looking at RVK, who was defusing the spike. And here's another nail biter there. They knew that both players went on the A side. Crazy Guy was so far away, but he had double his shock darts, meaning that he still had his lineups to just tag them if they were already on the spike itself.
It is just layers on top of layers. A great effort from OGS. Orangutan finally able to find rounds on the defensive side, but unfortunately not quite able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, again, I gotta just give it to Orangutan. Absolutely phenomenal experience. I think it was Mac that mentioned it, that they're already fighting Bleed at this level. Imagine if Bleed is the one team to try to beat right now, and they almost did it. What about every other team right here in their group stage?
And it's just so crazy. What a debut match. We had an overtime. We had crazy adaptations on Fracture. But the one to end it all, the one that starts things, it has to be Juicy.
Well, in any case, I believe we are just going to go on a quick break. What was that? And we got on to the highlight as well. I love that. But anyways, yeah, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the pad. Oh, excuse me. It's going to be straight up onto Mac.
I mean, still, I'm just like trying to process this, right? Just look at these plays happening in and out. We're questioning the Sova, and yeah, on the defensive side, it was better. On the attacking side, a little bit questionable at times, but with the way he finds some of these plays, the way he finds himself in these positions, clearing out a lot of these corners, using the shock dart to eliminate some of RZK's trips, I feel like this is a very intentional composition switch up, and that's, you know, the coach, the entire team working together.
Yeah, it's probably because of the them just not relying on Crazy Guy on attack anymore, because that was what it felt like at the beginning, where they were just, again, looking for the utilities to start something off, but now it was the lurks.
And look, I'm back. How we doing? How we doing? What a bloody series, huh? That was crazy. I honestly feel like Orangutan, if they had a stronger attacking side, they 100% deserved to win that game. But look, attack was their strong side. In stats, that's what we were talking about. I thought things were looking extremely dire in that first half because Bleed came out 1-8 in that first half. And I got worried backstage. I got worried. I was like, oh no, it's going to be a bit of a flop after what we saw from map 2. But then Orangutan, they hold it down. They do so well. I think they strung, was it 6 rounds off the back of the second half with a flawless pistol as well. That rekindled the spirit. That got them going. And we started to see exactly how they operated when they were feeling good. But under pressure is where they start to cave. In that first half, you could see when things didn't go right, they were missing smokes on purpose, trying to play their own mechanical game, trying to go for the contact plays, but then just losing the fights against Bleed. It turned into pressure, it turned into problems, because in the post plants, they weren't able to convert. They were able to take the sites, they were able to sit there and have man advantages, but I watched them. You think back to the last round in the first half, Crazy Guy with those 3 kills, everyone was tucking, everyone was scared. That is not the Orangutan we saw on Bind at all.
I mean, I don't know if it was the footsteps that they heard or something, or they were just like kind of trying to play a little bit more careful or passive around it. But it's in those moments that you really have Bleed seizing the opportunity, and it changes so much in the outcome of things. And that is why we have Bleed winning out this entire thing. I think Orangutan, you know, sometimes you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and prepare for that next day, because this needs to be fixed. But for now, I mean, it's great effort, and we can see how much potential they have with players like Aziz, Rawfuel, and maybe even Tesseract coming in with the support.
Well, that's it, right? At the end of this series, we are all thoroughly impressed by what Orangutan, coming out of South Asia, has brought to Ascension. And you guys were covering it just before as well. Yes, I was saying this can get scary if Bleed's losing maps to the like of Orangutan. This group could be more stacked than we ever thought going into it.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of it. It's just,
it is crazy.
Again, we are seeing, I wasn't expecting yesterday for one team to pop off. Now I wasn't expecting Orangutan to push Bleed up until that limit, but that is what you get when you have the best of the best fighting it out here in the Pacific.
I mean, that's why we love our statistics, but sometimes numbers lie, right? You could see that Orangutan had 14 first kills. They had several, you know, thrifty wins. But at the end of the day, when you have a guy like Juicy, maybe not at the top of the scoreboard statistically, but all of those impact frags coming in with the way that he started things towards the end of the map, he is that MVP.
Yeah, well, he's MVP for the series for sure. Maybe not this map, look, in terms of the amount of kills, wasn't quite there, but over the series, 69 kills. Nice.
Nice. We love that. We love that number.
Thought I'd throw that one out there. But look, almost hitting 70, which is why it's nice, of course. But this series, Juicy, just so strong throughout it, just so prevalent, and keeping Bleed in it, not only through Bind, not only through Fracture as well, but they needed it, right? If Juicy wasn't here this series, the rest of Bleed were honestly falling a little flat. Yes, they had impact. Yes, they had some clutch moments. But overall, I'm looking at the stats here right now, and Orangutan, as a unit, almost did better.
Almost.
But
not closing it out.
It's like you win by an inch, you win by a mile, right?
Yeah.
You win and Bleed. They've taken the W. They've taken the series. And that's what's going to count at the end of the group.
Yeah. Again, in any case, at least they've already fought against Bleed with such endeavor as well, right? With such bravado. So that being said, what is next here for Orangutan, and what will other teams think of now? Again, just coming in with such a incredible performance, and as you mentioned, from all their players really popping off, ultimately leading to such a close game between Bleed.
Yeah, and look, this series, What a stellar way to start the day. The next couple of series we have as well. I'm hoping that they provide just as much action. We've got an interview ready up on the stage, but we're not going to be tossing to it just yet. How about now? How about now, huh? How about now? How about now? Now's a good time to go. Let's go over to the stage for the interview.
นะครับก็ก่อนอื่นสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับผมทั้งคนดูตรงนี้นะฮะแล้วก็คนดูทางบ้านนะครับผมมาเจอกันอีกแล้วไม่ได้มาเจอกับผมคนเดียวแต่มาเจอกับคุณสแกรี่ด้วยนะครับเอาขอเสียงหน่อยโอ้โหครับนะฮะก็นะครับขอบคุณมากนะช่วยกันทำอาหารกินดีมากเลยนะครับ So guys hello everybody viewing from home and from anywhere else in the world we are here today with our winners from Bleed Esports Scary and of course he is from Thailand and you know the crowd here has been super crazy about him so we're gonna ask him a couple of questions first of all อันดับแรกสุดเลยคำถามแรกสุดเลยนะอยากรู้ครับว่า performance ของทีมความรู้สึกในการชนะแล้วก็ performance ของทีมว่าเราทำได้ตามคาดไว้หรือเปล่าสำหรับเกมแรกของเราครับ
วันนี้ถ้าในเรื่อง performance ของทีมยังทำได้ไม่ดีเท่าที่คาดหวังไว้ครับก็อย่างเช่น2แบบแรกถ้าทุกคนดูก็จะเห็นจุยซี่แบกค่อนข้างเยอะ
เอาโทษกันแล้วนะ
ไม่เจซี่แบกครับยิงไป30กว่าตัว2เกมอะไรอย่างนี้
เขาเรียกว่าเครดิตกันนะครับก็ okay just to translate Yeah, I asked him, what do you think about the performance of the first game and how does it feel to, you know, actually acquire the first win of the tournament? And his answer was that Juicy was carrying us so much and yeah, he would really love to give the credits to Juicy as well. So yeah, kudos to that. สำหรับคำถามที่2นะครับของตรงนี้ก็คือว่าอยากรู้นะครับว่าเฮ้ยกำลังใจของเราในวันนี้มันมีมากน้อยขนาดไหนและในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้โอ้กำลังใจเรามีเพราะผมมองในห้องนี้นี่กำลังใจเยอะมากเลยนะครับผม so the question is actually about his morale his confidence throughout the tournament I wanted to know you know what gave him the confidence boost and you know what's his state of mind like at this point in time
ครับก็จริงๆตอนแรกคิดว่าจะไม่ตื่นเต้นเพราะว่าเราก็แข่งมาเยอะแล้วในเวทีแลนด์อะไรเงี้ยแต่พอขึ้นมาแล้วได้ยินเสียงคนดูแล้วก็แบบเสียงที่ไทยยังสั่นอยู่เลยพี่ดูดิ
สั่นเพราะหนาว
สั่นเพราะตื่นเต้น
อ๋อโอเค
เขาก็ตื่นเต้นมากแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆจริงๆครับที่มาเชียร์ที่นี่แล้วก็รวมถึงเชียร์ออนไลน์ด้วยครับก็ขอบคุณครับ
โอ้แล้วปรบมือครับโอ้น่ารักมากแฟนกลุ่มนี้นะครับ Yes his answer is like he was really excited his hands still shaking not because it's cold but you know still super excited even though he has so much past experience it's still very very new to him and like it's always just keeping his blood pumping and of course he would love to thank all the fans that attend and just cheering from home as well so yeah that was really really cool คำถามในต่อตรงนี้นะครับอยากทราบเหมือนกันว่าตอนนี้ในสายกลุ่มเราเนี่ยกลัวใครมากที่สุดและเพราะอะไรSo I'm asking him, he won the first round. I wanted to know, you know, who in this group, who's his, you know, one of the opponents that he would actually be actually scared of, right? So yeah.
ครับก็ต้องพูดตามตรงว่าคำถามนี้ตอบยากมากเลย เพราะว่าไม่มีทีมไหนที่พวกผมกลัวเลยครับ
เอาสิครับ
ไม่ใช่แค่กรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับก็10ทีมในนี้พวกผมโน1ครับ
All right, you guys are gonna love this, right? The question was pretty clear. Who are the opponents that you're actually, you know, scared of? Who you think might be a very formidable opponent for you guys? His answer was really simple. I mean, out of the 10 teams, we fear nobody, and I think out of every team in Ascensions, we are number 1. So I love that confidence. ชอบความมั่นใจมากๆนะครับผมเพราะฉะนั้นสุดท้ายก่อนละคือมีอะไรที่อยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์เราอยู่ตอนนี้ทางบ้านแล้วก็เนาะในอนาคตด้วยมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณคงไม่ต้องละขอบคุณกันมาบ่อยแล้วนะครับก็อยากจะฝากแฟนๆว่าวันนี้ตื่นเต้นหน่อยไม่เป็นไรแต่เจอกันรอบชิงแน่นอนครับ
โอ้โห All right and to all the fans that is both here watching from home you know from any other country in the world that is you know tuning into Ascension 2023Well, you'll be seeing him, and especially in the grand finals. But at this point in time, I think it's a good time to send over to the break สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับก็ถึงเวลาไปพักผ่อนกันก่อนนะครับ and we will see you guys in game number 2
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We are 1 series down, 2 to go, and I cannot wait to sink my teeth into the second series of the day. We get to delve into Indonesian Valorant. We get to see Boom taken on one team, and of course, we've already seen one team play. So they will be the first team here in Ascension Pacific to play 2 series in a row, back-to-back in days, and we were thoroughly impressed by what we saw from the Taiwanese team yesterday.
Yeah, impressed, slightly surprised maybe, in fact, I think, because the way that they play is super interesting, right? The way that they're super kind of maybe passive, very defensive, which is actually in a huge contrast with how Boom plays.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. And again, another obstacle to kind of hurdle over as one team. They've shown that they're good up against a Thailand team. Now Indonesia, that again is super hyper aggressive. What's going to be the adjustment here, or what's going to be the face of one team coming into the series?
Yeah, what we saw from Zergia, there certainly wasn't a lot of early round aggression, but their mid-rounding, their calls during the mid-round after taking space, and their structure on the executes as well was phenomenal. And I feel like Boom, from what I've heard, obviously we haven't seen them here yet at Ascension, but from what I've heard, they look really damn good. They look chaotic, and with those early round aggressions, you know, hopefully we get to see all the action. Hopefully we get to see it work out for them. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from one team, and depending on the map that they're on it as well, it makes it a little bit interesting, right? Because there's not one key player. Overall, I feel like, look, Xiaoyu has been doing a pretty good job to try to carry the team. He's the highest in the stats for one team at the moment. But the rest of the team throughout that series yesterday were all lifting their weight.
They definitely were, and that's one of the reasons why we had that overtime, like right off the bat, first map of the day, first map of VCT Ascension Pacific.
Yeah.
And you have an overtime. That's because that's how good they are. And if you think about how Xiaoyu can be, he's incredible, he's crazy. Boom kind of have the tendency to go and become like 5 Xiaoyus, you know? That's something that I think one team are going to have to look out for, and it could really go so fast it becomes like a blur.
Yeah, the one good thing about one team is they have such great backbone, like I mentioned before, with Rainy as well as Winner. So they've definitely solidified what they can offer as a team if you're a fan of them, right? You're talking about Xiao Wei, you're talking about Xiao Yu in the front lines, always on the contact, great for the highlights. But when it goes and, you know, whatever they plan goes awry, they want someone to be able to clutch, to be able to anchor sites, that's when Rainy and Winner comes in. You see the clutch potential, see the multi-frags that I believe it was Rainy that brings to this table when they were going up against Zergia. So those are some really big factors that can really assist one team in this match against such a titan like Boom.
Yeah, it was an interesting one for me, right? I went to refresh my memory just to quickly check, you know, who was it that carried again yesterday? And I was like, oh, wait, no, they all had their moments. They all had huge moments, huge clutch plays, and that's exactly why my eye is sticking on one team. I wouldn't say they're the favorites in the series, of course, but look, I'm waiting to be impressed again. You got Xiaowei, Rainy, Winner, Xiaoyu, or Jiawei, sorry. See, even I'm getting done. Oh, and we got, looks like Xiaoxi is going to be coming in for this first map because he got subbed in later on yesterday. So making that substitution, it seems.
Potentially. I mean, they have certain map specialists at times, and that's also for certain agents that they need to play.
Yeah.
And that's another interesting thing about this team. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, the general gameplay, game plan perhaps, will be relatively the same. And you always want to see, you know, Xiaoyu being the guy to go in and go nuts, especially on retakes or maybe even just on the attacking side.
Yeah.
I want to see his teammates really getting in there as well to get dirty, find that support for Xiaoyu, really.
Yeah, could be that is the reason why we're seeing Xiaoxi actually come into the play here, because the one time that we saw him, he was actually the controller player, so maybe they could be looking at a double controller comp to focus on in this series against Boom.
Yeah, maybe they've just, you know that they're doing the prep work, you know they're doing the homework, and look, speaking of Boom, we haven't seen them yet, so let's introduce them, even though everyone at home probably knows who we're looking at here. We got Berserks, Blaze King, Shiro. Famous and Severin, and these 5 individuals are looking to cause some more chaos to Ascend, to take their place, because, look, they've already gone international before. Who's saying that they can't do it again?
Again, that's 3 players of Boom Esports. You got Famous, as you mentioned, Berserks and Blaze King all coming in with that huge international experience already. Not only that, all of the players here have gotten such, how do you say this, just such impact when they've been playing in the APAC and Southeast Asian scenes in the past couple of years. So you know that they are very much submerged in the ecosystem that is Pacific.
Yeah, right. I mean, every single one of them here has that regional experience. Perhaps something that maybe One Team Esports, you know, being from HKTW, they don't have that much exposure.
Yeah.
These guys, that's part of the reason why they're favorites. I mean, aside from the Indonesian fan base, Severin, for example, comes from Onyx Esports, and he has that many years under his belt. You know, he's not just played VALORANT, he's played other titles as well, and he is a veteran in that scene. All of them know him, and he's also the team captain, and he's someone who is able to see things that perhaps the younger guns don't really get to see. He knows how to call some of these strats as well.
Okay, well, moving forward, you want to have a quick chat on the IGLs and how you think this one's going to go? Because, look, I was looking at Jawa yesterday, and when he was calling, he was also able to clutch up, and I feel like that is extremely important, not only to lead by example, but just to make sure you're doing your part too. In more ways than one.
You have to. I mean, it's always a little bit more difficult, I think, for the IGLs to pull these off. But if you can, and you're the one to kind of, maybe sometimes it's the initiative player, you call for some of these strats, and you just kind of make things happen on the fly, you know, because you know what your duelist is looking for, and you're able to support them in certain ways, and it comes in with huge impact, and it really puts. It has the potential to put players like, you know, on Boom Esports in the spot. But at the same time, our head-to-head, we have a reason why we pick these guys.
Yeah, if I can just add up to this, it might not look like this is the head-to-head that people were expecting. But again, I go back to how you mentioned how Rainy, even though the stats isn't as big as Famous's, his ability to create that tempo for one team, as I mentioned, when they're losing, when they need that anchor on the side, when they need that clutch potential, Rainy is there. He's showing his veteranship here for one team, and it leads them to build off of that. Famous, on the other hand, it's been past couple of months exceedingly amazing with his performance. That the Indonesian casters keep calling him Famous God in their region for a reason as well, because he's just that dominant. Maybe he was cold a year ago, but now he's back on full form.
Yeah, and let's start turning this conversation more towards the actual game itself, right? I'm feeling like both of these teams, from what I'm looking at right now, they both have that permaband of Fracture. And these permabands that have come into Ascension, we've seen that shift up even into the last series we watched. A lot of the series yesterday, a lot of teams changing up that map pool with the slight patch changes coming through, with the slight agent meta that we've now seen shift throughout the likes of Tokyo Masters as well. And before we fully chat on those maps, let's start talking predictions. Where do we see this one going? Are we all on the same bandwagon, or do we have some outliers?
I feel like we are.
I feel like we are.
I feel like we are.
I've been a big fan of...
We are. There we go. There's confirmation.
So yeah, all right. But caught red-handed. But yeah, just wanted to add here as well. I feel like Boom, I got to go with this team because they're there. They've already established themselves. Yeah. They're incredibly good individually, and I've always been a big fan of this individual players ever since we've seen them, you know, come into VCT.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly say, from what I have heard, if Boom are as aggressive and are as chaotic as I've heard, then that means we're going to get some entertaining VALORANT. I'm here for the entertainment value, and look.
I'm the same as you, Mac. Like, I love entertaining VALORANT. I want to see some crazy compositions. We might not get to see that here, but, you know, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fast-paced, and that's what I'm expecting. I did predict Boom as well, but I'm a little bit more 50-50 because what we saw from one team yesterday with their punish plays and how Rainy is capable of such things, this is a team that has that potential to actually shut Boom down. So I did predict Boom, but that's a name. I think 50-50, there's a chance that one team can actually... I'm going to flip-flop, basically.
That's kind of the coward's way out in this. You're going 50-50 on us, man.
But people on Twitter calling him a coward as well. It's not the first time he's said that today. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
He's right. He's right. And I'm going to own it. So
you're going to own being a coward?
Yes.
Look, whatever floats your boat, Quack, whatever floats your boat. Now, look, let's start turning this discussion over towards the map pool. So, as I was starting to talk about, Fracture seems to be, on paper, the permaban from both these individuals. Yesterday, we saw one team lean towards Ascent. They want to get that one out of the way. They want to put that in the map pool. And they looked really good on it. They looked spectacular on that one. Boom, on the other hand, their preferences lean more towards Pearl, so you might be kicking off this series on a Pearl again. Wouldn't say no to it. You know, I enjoyed what we saw earlier and how that sort of all played out. But then this is where things change up. One team prefer Lotus over, or prefer Bind over Lotus rather, and then Boom prefer Split over Bind. So we might see potentially some kind of veto chicken coming through, because with Fracture being both the team's perma-bans on paper, then one team has to ban it. So one team might get to ban their, opponent's strongest map. We can go real deep into this, mental battle of what's happening. Maybe someone has to ban Fracture in the second phase and they just go a whole different way with this one.
Precisely, and that leaves some options for us right here. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know. When you're playing on a stage like VCT Ascension Pacific, that's the thing. You're playing against all these different regions. There are so many different styles. Maybe you just need to keep Fracture available to kind of surprise your opponents. Maybe not today, but certainly at some point in time. I mean, if you make it all the way through, like kind of how, in our preview video, we talked about Boom Esports possibly making it there, you're going to have to play a best of 5 at some point. So I'm just saying.
True.
I mean, my thought process is just going the complete opposite direction. I feel like these teams will have a mutual agreement to just bring out both Ascent and Haven and just duke it out there and see who's the better roster.
Who's faster.
Yeah, maybe we can see an outlier that is Bind, that is Split, but at least I'm expecting already the first 2 maps to be where both teams are just willing to fight head on. First, it has to be Ascent. I don't know if Boom will play tricky and maybe take that away, because we've seen how good one team is there. But that's just, what I'm kind of looking forward to in this map veto.
I think both these teams are pretty good on Split as well, so that could be a possibility. Haven't seen Split, haven't seen Lotus floating in there, and I'm not seeing a preference towards Lotus for either of these teams, but they definitely have played it before, and that means, that there's a chance for there to be a unknown quantity moving into map 3. Of course, we didn't see one team play more than just the 3 maps yesterday. And Boom, we haven't even seen what maps they have been practicing moving into Ascension Pacific. So where do we think this one's going to go if, for a third map, right? If we've got Ascent, if we've got Haven, what do you think is going to be there for the third?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, I feel like we have to go with Split, because that's something that they're known for, something that they're comfortable with. It's very possible, very likely that they'll float that. But at the same time, maybe you want something like Lotus, because we want something chaotic.
Look, I'd love some Lotus, honestly. I think the map, it's one of the newer ones in the pool. It is the freshest map if you don't include the retouches on Bind, the retouches on Pearl. And it's just, such a breath of fresh air having that second map with 3 spike sites in there as well. I've just been watching everyone at Masters playing it, and the way that the rotations work, just with that broken wall, with the rotating doors as well, just, it's crazy. And I also just love the agent comps you're able to bring into that. But agent-wise, you're talking to me about Boom having some creative decision-making in terms of those agent comps. Please enlighten me.
I don't know if it's really going to go that way. I mean, sometimes they might go for a double duelist, which is always fun for a team like Boom. But something that we haven't really seen that much of, at least in Ascension Pacific so far, is I just want to see the Harbor. And Shiro is one of those guys who can bring that out. And there's a good chance that this is something that maybe one team esports aren't so good at playing against.
Yeah, to be fair, we haven't actually seen too many double wall comps at the start of yesterday. There was a little bit of that getting floated, but it feels like more people are leaning towards double initiator so far here at Pacific.
Or if it's double controller, it's not the Harbor Viper combo that we keep seeing. Some teams are comfortable with it, some are not. I actually wanted to talk slightly about one team here. They're bringing out Xiaoxi, if we looked at the roster correctly, and he actually hasn't played for a couple of months now for one team. The last game that he played was actually during Split 1, like 3 months ago. And the first game that he's played with the team was the one that we saw when he was yesterday. So it's kind of interesting to see that. Maybe they see something in Xiaoxi that could also fare up against a specific Boom player here, because I'm looking at the stats real quick, and Xiaoxi also plays Ascent Initiator, which could be interesting because Berserks is one of the players that I was also wanting to mention as well, because he plays a really insane KO. So maybe Xiaoxi is maybe brought in to counter that. Maybe they weren't comfortable with Yan Li, but just, you know, before we get into that map video, before we get into the Angel Select, at least that's what I'm predicting that could be the reason why they brought out this particular player for one team. Just, you know, some
possible.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
possible.
liking the theories. I'm liking the theories.
Yeah.
Are we going to see some Gecko finally?
Nah. A little bit early. I don't know. I don't think so.
Maybe more KO than Gecko for this
I'm taking off my tinfoil hat for this one, Mac. I'm really sorry. I don't think Gecko is going to be coming out just yet.
If we get a
It would be
Lotus,
nice.
if we get a Lotus and it doesn't get banned, there's a possibility we could get Gecko. Gecko is insanely good on Lotus because there's so many far angles where you can throw out his utility and then you can just clump up as a group and keep just getting that. Because again, big thing about that, Dizzy can just you can keep picking him up, and after like 10, 15 seconds, you can keep using him. So he's kind of crazy in that particular map.
Yeah, the thing about if we we'll just talk about Lotus for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
When you see Wingman, the fact that over towards C, you're able to plant open in the corner just by looking at it and sending the little man in. I think that is so broken. The fact that you can get him to run the whole way around and make that happen, like, personally, I feel like that you should just send him in a straight line, or at least have to like angle him on a certain bounce way, not just like look in one way and for him to go. That's just my little gripe. I got that out of the way. That needed to be said.
I mean, it's, you know, he could be shot down so easily. So
really
like,
really
it takes particular teams to be able to pull that off. And sometimes,
yeah,
I don't know if one team esports are a team to do that, because they feel like they kind of go for a safer option sometimes, and they prefer to kind of play against how their opponents play, and that's why we see a lot of punish plays coming out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, they might. But so far, they haven't done that, and that's the only reason.
Well, I mean, they do, again, have Shiro, who has shown how versatile he is as an initiator. So wishful thinking, could see it. It's fun. I'm always a big fan of when a team tries to go for a Gecko, because it just means that they gotta go hyper aggressive, and that kind of fits the bill when you're thinking about Boom in general. So yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Okay. And what else haven't we seen? So
we have seen Yoru.
We have seen Yoru. We haven't seen Neon and Sage. I think it's just Neon and Sage that we haven't seen so far. Everything else has made its way in one time. Did we see? We saw Gecko. We saw Gecko yesterday, yeah, on Bind from Bonkers. So
yeah,
it has slid in, and we saw it go okay, but Bonkers, man, even like the Wingman, it was getting denied by utility last night. That was the thing that was getting me. I was just like, wow. You know, this team is on a completely other level. Scars is like another team in Group Omega that you need to keep their eye on. We're here in Alpha at the moment, and after Boom play today, we're going to see everyone play. It's only this afternoon that it'll be D plus Kia, which will be the only team that we haven't seen, and I think they're playing tomorrow. So they're going to have to make a late resurgence, and with the schedule, right, there's only 5 days left after today, so that means D plus Kia have to play, you know, back to back to back to back, 5 days in a row, and they're not going to have that day in between to actually prep.
It's going to be a little bit tough for some of these teams. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game, because, you know, it's Ascension Pacific, and you need to just bring your A game. That's what it is. There's only one spot. You have to take your place, and if you don't, like, you're going to lose your chance. So all that prep led up to this. If you're looking at this entire year so far, VCT, I mean, the other teams in the international leagues also haven't had that much time. So challengers so far, they've had a little bit more time in between, you know, challengers then and now to like prepare. So it is what it is.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to look at a video.
We're going to proceed with match 2 draft between 1 and Boom. Boom, you currently have Team A as selection, so you are first ban.
We ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. One team, your ban.
Ban Pearl.
Ban Pearl. Boom, first map pick.
Pick Split.
Pick Split. One side select.
Defense.
Defense. One map select.
Pick Ascent.
Pick Ascent, side select Boom.
Defense.
Defense. Boom, you now have map ban, Haven, Blind, Lotus remaining.
We ban Haven.
Ban Haven. Final ban, Bind or Lotus 1?
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus, play Bind.
We pick Defense.
And you pick Defense. All right, gonna review really quick. Boom's bans Fracture, 1 bans Pearl, Split picked for Boom, 1 on defense, 1 picks Ascent, defense for Boom, Haven ban Boom, 1 bans Lotus, final map bind, defense for Boom.
Yeah.
All right, best of luck to both teams.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Meow and Luke, huh? Very contrasting names coming through from the coaches there, but all the teams are looking ready as ever. Boom and one team. Who knows how this one's going to end up? Are you keen for the first map?
He was right. I mean, at the same time, it's kind of a. I want to say it's a smart pick from Boom, because if you take a look at the recent matches from one team, yes, they were really strong. It was 13-2 against another team, but they don't have that much experience on it, at least on paper. So you never quite know, and that's what Boom is banking on.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I feel like moving into Split as that first map, Boom, yes, they're probably going to have to start on that attacking side, but I've seen it, depending on where you are in the world, like Split used to be so ridiculously defender-sided, but it feels like the tides are shifting with those slight map changes that have come through. We're seeing some specific comps as well. I've seen in our region, there's some crazy agents getting picked up on that map, but of course, that is what I would label as extremely creative. I feel like we're going to see something a bit more meta coming out of these two today.
And what's kind of strong about this is, for Boom specifically, it gets a little bit scary to deal with close range quarters combat, and that's like the specialty that you have to be known for on Split.
Yeah.
And if you look at how Boom played in any of the other matches in their region, that's kind of where their playstyle is gravitating to. So Split might actually be just absolutely perfect for Boom as a starter in this series.
Well, it certainly leans towards their playstyle, right? Look, you can go for that early mid aggression, especially if you have that chance on the defense, but everyone loves fighting for that mid control. If the defense are fighting for it and they end up finding it without contention, they just split it up, set it up, ready for some retakes. What is interesting you here, Quack?
I mean, again, like you guys were talking about it, and this is precisely why Boom picks this map, but for one team, they're switching things up a little bit. In the past, you might have seen Xiaowei go for that Sage, a Sentinel pick, but today, it's going to be the same thing as what Boom has. Double duelist, you got Xiaowei on the Sky instead. I don't know. This could be very interesting.
They're looking in a mirror. We've got that mirror matchup coming through in terms of the agents. So it is just going to be who executes better on the day. Boom, it is their debut here at Ascension Pacific for 2023. But one team, they might just be warmed up from yesterday. That could be an advantage in the long run.
Yeah. The big thing about this composition is it gives you so many options even if you don't have a Sentinel. Actually, you don't need a Sentinel on split because as long as you can jiggle peek, again, because of the tight corners, it's very easy to see where the opponents are coming from unless you royally screw up your map control. And yeah, the double controller just adds to that.
Exactly, because Viper is kind of that pseudo-sentinel, right? And at the same time, you just have so much more value bringing this toxic screen that can be used to mentally condition your opponents and use it as an option. This is precisely why they bring Xiaoxi in, I think, for one team.
So he certainly felt like a bit of a Viper player yesterday. So as that specialist, we'll see if it's going to be enough to hold it down in this first half on the defense. But of course, look, you've just got that static utility. Once you put that wall down, especially when you're on the attack, you're half committed to it. And if with these skies coming through, there's so much information gaining coming through with that wall as well. You can just send the guiding lights in. If you can figure out someone's there, someone's lurking at least, that can be false info, that can be true info, and you just have to send the Trailblazer off the back of it. But the issue is, with the Trailblazer, you only get one shot at using it each round.
Precisely, and I think that's why we want to see a lot of fakes being sent out, but at the same time, the double duelist for both sides. We know this from Boom. What is a double duelist going to look like for one team?
I honestly don't know. There's no frame of reference, to be honest.
That's the thing. That's why this is such an interesting decision from One Team Esports. Are they going to show us a different color, a different look to their playstyle?
Yeah, well, I guess we're about to find out. Second series of the day. One team up against Boom, and it's split for the first time here in VCT Ascension Pacific 2023.
First time, first game, first showing for Boom Esports. And they're going to give us an explosive game, I hope, Pastor I.
Can't wait for this. Winner is actually going to be the one on the Raze as well. Well, we've seen how explosive he can be on a non-duelist. What more can we ask for when it's the Raze in his hands? And I did mention this before. Rainy and Winner were from AHQ before, where back in 2020, 2021 was one of the best teams in Southeast Asia for a while, for a bit.
Surely.
And then it just changed. But again, shows how quickly this team and how long these players have been competing.
How this region has grown as well. But I mean, all that said and done, again, experience-wise, it's kind of different, and you see a lot more from Boom. And this is, again, a map that they played, statistically 4 times. One Team Esports only once so far. Not even in Ascension Pacific, but here we go. All right, a lot of support from Boom Esports, specifically with the guy and his girlfriend holding out this banner.
That's Sleepy.
And who's the one in the banner itself?
That's the coach, Son, I believe.
Yes. Coach. Yeah, the guy doing push-ups at Masters Tokyo 2. All right. I mean, it's a lot of fun. We love this region. The Indos do a lot for us, and they give us Indomie, so it's always great.
Wow. Yes.
What's the other?
I can't eat Indomie because it's very bad for my health, and I'm very sensitive. But I've heard it's amazing. Maybe once in my lifetime. I will actually try to take it in for sustenance, but speaking of sustenance, Xiaoxi's already been fed 1 kill, and that stops the pressure from the pinch, maybe from ropes all the way through A main, but Bleed, or rather Boom, looks like they can still try to pinch onto the B side, but One Team, they're very ready for this.
Yeah, we talked about those punish plays, and you see how far back they play, and now that they've gotten a couple of picks, they're slowly going in. And it all starts with Xiaoxi, and that's that Viper potential, that value that you bring in. What they don't know, though, is that Blaze could have either gone through A, maybe back towards ramp, but he's still hiding inside. Tries to flick upwards, gets denied.
Thankfully enough, Severin does have Spike in hand. There's a lot of walls placed on A, but he's going to tempt fate and try to at least match his luck here. Xiaoxi is low, so if he can hit a shot off of Xiaoxi, that opens up the entirety of the A site. Even if the pistol, it gives him a, well, again, it gives him a shot, a chance.
That's what we're looking out for. Based off of how much time has passed, though, Aster, I think this is the call from Xiao Yu as well as Rainy that it's going to be a hit. He tries to double back, but gets caught out by Xiaoxi instead. And this guy finds a triple in the first round.
How did they pick up Berserk so early in the round? We did transition quickly into the game, but Xiaoxi is just like...
playing on top of A Heaven, you know, outside of ropes. Because it was mid-control from Boom, and I think Berserks must have gone up the rope.
Up? That, well, considering where he died, I guess so.
Either that or he went up ramp.
Yeah, I thought he did the variation of the paranoia play, but now it was like the star into the gravity well, catch someone there as he dashes in from A main. Well, unless we can see that quick little replay, well, I can only assume, at least for the moment, but we don't want to assume, is one team underestimating Boom, even just on the pistols.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're always playing so carefully, one team. Disciplined, not over peeking out. And this gives Boom a little bit of space to work with, but the question is, does one team really anticipate their positions pushing out? And with the guns, of course, at the same time, Xiaowei just peeking out from top of Heaven, we'll be able to find one, and then it's Xiaoxi with a double outside of mid.
Yeah, big punish altogether. Remaining players just going to be outside, separated from each other. So close, yet so far. What's the weapon in the hands of Famous? He only got the classic, so unless he's insanely lucky and insanely cracked on a classic, it shouldn't meant to be. Ooh, okay, fade away. All right, I'll take it. Fade away charge on the spike, or on the ultimate. Get what you can. They know he's there on sewers because he was making a lot of sloshing sounds with the water. And Xiao Yu just says, thank you very much for the free kill.
Slush, slush, slush. It's a flawless win, okay, 2-0. I think it's also interesting to point out that, you know, despite Xiaoxi not really being subbed in all that much, he can really give us a lot of kills, a lot of good plays when he has the right positioning, right? Look at how he played inside of this Nebula and just went in for that run and gun spray, managed to find two. Winner as well, though. This is the first time in 60 days that he's ever picked Raze. Very rarely on the Duelist, but now we're seeing it. Will it be that strong?
It's probably the possibility because it's split. That's why it's the first time we're also seeing, because they prepared for it, they have a strategy for it, they know that the winner is going to be playing as that extra Duelist, but it's the first time we've seen it for a while now. So that's probably also a byproduct of such a pickup. Any case, Boom is having difficulties here. Xiao Yu, well, me? No, you down to my Marshall.
No. It is the spray through the toxic screen, unfortunately.
Oh, ow.
And my God, for a map that Boom picked, they really are having a tough time trying to find these entrances. Everything's being smoked off and being controlled by the passive positioning from the One Team Esports players.
They're trying to segment their fights, but the comp can actually go just hard onto a site with like 5 people. That's what it could be built for here on attack at the least, but they're playing slow. They're trying to catch one team off guard, but one team's just so aware. The timing also on that snake bite, beautiful, as it kind of primes up Severin to go down to Rainy, who does have the Spectre in close range. It got a bite to it, and again, through the smoke, they keep getting caught over and over again here, Quack.
Well, that's right. There's 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
Run.
We took way too much time. This is not what I was promised. Xiaoxi spins around, winner from the top of Heaven, and one team just collects on 3 rounds. So I don't know.
Effortlessly.
Effortlessly. Thank you. It's. This is not supposed to. We were promised explosive, chaotic gameplay. Boom. I want to see them go fast. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
Go fast.
I'm speed.
I am speed.
Ka-chow. But I totally get where you're coming from at this point. Maybe it's Boom testing out the feel of one team. You can get a lot from watching one team's... What was that? Oh, okay. Yeah. So you can get a lot from, you know, watching one team from that previous game against Sersha, but Boom has never played against this team, or if they have, it's been a while. So the play style, the tempo, very different, so they still have to adjust to said things. Berserks, though, okay, trying to play very close.
Nice.
And the damage on the Stinger, it's biting pretty hard. And he's giving a chance here. He is alone, but he can dash back into cover, maybe even pick up weapon if he wants to. Winner's right there! Headshot angle, but with the stinger in hand, and again, his opponent full in HP, it's wishful thinking he could be able to clutch that.
It's all right, but, you know, this was so much more damage than we've seen in the past 3 rounds. Sure, round 4 was a win for one team as well, but slightly more doable for Boom Esports. I mean, one team are so great at these punish plays, playing really passively. Like you mentioned, Asura, as well, segmenting the map. Because look at how they're positioned. Each player kind of covering a single portion, a single locale of split. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, if they kind of play into their game, like one by one, slowly walking into them that way, no way they find this. If they overrun them together as a full squad instead, like this, they might be able to push them off. With the sprays through the nebula, a sudden triple kill comes out of nowhere. Chaoe trying to replace his fallen teammates. Might just be in a world of hurt. Yep, punished by Berserks. And now B-side completely cracked open.
I think Boom realized what I just mentioned as well. They can just push together and it's going to be effective. There you go. Flawless round from Boom here. Unfortunately for Xiaoyu, his op shot did not connect. He got slowed by, I believe that was the Trailblazer, and then his teammates who thought that maybe Boom will push through the smoke once again, will try to actually chase them and push through the smoke once again, but Boom was like, you know what, I'm just gonna
check it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot through the, and then gets like 3 people, or 2, and then 1 from A main because of the Viper's pit somehow being a, graveyard for Xiaoxi.
Which is awesome. I mean, yeah, okay, sometimes maybe the magazine's zine size, ammo capacity was nerfed, but if you have your 3 teammates all together, everyone spray at the same spot, surely you find something,
That's
right?
75 bullets still all together.
Good math.
if it's the Vandal, if it's the Phantom, 90. If it's like 3 people.
Damn, dude. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I like that. But that's what it is, right? Playing fast, playing strong together, and that's how they need to kind of go up against One Team Esports. Meanwhile, at the same time, One Team, they're trying to find different ways around this too, because they know that there's the potential. So far, earlier on, segmenting the map, hiding inside of smokes, that's what worked for them. Now they're going to have to switch things up.
Yeah, definitely, especially when Boom are starting to understand the one-and-done play style that One Team loves to get to start off with. And them having, what was it, like the Sky in motion, Trailblazer is a nasty utility to deal with. And even though there was that nerf with the boom bot and such, 5 seconds, if you're close enough, you're still going to get screwed over if you're not careful.
Right, and just playing it around the corner sometimes of certain spots, like perhaps garage, maybe even mail room, you are able to kind of surprise your opponents just with the Trailblazer lunging out, or maybe using the Hawk to actually gain information that way. So there's a lot that they could play around, but that's kind of the conundrum at the same time. Both teams are playing in mirror compositions, so you can expect a lot of the same moving parts, and it's a bit of like a puzzle for both IGLs, both coaches, I think.
Yeah, it's a mind game because when you play mirror matches, it gets a little bit stressful because you're like, they also have the same thing that we are using? Dude. That's annoying. But yeah, I definitely do agree where you're coming from with this. But what's good about One Team is they built themselves a solid foundation at the beginning of this game. Looking at the hamster, I don't know where the eyes are. Is it the black beads?
It's the black beads.
That could be the nose, and then the slight like white on the top of it could be the actual eyes.
I can't unsee it now. Thanks, Asarai.
You're welcome.
it's the Hypno, Hypno Toad. This is Hypno Hamster. And Asarai was hypnotized for a second.
Yes, but as I was mentioning, they did create themselves a good foundation.
Yeah.
They still have some money to buy. It was a little bit expensive though, because again, there was that commitment of the operator from Xiaoyu, so they have to rethink about things. Thankfully, the tech pause gives them a little bit of leeway. I do believe that if you're on tech pause, you can't talk with your coach. You can only talk with each other. But still, that's a big thing for One Team. You can't move either, but you can move your mouth and speak.
And use your eyes to kind of talk to your teammates.
Dart your eyes around the map. Or as
telepathy.
I don't know if this is a thing, a Southeast Asian thing or a Filipino thing, but you point with your lips.
Oh,
there.
yeah. That's a Filipino thing. Marquis has told me about this before.
Yeah, shout outs to our boss.
But yeah, I mean, I think at least in this this ballroom right now that we're in, this stage, a lot of Boom fans. And it's really this team that we're all looking forward to, but they haven't had the best start so far. So, you know, we were talking about it, and with the mirror composition as well, I think this is a composition that Boom Esports has so much more experience with. They're so much more used to it. I expect them to come out even bigger or even more explosive. Look at this. They got 3 ultimates in this round.
Yeah, and again, we haven't really seen the true potential of Famous yet, who, again, we have been showboating during the panel that he's been one of the biggest factors, or at least the big factor that has also solidified his place as the primary duelist for the Boom Esports roster, because you can be as good as you want, but if you're the best, you will always get your pick as a duelist, because that's just how much impact, the duelist has been. It lost luster like last year when there was no duelist comps, but people started thinking, you know what, duelists are still pretty damn good in this game.
There we go.
Famous is pretty damn good himself.
They're going in, and Famous has taken control over the site with Berserk coming up from elbow as well. And with this firepower, they managed to stop them for a second until Rainy comes up on a swivel and shoots all their heads with a Vandal. Still trying to stay alive and trying to flick back and forth. He thought he was inside the nebula, but Shiro, with that passive position, turns things around. Gets one towards screens as well, and that leaves Xiaoyu, the last one left alive. No tailwind. Oh no. Whiffs a shot. And unfortunately punished from right underneath his nose. Boom Esports, certainly still alive.
That was problematic though from one team. The throw of the nade from Winner to flush out Shiro's positioning and then loses. And then Xiaoyu couldn't actually refrag because he's just way out of position to get that. And you saw Shiro was already doubling up alongside Blaze King and then whiffing the shot onto Blaze King. Lots of big no-nos here, especially through Rainy's heroics when he gets that 3K. That is a big blow. As you mentioned, still not too bad for one team, but Boom Esports finding their rhythm bit by bit.
Still though. Off of these tiny mistakes now. Went in for the Blade Storm, then just quickly punished. I mean, read by Berserks in that moment.
My man got fooled. He's like, is that our own wall? I mean, we got a Viper. I could pick up my blades here maybe. Xiaoyu's like just happy trying to get it up, and then curtain down. Sup, bro?
You thought,
but you thought wrong. Good sir.
And now they're cutting noise. Look at this from Boom. It actually baits Rainy out. We thought these guys played defensive and passive, but somehow lured out into the open. Xiaoxi trying to play around the toxic screen, but he is greeted by 3 barrels of rifles. Berserk's now going in as well. Xiaowei eliminated and pushed out. It's going to be Winner, the last one left alive.
Maybe this time he's got to have to just stave his hand from pulling that trigger to going all the way to the B side, even though it's a 4 versus 1. Bit expensive, especially that they got no more money now. Maybe last round, maybe there's a chance, but gotta have to save it here.
And that's like maybe, I don't know, 20, 25 seconds left to go on this spike.
Yeah, I actually might get called out because I laughed like a silly bastard. Because that was just a little bit silly.
We like being silly. That's keep things lighthearted. At least until something crazy happens. And again, sometimes it's shenanigans. Sometimes it's, you know, Xiaoyu thinking, hey, I got an Althor, give me.
Well, I believe Xiaoyu should have his blades up now. Yep, there it is. So there's still some fighting presence here for one team, but they have to quickly understand that they can't go for these insta peaks anymore because Boom, they're not even playing in the own playing field that they want to go for, that one team want to go for, which is, you know what, when they started the round, we're going to have a stare down somewhere on A main or B main, but no, they play with their smokes, they play with that util, and they try to isolate fights. And that's the big thing about controllers on Split. It doesn't only give you a lot of options, it also gives you a lot of artificial, like segmented angles or segmented zones in each and every part of this map, and that's why you love to use the Viper here at this point.
And, you know, coupled with Astra as well, and that's kind of what these teams are really trying to do and pull off. But timeout being called by one team esports because they are now slowly starting to see that, you know, maybe tiny mistakes, but also how Boom starts to aggress into these sites. We saw it exactly happening on Garage, but mid as well. I think that's one of those areas in the, you know, past couple rounds where Boom really just went in and dominated.
Well, one team realizing that dominating factor that is how Boom is just, again, getting these rounds. So they've called a timeout very quickly. Realize, understand, and respect it. And now that they have, I mean, it's a very weak buy, if not a broken save from Winner. But they got ultimates. They can make something happen here. I don't know if Xiaoyu's going to be feeling heroic or ballsy enough to just peek out, get a kill, and then back away like Raw Fuel a couple of games ago. We'll see.
There's the potential, but at least looking at the minimap, Boom's game plan is simple, it's effective, it worked in the past round, so let's kind of try to do it again. Not quite able to find the pick, but at least Boombot denied. A little bit of maybe false information for one team. These guys are trying to control mid again. They see the stars there, and that's why they're positioned around this spot.
Xiaoyu's dash. Is Xiaowei near? Because if he has a flash, this is the perfect time for this Jet to play the aggression. But no. So they have delay utility, but Boom knows not to push through that anymore. So they're just gonna keep burning these out. Xiaoyu actually took damage off of some of those utilities as well. Xiaowei though, well, okay. Xiaoyu's heating up. Blade's gone. Nade's here. He's trapped in the corner.
One left.
But can't really push through as the Cloudburst blocks out his vision.
And now just a tiny corner because of that Cosmic Divide. Boom tries to find a bit of ground, but actually denied by Rainy. What is happening, Asterai? How are one team doing this?
This is bad. Winner still has a double satchel showstopper. Whether how it happened or not, it's not going to be up for grabs there, as they need to just fend off the opposition. Berserk's actually whipping out the blades, and they're not waiting for their big star. Oh, this is not too good. In any case here, though, Rainy and Xiaoyu are the only ones to remain, and they can take their, again, they can take their sweet time, but Boom is just going to keep pressing the issue on. And one, they had the advantage, but they just didn't wait. They had all necessary tools. They got the showstopper, and they didn't wait for it.
That's what I'm wondering as well. I mean, maybe caught by surprise from Boom a little bit, but at the same time, just slowly trying to get in a little bit closer. They got punished. And this ties things up 4-4. Boom Esports, despite, losing several teammates with their advances onto the site, they turn things around.
Turn things around and made it even better for themselves, because one team, well, at least they've been forced to use so much in that fight. Thankfully enough, they have the money now, the capacity now to buy.
A bit odd, but okay.
Yeah.
Saved up, Xiao's back on the operator. And Boom just trying to get a feel for things. They started off slow towards Garage, but now aggressively in towards mid. They've managed to take control over this spot and possibly calling it clear that no one from one team is up around vents, no one from one team is up around mailroom. They have a few options, and that could be an A split.
Ooh.
The spike?
Yeah. I do like how Shiro is not actually pushing up on B main when he heard the flash, because usually when you see that, when you hear that flash, you're thinking, they're trying to actually clear B main and just make sure that nobody's there, which is kind of good as well. Wow. But you know what? It's the push from Boom Esports already coming in through mid, bullying with the ultimate here. But Winner's also done the same, but he doesn't find anything onto the A main angle. Rainey's been solid. Xiaoyu accompanies him with the operator, which is also a very, very big thing. But they need the assistance through B main right now. Berserk tries to isolate some angles with the Cloudburst, and it's working here. But Xiaoyu not going to get denied. Shiro inside the smoke, can't really find too much, and he's by his lonesome, and Xiaoyu picks up the finalizing kill with a 3K to finish.
And once again, going back to it, Boom trying to go back to a slower pace, trying to pull off some fakes here or there, finding openings up towards middle. just not quite being able to break into the B site, especially when you have one team working around their own cloudburst, working around the site, and Xiaoyu landing his shots with the operator.
That's pretty nuts as well. Maybe it's the reason because Winner again, you'd think that Winner's ultimate might have been bad, but maybe it's actually enough that it circumvented the players of Boom around. Because again, gotta respect the showstopper. They thought that they could go around the other direction. That nade is gonna incapacitate Xiaoxi if he did not back away in time. Thankfully, the smokes give him some leeway to do so. But as I was mentioning there, maybe that was the linchpin there. The use of ultimate. It doesn't get the kill, but it gravitates the opponents for the other teammates to get the kill.
Still, I mean, into this round too, all this utility spent to take mid control, and Boom are trying to find ways to break open the site. Look at the positioning though. One team so ready for it. A bit of a trade, but now they have to divert their attention towards stairs. And Nebula is up. Can you really break open into the site? They still have no idea that Xiaoyu is back site. There's the peak, the tailwind procced, and now he's looking up towards heaven. Famous tries to go in. A bit of a trade from Berserks. Not quite as tight as you'd hope, but still good enough to break in. Now he's looking for Xiaoyu. Swaps to the shorty and dives straight in. Picks up this operator though. And unfortunately not able to connect, but thankfully Blaze King is here to assist. Rainy now up from the top of heaven. Viper's Pit deployed. We've got 20 seconds left, boys. Where is the spike plant? Up from top of heaven. They don't even need it. Shiro just peeks out and they go in together to secure the frag. Boom. A little bit, I don't know, this is chaotic. Not as fast as I'd like, but 5-5.
The thing is, I talked about how great they are with microaggression and being able to adjust on the fly. Very minute things that was helping them. Shiro wasn't pushing up to B main because he had to make sure nobody was going to be helping the rest of one team, maybe from the flank all the way through attacker spawn, unknown. But the reason why they weren't planting the spike there, because the smoke would have actually given cover for Rainy there. Yeah. So if it was, who was this, Blaze King started planting the spike, that would have allowed Rainy to maybe jump in, catch him, and force Shiro to actually push out through the smoke, which would have been to his detriment. But since they waited, they had time, 16 seconds, like you mentioned, that was plenty of time, especially when they knew where Rainy was.
Yeah, but into this round now. Early aggression coming in from Boom, and it just makes one team feel so uncomfortable. Quick rotation of positions from Xiaoxi as well as the rest of the squad, though, and they're trying to set themselves up to go in and take more space back against Boom Esports. These guys just trying to land some of these positions, get the spike down. Unfortunately denied out of heaven, though, and that could be a weapon retreat. No, it's still a little bit open. Maybe the cloud burst. No, it actually fell down. Oh, unfortunate.
Well, they can keep them trapped inside a side, maybe. They already have sheriffs. Not bad to kind of try to do that. If Xiaowei can get a couple more kills, he's nearing his ultimate. Xiaoyu, whatever happens, he's going to have his. So timing is good. It's crucial to be able to get that.
Wow.
Berserks. Okay, here it is. The swing
is so smart.
Not going to work. And I can hear somebody shouting in my back. Blaze King was the one that like roared when they were doing their team
chant.
Huddle, team chant,
huddle.
and I feel like he's the same one doing the shouts as well, the roars in the back. Yeah, we're getting these rounds, dude.
You have to. That's how you keep spirits up, and that's how you get yourself psyched up to play this way. And I mean, this is precisely why they are that sharp and that good. You've got that adrenaline flowing, and at the same time, for one team, just to make it a little bit closer, we bring ourselves into the last round of the first half. Oh, a Viper's Pit. Kind of, okay. Well, he managed to dash past it, but he's going to go back around and straight into Xiaoyu. Boom managed to find themselves with an open B site.
Well, to be fair, all of that noise made an A main, made one team think that maybe we can actually push through B main and catch them off. But it was a ploy, it was a trap. You activated my trap card and you fell into the hole. Berserks.
Oh no.
Oh, finds another one. He has the blades up too. Winner. This time, he ain't gonna be the winner.
Nah, he's gonna be the one putting out the pot of greed. finds, kills, and then he sends them to the shallow realm. That's right.
Yeah.
He's cringing at me right now.
No. I'll do you one better. One team, they got to believe in the heart of the cards, brother.
Ooh, there we go. It is time to duel. That's
They have
the end
been
of the
for
first
the past
half.
couple of rounds now. 1v1, and it seems like these past couple of rounds, just to finish off what I was mentioning, it's been just boom, again, back on track. This is what we were expecting from them, and they are bringing it out for us. They are showcasing what they got in spades.
It's just, 7-5 still. Not as close as you would think, but good enough that it puts Boom Esports out on top. I mean, one team still showing signs of life, but towards the end of it, they were definitely getting confused. Whether it's a bit of noise or utility being sent out by Boom Esports on several other parts of the map, they kind of get surprised by this B or Bravo squad from Boom Esports, like in Garage. Like Xiaoyu thought it might have been clear. I think that's why he peeked out.
It's usually the reaction to stimuli, right? There are some teams that get crazy antsy once they're like, guys, they're committing the Seekers here on A main. They're gonna find me. They must be here. And then people are like slowly creeping up B main, maybe to check just in case there's the lurk. And then no, that's actually the entire squad.
Guess what? I was here.
Yeah, but it was me all along.
Pull the mask off. So that is what we have now. Switching over onto the defensive side for Boom Esports. These guys, I don't know. I want to expect them to push out, but judging by how they've played so far, maybe a little bit more controlled perhaps. And with those segmented toxic screens like you mentioned before, Asrai.
Well, they have to actively look for where the opponents are. That's the one weakness of having no sentinels on split is you have to be very respectful of the map control that your opponent can actually get. So again, actively peeking is going to be good to just get that positioning in. What did Severin buy? Shield. No. Did he go?
He went regrowth with a heal.
He went everything. He didn't get shield. He went the full
util.
The full util, yeah. Route. Ooh, Berserks. He saw Xiaoxi. Is he going to chase him down to the ends of the earth? That's going to be interesting.
That'll be fun. But it's also a bit of a bait. Oh, wow, he reads it. Expects the corner up by rope and punishes Xiaoxi. A big opening pick from Boom Esports. And now good positioning as well. But the one thing they're lacking, though, Asrai, off of that, is big intel. I mean, look at the positioning on the minimap. His teammates are all around the B site.
And they can't actually chase for him because Xiaoyu already used his tailwind previously. Now can hide inside. Oh, they know that there was a contact inside, but the smoke winner still finally finds him. Thankfully enough, 4 versus 4. And the site taken. Spike plant delayed a little bit through the nade toss of Famous. And it's going to be a full-blown fight for the site. We'll see how this goes.
Just trying to go in for that retake. You still have Blaze King up by the top of heaven, but no way! They let Xiaoyu stay in that corner. Not checked, not good. And the only one left that can bring us back is Blaze King. He gets dinked as well. Down to red HP, and he is just stuck, Asrai. Maybe thinking about going back towards ramp or staying alive long enough to die to the spike. Goes in for the peek instead, but unfortunately whiffing the shots. Rainy finds that win instead. It's 6-7 now.
You think that was a bad push out from Boom, but the flash really pressed them to just focus on the site itself, giving Xiaoyu time. And I'm not going to take this away from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did a fantastic job punishing them for that mistake of not clearing the pocket angle where he was positioned. And look at that, so quick to just transition into the second target and just get more kills. And you know what this does? It gives, again, that boost for one team. It gives Xiaoyu more creds to put into his buy into this round. He's not taking any chances. He gets himself that Bulldog. Boom, though, they're playing tricky.
Wow.
And they're pushing in.
Oh, I've seen this from Boom before.
Oh my god, he actually whiffed with the Bulldog.
Second or, double, triple peek, everyone with the pistols running through. If you were surprised, yeah, you get punished. But now that they've gotten a read of it, one team, they back up and they punish Boom again. This is what they do best. Once they have the information, once they know what the plan is from their opposing team, they'll be able to play around it. And that's 4 players from Boom Esports completely gone now.
Excuse me, but yes, it really was. Sorry, I had,
no, it's all good.
I had something occupy me for a couple of seconds there, but now can Berserks actually occupy his opponents? He's got everything to be sneaky with a kill. Like, he's got a cloud burst, he's got a dash, he's got the shorty. Speaking of it, shorty's like 300 right now, so it's not whatever buy anymore on like a thrifty. It's a commit. That is about the price of like a cloud burst and a jump. You interchange, or the updraft, you interchange that. It's pretty pricey, to be honest.
It really is. But still, I mean, again, the game plan from One Team Esports, it easily puts them back up neck to neck. And talking about those Bulldogs, man, Asteroid, they get to carry those into the next round now, and that is something they can use against the full buys from Boom Esports.
You see just birds flying everywhere, and Berserks gets out. It's the Trailblazer that gets slowed, but it actually works in the favor of Boom. Did you see that? It actually slowed the other Trailblazer, and Berserks is chasing in for the kill. I thought he was critically damaged, but nah, just pseudo damage. Nades being thrown out, and they are still fighting hard for A main, but what they don't know is Shiro and teammate coming in for the big flanks. A flawless round that actually blew up in one's face. What?
You mentioned it, that Trailblazer. I mean, that dog did everything. It helped Berserks just to stay alive, and at the same time, fighting fire with fire, something that One Team Esports perhaps isn't really used to, or just going for that proactive play outside of A main, outside of A ramp. You can see that we're trying to fall back a little second, but unfortunately, when it comes down to it, retrieving the spike and everything else, they were the ones punished instead. So 8-7 now. They do get to buy back up.
You think maybe they could have retreated though, but I mean, the angles that both the flankers had for Boom would have just been still detrimental. So I think the choice for one team, even though they didn't know the flank was coming, to just keep fighting was a risk, but it was a risk that they just had to commit to it, because they already committed the bodies, they already committed the utilities to fight. If they lost it, they could have just lost the round in kind. So gotta give them props to just fighting for that, but it just felt very short since Berserks was just on fire again.
And that's what you want to see from a team like Boom Esports. I think, you know, maybe it's taken them a little bit of time, but now that they're finally awake, finally coming back into it, playing this style, they could keep it up, and it's something that One Team Esports might not really know how to adapt to, and that's potentially also a reason why, you know, Luke, as the coach, calls for this timeout. They need to find a different... They need to find more depth in their playbook, because the default so far, and this is common for so many teams, is to have that early bit of mid presence, maybe garage presence, and then you leave your Viper play, Xiaoxi, on the lurk to punish anyone who might come your way.
Well, any play that comes his way, he's not able to punish as well severely as I guess one team was kind of hoping for. Severn is just holding an angle here. What is that for? Because Xiaoyu, or rather Berserks, is right behind him, holding a very aggressive yet close angle. And if one team want to press the issue here on the B side, hello, but they were so quick to adjust to that. Berserks, if he peeks this again, there's like 3 people, maybe even 4, waiting for him to make that mistake. Winner!
All right.
Just gets out in time.
He's clear. Tailwind, unfortunately spent, and teammate, unfortunately lost. But you could see the idea, but also the inhuman reaction from one team. They actually managed to dodge that flash in time just to be able to bring this back. And this weakens the defense so much because you don't have that many players left to play on those segmented sides of the map. You still have 2 on A, and now they have to rotate over. This takes so much time. Berserks, if he cannot land this shot, this is going to be painful. Here's the satchel, though, and he's looking for Winner, takes him down instead, and brings us to an even fight. I say that, Rainy just drops onto them, and all of a sudden the side broken open. It's going to be that retake play coming in. Famous tries to chip them and buy a little bit more time for Shiro to get into position. Spots down the star. And the gravity well doesn't quite pull players in. In fact, Shiro loses his head. Oh, this is a little bit devastating as Famous cannot quite connect onto the final shots with that many people peeking at it at the same time.
Big mistakes from Boom and great punish and follow through from one team here. Gotta give credit where credit's due. Berserk's very smart play inside that Cloudburst. That's the usual thing that you want to do. If you know the Cloudburst is there, you know that the Tailwind or the Jet Dash is coming right after. So he was there to intercept the dash and ultimately also actually use that Cloudburst against a winner here who was playing a game of hide and seek, and actually he was the one that was sunk to the ground. Thankfully, again, the follow through for one team was strong enough, and Blaze King actually got caught as he was dropping down. I think he was flashed by Xiaowei, couldn't get back into cover, punished, and as you mentioned it, brought that post-plant situation into a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, right? Like tiny details, and it turns things around for one team. And this is how they play. That timeout from Luke just gives them the edge over all of these tiny little positionings from Boom Esports. I mean, Berserk certainly tried, but one team were the ones to take that round in the end, bringing us to an intense 8-8.
Sure enough.
Still trying to poke and prod, but Boom Esports now being ever so controlled. They're spending a little bit of utility just to kind of get a read on how these guys are playing. Okay, Berserks. All right, he's in the garage.
Well, expend the Tailwind just to get the map control. I mean, I think that's a fair choice. You don't usually have to use it for aggressively, again, going for fights. Okay, if you can get that information, excuse me, that's going to be huge. Okay, this is good, because you can see here, Severin's actually holding mid, so that's why you were seeing two players actually hold up aggressive on A main. Blazekin's been spotted, but again, the smokes are there, and they can't flush him out.
Oh! Well, turns out they can if they just peek into it. Shiro will be able to find a double, but Xiaoyu gets a double of his own. Famous on the site has to be the one to stay alive and anchor, but unfortunately not quite able to do it. Teammates from the top of heaven, though, and still trying to shoot them down. Deny that spike plant. There are only 5 seconds left. Follow along with the Seeker. This guy could be concussed. He might die to something. Oh, with 10 HP, he will not survive. And Boom Esports finds themselves a lead.
Expensive. And again, through grit and grime, they had to fight tooth and nail for that round win. But it was close. They could have lost. Xiaoyu took damage, very hard damage that Xiaowei could not heal up. And that ultimately leads to just making it slightly easier for Severin to finish off the fight. You can see here, team replay real quick. Smiles of satisfaction as they get that round win. But again, expensive as expensive can be. But what's good about this is that it pushes the economy of one team down once again.
Get out of my way!
And with that, potentially momentum for Boom, but I don't want to count out these guys. Xiaoyu still on the blades, Xiaowei with a Sheriff and Seekers. They might not necessarily use the rest of their ultimates in this round, but if they start finding picks, that would be the go signal. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, still playing controlled, still trying to be safe about it. They've gotten so much information off that one Hawk.
Yeah, not only that, the blind just kind of deters Xiaoxi from setting up his smoke. I think he wanted to throw out the smoke somewhere on A main or A heaven just so that they can create a little bit more space for Xiaoyu to get closer. They don't want him to be that far with the blades. They want him to be in a position where he can start really dealing some damage. You see it here. Severin's wild. Oh, he can't get away, but thankfully enough, Famous is in the corner there. Help his bro out. Down goes the wall. Down goes the life of Rainy. And his only winner to remain, stuck away from the rest of the team, stuck away from that spike and into the embracing pit of the judge of the Viper of Blaze King.
I got you. I got your back. And that is precisely how this team plays now. I mean, we saw how controlled they were being, and this is exactly the reason why. They knew that one team were about to try to poke and prod around these different spots on the map, and that's something that they've been doing for the past few rounds. And with Famous just kind of positioned outside the top of heaven, he's able to double back in, help his teammates. A lot of the utility coming through as well. The setup from from Blaze King with the toxic screen, Severin just arriving in time. Boom seems to have a good read on this, but perhaps this round will tell us a different story.
Any damage done to Blaze King? Looks like that's going to be a no. They see the smoke. I think they still have to think, especially with, again, the economy of Boom not really being in tatters, that Blaze King should have the judge. So you can see a bit of respect, but they can burn out that fuel, isolate a little bit. And Blaze King's trying to play tricky. He can't play on mid because once the smoke dissipates, he has no cover whatsoever. But here, he's got a chance. He can get CQC and get a good fight. And what's another issue is Winner naded the wrong area, the wrong angle. But maybe, just maybe. Oh,
what?
See that? They actually committed a showstopper just because they feared the judge that much.
It's so expensive though, Asterai. And at the same time, Blaze King actually peeking out because of that showstopper. I mean, it is a worthy kill, and it gives them a bit of access towards B Heaven. And with that, the Cosmic Divide, potentially, they go even further into the site itself. They take out Famous away from the equation, and the only one left is Severin. Look at how he's playing, though. Just trying to stay alive down at the bottom of hell. Hears noise from above and tries to play around. So sneaky. Xiaoxi will be able to snuff him out, though. 10 seconds remaining. He has to stick the spike plant, and Shiro is banking on that fact. Takes out Rainy. Now with Garage Presence, goes out. But the drop from Berserk's just a bit of noise, and Xiaoxi goes in for the punish. It's a 1-on-2 with a Viper's Pit. Well, 1-on-1, excuse me, with a Viper's Pit up. How do you play around this? You have to tap. You have to kind of get your opponent to show and reveal himself first. The flick comes out from Shiro. A headshot to boot. What?
That shows why Shiro is a controller master in his own right. He played Xiaoxi like a fiddle. You saw what he did there? Tap the spike. Xiaoxi was nowhere near, and he waited. Did Xiaoxi actually try to pop a shot through the spike, or did he just try to get closer for visual confirmation? Oh, no, yeah, there we go. You're seeing it right now. Look at that. Shiro's just so aware.
No shot, but, you know, that's just that bait.
Yeah, because the thing is, if Xiaoxi actually played to try to go around, there's like, what, 5 seconds before the Viper's Pit closed off, and if he wasn't running, that would have been like a good 7 seconds. So Shiro absolutely knew that his opponent was going to be right in front of him. Again, those just minute details and the understanding of these players to capitalize on that just goes to show why they're the pro players in this situation.
Really smart. And now he's got his own Viper's Pit. He uses it to block off mid completely. 1 point away from match point. And Boom Esports, having won that many rounds in a row, like, this could be really problematic for one team. If they can't find a round right now, their economy could be broken, and they're spending so much just to bank in on it. Xiao Yu trying to flush a couple out of position. He peeks out of his Cloudburst at the right time. Xiao Yu to assist. And they should have the site. Cloudburst is a bit of a one-way, and that discourages the peek out from Severin. They go back towards Heaven instead. Maybe a better angle from here? No, it's
probably a save.
Operator.
Maybe just hoping that one team gets a bit too greedy and pushes up all the way through alley. But, oh, cool. It's the RES. But, gotta give it to one team. Very disciplined on how they went for that push there. It was a risk for Xiao Yu because he already got tagged as he was pushing up onto Shiro. But he waited for his teammates once again. Again, you're seeing a lot of discipline here for one team. Even though they get bullied out from time to time by Boom, you do see that one team's mentality and how they approach these rounds haven't really changed, and it's still allowing them to execute this well, even though Boom is threatening that match point and that possible game win.
And you have to commend that mental resilience, right, Astra? I mean, the way that he played that, the entire team, Xiao Yu just kind of perched up on top in his Cloudburst, the team to push in off of it at the same time. It's so tough for Boom Esports to react to that quickly, especially when you're trapped back site. So sometimes the operator and everything else, it's very tricky to work with. And keep in mind, that was a round where the Viper's Pit was spent. So Blaze King back to the judge, and now he's playing on towards A, but look at the speed at which One Team Esports are heading into the site.
Famous is aware of this, though. Like, he's looking for it. That wall is about to go down. And Severin, now that he spots nobody actually coming through ropes, has chance to sneak up right behind, gives him access to that Seegers, and the hand of One Team has been forced, has been exposed. They know exactly where they are, and you can already see that with the movement of Boom around the minimap.
Yeah, you don't have pocket aces. I'm calling your bluff, says Boom Esports. Still, though, it's going to be One Team trying to find what they can, pushing in towards the site. Berserks with a punish, Famous with a hold. And this sends Xiaowei reeling, just trying to run away, but he goes into the open arms of Blaze King. What a read, the game sense.
Match point.
They both went down the ropes the exact
same time. Yeah.
They're like looking at each other's legs like, yeah.
I want someone to like edit that and then put the Mission Impossible theme song over it.
Oh, yeah.
As they go down the rope.
True.
It's just unfortunate for One Team, though. I mean, because like he was slow, he was alone, and he's just looking for a route. But, you know, it's a great read from Blaze King, and this gives them match point and the broken economy for One Team.
Wow. Berserk's not even phased by it. At that point, any other Jet would have just used the tailwind out of contact and just dashed away. If that was the case, that would have been really good for One Team, because now they know no more dash, no more super aggressive Berserks holding these god-awful angles for against us. So, that being said, though, they're hidden on this. Wow, Shiro's just going to check it, and Rainey's not going to know better.
That's, well, thought they would have reacted to it, but no. Back towards mid, and hearing all of this utility, Severin is very aware, and he's calling it out from his teammates too. I don't know, Xiaoxi lurking out by A, like unless he can find a pick, that's not the greatest position to hold at this point, and Boom are very much so in control over the entire map, Asarai.
I agree, and with seconds, or rather 30 seconds down to that clock, half a minute, it feels like One Team are losing so many options. And Boom goes to Dynamite, Xiaoyu's in a corner, Severin doesn't even have to peek this, Cloudburst gives it away. Does he have a flash, or will he dry peek the push here? Xiaoyu's gonna have to try to do something, because that spike is nowhere near being planted. And it's the blink of an eye, man. I just looked away for a second, and you see Boom cleaning up house, getting game number 1.
I mean, just simple tactics with the protocols. It started off a little bit rocky, I think, on their attacking side, but towards the end of it, the way that they controlled the map on their defense, One Team had no answer. Perhaps on a couple of rounds with the executes, but then that all fell apart.
I'm just looking at, again, Blaze King. He's a huge dude, and that guy is giving you, like, the motivation, like, we got this, guys. I mean, I'm going to be afraid, and it says, like, yeah, we got this. Yeah, definitely. And you do see that after, like, 4 rounds of losing to One Team, the bounce back, the rebound of Boom was hard. I got to give it as well to One Team. They did not lose their mentality in this, their approach, always the same, and it worked up until the point that One Team showed, or rather Boom showed to us why they have the explosive players that they do.
A good half and a good comeback, but not quite closing it out. But it's not over yet, because there is still map 2. So after this break, we're going to break down all of that action with Mac on the panel. Don't go away. We will be back after this.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms of reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. And boom, look, that might have looked closer than some people expected, but they came out swinging. Berserks in particular. I've got a stat for you guys at home. Currently now, Berserks is the best performer so far that we've seen at Ascension Pacific, and he has barely edged out some of those players from yesterday. So if he can continue this performance up over into the second map of Ascent, he can stay at the top of the league so far.
Very much so. He was one of those guys who kept on peeking out, and he would be the first one to actually contact some of the players from One Team Esports when one team, would kind of passively work their way around the map.
Yeah, Famous had to take a step back a little bit, be able to set up the utility, but the alley-oop to Berserks definitely was felt. You could really see the tandem that these guys were able to do, and Berserks was the one that just got the better of things.
There was that, but also the full setup as well. It was coming through from Severine, playing that Sky. The amount of util I was seeing when they were getting aggressive in that second half on the defense, I was just loving what I was seeing. I was like, well, Berserks is fragging, but then every time he was peeking, every single one of the One Team members was just fully blind, just copping the guiding light in the face, and Berserks were just cleaning up shot, not missing anything.
A little bit more so on the second half, too, with like all of these different setups that they've got. Boom is a team that really knows how to work their way around on this map. A little bit quiet in the first half, if I'm being honest. I mean, the pistol rounds weren't fantastic either, but, that's also credit to how One Team has been playing so far. It's this passive, slow and steady style that maybe also kind of confused Boom for a couple of seconds.
224 ADR that map, by the way. That is ridiculous. That is literally the equivalent of 2 kills per round. And in terms of the KD, maybe that's a lie, but look, overall damage was insane. And usually I'm a bit of a Raze fanboy myself, but maybe today Jet's going to tickle my fancy.
I don't know, but at least for me, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here from Boom. It really looked like they were kind of lost or trying to still feel and adjust to the playstyle of One Team because they lost 4-0 pretty hard. And then out of nowhere, they're just like, yeah, we'll just wake up and start doing our own thing. And they did that throughout the rest of the game. And even though One Team could fight back a bit, you could really see that Boom, when they're dominant on the rounds, they were definitely taking those rounds, and One Team just couldn't do anything about it.
Now, what we saw here, do you think that that's going to convert into a W on Ascent? Of course, Ascent is going to be One Team's map selection, but as you can see here, Boom have chosen to start on the defense. So that's generally the stronger side on the Ascent, and Boom, if they keep on running just this full disruption, these plays, these aggressive maneuvers all through B main, all through A main, then even if One Team are ready for it, I just don't know if they're going to be able to shoot back. It worked a couple of rounds here for them, but it just wasn't enough.
It's one of those things that I really want to take a few seconds to stew and think about, because One Team, we've seen how they played yesterday against Xerxia. It wasn't terrible. It actually went really close, and yes, Xerxia might have eked out the win towards the end, but you see the potential that One Team has. Just that maybe on the attacking side, it's not the greatest, and if you think about how Boom is playing, like you're saying, Mac, that disruption. If One Team goes for punishes, Boom goes for disruption, and it really throws a wrench in their plans, they might not be able to recover. And that's something that can give them a big edge in this first half. And that's something that, Boom really has to go for if they are to start out on defense.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, what were you going to say?
Sorry, I just
your point's more important than mine.
No, we're both important. That's the thing. But I just wanted to add real quick that because it is going to be One Team that's going to be starting the attack, at least we're not going to see them actually go for we're just going to play static on the site and wait for that contact. At least now they have options to try to do with what they want on the attacking as they begin the second game.
Okay, now I'm looking at the statistics for Ascent. There's pretty much just one comp that One Team play, and it's almost what you'd expect, but we do see, that. Can you hear that? I hope you guys can hear that. It's distracting as all hell. What are they called? The
clappers?
The flappy clappers. I'm just going to call them the flappy clappers, the blowy uppy flappy clappers. Those things, they're being handed out here in Bangkok, Thailand. And
it's great.
I'm very glad that that's happening.
It's better than a crowd that's just like...
True. A little bit of fun's better than no fun at all, right? So my point was, One Team's Ascent agent comp is pretty much tried and tested. It's the one you would expect. And yesterday, it looked very, very strong. But for Boom, what are we going to expect in terms of the agent select?
Same thing.
I feel like same thing.
Same damn thing.
But the thing is, again,
nothing special.
I've talked about how Famous is, one of the players to watch out for. Berserks has a really mean KO, so that's also where I'm kind of wanting to steer this conversation, just looking at how very beat down One Team could be if they're not able to deal with how he set up his flashes for himself or actually alongside Famous. Again, the alley-oop, as we mentioned on Split, was very detrimental, and it could actually show itself once again here on Ascent.
Okay, so Berserk's, you're saying he's going away from the jet that we just saw.
Oh yeah, because that's the thing about Berserk's is it's very interchangeable with Famous.
Yeah.
Depends on the matchup, depends on the map. But Berserk's has shown that he is very
Capable,
proficient, capable with also going for the flasher agents. And again, the KO, because KO is like a hybrid entry duelist because of how he just is. But yeah, we're probably going to see that here on Ascent.
I really think so.
He was pretty good at going forward. I think, you know, that's what I like about him. So I can see how he synergizes well with the kit that KO brings in.
Yeah, this composition, I mean, first of all, like, everyone plays the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Because it's all derived from, like, how the grandfather of Pacific, you know, DRX plays it. And then they have their own version of it. And when you think about how Pacific plays as a region, sure, everyone might adopt the same composition, but they kind of derive it into their own like individual styles. And that's the thing about Boom Esports. Like, you're talking about the KO, you're talking about Berserks. It's different from how one team had played it yesterday against Xerxia. So it might kind of just be a little bit confusing too, because one team, yeah, it's the same composition, but they play so far back, so passively that sometimes it works out. But once teams start to adapt to it, it's going to be problematic. And I think one team, they really need to go back to the drawing board and think about, all right, yes, it might have been overtime, it might have been 14-12, it was good. How do you make it better? Because they really need to find that answer if they are to start finding wins in Ascension Pacific. So far, they've lost one. This could be their second loss if they don't start to, you know, catch up to this.
Yeah, you know, if they cop this L today, then what's that, 2 losses taken? And it's not great. You'd be aiming for like 3rd at best, potentially, depending on how the rest of the group plays out, right? Yeah. And that, it doesn't instill a lot of confidence, at least in myself. I liked the slower play style from them yesterday, but yeah, like this opponent is just a completely different ball game. And from what we saw on Boom, I don't see that momentum slowing down moving into the second map of the series. Things could certainly get spicy. I don't know how close we are to the game, so let's play a game. Let's play a game. All right. Who's winning Ascension out of every team you've seen so far? What is your favorite play style that you would love to see in VCT Pacific? Quack, I'll go to you first because obviously you get to see it every week.
Sure. Let's see. Okay, well, I think Bleed is really that strong team. I love how aggressive they can go at times, and I love how strong they are in attack when they play together as this full squad. But that was one of the most hyped games that we've had so far, I think. Yes, Fancy United, they're very interesting, but can you really, you know, continue to confuse your opponents when Bleed are just that stable? You saw how consistent Juicy was. Yes, last map maybe wasn't that strong, but the frags were impactful.
Okay, and what about you, Asura, before the game commences?
We've only seen him for one map, but I gotta give it to Boom. I'm really, really a big fan of how this team just is so active, so aggressive, yet there's a lot of, again, decisions that is just working for them.
Here's a decision. There's a sub, Yanli coming in and Xiaoxi going out. So we are going to see that substitute come through for Ascent for one team. And Yanli, yesterday was very, very strong on this map. So keen to see what he's going to be capable of. Of course, it feels like, Xiaoxi is just a Viper. Just a Viper. It's like just that one trick that comes through and just tries to get it done for one team. And look, not much to discuss here in terms of those agents, but anything that you do want to touch on, because look, it's tried and tested. It's everyone on the agents you'd expect. I'm looking at Jarway. I need some more of those clutch plays to come through from him. I feel like we didn't get enough from him in map 1 of the series.
Sure, I'm thinking about it, but I feel like it's just going to be a little bit different because, again, one team loves to play off of information, and it's a very careful, controlled style. Meanwhile, if you're looking at a guy like Shiro, you know, he's an initiator guy, but he also knows how to play controller, and he has that much more depth and knows how to find fights and push off into the abyss at times. And one team, you know, this works But again, just looking for the extra edge. I don't know, Asrak.
And Blaziken is very tricky to go up against when he plays that Omen, because if you've seen the highlights that he's done in their own region in Indonesia, he's just able to play around so many tricky angles and get multiple kills that it just bamboozles teams. So if one team's not prepared for that, it's going to be tricky in that regard. And another thing is, one team, if I remember correctly, feels like they were lacking on mid control, more so on the defending side. On attacking, I'm not entirely sure, but something to just watch out for as well coming into this second map.
Now, what I want to point out is what I saw from Severin in map number 1 was great facilitation to set up Berserks. Now, Berserks on the initiator, Severin moving back into that sentinel role. He can't really set up Berserks, so to say, and he's probably going to have to be one of those side anchors. You know, that's what you used to seeing once KJ's all set up there. There's no real chance at rotating out, so we might see aggression coming through. Maybe Berserks is going to have to start to be that facilitator to help out the rest of the team.
Slight difference to like Chaoe as the IGL and the initiator for one team, right? But at the same time, you know, Asura was talking about it, that mid presence. One team doesn't really always do the Killjoy utility towards mid. They kind of leave that open. If anything, maybe Xiaoyu plays around that spot with the updraft just to catch people if they do push in. But then again, it leaves a bit of a gap.
Yeah, well, if you can find a contact, it's going to be great for one team because, again, they're dictating the pace of how this game goes. We saw how yesterday when they were on that pistol, they would at least go for the standard, get that mid presence first, see if there's any contacts, see if we can get picks. If not, we can always default for short. But I wonder how effective or how well they can catch off Severin that also plays very hard anchor on a site. And if he's alongside Blaze King, that can pose as a very big problem here, I think, for one team.
Well, I guess the unknown quantity is going to be how good these KO knives are just to shut down that KJ util, how good the lineups are, and how good one team can be on map number 2 of the series. We're jumping into the skies, we're jumping into the heavens, and we're jumping into what could be the final map of this series.
Truly, it has to be it. One team, we've been looking for them. They definitely surprised us for a second, but can they finally walk away with a true win? Yesterday, they won out on map 2. Can they do it again today?
Whew. Well, they have to push it to map 3, obviously, so hopefully we can see that from one team here because, again, for me, that hasn't been as exposed to the Hong Kong, Taiwan region. I am really impressed and have turned into a fan of this particular team. Winner Rainy, they've been grinding their butts off, and it has paid off, and it is showing. You're really seeing the fruits of their labor really bear fruit here in their performances, even though, again, they're losing the matches, but they are losing it with a lot of close calls against their opponents.
Yeah, a lot of experience gained, too. I mean, we were talking about the punish plays, and yesterday it was Rainy who was the one with the highest ACS on the team. So expecting that performance again for today, but right now, at the very least, it's going to be led by Xiaoyu with the team in towards the B site. Boom, trying to play off of this, only managing to find a couple of trades, which are kind of hurting them at the same time. They don't have the numbers.
Yeah, and with the weaker weapons from such the classics for Blaze King and Severin, they might need to push up onto B main to maybe pick up the fallen pistols, better pistols of their teammates. I'm just looking into things.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Severin's by himself. Paranoia thrown out, but his positioning has been exposed. And look at the angles here. 3 versus 1 is a tall hill to climb, and he'll fumble all the way down.
Well, maybe it's the same story as before. I mean, one team have been great so far on the pistols. Boom won none of the pistol rounds from the previous map, but they did come back towards the end. So just getting a feel for things, but at the very least, with such a decisive hit, one team are buying up on the big guns, that's right?
Yeah, again, I feel like people, you know, regular people like us might not like the Bulldog buy because I want to be able to just save my weapon, maybe get a rifle in the next round. But Bulldog is a very credible weapon, especially if it's not incredibly long range. And Ascent doesn't really have those super scary long range angles. Where did that come from Rainy? Oh, he actually shrouded step on top of the box. You sneaky little guy, you. Cheeky little boy. Yes, he gets it. I'll give him credit for that. That was amazing.
For sure. I don't think Boom expected that either. But they'll be expecting it for future rounds. And look at this. Careful, expecting the peek out. They get info out by B main. And then just Boom slowly peeking into them one-on-one. Blaze King unfortunately punished. So no more smokes. The rest of them have some upgraded weapons, but I don't know how effective they will be. Oh.
Oh, they both whipped.
I just dropped my jaw on the ground. Give me a second, Ascent.
Yeah, great flashes for one team, though. You see them pushing in, and there's nothing Boom can really do. The flashers from Yan Li, very, very good at just, again, deterring, excuse me, the clapback of Boom where they're positioned at.
And it's just round 2. Xiaoyu's up by 5 kills, 1 point away from his Blade Storm. Again, this is why this is their favorite map. If anything, you know, that's why I was talking about Fracture, and Mac was talking about it too.
Yeah.
This might be their permaban, but if you're playing against a team like one team, sometimes you need to ban something else. So I don't know if it's going to come to bite them back in the end, but still fighting into it. Now it's a Boom that's trying to play a little bit more controlled. They're not peeking out too much, and they've got the full buys. They don't want to lose these guns too early.
That was a lot of commitment on mid. Nano Swarm, so Xiaoyu can't really push forward. Blaze King waiting for a little bit more contact, if not noise on mid, so maybe he can commit the paranoia, but holds it off. Again, signs of again, just a smart player, not really wanting to commit all of the utility just because, right? Both of the KOs tagging each other down in the process, no one knocked away, but one team getting a clear picture of what's happening. And as they wait for the utilities to clear up here, Severan's by himself, and he might get cleared out here by Xiaoyu. Oh. And Severin, he's still there. They can't really flush him out of his position. Finally they do, but this gives somehow Shiro access to the back of B. He throws out the utility, which exposes him, but this is still working in the favor of Boom, as they are very much prepared for what one are throwing.
Shiro, just inside the boathouse. You talked about it, Asteroid, and he is prepared. Here's the footsteps, and he knows the pressure is on one to stick the plant, so just waits for his teammates to come in to assist, and then peeks out at the right time to get him as the spike goes in. So 1-2 now. Boom slowly finding their way back.
So everyone was like holding just a comfy spot there. They took a minute to figure of speech, but yeah, they took a very considerable amount of time just to force him out of that position. Are we gonna see him? Yeah, there it is. One. No, that was winner. Sorry.
30 seconds
but
left.
yeah, he was just on the logs. In any case, I thought Rainy could deal more damage here as well if you saw how he was able to deal with the one pressing through on stairs. And yes, I don't want to take a picture.
Yeah, no Cypher spy cams here. But you know what? Next round, it's still a buy from one team. And of course, Boom just trying to buy up again. Bulldogs, a judge from Blaze King. And they're trying to hold out outside of main, but they keep on going in for the fights. Berserks, though, just a double for a second. And then punched down by Xiaowei. Blaze King's he's like trying to spam and find them, but they're not to be found. They're tucked away, hiding up on top.
He's making noise with a judge too, so they know that he has the shotgun. They've committed.
Is it like a warning sign?
Yeah, they've committed the double
smoke.
Oh, his head's just about to show up. He's lucky. Xiaoyu is just like an inch, a centimeter away for spotting him. He's gonna have to drop down as the drone is there. Gives away his position. Nobody re-attacking top short as you see Severin just frantically peeking through mid, peeking through B main, making sure that one team is not encompass any other control here. But the thing is, Boom, they respect. No more smokes, no
left.
more control and aiming. They back away. But as they hear the utilities being thrown out, they know it's going to be somewhat of a kerfuffle. Double cloud burst is not going to be enough though.
Oh, all angles held. The reveal comes through, but not quite landing the shots. That one just cannot break through. Boom. What a defense. Thought it was fumbled outside of A main with everyone peeking in, but Berserk's brought it back around first.
Yeah, thing is, really, oh yeah, that's the first contact, amazing. The follow-up though, when one team was pushing in, you can already see what was going in their heads. They hear the drone coming in from Xiaowei, immediately goes for the smoke, and as they push in, the cloudburst, how long does it last? 4 seconds. So that means that if they're closing down the door, there's going to be a time where the players of Boom can see through it, and it seems like one team was just not really prepared for players of Boom to just challenge as the door was closing in. There's no gentleman agreement here. If that door's closing in, if we got a chance, we will take it.
If we brawl, we brawl. And you know what? Kids, ladies and gents, like this is why you got to respect your control players. You need those smokes to block off that door area, and the cloudburst just is not enough, especially at this level. So back into it. They're trying to find that gap towards mid because that is how they managed to find the B site before, but it's not quite working out this time. The spike in towards A. Oh, they only have. Oh my God, Sheriffs! But here comes the Blade Storm. Xiao Yu. We were talking about it. This is how he plays up by mid, especially with the updraft. He finds a quick double. Weapons retreat for his teammates. A bit of a lurk from Rainy, but the footsteps kind of causing him to turn the wrong way.
That's going to give them a bit of an upset feeling here for Boom for losing that mid control. As Xiao Yu ready to get the double kill. It was on switch. They were just bunkered up there for some reason. Hold up. This is... They have more bodies. Weapons might not be as much, but this is still going to be a risk. No flashes anymore from Berserks here. Checking through the smoke, popping shots, hoping that maybe a wall bang can take one away. Xiao Yu still challenging, and Xiao Yu is going to get claim. Lay claim. One more, and he gets himself an ace, but Blaze King denies, but there's still 2 players to deal with, and that spike is already screaming explosion.
It turns things around in this time. And it's just so scary with the way that he plays on that Blade Storm. Again, a lot of attention to this one player from one team. You have to keep your eyes on him, especially with the Blade Storm up. A bit of noise all across the other parts of the map, but it was all just a diversion. And at the same time, for Boom, you know, it's a good attempt at the retake, but they never expected that secondary updraft on the site. So now slowly starting to learn to adapt around this. They've got the force buys, the half buys, and they're looking to take proactive map control. Just hold up closer forward positions with the off angles.
This is such a menace. He just loves to play those shotgun weapons. Very economic, to be honest, if you can get contact or impact from that. Severin's just... He's going to take the L. All right. I mean, he got blinded, so he couldn't hear or see if he was getting pushed, so he was just kind of hoping that maybe, but not really. In any case, that did push Boom, or excuse me, one team to go the other direction to A main, but this is just a weak buy for Boom here, for Boom here, so nothing one team really has to try to be aware of or wary of.
Yeah, I like how Boom is getting the read on this. Look at how they checked B main. Shiro kind of calls it clear, so chances are it's going to be an A hit, and that's why this utility is spent now towards this site. But the thing is, your positions have to be good. Your guards don't have the greatest range, especially with Blaze King. So he's just holding up, making sure that they don't push into door. But guess what? Yen Li with a fragment. Xiao Yu just going in again. Famous, all the hopes and dreams are on his shoulders, and he tries to find it. Manages to get the first. Shiro with a shock dart, but that's the best they can go for. Hunter's Fury
if he can
now.
Stop it!
Will he buy enough time?
Yes!
One more hit. Oh! That's game! Whoa! What did we just witness?
It's again, Boom, knowing, understanding the situation, understanding, and Famous understanding in that point that they got to push through the smoke. We've stopped them from, we've stopped them from pushing up into the site. We were able to direct it fair enough, and I think we're going to see Famous, got the blades, and here it is. Pushes through the smoke. He doesn't miss the opportunity to at least get a kill, and then his teammate Shiro doesn't let his teammates' efforts go to waste. He had the Hunter's Fury, and he had the understanding that he planning there. He denied it there. It was close. It could have gone either way, but it went the way of Boom with just very, very
so
minimal
with
margins.
That. Again, yeah, I mean, they had the reads, and then they stalled perfectly. one team, because they play so slow and so careful, sometimes they will lose rounds due to time. And that's not the greatest feeling in the world, but they continue to press forward. Again, just kind of holding up outside of mid, expecting pushes or peaks from Boom. Look at Famous.
He's close. I'm looking at him. Very close on Arch here, though. He can hear or at least see the utilities. He's backing away smartly right now, as no one has actually garnered any mid-control first. I think what Boom are reading here is, since there's like 50 seconds on the clock, it has to be a quick little default somewhere. Any big utilities that they can maybe fall back on, it's winners lockdown. Question is, Shiro, can he actually still break? Never mind, they have the no command. They won't be able to do anything. They won't have the lineup to stop the lockdown, so it's just going to be a full-blown retake. The thing is, Shiro, can he at least take someone away before he gets locked or detained himself?
I think he's just going to get detained.
He got smoked off.
Oh, no. Well, a bit of support from the team, but nobody really here to come and just catch him as he falls. Unfortunate. Severin got clipped out from the smoke as well. So 3 on 5. Not impossible if they can find more picks. This is a great start. The flash comes out from Berserks, and you were talking about him, Asteroid, but unfortunately, just the angle being held by Winner, and that's the punish coming in from one team. 2 players left, though, and Boom's still very much in the fight. They're trying to stay in the thick of it. Famous, one from the lane, the other out from Canoe. They continue to push in off of the flash, but it's only good for one. The trades come through, and Blaze doesn't have that much time left. The double peak says that it's lights out, puts one team up by 1.
Wow, one team not making that mistake anymore. We're gonna go for the full extended duration of that lockdown, making sure that every bit of nook and cranny on B is thoroughly checked by the ulti. So if you're there, if you stay long enough, you can't get any kills, you will just know that you're stuck. There was the smoke, as I mentioned, from Blaze King to give some cover for Shiro, but it was all for naught. And somewhere, somehow, Severin gets actually caught in transition. So one team, great start on this attacking side. And again, it shows to us that the second map really is one of their favorite playgrounds against these teams.
Ascent, it really is. And they're off with their slow and careful push once more. Shiro just trying to clip some of them with a shock dart, but not quite able to catch him instead. Xiao Yu just actually going for the peak. Yen Li still outside of tiles. They're finding Boom bit by bit because, you know, it's this pistol round, and Boom sometimes you just want to try to pick them off or try to find a flank, and it just doesn't quite happen.
Definitely not happening here, as one team's very honed in, zoned in. You've locked and loaded on what they want to do. Boom can't just really do anything against it. Well, Xiao Yu does have a dash, so I'm expecting Berserks to get somebody on the follow-through of this. Unless he just swings out with the flash coming out from Yan Li, maybe to set up for his own teammate. Any case, that softens up the blow, but numbers still great, and the only thing Famous can really hope for is his pistol with a classic, but he's gonna get cleared out very quickly.
Ooh. Well, Severin comes in. New challenger has arrived. Unfortunately defeated by Yan Li. Still, Sheriff only managing to find one. So one team finding that lead. Can they hold on to this? It's looking good, but now, all right, full buy from Boom Esports. Are we doing the Odins?
Oh yeah, Odin spam is great on Ascent. Mentioned in the past, might mention it now. Every wall is definitely bangable on Ascent here. We got that Odin. And alongside that, Famous actually copying the operator as well. This is the terror that teams that, you know, in the know kind of do on Ascent. There's this one thing that you can do on short as well, where you can just spam through short downwards on tiles. I think that was what we saw with NRG in Tokyo Masters. So it's a very strong angle to try to work with. You can actually just basically paranoid people. They're instinctively back away, and you can get maybe a free kill if you want, if you're lucky enough.
Strong weapon. Yeah, clip that. After I said it, it's It's his favorite quote. Every wall is bangable. All right, back to the timeout, though, for Boom. I mean, they have this buy. They have this setup for a very particular reason. And Meow is just trying to corral the team and give them the support because so far with one team and the way that they're executing, it's very slow. It's very careful. It's also unsettling, especially with the way that Boom plays, especially sometimes on the ecos. It's a little bit unfortunate. The only way that they can get information sometimes is to just go for those face checks, those peeks, and they get punished for it sometimes.
Yeah, you can see one team starting to get pretty much introduced, or what's the word here? They're basically adjusting very much to the play style that Boom is trying to do. If you start seeing Boom put out a smoke closer than default is, maybe a flash somewhere, you know that they're aggressively peeking, looking for aggression. And once again, they're peeking out onto B main here. Not the biggest fan of this because, again, one team, they're so aware of things. If Famous peeks out, there's like 4 people waiting for him to go that aggressive. Recon dart, though, and
I like that he's just holding the angle.
Yeah. Rainy, I think, also popped the shot, so he knows Rainy's there.
Tailwind.
Hi, hello.
Okay, now we got to get out.
He's not out. He's not out. He's actually punished, and Shiro alongside him has been baited through. Xiaoyu in the corner, popping shots, playing ring around the rosy on the smokes, and somehow Shiro survives, thankfully, but the damage is done, and one team, they reacted and adjusted accordingly to the shenanigans of Boom once again. Again, they kept doing it every single round. Of course, somebody's going to adjust to that. Of course, they're going to know something of how to punish you when you try to keep pushing through B main.
These guys, they're making waves, you know, the push and pull of it all, and just finding that adaptation is so important, puts one team on top. Thankfully, Shiro does retrieve the operator and keeps it out of one team's hands. We have a bit of a lurk from Rainy. He is just within range to give his team that support as they make their entry. But guess what? Smokes are spammable through and through. Blaze King will be able to deny the first entry. Rainy answers back, though, coming in from short now. And Boom should be very much so aware of this. They're trying to keep them at bay, though, with this lockdown. 5 seconds remaining, and that's the round, unfortunately, over. That's right.
Severin smartly placing himself on a position. I think it was Mac that mentioned it as well. KO Blade is going to be very important. Well, lo and behold, Severin wasn't tagged by that KO Blade, so all the juicy Nano Swarm setups still available. And once they didn't even need the recon dart there. I think we'll see it here. Yep, once that alarm bot started chasing down people in, you knew where it was going through. There's a target there. All they had to do was trace the line, and you got yourselves a kill. And that was like, what, 2 kills maybe, I think?
And again, like, it shows those smart setups from Boom. And it's just like that one pick, it's enough to buy time and call for Severin to place that lockdown. It changes everything. 4 to 5. Very close gap still. And one team back to it, exploring mid. It's our old nemesis. We still have an alarm bot. Maybe not quite the Nano Swarm. Xiaoyu, presence very much made aware. So the way that Boom are positioned right now, just trying to keep them around this one spot and get further information if they do decide to hit a site.
Well, Boom spread across the map, very much positioned to at least deal with the mid or short push. And this is where I've been kind of mentioning one team was lacking yesterday is just that mid presence. So yeah, breaking that door down, gonna make one team a little, or rather Boom Esports a bit antsy. Look at how many players they've actually called back in here.
Yeah.
The thing is, Famous, if they can flash for him well enough, he's not gonna get really punished on this point. Wait! There was one that pushed up through! No! Wall! Glass is actually winner, but he gets traded up immediately.
A little bit unfortunate. Famous now re-scoping, re-peeking, will be able to punish main. A bit of a flash though. Oh my god, Yen Lee sets up Xiaoyu for the perfect double kill. Now it's up to Severin. Comes through Garden, and he's got quite the number of obstacles ahead of him. 2 inside of Hell, and they could double peek at the same time. Just Xiao Wei with a crosshair placement shuts him down. So 6 to 4, one team extends this gap. It was Oh my god.
I was panicking so hard because I saw
right.
movement from Winner there. He gets the follow through, and then Xiaoyu also just, again, adding insult to injury with that flash. The space transfer is nasty.
But I think like the biggest thing in that round was also just that tiny bit of presence around the alarm bot outside of Pizza, outside of Market. It just buys the attention away from Boom enough that they actually ditched A short. That was painful.
Yeah. Again, Boom, they had to respect it because, I mean, I don't know if they had to respect it, or maybe it's because they were forced so many times on retakes that they didn't want to play retake once again. So they wanted to stop one team from coming in. The big problem was, again, because they lost that vision on mid, because they committed...
Ooh!
All right. I see you, Famous.
That works too.
That works too. They lost control of mid this time. They're just going to be challenging the fights.
Despite it being a save, if you have cracked aim, you could just turn everything around. But still, numbers now, a bit more logic from one team's side, and they will be planting their feet firmly down onto the A site. Here comes the shorty though. Bit of a flash, stays alive for just a second more, but then the teammates just trying to do what they can. One team still punching through with the automatic weapon. Shiro with the Guardian might be the one to turn things around. Recon with a bounce, and he tries to play off of it, but Xiaowei does not flinch.
And again, one team, non-stop pressure, non-stop. This again, full confidence in how they want to basically relay the play that they want to do. They lost control in mid for a little bit, but they didn't hesitate to actually just go straight up for the A side, knowing that, again, Boom is going to be on the weaker weaponry. They don't want to really challenge Famous to maybe tempt Fate at that point. They know that he had the blades. They know that he's going to be insanely difficult to beat down. So why not just concentrate the utility into one specific location and just try to catch them as they stand? That is utility, and that is utility that catches Severin with... well, Xiaoyu right up in his face immediately.
Switching up that pace. Shiro spends the Hunter's Fury too, and it just catches one, but the spike will still go down. So we're in for a big old retake, Asterai.
No retake indeed. Ooh. Utility to flush out Xiaowei, and he is bravely spraying through the paranoia. Unfortunately, he's not going to connect, and Berserk silences him. And right beside him, the Null Command keeps Berserk's alive, gives him that information, but it's all for naught. Blaze King whiffs the shot. He puts Xiaoyu down to 11, and he thought he got it. You saw that he stopped shooting. You knew that he thought that he got it.
Just a little bit unfortunate, and it puts us at a 4-8 with one team 4 rounds ahead. These guys have been kind of confusing us. I mean, going back and forth into it, right? Sometimes they go slow and then they switch up the pace. If you are in Boom's shoes, no shot that you expect that. Xiaoyu is a guy who goes in with some of these executes, and those updraft plays have been surprising Boom Esports all day.
I agree. And we did see this a good chunk yesterday too, where Xiaoyu would just peek out of nowhere with the blades, get a pick, dash away. It's the formula for a Jet, but it's a formula that Xiaoyu has definitely made into his own. And it is spelling trouble for Boom because they can't figure out how to deal with this. And that 4-8 is such a testament to that. One team really showing to us what they got here on Ascent. We talked about, or we mentioned how we wanted to see a game number 3. It's truly a possibility at this point.
Definitely. If they can keep this up, I mean, such a strong attacking side. We saw how punishing they were on defense yesterday against Xerxia. This is a team that has a lot of potential, and I really think Ascent is like one of their strongest maps. Teams in future will have to really either study this VOD or just ban this outright against one team.
True enough. But that being said, though, one team still definitely want to win this particular series, because we were already saying that when you lose one game, you lose one series, that's fine. You can't lose the second one because you need to build up. Because again, it's a race against the others. obviously the factor is you have to get the best results in order to get into the playoffs. Ooh. ... And now one team, because they're the team that replayed or have played once again after yesterday's matches, they really have to have themselves a score on the board.
That's what they're fighting for. Same setup as yesterday, though. I mean, not the exact same, but same idea. And I think Boom kind of prepared for this. Look at all those footsteps, all that noise up from heaven, just coming up from behind. But right behind them at the same time is the rest of the one-team squad, ready to deny that spike plant, spending the utility. They drop down. A couple of players from Hell, though, will be able to answer right back, and that's Blaze King with the Frenzy. A double kill, answering through. Xiao Yu, the last one left. He's got to go, so the taps have to be sharp. He will be able to get the first. 22 HP, though. Oh, my God, and Blaze just looks for him, baited out into the open.
Xiao Yu's not losing any of these. Xiao Yu is not breaking down to the pressure. He is not crumbling. He is thriving, Quack. One team right behind him, fearless. They literally just flashed out and charged through. There was the trades for Blaze King. Oh, nasty flick. And Xiao Yu's just all smiles, knowing that he is one step or adding more steps into pushing us, as I mentioned again, into game number 3.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, Blaze, you know, with all the confidence that he had, really wanted to go in for that final frag, but at the same time, Xiao Yu, my goodness, he deserves that one. If you can flick that sharply, I mean, you're great. Back into it again. Boom has yet to find a single pistol win so far. And one team are just coming into this really strong, full swing, and now controlling the entire map.
They're not even afraid to just, again, jiggle.
Wait, whoa, look at Blaze. He's on A. What?
But he can't go through heaven, though. He can call players. Oh, no, he got spotted by the drone, or the turret. He's by himself. If he can hit a shot, that'll give them some bearing, but this is nothing to them right now. Winner's just intercepting so well alongside Rainy. It's going to be hell to get through all of this. Shiro somehow manages to, well, go through the needle. Xiao Wei is pretty much aware of the push coming in from Shiro, and all they can maybe hope for is a plant on the spike, and the plant even denied here. And Boom struggling once again. The struggles that we saw on Split kind of showing itself magnified here in the second game.
On a map that is one team's pick, yeah, so much. I mean, the way that Xiao Wei was just positioned, like he was waiting for that push out. And Blaze got me excited. I really thought like he would manage to find a drop on them with the Shrouded Steps underneath Winner's turret, but not quite able to close it out till. It was a good bit of damage, though. So we will have a couple of players from one team on pistols.
Problem is, again, in that situation at least, as long as Winner's still alive, the utility's still alive, and the fact that he's still holding Heaven means that Blaze King just can't go through Heaven to just push through things. Oh, Green's been spotted, but
wow.
Okay, Winner's still above somewhere there, so he has a spot to just deal some damage, and maybe he might be able to deal more damage. The turret is helping out. Oh my God, thank goodness I have my teammate with me, or else that would have just gone so horribly, horribly wrong. Xiao Yu, no way he actually wins this battle. He is a demon incarnate. But not this time, but that was expensive. Expensive for Boom.
And they're shouting and trying to keep up that team spirit. I don't know if I'm crying or laughing with like tears of joy or just like in pain right now. Oh my God. Crazy executes going in. It looks a little bit messy, and I guess this is the chaos that we were looking for, but Azurite, Yen Li is a really strong KO player. The flashes that he's been setting up for his team so far is streets ahead of Berserk's.
Never had a second thought of that. And I'm going to get called out for this because I was hyping Berserk so much, but he is not able to show what he has got. And you're absolutely right.
We've seen him do better than this before.
Yeah, we've seen it in the previous game. But you're absolutely right. Yan Lee has just been phenomenal. 17 assists already all throughout. And this is just becoming a thorn for Boom to just pick off. It's just so problematic, and they haven't closed the door. Maybe it's broken through. If they can't deal with Xiao Wei, Winner's still going to be pushing in on this, and finally they do. And this gives them a little bit of chance. Winner finds the pick onto Severin, which places every single player of Boom inside of the site. Thankfully enough, they have some utilities to keep things a little bit maybe even. But with Winner getting the kill here, I'm just saying words right now.
I mean, they're trying to turn things around. They're trying to get a little bit proactive. They're forced to go out. And the lockdown will be destroyed, thankfully. Still just trying to play around the positioning, though. Blaze tries to go in for that burst, but my God, one team with a push out from stairs, they managed to pull them apart.
Well, they're tearing apart what Boom is trying to build at this point, and you're absolutely right. Man, I'm just looking at like how they approached that fight. They were so cool, they were so calm and collected. They knew exactly what Boom was trying to do. They figured out as well quite quickly that all the players of Boom were just stuck at the back of the B site. And what's even worse here is Boom couldn't really do anything. As long as Winner's still alive, he had the threat level to just, or had the threat to just throw out that lockdown and force Boom into an uncomfortable spot that they have to fight out, obviously, because they don't want to get detained and such. And now Boom, the trouble's just plaguing them even further. One team is like 2 rounds away to keeping this series alive.
It's not just that, too. Like, Boom have to go with the half buy this round. Like, economy, numbers, that's right, help.
Leave me alone. Those are famous Akira moments where Boom, I mean, they're thinking about how to beat one team, but one team, they're thinking about how to just close out this game.
Look at how far back they're playing still. Like, if you're Boom, you are forced to go in with a peek. You're forced to try to find something, anything. But without, like, true information on the site, it's so difficult to break something open. If anything, they can hear the KJ utility on B. Maybe?
But yeah, that's gonna just not really phase one team at all. Because the thing is, as long as the KJ is there alive, mid is gonna be safe with the alarm bot. It's actually placed quite far. And Blaze King. Okay.
Come on.
Just 21 seconds. They have to start pushing it. The trigger. How is this happening? They're finding these picks out of nowhere. Famous isolates the fight against Rainy. Rainy not ready for it. And somehow, some way, Boom. They found themselves access to the A side and even a numbers advantage here on the post.
I mean, you know what? You were talking about it. One team were not faced. That much is true. They stood still on the site, but maybe for a second too long, because that was the very reason how Blaze King managed to go in with that Ferrari peak outside of A short, finding the first player, and then Famous to dash in with that stinger, CQB. It turns things all around, baby, and he's got that Vandal now.
I mean, we're just like spectating people getting dropped across the map. We're not even seeing Boom players actually get the kills. It's the other side. To be fair, they got the weapons. They should have the highlights. But it's on the other side of the board. But again,
just caught by surprise.
Caught by surprise. But again, Boom is on a disadvantage here. One definitely have some rounds to buffer through, and again, they have shown that they can punish Boom in that transition. So Boom's ability here to just execute is severely dwindled down.
That's one thing I'm really scared of too, right? Yeah, Boom hasn't had the best performance so far on this map, but right now, in this instance, Xiao Yu with the Blade Storm. It's always something that Boom hasn't quite expected, and here it comes. It strikes Blaze King face first. Completely blinded, tried to turn away, but just cannot play off of it. And that means controller's gone. Xiao Yu finds yet another free weapons. They continue to push into the site, but without the dark cover that BlazeKing could have provided, the team looks like they're starting to fall apart, man. It's 2-1-4.
Oh my god.
Shiro.
He just threaded the needle there, but Xiao Yu's so aware, so prepared. Berserks, he has very little room to work in, very little room to wiggle in. And did you realize that was the play that Sersha did yesterday against one team? And one team took note of that, and they did it against Boom, and it actually worked.
Just the flash from short, and then everyone walking up catwalk.
What the heck is happening?
That's impressive, though. Like, you pick it up and adapt it that fast. All right, props. So this is now one team at match point. Boom are half the rounds that they've got, and that's a lot to catch up from. If they can make it happen, that would be a big comeback, but it's quite unlikely, Aster, right?
Quite unlikely indeed, so we're probably preparing ourselves for that bind match. Looking at us right in the face. Seems like the timeout has been called. Meow's just gonna have to give, I don't know what he's saying at this point. The timeout was kind of late. You know what I'm saying? It could have been maybe the round before this, maybe before the match point was reached by one team, but I think that's better late than never at this point.
Might as well use it. And let's see what they can cook up for us, because so far it's one team. You know, we were talking about that Bladestorm, and again, it just keeps surprising Boom. They had such good buys, and I think an operator too, but it just got completely demolished.
Yeah, this game took a completely different turn, and you're absolutely right. Teams really have to just ban Ascent out or not. They have to be prepared that one team here is fearless, if not unbeatable at this point. What the heck is Boom supposed to do at this point? Like, I'm looking at things, and it feels like they're doing the same things that they've been doing, but then one is just so where, one step further. Ooh. Oh no, I'm just gonna rush into the site and then get caught.
Well, if anything, it baits out the utility from one team.
Oh.
Keeps them on the site. We've got Famous just tucked away inside of Wine. Meanwhile, Boom, the rest of them are just kind of anticipating peeks out, whether it's mid or B main. Doesn't quite find anyone, though. And look at the positioning from one team, on the other hand. So far back, Casterai.
Again, they're going to take their sweet time to just hold an angle, because they're on the driver's seat. They don't really need to fear anything. And the problem is this setup from Berserks might be good for flushing out the back of Halls, but Xiao Yu's position is yet to get dealt with, and there it is. Yep.
Got the trades going through, but the Hunter's Fury and Yen Li on the site, it's been completely blocked off, anchored down. Shiro just trying to find an entrance through short. It's unfortunate against 9. You don't have a pass. I'm sorry. Severine's the last guy left, and without that many kills to his name, he really, it's just so difficult, so oppressing at this point. The door's shut in his face, Asteroid. What are your options right now? You got 10 seconds left.
No time. Even if he gets into the side, Winner's still there. And you need a good 10 seconds to maybe catch Winner off. No time, nah. GG's. That's going to be game number 3. And out of nowhere, Rainy actually goes from the shadows just to catch him off as a fadeaway kill. Solidify the second game. And that was very smart. Xiao Wei using the Hunter's Fury, not only to catch them in transition to the site, but also to give cover for Xiao Yu. One team is evolving at a rapid pace, and my mind cannot comprehend it. And it seems like Boom Esports could not comprehend it either, because they can just find no chinks in the armor, whether it's the start of the first half or the end of the second half.
Because the armor is that pristine, dude. Like, the way that they play so far back, so careful, so defensive. Boom weren't able to find any of those opening picks, unless it was one of those miracle rounds like what we saw from BlazeKing from before with the Thrifty. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but such a great performance from one team. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wei, same story as yesterday with adaptations that they've learned from Xerxia. So great job to them, but you know what? We're going to have to go to another break because after this, it's going to be map 3, and who knows what will happen then.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do, but to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, where we are going to map 3 between one team and Boom. But let's quickly talk about what just went down there on Ascent. I have some stats for you guys. I'll always come back and have some stats just for you guys, you know. Just thank you. You can thank me later. Or you can thank me right now.
Thank you.
So, overall, I'm looking at Yanli, I'm looking at Jawe, 95% KST across the whole map. In the first half, Yanli had 100% KST, which is essentially, you know, getting some kind of impact. It's kills, assists, survives, and traded. So always throwing that util, setting up everyone for success, and on the attack you'd expect that coming out of the KO. But then on the defense, I mean, Jawe as well as Winner, both with 100% KST on the defense. Yes, it was a shorter half. There was only 7 rounds overall, but impactful, insanely impactful, always getting in there. And you have to say as well, look, Xiaoyu, mate, that performance with the Blade Storms. I was talking backstage with the rest of the boys in the green room about how impactful his entry routing was on the Jet, and there was just no moment where we saw Severine adapt, especially in that B site with the updraft tailwind straight across the top. And combined with the flashpoints, Severine was just sitting there blinded, trying to make his way to stairs and getting killed every time.
Yeah, you know, the only rounds where Severine was able to find a bit of impact was when he was actually hiding out by logs. That was the only bit. You know, apart from that, yeah, his utility completely bypassed by Xiaoyu and that updraft. This guy just slips through because of that mobility, and the Blade Storm just damages Boom so much that they couldn't fight back.
Yeah, and that's why one team were just so successful, even in that second half pistol as well. There's no world where Xiaoyu was supposed to win that one. There is no world where that should have happened, but he just has the mechanics to make it work.
I mentioned it when before we got into that break. It feels like one team's just growth is unprecedented at this point. It felt like they got a good game 1. Yes, it ended 9-13. They lost, but they had some good ideas which they were able to utilize. But it comes into full swing on Ascent. You're looking at the stats here again, and that is staggering. 14 first kills over the 5 of Boom. Boom just could not find any way to deal with the first contact.
Yeah, and the thing that also stuck out to me was the difference from what we saw from Boom, because they looked so much better on Split, right? You had Severine and Berserks. We were talking about it before, setting up Berserks to be the most impactful player, the highest rated player in Ascension Pacific so far, and boy, did that change going into the second map. I'm sad, right? Like, I was like playing up the storyline. Yes, we have a new contender, but since he had to move into that facilitation role and Severine just couldn't find the impact, didn't have those flashes, and was getting caught out all on his own round after round, man, it just looked like a completely different team. So I'm hoping moving towards Bind that we get to see them find that form, because that first Boom we saw today on map 1, I want more of that.
Yeah, it's just so crazy, but at the same time, like, you think about it, it kind of is a different team. All these role swaps really kind of, it can be a little bit tough to adjust to, especially when it's just map after map. It's crazy, and you're thinking about how they actually played on this. For one team, on the other hand, right? Like, it's so much value that they find, especially when they start out in the first half. They were anticipating plays from Boom, which is crazy because they were the ones playing on attack, and with how passive they were being, they were still able to sneak those rounds away.
Okay. And here's something kind of interesting, too. I wanted to add to what you mentioned about them reading the plays of Boom. Boom had this weird thing where they would just try to slow peek certain main angles, right? B main, like 3 rounds in a row, and one team was able to catch that, you know, very quickly and just be able to punish it severely. And then Boom was just like, what else was supposed to do? They go to A main, they got one good round in, but then after that, it just fumbled. And again, Xiaoyu was just having none of it. He was just punishing, he was getting kills, and he had that highlight where we saw the double kill on Switch somehow through mid with the blades. Absolutely insane.
Bro, Xiaoyu just the Blade Storm Bandit, the Blade Storm Beast, getting away with things that should not be allowed in the game of Valorant. But you can just tell his mechanics are on point when you have the buff of 100% accuracy for 5 shots, and then it gets refreshed as well. If you're that good with left clicks and tracking while you're moving, while you're in the moment.
It's impressive.
It is just so impressive. That's the word for it, for sure.
Yeah, I have no more words about this. Again, how good one team have gotten after a day. It's like,
Yeah.
what is happening? These guys are just, again, absorbing everything and through process of something and, and they're just throwing stuff out very quickly.
At the moment, at least going into bind, something that's nice for Boom is one team only have 3 reps currently on bind, and they've only got a 33% win rate. Yesterday, they only took 10 rounds off of Zerja, wasn't able to close it out. So we'd argue that that's probably the worst map we've seen from them, I'd say, because yesterday took it all the way to the regulation and to OT. Before that one, I believe, was the closer of the series. So being the closer of the series, I'm sure that one team took away a lot of learnings yesterday. They haven't had a lot of time to incorporate those learnings, but at least they look really good on the Ascent, and they're going to be coming in confident, right?
I think so, but also, I mean, first of all, 13-10.
Yeah,
that's not a bad score.
No,
it's really close, and judging by how they're improving, like on Ascent, there is a chance that, again, they could take this away from Bleed. But the one difference is we don't have Xiaoyu on Blades. He's on the Rays on this map, so that could be something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was actually going to add another thing to that. It's not going to be Yan Li anymore. It's going to be Xiaoxi again, possibly.
Viper.
Exactly, right? Because again, Yan Li plays the Initiator. Xiaoxi is the dedicated Viper player. He played Viper yesterday. If they decide to bring out Xiaoxi, he was good on Split. Yes, he was, definitely. But you cannot deny the capability, the influence that Initiator from Yan Li has. At least today, it's been good. And if One Esports wants to kind of keep that fire going, they might mix things up possibly here.
And I'm looking as well at the comp that we're seeing from Bleed, the most recent one. They did opt to go to that Raze, so staying on the single duelist. But the game before that, they had the Chamber, and that was actually a year ago. So it's been a while. They actually have not played a lot of Bind. The only reason it slipped into that series with Dominatus, I believe, is because it was that best of 5. So, no real recent reps other than that one game against Dominatus.
Yeah. I will add, though, at least, when Berserks, I can't remember if Berserks was Boom at that point, they were pretty insane. Berserks was on a jet back then, if I can remember it, and that was one of the big highlights for him. So I do believe that at least players here have that experience and have that ability to create those highlights. That being said, picks here.
Yeah, and you were right. Xiaoxi is back. The sub has come back for this 3rd map of the series. And I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do on the Viper again. The Specialist, the double controller setup. We are going to see Winner going over to the Chamber. Keen to see how that one plays out. So far, it's had a mixed success rate here at Ascension Pacific. And on the other side for Boom, they're going to be going with the Sova. They have, in history, also brought that Fade in, but opting to go for the Sova today.
But it is your favorite thing for you, Mac, because Severine back and as the Initiator, he could set Famous up, and that is one of those key ingredients for Boom's success. At least that's what we saw in Split. So hopefully they'll give us a better performance. But for one team, with the way that they've been improving so far, I'm expecting great things from them, because this is a team that's very capable of turning things around.
I totally agree. I have nothing else to say. I just wanted this game to start already.
Mate, I'm feeling that one. I'm feeling that one for sure. The
Caster start game.
The cast. Do you have the button?
Dude,
do you know where the button is? I forgot the button downstairs, guys. I'm
Dang it, Mac.
sorry. I'll bring it up next time.
All right,
let's go to a 10-minute break. I'm joking.
Viewers might take us seriously there.
Reverse jinx.
No, so what I'm looking at here, Famous, we've heard big things about him, right?
Yes.
But this series, he has been sleeping so far, not performing up to the expectations that I'd argue we'd all have for him. Only 21 kills in the series. That's in 2 maps. That's not a lot, and he's playing that duelist. He has to be the one that Severine tries to set up for success here. We were talking about that facilitation, but if Famous isn't able to hit his shots, then the facilitation is all for nothing.
Yeah, it's the be-all, end-all for a shooter game. You just have to hit those shots, and if Famous
it's a shooter
isn't
game.
able to perform in that specific regard, it's going to be tricky. Now, what at least I like about this composition, specifically for Boom, is that it is built to force the early rendezvous from Winner. So at least you're guaranteed to force him back on positions where he might give a lot more leeway to the players here of one team.
Well, I think the game is not too far away now, and I can't wait to see what Boom can do to turn their tides around, man. Because yes, they came out swinging in map number 1, a split. Map number 2 didn't go their way at all. Let's see if one team can thrive and really silence all the haters. Everyone saying that they were going to be at the bottom of the group. It's their time.
Let's see if they happen. Still. I mean, looking at the statistics so far from before, one thing that stays in my mind is that Boom, once they lose a couple of players, the individual performances aren't that strong. They need to work together as a team. So that's what I'm expecting from them on this map.
Definitely, their individualistic plays supposedly should be good, but
yeah,
at least from my perspective right now, it hasn't really gone the way of the Indonesian roster. And what's even more troubling here is they're going to be playing into this map without a Sentinel. Winner's there, so he's going to have a good placement on his trademark. It's going to get so much map control here. So you know Boom has to be pretty active with how they go for the contact here, unless they're willing to give that map control to one team and just fight them as they push out.
Sure enough, but still the fun thing at the very least for this matchup between these two teams is they're both playing double control. They're both going with Brimstone Viper, and that's always fun. If you love lineups, this is one that you want to look out for. Not many teams do this, but still, we're starting things out really slow, Astray.
Well, both teams knowing the gravity of things. I mean, again, it's a group stage, it's a round robin. You can not technically lose at this point, but every single game, every single round is going to be so crucial. And how did Xiaoxi just bypass Blaze King out of nowhere? Shiro not really phasing away from the situation. Oh, that Recon Dart is going to screw him over because they're already near and dear to him, right beside him. And one team pushing up, pushing in. They got the sight. There's the flag coming in from Famous. He's denying them, but he's also not getting any help from his teammates because they're stuck at the back of the A site.
I gotta be honest, Astray. I think Boom were a little bit slow. Oh my god! Slow on the utility of this one. A sudden quadra from Xiaoxi now. He's being chased and hunted from behind, but guess what? His teammates are now on the other side. He's still got the classic, looking for the ace, and we will get it in round number 1.
It seems like the woes from that Ascent map start heavy in the minds of Boom, as it seems like they just weren't fast enough to deal with. They saw the push. You saw.
They heard the footsteps.
They heard the footsteps coming into Hookah, and there was nothing. And then Famous, who was just basically 1v4ing, not hitting any shots. As I mentioned, nobody was playing with him. They were stuck at the back, not of the A side, of the B side. It's a big...
Not a good feeling.
It's a big Haya moment.
Yep. Hopefully they fix whatever it is, but still, the setup, I like the setup. It can be good. It's just the slight timing of things. Maybe playing a little bit too far back, Blaze was not able to react in time. Now, with the buys from one team, they will be able to have their way with this round, starting things off with that very specific pick.
And again, there's a scary thing as well of facing a Chamber. You think the Chamber is great at just controlling a zone? No, he's actually pretty good at pushing a zone too. If he can place himself in a spot and then place the rendezvous there and then push up even further, that's kind of scary to kind of deal with, to say at the least. Someone is sizzling right underneath. That was Berserks. He was taking the snake bite like a champ, but it ain't working. And Xiaoyu, Boom Esports, I gotta say it, this early on, I mean, it started on Ascent, it's starting here now on Bind. They look lost.
One enemy remaining.
Yep. Boss Lamb, found by Rainy. He's a shepherd. He's Mary. Well, plays the last one left, and there's really not much that he can do. And to be honest, like how the rounds have played out so far, these guys haven't done so well on the pistol rounds. Boom Esports, they managed to recover a little bit on split, but still always a rough and rocky start. Like I'm talking about it before, I like when they're playing together as a team, when they're able to push in and together and maybe get just some information and then fall back. But if they're looking for those individual duels, if you're trying to find some of these linear angles, they tend to get overrun. No one trades. It's tough.
Gotta give credit then to one team because they've been good at being able to force those isolated fights against Boom. We might have made it sound that Boom are making a lot of mistakes, but one team are forcing Boom to make those mistakes as well. As you can see here in these highlights, you saw that. They were so just, again, waiting on that contact on short. Somewhere, somehow, you see the double satchel from Xiaoyu, and he just catches Shiro with his pants down, thinking that the push was coming on the other entrance on that bat spot, on that bat side. That being said, though, this is going to be the buy round here for Boom. This is going to be incredibly important for them to get, not only because it's for the economy and the round itself, but the overall rhythm of the game just isn't really favoring Boom whatsoever. This is... Oh, they are needing to just get out of here.
What? Still, he dodged the flash. Blaze still alive. Berserks and Famous, they strike back. And all of a sudden, one team just completely dumbfounded. What just happened? We had the utility going for us. And somehow, Boom came out on top. 2 players left, a Bulldog, a Sheriff, maybe a Headhunter.
Probably expecting that they vacated A short because of the utility thrown, especially for that snake bite. But Blaze King, he's feeling a lot more brave, a lot more courageous, stays in the angle, actually hits the shot, and when one team look behind them, there's another player of Boom right in front of them, waiting at the other end of U-Haul just to intercept.
And that's what I mean about Boom. I love their setups. When they work together as a team, yeah, Blaze just not afraid because his brother's right behind him. Because Famous is right there to receive if anyone does push. The Trailblazer, again, shut out by his teammate.
Yeah.
That's the power.
Does give you a bit of a holler back when... not sure if you remember Blaze King in the Tale of Two Kings alongside a Dern King as well.
Ooh,
yeah, that's a throwback,
there we
right?
go.
Yeah, when these two were just lighting it up for the Indonesian scene, and we're seeing half of that show itself here. Blaze King, the hype man, and he is really shouting. I don't know if the viewers can hear it through our microphones, but again, he is roaring there in the player area for the Boom side. And I love it.
If you can't hear it through our microphones, I'm sorry. You're missing out. It's your fault that you didn't buy tickets to Thailand, that you didn't buy tickets to Ascension Pacific, because the atmosphere here is nuts.
Brother, chill. We're in Thailand. Maybe other people are in other regions as well. You know, they can't always. We can't all go through.
You know me,
Bangkok
I'm playing
like you do. All right. No, I'm kidding.
It is hype though.
But yes.
If you ever have a chance, go check out a VALORANT LAN once in your lifetime. All right. Still, going into it now, next round. A bit of early round aggression from Boom. They get tagged up, so they're going to turn tail and run back. Famous still controlling Baths, but in the meantime, one team headed in towards B.
Oh my God, he blinded himself for a second time too. Can't get away, and Severin punished, pays with his life.
Well, at least Blaze is alive, and he can play around Tube. Is he going to challenge this angle? Shiro is behind him. Thought they were going to hold outside of Hookah, but they actually peek into this. They want to take the fight against it. The dink was good. Oh, and the double spray.
Kind of got the idea there. Nobody could really push through Hookah anyways, and if they do, I mean, Severin was, or rather Chow Wei was already down, so might as well keep the pressure pushed up. And this is going to dwindle, if not just limit the opportunities for one. They saw a winner. Well, push for push, back for back. And Xiao Shi, not knowing the king was lurking at elbow. And that's going to equalize things 2-2. Boom Esports look a lot more convincing in these past 2 rounds, but that's still a bit far from what we kind of want to see from them. But one, they still have some options. They got time.
I'm not going to lie. I get nervous whenever I see them start to take fights against one team.
True.
But like, it works out great. And thankfully, Shiro was right behind Blaze. They managed to stifle that push coming out of long. And that's what we need to see more of from Boom. And for one team, like, how do you work around that? You know, the utility so far with the way that they play slow sometimes, they will get punished by these team pushes coming out from Boom. So trying to work their way around it against this time. They will have Sheriffs. They will be slowly making their way out, looking for those opening picks, and Boom just playing it safe.
Shot there to delay. Hunter's Fury, no need to do so. Yeah, it's a weak buy for one team. And Boom, at least they have a clear picture as to where one is wanting to actually face a fight. Shiro far enough, though, that if Xiaowei actually hits him with a headshot on that Sheriff, he's not going to go down. But any case, oh, winner. Hello. Blaziken set that trap up. He knew there was enough space for Winner to feel a lot more cozy, think that he was being a smart,
He's looking for a hit.
Smart Samantha, but not this time, Samantha.
Not this time. Well, we're not negative Nancy's here. We're going to be a little bit more positive. One team still trying to find whatever they can, because with that many players, they might just be able to find a couple of picks, but boom, my God, they are hyped up. Rainy able to turn back around just to find a couple more, but here comes the rest of the squad. Blaze, he is fired up.
I'm really hearing like a lot of just
in the middle of rounds. Like, can you imagine your opponents hearing that?
That's what LAN's all about.
Yes.
I mean, if you feel the pressure from playing at a tournament such as this, it is what it is, right? But in any case, Boom here.
Can't. If you feel the pressure, like, maybe this is not the sport for you.
Wow, real talk from Quack. But I agree. In any case, though, Boom definitely coming back to form at this point. One is losing a bit of that luster that we saw from that second map. Ooh. To be fair, they couldn't really do too much with the pistols that they got on hand. There was a chance, though, maybe for Winner at the start of that round if he got like a incredibly nasty flick on Famous, who was just placed somewhere perched on top of a short. But other than that, it was just Boom, again, not really overextending their hand as well, knowing and now starting to respect one team on their own terms.
Still just kind of trying to play around it too. This Viper's Pit really funnels one team in towards the A site, and 3 players are here just waiting to spring that trap. Berserks, oh my God, Satchel right past him. Famous heard it, tries to go in for that peek, but how are you? What? He's not on Jet, but he's still able to come up with such crazy plays. Xiaowei now outside of the teleporter. Blaze kind of pins down. Gets tagged through the wall.
30 seconds.
It's up to Shiro, but he gets a read on the spike going through the teleporter. Can't quite find the shot.
What is up with just Hong Kong and Taiwan regions producing these insanely cracked duelist players? I mean, again, can't remember which player it is specifically here, but we also have a teammate of Kang Kang in this one team roster, if I'm not mistaken.
They used to play with, yeah.
Yeah, they used to play together like back in 2021, was it? Before Kang Kang joined EDG or sometime in 2022. In any case, you're really seeing the fruits of that region and its aggression just right here and right now.
Answering back in. Blaze keep pushing out too.
Yep.
Spike retrieved, and that's going to be one team now just trying to fight back, but how do you fight this? You hear the shouting, you hear the yelling, Asterai, and Xiaowei is scared.
Oh my
Pulls out his knife at the wrong time too. Oh my goodness.
You know what I feel is happening right now? It's turning into a skirmish. It is turning into a full-blown, whoever is just able to shoot better is going to win better. Again, it is such a shallow analysis, but the way that the rounds are going, it is a back and forth. You're already seeing punches being thrown on either side. And again, both teams are just taking it.
You have to think about it, because like, why would you call such a strat? And maybe you want to catch them by surprise. Maybe you just want to take the fight to them. Sometimes turning your brain off and just going for it is what you need for that mental reset. And it works great for Boom Esports. Xiao Yu now getting tripped up by it too. Definitely shaking with all of this. The showstopper not quite connect. The Seekers will be able to get some information, but then comes the orbital strike. They stay away from it, but look at what's happening behind them, SRI.
Oh,
All
they're
the way
aware.
around market, yep.
Because of the Seekers from Xiaowei here. Spotted the flank coming in from Boom Esports as well. That's why Boom is just so trapped on A short, but they have to figure something out to break through of this because Famous, he still has a nade. He can throw it right then and there. So Winner has to hit the shot or else it's going to be curtains for his teammate.
Oh!
And the Tour de Force, definitely a force to be reckoned with as Winner is able to capitalize so well into things. Third, could have been the fourth, but Shiro finally puts a plug on that, but the damage has been done. That's the 4 versus 1. And Shiro's just gonna have to just save the weapon here. And again, it's the punches being thrown and both teams just taking it, taking the beat down and show, open the door. We want the challenge, we want the action.
I mean, if you have those ultimates, like, just go for it. And it works great. Boom, you know, they were forced to respect it. And it brings us back to an even scoreline. I mean, Winner landing all of these shots managed to keep them at bay. But at the same time, Xiao Yu just pushing all the way in. The rest of the team, Xiao Wei with the Seekers too. It really pushed Boom back. So now, I don't know if they're done with this. Rainy still has his orbital strike.
I'm still surprised that both teams have money to buy. Not gonna lie, that's the one thing that actually came into my mind. Everybody's getting wiped off the face of the earth, and they still have money to actually purchase. Famous can get out! Famous can get out! And he just gets gobbled up by the orbital strike. Somehow, Shiro gets access to the back of the A site, but they know exactly where he is, so he's gotta have to go and dig deep. He's gonna have to just call in the ancestors. Give me your power, but it's not this time. Not gonna happen at this point. The spike's getting planted. Severin somehow manages to get through on U-Haul, but everyone knows that there's still an uncovered angle here. They're just keeping tabs on it. And Xiao Shi, Yan Li got his chance on Ascent. I got my chance here on Bind.
He was the one with the ace in the pistol round. And again, just thinking about this for Boom. I mean, with the ultimate, that orbital strike, it really just trapped Boom Esports players and allowed for the rest of the team to execute on through. It has to be, I mean, I'm not sure what informed that decision, but some kind of a read. And it works a treat for one team. Off of that now, you know, finally Asterite, yeah, we're not going to be able to buy out this round, Boom.
Yeah, it's going to be safe for them. Usually see the coaches looking a lot more chill when they actually communicate, but I can see a bit of, what's the word here, a bit of stress.
From Meow?
Yeah, from Meow. You can really see him just talking to his players. I don't know what's going in their head. I can't hear it. You can't hear it, obviously. But I can only assume that he's just trying to give them certain instructions on how to approach the fights here, because Boom, when they get around, as I mentioned, they really get around. But when they don't, the ability for them to re-encapsulate and hopefully deter one team is very lacking.
Yeah, I mean, the past few rounds where they did win, again, they were playing as a team, they were setting up, they were taking fights to one team. Now that, you know, with the ultimates that they're seeing from one team, I don't know if they're not quite able to anticipate how these ultimates will be spent, how these utilities will be spent from one team. And you know, it's just credit to how one team are playing, because with the adaptations that go through to it, Boom are having a tough time adapting.
Yeah, I would love to just I would love to just ask maybe the interviewer to ask some certain questions about how are you so good, one team? Why are you like this? And why are we
Why are you like this?
Yeah. And this is your debut tournament in the international scene after a good chunk of time. And again, you're like the new representative when everybody else is like changing up teams from Hong Kong, Taiwan. Why are you like this? But I don't mean that in the bad way.
Of course.
It just sounds like it.
But they grew so quickly, like completely different from performance from yesterday, despite the same composition, same-ish setups, and now the strat towards the B site. Look at how Boom Esports are playing.
Oh my God! He opened Pandora's box there, Quack.
Everything's flying out at him. He made a mistake. That was unfortunate, but the whole team from Boom actually just takes the teleporter through too. What they do not know though, I think they spotted Winner actually.
They did.
Oh my, what? What? They were trying to hunt him down! He just goes in for the repeat after repeat after repeat! Oh, and Xiaowei! He slams it down. This was not supposed to happen this way.
Pretty awkward round as well from Boom. First and foremost, it was pretty obvious for all of us. The jump peak from B Long from Shiro, he's like, you know what? I feel like I should check this. I feel like I didn't check this for like the past 10, 15 seconds. And as he swings, I was like,
oh,
yeah, there's everybody here. You guys got a TP. I do like it. I mean, they went for a one and done on the A site, and they're just banking that maybe Shiro could find a timely swing here before the rest of one team come into transition onto the B, and maybe again they can catch them on TP, but yeah, no, not really. Not this time.
And it's just a credit to how one team are playing with this pace again. Similar to what we saw in Ascent. Just being slow, being careful, having Winner on the bit of that lurk, or at least one player. And Boom weren't quite able to catch him. And Winner was so sharp on those peaks. With the Phantom too. Now it's going to be 4-6. Boom struggling to fight back. We got Famous back on the operator. And he's locking out B Long. But look at what's happening on the minimap. Just a bit of presence towards short, A short. But also coming in through towards Hookah. A blind Hunter's Fury from Shiro, and it doesn't find anything else, right? Oh my God, Xiao Yu. Into the site he goes. First head cracked open, Famous still on the other side of Garden, but lo and behold, Xiaoxi from behind. Berserks fights back with a quick timing onto the push, but he gets answered back fully.
30 seconds left.
2 players left from Boom, and they are trying to find their way through this, but now that the operator's picked up, it's all down to Blaze. His teammate's gone, and the angle still being held. The toxic screen gives him a bit of cover, but he's just waiting for players to peek at him. A blind shot does not connect. He spots out Xiaowei, takes him out first, but the repeat coming through from Rainy. That teamwork, those numbers from 1 are too overwhelming.
There's some questionable plays as well here. What was the reason as to why Shiro...
Hunter's Fury?
Actually, okay, I'm looking at it. It possibly could be because he got a tag off of the Sova drone. Okay, I'm looking at... Okay, no, it's not this one. But in any case, good wallbang from Blaze King there. He did get the first kill, second kill again with the wallbang, but unfortunately didn't know that, lo and behold, Rayleigh's right here, still on the site itself, because they know exactly where this Blaze King player is going to be coming out of. But in any case, I just wanted to double back on what I mentioned. Maybe he felt like that way, but because Famous was holding the angle on B Long, maybe they were thinking that they could get some good kills with the Hunter's Fury, but not really. And then Xiao Yu was like, this is a great time for me to just punish this, because he's probably alone at the back of the site. I can throw my nade. He plays inside of the tube there, gets caught, and then Famous couldn't really hit a shot. So it's all of these little bits of mistakes that ultimately just make it, what the hell just happened for Boom?
It compounds, and it's happening again now. Shiro down to 5 HP. Yes, we have the judges on Famous and Blaze King, but they're being read. Sussed out by utility, and then one team knows, all right, this is cordoned off. Do not approach this area. In fact, let's head over to the A site. If they can make the hit fast and soon to come, like right now, they might be able to catch some of the timing, because Boom Esports doesn't quite have the range at this distance. Xiaoxi makes it through. We've got the Poison Cloud. We're making our way in. We're trying to spam through the box, and Xiaoyu just dodges it like a boss with the satchel. Blaze still holding on to Lambs, though. Will be able to slice him in half. And then the Viper's Pit comes out. We've got 15 seconds left. Can Boom turn this around? Xiao Wei makes the quick call to head over to the other side. Blaze catches him, tries to chase, but the spike has been delivered over to B. We've got one more player here, though, and that's going to be Rainy. Too far off the map, and Boom punishes them in full.
Berserk's heard the reload as well, as Rainy was just staying in showers or bats for a good moment, and absolutely right. Shiro, quick decision to just run away already, knowing that the inevitable plan on B will have to come from one team, knowing that, again, the time was not really on the side of the Hong Kong-Taiwan roster. That being said, though, that went really close if we look at how the fight kind of compounded up on itself.
But it happens, yeah. I mean, good ideas from one team and with the protocols too to rotate over. But with the way that Boom kind of read it and then just positioned themselves, I mean, it's a good call from their team to decide to rotate over, in fact. So a really close first half, 7-5, but one team still actually in the lead.
Definitely agree. Not only just with the points, but also with just how they've been controlling this series so far. And Boom, they've got to be feeling some sort of strain here. Nothing they've been trying to do has been truly working for them, and when it does, they can't seem to build a lead off of that. You mentioned how they have to play together and certain stuff like that. Yeah. Maybe with the change of the sides, maybe with them being on the attacking end, that's going to be a more credible thing for them to materialize here. But definitely one team with this comp, with Winner, just stomping them with his chamber. This is still going to be an interesting fight nonetheless.
I think it's very much so possible. I mean, apart from Winner, like, it's also Xiao Yu with the satchel and on that attacking side. It's so strong. It always catches Bleed by surprise. I mean, excuse me, Boom. I think Boom will have a better chance on the attack because this is when they get to, you know, dictate things on their turn. But the one thing is, like you mentioned before, Asarai, they don't have that Sentinel. So they're always going to have to watch their back. And I think one team are making a play, banking on the fact that they're not going to watch their backs. Well, they might have to push in, but a flank is coming through on the other side. Blaze will be aware of it, but no! Can't quite win the duel. Xiao Yu still deadly and fatal. Picks up a quick double now. Pushing on forward still is going to be Xiaoxi as well. Despite the spike being planted, we don't have that many players left alive. In terms of HP too. Oh my god, just completely surrounded.
They immediately knew. Once they saw Boom throw out the utilities, the setup plays on A, there is no one guarding us with the flank. You saw that they wanted to risk the biscuit, push through outside of Hookah into market, and it paid off. It's those little bits and bobs, again, that 5 to 10 second head start from by one team here, and Boom just aren't the wiser. They just could not react in time. You saw that, what was it, Blaze King was sort of ready for it. He was aware of it, but Xiaoxi just shrugs it off and just gets the kills.
Yeah, it's a reaction, right? Because Xiao Yu is ready to pull that trigger. Whereas Blaze, you know, he has to react for it. So now, with that win, it's going to be a big old buy for one team. We've got those Bulldogs and the Marshals, the Spectres again, and Winner is sharp for it. First pick off instantly. Rendezvous still at the ready.
Did Severin just pop a shot? I think he spotted Winner there, though, but that only gives away his position here, too. Winner is just, again, very aware of the positioning, and now that Severin's given away his spot, could be even more detrimental here. And again, even if there is that make of noise from Severin to dissuade the B push, it's still there.
It's not enough of a fake, right?
Yeah.
The one team players, they're just hunkering down on the site. And as soon as the Boom players go through, Xiao Wei scoops them up with his Spectre. Xiao Shida closing off. It's 5-9, Asarai. The pistols, never been great for Boom. And now the following rounds too, if Boom doesn't start mounting a comeback right now, I am losing faith.
And I'm going to be losing face on my predictions, too.
Oh, you and me both.
What a shot. Very pixel angle-esque. Loving it. But absolutely right. This is... It's like one step forward, two steps back for Boom. They get control here. They get pushed back there. They're isolated to fight here. But one team are on the other side of the map already, setting up for another play. One team, again, playing this way better than what we were expecting, and they are reaping the benefits of it. Xiao Yu immediately repositions, aware that once he loses his teammate, Bats is open for the taking. But Boom, man, because they don't really have, I mean, they do have two initiators, so I wonder, like, why are they playing this slow? Trailblazer's not being used by Severin. Maybe he wants to use it for post plant or maybe somewhere deeper on U-Haul. Now they set things up. Rainy is safe by himself. TP from Xiao Yu, or rather the push out from Xiao Yu on Bats. This is going to be tough.
You're going to have to clear it. Oh my God!
They couldn't even clear that.
I mean, they were aware of it, but they weren't quite able to land the shot for whatever reason. Rainy was just a little bit more prepared. And still now, it's going to be the rest of the one-team squad pushing in, going for that, well, spike choke. Like, Shiro cannot do anything with this. He can't retrieve it, not unless he finds some picks. And given the positions from one team, Recon instantly shot out of the air. You peek out from the other side of Lamps, what are you going to do? Heaven being held, he gets the first one, but Xiao Yu instantly traded. Vandal picked up. Doubling that round count, Asteroid.
Damn. This is spiraling hard for Boom. I like the play from Shiro, though. He wanted to at least condition his opponents to make him think that he's going to be swinging it out from that particular entrance of U-Haul, so maybe he can get access out as he enters on Pocket. Yeah. And they were kind of prepared to, or they were willing to fight him out in the open. He was good enough for the one. Maybe he could have actually took another shot, but
it's numbers, yeah?
Yeah, it's numbers, and one not taking any chances. You already see Rainy actually so close there, and Winner has a TP out, though, but okay. I think a couple of seconds could have actually gotten the head, though. That nade's going to be huge. Wow, that is...
Spike down, B.
They just jumped straight into that Shredder. Famous just trying to pick it up again, but oh my God. No showstopper direct hit. Instead it's going to be Famous who shuts down Xiao Yu. Trying to fight back, and it's going to be Berserks with low HP, not quite able to do all too much. Shiro trying to bring miracles to his team. Spike has to be planted. Change that timer down to about 40 seconds, but he's been completely surrounded. Tries to watch the angle from whence Rainier came, but it's just going to be the shot instead. This is now, first of all, bonus round lost. Second, following round forced by, also lost. Your economy's completely gone, dude. 5-11? No!
These are risks that Boom are willing to take, and this is also a rookie mistake, though. From Famous, look at that, on the kill feed right there, actually dies to the molly of Rainy. Whether he was unaware or the damage was just too great that he can't get out in time, there are some fundamental things that Boom are completely missing, and these little bits and bobs are accumulating itself and just hurting Boom altogether. And not only that, they also have to deal with one team just being a really good team in this entire series.
You talked about how fast they were evolving. I mean, my God. Winner gets another first pick. Xiao Wei dancing with danger, and he likes it. Just trying to keep them at bay too. The Seeker's now being sent out. finally Famous will come back in to wrap around with a quick double. They managed to dismiss away these defensive positions from the one-team players. Spike not still committed to the site. That's okay because we've got the numbers this time around. Watching the angle onto the top of heaven, that's going to be Rainy gone. One player left, and that's Winner. He wants to save that operator for sure.
I guess this is not too bad for Boom. If this is what they keep doing, this is a great adjustment for them. So it's turning into, you know what, we're going to adjust and push, but not really go for, how do you mention this? Not really go for push for site control so that we can plant the spike. We're going to push to just get picks for pick's sake. If we can do that, we can shatter the one-team wall, and wherever site we can secure right after that is where we can bring the spike much safer. Because the problem with Boom, what we've also seen, is I think they've been kind of in that mental space where they want to plant the spike and they have to set up for that. But if they change their ideology and just look for us getting picks first and then just doing whatever happens after, we have a literal minute if we get that right done and checked already, right? So if they can make that happen, this could be a good starting point for Boom. But the thing is, finish line looking very far when you can see one team's already 11 rounds in.
Can't give up though, and that's the main thing. And I like that Boom are still trying these things with the odds stacked against them. So hopefully we'll see more of those successes when they go in fast together as a team. But on the other hand, I mean, Winner still has that operator, so he has huge potential just to shut that down. Fires off a warning shot and rendezvous away. Here comes that showstopper though. Xiao Yu's concussed. Thankfully, Severin will be able to come in to find that pick. And now just trying to keep them at bay. Checking Bath's Winner, holding the angle. Paint shells, deletes Rainy. And here comes the rest of the squad. They heard that teleported through. Oh my god, but Winner lands a shot. Now they're gonna have to run away through the teleporter, trying to deliver that spike as quick as possible. Xiao Shi will be the first to make it onto the site, but his team a little bit far away from behind him. Blaze King lurking on the A site still has the option to go through the hookah teleporter.
He has double snakebite. Does he have a lineup from short?
Ooh.
There's a possibility that it could be. Well, no, he has a TP right now. If he can survive and not actually get screwed over as he comes out through hookah here, that's going to be huge.
Oh, Viper's
no, he actually got picked off by Winner. What is happening? Shiro gets picked off as a second victim. And Severin, he's got to have to keep the dream alive.
Oh my god.
In no way. I mentioned it. Boom, looking to get for picks first, bully the site, and then plant the spike rather than actually playing for that. And it still blows up in their face. And you know what? Who's the poster child of just being that person? It's Winner. What?
I mean, having that many weapons at his arsenal, finding these opening picks, and then, of course, his team coming in with the Viper's Pit and the Shorty at the end of it, too. Just having that numbers advantage and knowing how to play off of it gives one team esports so many of their wins. Now they're at match point, Asterai, and this could be it.
Both teams at least do have certain buys. Can already see one team positioning a lot for this A side push. Winner is no way he actually.
What? Just a walking peek, Asterai. Just a walking peek.
I mean, when you're this hot, you gotta do everything that. No way! He actually got saved by the satchel, but still Rainy gets the pick. Okay, this gives a bit of chance for Boom, but the numbers not in their advantage. Rainy is about to throw out the orbital strike. That's gonna delay them even further. And again, look at the flag here, coming in through from Xiaowei as the rest of Boom not knowing where to peek. Thankfully enough, they're prepared to just basically pick anywhere. If they don't know where to peek, pick everywhere. And they get the contact, and they get the W on that one. Still not the end, though, as they haven't planted the spike, and there's still one coming out from the spawn, and that's Xiaowei, and he's waiting for Winner to come in and assist him.
Did spot him out, though. Here's the drop, too, in Berserks. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi a little bit too early. Winner with the operator still now is going to go off for that save, and he can't afford it. The team has got that many rounds ahead of them, but so far so good, I guess. I mean, it's a good hit coming in from Boom.
That's not ready. A gift.
We'll take what we can. We'll make do with what we have. And that's what we're seeing from Boom here. You know what? I've mentioned it in the past. It's scrappy. It's not as convincing. But if you get the rounds, you get the results, it doesn't matter. You still get it in the end. 5 more to go for Boom here. One team, excuse me. They can even go in the direction where they can have 2 operators at this point. One holding the real op and one holding the tour de force in the form of Winner. Could be something to catch out Boom here. And we've seen one team be very creative with how they actually go for these fights. But not this time, not this time. They want to at least have the hero op first. And if they drop that, at least they have the tour de force for the next round.
Yeah, he did buy up with utility and armor after all. So, again, comes down to the plays. Oh my god, sudden peeks out from Xiao Yu and Shiro trades. I am getting nervous.
The contacts are just so dang good for one team here. There's no point in this entire series where I feel like they're the ones on the back end of the first kill tally. Oh, Severine. Oh, Severine. Look right behind you, brother, because Berserk is about to go into a world of hurt. No, he dishes out the pain. Berserk has enough, opens it up and leaves Winner to fend off for himself. Mano y mano. Solo man, YOLO man.
Same scenario. Difference this time is going to be Blaze King right around the corner, but they're going to play it safe instead.
Planted.
Can't quite get that operator out of his hands just yet. Still talking about those hits, maybe anticipating a push out from one team after getting punished in the first, right? You know, they managed to hold up, like Severine as well as Berserks, outside of Fountain, outside of B-Long. They desperately needed that. Meanwhile, for one team, they're still relatively comfortable. Starting to show a little bit for sure, but there's only been 2 rounds now. Still got a lot more to go. They're starting to hunt him down. Guiding light, warning shots. Berserk swaps over. And up close and personal, Winner does not look so pretty up close. So 8-12, still 4 rounds away from bringing us to overtime.
They're fighting back. Again, even if Winner does fall down, he does have that tour de force. And honestly, tour de force is so much more annoying to deal with. And they only need that 1 round. So Winner's done it in the past. He can do it again. What's at least good here for Boom is that overtime is now fairly in their sights. 4 more rounds is very attainable here. They can keep resetting one team. And Boom not taking any chances, actually using both the drone and the dog very early on. Berserk so aware. Xiao Yu, no way. He's still able to clear out 2 players in the blink of an eye. Winner supplements it with the kill on the tour de force. And he's just turned over its head. 2 versus 1, or 2 versus 3, excuse me. Blaze King. Oh! No. This is falling so far bad for the rest, and any hopes, any chances of regulation has just been countered, not by Winner, not by Xiaoxi, but rather by Xiao Yu, just hitting shots like a demon, like a thief in the night.
Completely robbed away Asarai. I mean, it was a side execute, maybe a bit of a Hail Mary, but still, getting those 2 crucial kills kept Boom Esports away for just a second. Even with the Viper's Pit up, Winner, a bit of presence, Xiaoxi daring to go inside. It turns things around completely, and you were talking about their evolution. Here it is.
They're so happy, too. You can really see the joy in this team getting that W. I'm lost for words. They just silenced Blaze King and the rest of Boom, who were so vocal about how they started this series. They had a statement on Split, Ascent. Okay, it's still somewhat fair, but coming into this bind map, You knew exactly who was leading the pack. You knew exactly who was setting up the dance. And the one who tripped up in the choreography of it all, it's Boom.
Unfortunate, but such a great job by the one-team players. I mean, every single one of them chiming in. Even the sixth man, the guy that we don't see too often, the map specialist, or agent specialist, Zhao Shi, actually getting an ace in the first round.
He's
and then
technically the assistant coach, no?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, I mean, coach has got to play.
And he can play, oh my goodness.
He definitely can.
Winner, Xiao Yu, still incredibly crazy as usual. I'm not quite sure where it all went wrong for Boom. It's a little bit unfortunate, but you could see that they still have some of these great ideas. With Berserk's getting that triple. I mean, of course, Winner doing the same thing in the replay that we just saw.
Yeah. Where it would go well for one team here is there's literally no way that they would just shy away from trying something to get that control back in their hands in the game, whether it's map control or just every single player of them, again, ready and anticipating to go for that swing. It doesn't matter. They're just always prepared for it.
And that's part of the reason why. I mean, not getting that rest, but still able to kind of just play around it all. Welcome back, Mac. I mean, that was a game.
That was game. That was a game. Kicking it off as well. Xiao Shi straight off the bench, coming out in the pistol round with an ace. That certainly set the tone for the game. A stellar first half, and yeah, it just felt like Boom couldn't find the momentum coming out of Ascent. They just didn't get enough done. And then moving into Bayern, just couldn't find their feet. Yes, there was a late match resurgence. I heard the crowd going wild every time they won one of those rounds. But I am so stoked for One Team Esports. Getting a win like this over Boom, putting Taiwan Valorant on the map, that is something that I don't think a lot of people were expecting to happen today. But arguably, we could say it's that first upset we've seen here at VALORANT Ascension.
I mean, for our predictions, yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, against all of our thoughts, for sure. Look, I'm talking about Xiao Yu. I'm also talking about Winner, though, moving over to the chamber. We haven't seen it work super well for most of the teams here on Bayern, but Winner made it look so good. 2.3 KD overall, over 300 ACS. I'm constantly just updating the stats as well, just to see if Xiao Yu from this series is going to be jumping up even further so far. I think he was 5th rated before this series. I think he's going a little bit higher, probably after this one. Great games coming out on all 3 of the maps and really leading by example.
Yeah, what's the kind of crazy thing about Xiao Yu here, as I mentioned it already, one team, they're so good at segmenting things for their players to play around in. Once they create that position or that zone for Xiao Yu to just go in and do your thing, he never falters. He never disappoints. And honestly, he was able to upset players like Famous and Berserks, who, again, they were lacking in this entire series, but before this, they were so dominant, and that is not an easy feat, and Xiao Yu was able to do that with 2 players to try to deal with every single time that he comes in, and you saw that in that last round. He had like 20 HP, and he still got that second kill on the person at the back of the A site.
But fundamentally, one team just looking like they are on another level, or at least were in those second 2 maps of the series. Boom, not looking like what we saw coming out of the gates on map number 1. And Xiao Yu, look, has to be the MVP, right? Overall, so good. I think he has slightly dropped down the stats so far for VCT Ascension Pacific. But, look, he's sitting in 6th, I believe, right now. And he's also played, what's that? So Jemkeen is currently top ranked with 38 rounds. Okay. But Xiao Yu is in 6th right now with 111 rounds played. They've gone so far and so deep in 2 series so far. 3 maps in both those series. So keeping a decent ranking like that, I think he's 1.28 over 111 rounds is actually insane. 260 ACS.
It's big numbers, and this guy does it all. I mean, a different agent maybe, but he still has those same tendencies. Like, you always need to kind of expect the unexpected with him, and I think Boom, unfortunately, weren't quite able to do that today.
Yeah, and look, moving things forward as well, Boom that could potentially be some kind of early nail in the coffin. Obviously, one nail isn't going to seal up that coffin, but and there's 4 more games for them to play. This group has been interesting because now with this shift in how everything's going to be playing out, I had Boom there. I didn't have one team going through it. If one team keep having performances like this, who knows which 3 teams we're going to be seeing in the playoffs. And I believe the interview is ready. Let's jump over and talk to our winners.
เอาละครับผมก็กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งครับกับผู้ชนะของเรานั่นเองครับนั่นก็คือ One Esport ครับแล้ววันนี้ผมนะครับก็มาอยู่กับเชลเว่ยด้วยนะครับผม so first of all congratulations to you and One Esports yeah and for those back at home we are with Shelway here I hope I pronounced it correctly and yeah first things first ก็อยากจะถามก่อนเลยนะครับว่าโหการชนะครั้งนี้ reverse sweep ครั้งนี้เนี่ยเอาจริงๆเป็นเกมที่ตึงแต่เกม3ก็ค่อนข้างที่จะดูราบรื่นอยู่เนาะเลยอยากถามความรู้สึกก่อนแล้วกันนะว่ามันรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างในแมตช์ในวันนี้เมื่อเทียบกับเมื่อวานนะครับ so I would like to ask you like you know today was a reverse sweep you did very well in the final game you know it was really fun to watch of course you guys played really well but I also wanted to know what's going through your head and also how do you feel about this performance today compared to the one yesterday
首先恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利，然后第一个问题他想问的就是，毕竟今天这是你们掉的第1场，然后最后你们是赢了第2跟第3场，所以想问一下你现在的感受如何呢？还有可以就跟昨天的比赛之后的那种感受相比，会是怎样的呢？
我觉得第1场跟第2场比起来的感觉就是，第2场今天我们打得比较稳定一点。那第1场是因为我们比较急，对。那我现在感觉怎么样？就是非常的开心，对。
So he thinks that the difference between today and yesterday is that today the team were able to just play a lot more calm and like calm their nerves down, and so they were a lot more stable. The first map this time around, he thinks like they were playing things a bit too rushed, and then that was why like they dropped that game. But comparing yesterday and today, of course, they're a lot happier today after the win.
นะครับก็ทางเชเว่นะครับก็บอกว่าเฮ้ยเมื่อวานเนี่ยมันมีหลายอย่างเกิดขึ้นเนาะแล้วก็อาจจะเล่นไม่ได้เต็มที่แต่วันนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าทุกคนนะครับผมที่เป็นทั้งเพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะครับก็เล่นได้อย่างใจเย็นมากขึ้นแล้วก็ค่อยๆเป็นค่อยๆไปทำให้เราเนี่ยกลับคืนฟอร์มได้อย่างง่ายขึ้นแล้วกันนะครับ so yeah I wanted to ask you how have you prepared not how but because you know that's too much of a secret but you know are you prepared for the you know because this event it's been like daily like day by day it's becoming more and more intense I wanted to know are you prepared for what's up ahead
就准备够了吗？
说今天吗？
没有，就是接下来的比赛，你觉得你们现在的状态是准备好了吗？
准备好了，任何时刻。那我觉得就是保持平常心就可以了。
He said he thinks that they're definitely prepared. He thinks that as long as they bring like their regular standard of play into the rest of the competition, they'll be fine.
Alright นะครับก็ลืมแปลนะเมื่อกี้นี้แต่ว่านะครับคำถามนะมีอยู่ว่าพร้อมเปล่าหรือเปล่าพร้อมหรือเปล่านะครับผมสำหรับการเตรียมตัวสำหรับการแข่งในวันพรุ่งนี้นะครับเนื่องจากว่าบอกเลยว่าการแข่งเราเดือดขึ้นทุกวันจริงๆนะครับทางเขาก็บอกว่าก็ค่อยๆไปนะครับค่อยๆไปนะครับแล้วก็จะทำให้มันพร้อมมากขึ้นนะเพราะตอนนี้ก็เริ่มที่จะเข้าฟอร์มแล้วนะก็รอดูกันได้เลยนะครับผมสำหรับคำถามต่อไปครับอยากให้เขาฝากถึงแฟนๆทางฝั่งไต้หวันนะครับที่เชียร์ทาง One Esport ด้วยเหมือนกันนะครับ so the question here is actually you know it's not a question but I would like for you to be able to speak to the fans back in Taiwan as well as all the One Esports fans from all around the world and yeah just you know just yeah
最后就是想问你有什么跟在台湾支持你们的粉丝想说的话吗？还有可能就是世界各个国家的粉丝有什么话想跟他们说吗？
先谢谢台港澳观众们的支持。那不管 对手是谁，我们都会准备好。对，因为我们已经在这了，我们根本不怕，打就对。
So he said that firstly, of course, he wants to thank all the fans back from their home region who are supporting their team. He says that he wants to tell the fans that they don't need to worry because one team are here and they're not afraid and they're going to do their best.
นะครับสำหรับวัน e-sport ก็ไม่แพ้ใครเหมือนกันนะก็สำหรับการที่เขาฝากถึงแฟนไต้หวันก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงนะเพราะว่าวัน e-sport อยู่ที่นี่แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกันได้เลยเพราะว่าเราก็ไม่แพ้ใครเหมือนกันสำหรับตอนนี้ครับจบไปแล้วครับสำหรับเกม 2 ของเราครับ and we are done with game number 2 for us for today but we still have one match left and guys before we get to that we'll go for a bit of a break and we'll see you guys back here soon
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023, where we are 2 series deep. We got a 3rd one to get to, and look, my good friends Quack and Asarai, they decided they are too tired. They wanted to retire, not forever, not for their careers, but just from the desk. So I brought in 2 fresh faces to round out the show, similar to last night. We have Conky, we have Komodo to bring you guys all the hype, all the action, and I know they're just bubbling with energy because you had big sleeps last night, unlike myself.
Yeah, look, this guy, we had to take it all for you, do all the sleep for you in the end. But it's early. It's only 8 p.m. here, so we're actually going to be able to get some nice, good stuff nice and early. So I think the energy should be high in the arena.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially so because we know what game we've got next, and we know the crowd's going to be here for that. It's going to be good.
They are. You can see them behind us. We actually have almost a packed house. I see 1 empty seat. 2 empty seats.
Someone to take this, please?
Someone get in here real quick.
Okay.
But yes, of course, the homegrown talent from Xerxia is looking to take another W, but I don't know how easy it's going to be because Fancy United look damn good. They made it close yesterday, but is today going to be their day? Have they been able to have some good rest? Have they been able to, keep themselves warmed up? And are they going to be able to make a series of it? Are we going to go the 3 maps? All these questions going to be answered. But before that, tell me about what your thoughts were on the rest of today already.
It's been good. Like all 6 maps, across the course of the day. I think we had some really electric overtimes in that opener. Boom, I guess, sort of fell a little bit flat on a couple of those maps, but at the exact same time, right? One team were looking really, really hot. So you can't be overly disappointed in that. It's making the whole competition feel so damn winnable for everyone. The only team we haven't seen so far, right, is D+, which is going to be tomorrow morning.
Yeah, D+,
yeah, so overall of it, it's just been a brilliant competition and no hard favorites.
Yeah, I think that speaks a lot towards one team as well, being able to get a victory after a pretty decent showing yesterday as well. That was Boom's first performance here, and not really to what a lot of people expected. I think they were caught off guard a little bit. Maybe they're trying to find their footing on the stage right now. Of course, they've had roster changes going into Ascension Pacific because previously as well, they lost a couple of players to the actual Pacific event, right? So they're trying to still find their footing a little bit, I feel, here.
Yeah, and look, it's all about taking your place, right? It's earning your place. It's not a place that's deserved. Yes, Boom did really well last year, but we're in a new year. They still have to keep up that performance, keep up that potential to make it happen. But it is time to turn our conversation to this match that we are going to be taking to you guys in just a moment, and Fancy United, who we are talking about first. Yesterday, this squad definitely turned some heads. Nizzy, keep your eyes on him. He's going to pull out some crazy, crazy agent selections throughout the evening. Fishio, definitely one you need to keep your eye on, as well as Jin, who is rock solid. So, Dion, tell me, you are, what did we call you last night? The source
extractor.
The source extractor. Mate, what have you found in the source for us today?
What have I found? Well, I want to start off with the fact that for Fancy United, that fracture map as well, getting all of the attackers-sided rounds that they got in the second half, that was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, when you go through the stats, when you compare across the 40-plus maps that essentially both teams have actually gathered through the course of this year at the moment, with the loss that Fancy United actually got narrowly, their defensive win performance has actually dropped under 60%. It was previously on top of that before the start of this event.
Okay.
So ever so slightly going on down. But the big thing is both of these teams through these stats are both attackers-sided lent. So their defense drops a little bit, but it's actually not as far as Xerxia's defense has fallen.
I'm looking at the stats as well overall for Fancy in particular. Yes, I Can has been the top performer in terms of the rating, but for Xerxia, they've got many members up there. You're looking at your alert, you're looking at your Seraphop, these 2 individuals, you're looking at them to make it happen again for Xerxia. LBY performances pretty damn good on a couple of the maps yesterday, and I just don't know. Rolex, I heard lots about him, but had a pretty bad day at the office yesterday. I'm looking at him today to pick that up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing is, at least yesterday in their game against one team, everyone kind of did what they needed to. Some had a little bit of some slower maps, but if you look at the statistics across the actual game, they're rather close. There's no hard sort of carry where on the exact same sort of merit, we're looking obviously at, Zhao Yu and Zhao Wei, who popped the hell off, right, into that series to put the pressure really hard on them. So I think that's always going to be the case. Team game, everyone needs to be doing their part.
Yeah, everyone certainly was yesterday. That's why, Xerxia already have that win on the board. Fancy United, it's their chance to strike. And this whole group, this is what I was talking about with the boys before they left us before. This whole group, now with one team taking a W, could go any which way. It's going to be this triangle of who beats who, and no one knows which top 3 there is going to be.
No, absolutely, and I think that really speaks in towards this series that we've got right now, because I know that we're all a little bit split, a bit of a precursor to what's to come, but you know, I think we've seen a lot of good. I think we've seen a lot of work that's needed for both of these teams coming into this. But I do want to mention as well the fact that we hadn't actually seen Wukong play in quite a standard amount of time this year so far, to immediately be brought out into the stage as well for that series. They're getting all their 6 members involved, and that's going to be good in case they want to use them again.
Yeah, well, we have these 2 individuals to look at for the highlighted players. Yes, I Can doing big work for Zerja, for Fancy United, sorry, and Alert leading by example for Zerja. This man was just so fast yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up an ace for Alert as well has got to give him some good confidence. Now, a lot of people out there, if you've got avid eyes, you might realize that these guys actually play some different roles. And you're not wrong. A lot of people might be putting Alert up against Nizzy, but the difference is in the first game, the first showing from these 2 players, these were the guys that paved the way in the fragging department. Different roles, but at the end of the day, kills still come. And if they can carry those over into today's series, it is definitely going to be a contributing factor to try and get the victory here for both squads.
Yeah, well, look, overall, in terms of the clutch percentages, yes, I Can. It's slightly leading them out here, but I think this is from a larger sample size, not just from this tournament. But this tournament, I'm looking at some stats. Alert has a 100% clutch rate, which is huge. Which is huge. Not sure how much the sample size is for that, but I can find that out pretty good for you. 1 from 1 is pretty good, huh?
Yeah, solid position. But nah, like it definitely sort of runs just around that thing. Like Fancy is quite a crazy roster in the way that they've got so many different moving parts, I guess you could say. Zerja a little bit more stock standard, but yeah, like it is just a crazy competition where it's been so far, where you can't put the finger on the pulse of who is going to be, you know, those firm top 3. Everyone had ideas, but right now after, what, 5 maps, or 5 series rather that we've had, moving into the 6 now, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, and if you want the statistic, it is one clutch
One?
in a 1 versus 2.
Okay, 1.
So there you go.
There you go. Beautiful. Well, we got those stats extracted from the source. Thanks, Extractor. But are your predictions going to be backing it up with your statistics? That's what I want to know.
Hater.
Because you have changed it up. Fancy United for you, Komodo. I want you to justify that for me.
I thought they looked impeccable in maps number 1 and 2 of their series against Nous. I think they fell off a little bit come to that later one. It was very late in the day. I think that might have a bit of a contributing factor towards the performance come that 3rd map. But I just think when I'm comparing Fancy United in the stats, in the way that everyone was meshing yesterday, and Zerja having a couple of great moments, don't get me wrong, but I felt there was at times a little bit of a disconnect and a slump that they actually found themselves in. So that's kind of why I justify my way over towards Fancy United here.
Okay. And Conk, what about you?
I just think Zerja's, you know, home crown heroes in the end, right? They've got a little bit more towards them, as you mentioned. And yeah, Fancy yesterday not sort of showing everything I think they sort of could. Zerja, they've got the additional structure, they've got the additional firepower, and I just can't quite put my finger on the Fancy pulse. So that's why I'm excited to just get into this game, purely picking Zerja just on the fact that I feel like there might be a little bit of a further line of consistency.
Like, I really enjoyed how Fancy United operated yesterday. I was kind of sad that they didn't get that win, mostly because I went for that prediction. I was like, God damn, they look so good. They look so good, but they didn't get across the finish line, and you've got to go from A to B, all the way from A to B, right? You can't just go 95% of the way, and that's kind of what we saw from Fancy United yesterday.
And I think one of the biggest things from me as well is they're being hyped up on Pearl, right? As a map that we're wanting to see big things from them, specifically Nizzy. It's always going to be a risk going in with an agent like Yoru, right? And being on the bottom of the fragging department on the duelist role, the solo duelist role, mind you, not running two, where if his performance goes a little bit lackluster like it did, someone else can pick it up. His impact wasn't really there, and I guess, you know, a 13-10 loss is still a close affair, but you then also have to remember that the duelists on the other team in JAR also didn't perform. So it was really a unique scenario to come out in towards that series.
Okay, so where do you think we're going for in this series? Is it going to be similar for both of these teams like yesterday? I remember it was pretty close to the middle of the map pool. And yeah, are we going to see some Phoenix from Nizzy? Are we going to get that Yoru pulled out again? Are we going to go deep into the fun stuff?
I would like to say fun stuff, yes. I would love to see Lotus. It's the only map that we're not really getting to see just yet.
Yeah.
The problem being is that is a very big insta-ban to come through from the side of Fancy United. Whether or not they want to continue that to come into this series will be an interesting one as well. And a common ban of Pearl from Xerxia, which is probably not a bad idea given the fact that it is a powerful map for Fancy indeed.
Yeah. So where are we going?
Where are we going?
Where are we going to end up?
What we're sort of looking at the Haven, potentially, you know, the Fracture maybe coming out from Xerxia, something along those lines. We discussed maybe in the pre-show, in the back room rather, saying that potentially Bind could be floated as that third, maybe. You know, it's just all mixing up. They're both strong on Ascent as well, so there's heaps of room for it.
Okay.
The way I see it as well, because there is one ban, right, to come through from Xerxia, if they go for the Pearl, that leaves something like Haven or Ascent, which are very strong maps as well to come through from Fancy United. So essentially, there is no win to kind of remove a strong map from Xerxia in this pool. They're going to have to contend with one of the 3 strong ones in either the first map or the second map, depending on who gets that veto first.
Okay, so you don't think we're going to go to Ascent, even though both of them have that as a common denominator?
No, Ascent's definitely a possibility, yeah, for sure. You know, it was more just what is going to come out on that final map.
Okay, all right, well, I guess we shall see. It's not too far away. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, what has been your favourite agent comp so far? Because Fancy United, of course, coming up with the creative ones. We've seen some interesting stuff.
What was it, Haven, that they had the Yoru out, right? Like, it's just some crazy things that they look to bring out.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't know. Like, what are you thinking?
I'm actually thinking of a composition that we haven't seen just yet because I'm excited to see it if we do get it. And you say Haven, it is Haven from Fancy United. Gecko, Omen, Yoru, Viper, Chamber.
Yeah.
That is a bit of an obscure selection. So if I think we get Haven instead of Ascent as a pick from Fancy, that's going to be wild.
Okay, well, let's see if that happens or not. But it is time to see where we're going to be playing this series.
Welcome to Match 3's map draft. We're going to start things off. Xerxia, you are currently assigned Team A. You have first ban.
Ban Pearl.
Ban Pearl. Second ban to Fancy.
Lotus.
Lotus ban. First pick, Xerxia.
Fracture.
Fracture. And side select Fancy.
Attack.
Attack. And map select Fancy.
Split.
Split. Side select Xerxia. Defense?
Wait. Attack. Okay, attack.
Attack. Xerxia, you have banned Ascent, Haven, Bind remaining. Ascent, Haven, Bind.
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven. Final ban Fancy, Ascent, Bind.
Bind.
Ban Bind, play Ascent. And side select Xerxia.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, going to review really quick. Ban Pearl, ban Lotus, pick Fracture, attack, split, attack, Haven ban, Bind banned, final map Ascent, attack for Xerxia. All right, best select to both teams.
Have fun. Have fun.
And there you have it, huh? Talk about these maps quickly. Dion, were you expecting that split? Were you expecting that fracture?
No, and the reason why is because other maps that were really strong for Fancy United were still available as well, right? They could have gone into something of their strong suit, but for Fancy United, bringing out a split is a very interesting pick. It's probably something that they're going to have very new because we haven't really seen too much of it from them and from Xerxia as well. But for Fracture to come through from Xerxia, I have a feeling that that's more towards a counter strategy pick because we saw Fancy play that against Nous, because we saw them win at 13-9 and have that massive domination on the attack side. I think that we're going to see a lot of counterplay to come through from Xerxia here on Fracture.
Arguably, Fancy's Fracture gameplay wasn't the strongest. They don't look like they have the most positive success rate in terms of their strength on the map when I'm just looking at the pure stats, right? And I feel like, yeah, there's definitely going to be something there that Xerxia may be able to counter. So I like that point coming out of you. Conk, does that mean we've seen that Phoenix?
Oh. It's an interesting one, right? Because I don't know if I like it that much, right? Like the Raze is just such a powerful one on it. It's that, they've always got something a little bit different, Fancy. Is it going to be enough to take it to Xerxia, though? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, well, look, for the moment, I guess we just have to saddle up, see if that Phoenix pick's going to be coming through again, or what's going to be going down.
I have a feeling that if this goes towards map 3, that's where Fancy United will most likely find their stride as well. If we see Xerxia pull away on Fracture because they're picking into it and then split, I feel like it's a 50-50, but it goes Fancy's way. Coming in towards that Decider and Ascent, again, you know, we're in this region where Ascent is a very, very strong map and a common occurrence map for a lot of teams. I just feel like it's going to be a very interesting one given by the fact that Fancy United have such a high success rate.
And we have our answer. Nizzy going to be running it back in more ways than one on the Phoenix again.
Oh, yeah.
And we got double walls coming through for Fancy. 2 sets of flashes with that Phoenix, with that Breach. And then Jin as well was so solid yesterday on the KJ. We're going to be seeing that one come through again. Xerxia, I think they've gone for the change-up. They were rocking the Cypher yesterday, weren't they?
On Fracture?
I think so. Off the top of my head, I'm checking it. I could be wrong.
No Fracture just yet from Xerxia. Yeah. First time. So they've got the comfort of being able to jump into it. Look, I like their agent composition. It's a much more sort of generic kind of style, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Fancy do have the little bits of the change-up, you know, throwing in that Astra. Fissio's obviously going to be locking it back in the Viper again, but, you know, it's just so strong, tried and tested here, Xerxia. You know, maybe swapping out the Raze with the Neon, whatever kind of works for you. But, yeah, look, Fancy, I think they can definitely make some exciting things happen. There's no doubt about that.
I got baited. I got baited by the highlight on the KJ. I think it is the first time we've seen it from Xerxia.
Yes.
So that's what got me. But yeah, same thing. Xerxia going to be running double initiator instead. And look, if Alert plays the same as he did yesterday with this Raze, with the with the insane amount of util that can allow him to farm, especially on the defense with some aggressive plays, Xerxia should be able to set this one up nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a common pick to come through from Xerxia in the agent lineups as well. You know, most recently against Made in Thailand, the team that a lot of people thought would be here in Xerxia's position, but the victory came through from Xerxia on that one as well with this lineup. They have a pretty good you know, win rate running these ones, so we'll see.
The other thing I've noticed as well, in terms of comps, if Fancy United get into post plants, they are going to be bloody beatable because they have bloody gravity wells for days. They've got Viper lineups. They've got Brim lineups. They got nanos.
Post plant meta, baby.
Much. But the thing is, they need to get on site and they need to plant to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see if they are actually going to be able to do that as well, because the attacker side, I mean, if you remember, that was where we saw the strength from Fancy United yesterday on this map. It was the defense that was the strugglesome spot.
Yeah. Now, going into Fracture, of course, on the attack, it went pretty well yesterday for Fancy United, so we'll see if they can make that one happen again once they play in that second half. Oh, wait, no, it's Xerxia's pick on the first match. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So Fancy getting a start on the attack. They went 10-0 on the attack yesterday. That was that comeback game. Oh, my Lord. I just remembered. Either way, this is going to be a series, boys. This is going to be a map to remember. Fracture. Let's crack it down. Let's crack it up. Let's get into the third series of the day.
Absolutely. You can hear it is absolutely electric in the arena here down in Bangkok, Thailand. Third and final series of the day here, Komodo. Xerxia up against Fancy United. We start on Fracture. is the confidence of this defensive side? Is Xerxia going to be able to take the chokehold, or a Fancy going to be able to throw a curveball at them?
Yeah, I want to see what Nizzy's going to be able to do with this Phoenix kit. I want to see him making sure that these orbs are gathered, maximizing the amount of run-it-backs that he's going to be able to play is certainly going to be a large factor for Fancy United to try and get, again, another successive attackers sided. Just continuation of rounds, right? 10 rounds in a row is something insane. From a 9-3, Curse and Superstition, Mac doesn't believe in it. Maybe we're not going to get that today, but we will have to wait and see. Of course, for Xerxia, this is for them to try and continue their victory streak as well in VCT Ascension to Pacific 2.
Okay, anything different? Straight into Arcade, putting the quarters in and seeing what they can find. Nizzy will be the first to spot, but the alarm bot does catch a little bit of extra information. But look, Komodo, they were going straight in here into tower, and Rolex will get caught off, but the fault line does freeze them. Still a level of hesitancy here as the Nebulas are down. It's making it awkward. Nizzy does spot out Exy, but Alert is going to open up nicely with 2. Nizzy, Fisio getting a response, but it's LBY. All left on now to Yes, I Can, and he will repeat that time and time again! He sees the flank, he rises up the tower, but Prince Charming is not home today. Fancy walking away with the first round.
And we might be in the home of Xerxia right now, but we have some Fancy United fans in the crowd. They have just gone wild with that pistol round collected up from the side of Fancy United. 3 kills to come through from Yes I Can. When you see the site essentially being locked down, when you think that it's going to be Exy to assist in toward the site to help his boy Rolex out, it just can't happen. All of these ghost shots to come on through, headshots galore. You got the boom bot that got a frag in there as well. That is a pretty spicy pistol round to start things off, but there's no force up to come through from Xerxia in this second round. An upgraded pistol or 2. We'll see what these frenzies are actually going to be able to do, but for Fancy United, this is definitely the way that they would love to be starting off on a map like Fracture here.
Yeah. Quick round, quick map, as always, is Fracture. But it appears that Fancy are looking to give a level of respect over here to Xerxia. Information gathered, though. Fisio will get caught up by the fault line there, but at least he's found the opening. Look at, though, Alert getting all up in his grill. 1 point of HP, all he needs, apparently. Bulldog recovered, but now they set their sights over towards A here. Rolex does spot out Nizzy, but he will be taken down. And now there should be a level of real estate to be taken. Cheap Homes, Spike about to be planted.
Yeah, and that was going to be the one player that needed to get something done. If Alert was able to find any damage, it potentially could have found some more, make that bonus a little bit better for them in the next round, Mitch. But hey, at least Seraphop's getting one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Damage is the key here inside this 1 versus 3, but the curveball comes around. Even looking for the knife kill there, Nizzy trying to make it happen, but no. Fancy very much steamroll over the early rounds here of Fracture. Xerxia's map pick, of course, here in front of the Thai home crowd. It's been a brilliant event so far, Komodo. Today a little smoother, and the crowd has been loud. And I can absolutely understand why here.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to the defensive side of things as well for Xerxia on this map, it's nearly 50-50 in their success rate in terms of rounds as a whole. So if they want to get started, it definitely is going to be this bonus round that they actually need to be finding. It's a bit weaker over on the side of Fancy. 3 Bulldogs and 2 Vandals. It's kind of a strong bonus, all things considered. They're 1 away from this Cosmic Divide on Yes I Can as well. And if they can get a plant and utilize that later, it actually could be a bonus gathered by Fancy. It's quick in.
Absolutely. Look how confident he is here, Nizzy. Does get the opener onto Rolex. Out in an island there, Exy will get a response, but now should be that spike getting planted nice and quick as they hold fast for the retake.
There's that wall that's going to be available as well. He does pick up another star, so there's going to be a gravity well potentially. A bit of time for Fancy to set up for this post plant.
Absolutely. Still waiting in the canteen. Lunch money in hand, but they're going to have to wait a little while longer because there is a little bit of a conga line here as they look to exit out. Heisey might get spotted out by the 0 point. He absolutely does. Look how quickly they're up onto the site. The Poison Cloud is there as well as the Flash Drive comes out too. Seraphop, though, gets 1 for the taking. Only down to half here on the tick. Another frag found by Jin. So they're putting the pressure on here, Fancy, making it challenging. And the gravity well. That's that utility we start to talk about. Fisio actually getting one on the flank. The advantage goes back the way of Fancy. Jin gets another. And it's Fisio to close strong. Fancy United are living up to the hype that they brought yesterday, and it's starting hot here on Fracture.
I love the fact that the gravity well wasn't used immediately when the spike gets defused as well, because there's bodies that can be thrown into the mix from Fancy United. They can rely on Physio a little bit later when all the walls go down, when he has visual on the spike as well. He can spot out that nobody's there, and then the communication can come through to use that grav well when it is already halved. A good tandem play with Jin swinging in as well to put a seal on the bonus round. That is gathered by Fancy United. And for Xerxia, it's going to be down onto the Sheriffs here. No one touching ult territory to try and get something sneaky into round number 4. We're going to have to wait to see what they can do in round number 5 when the weapons return. However, a team like Xerxia, I still wouldn't put it past them to be able to come away with a thrifty. My problem, though, is with Fancy United, they're playing slow. They're playing methodical here. They're waiting to see any aggression from Xerxia, a big tell from the Thailand squad.
That was it. Jin was waiting the entire time, but unfortunately no tonic was served. Now crossing back over towards main. It looks like we've just got Alert keeping sight, waiting on towards A. There is a level of rotation coming around from Xerxia, but it's not the right direction.
Will Nizzy invest the run-it back here just to try and maximize this round? Standard protocols to clear in towards the site. Bit of an execute. Gonna spot out Alert.
Great fault line.
There's the damage. This is what I'm talking about. It's possible.
Making it work.
Wow!
That's a huge third here. Absolutely loving it right now here. Is there more? LBY will be able to secure another.
Don't tell me this is going to be flawless.
It absolutely might be. One alive in the form of Jin. He was the one who was super slow at the start of this round, and all they needed was a fault line from Siripop. But we will see Jin getting that opener here as he does start to creep around from A main. They're all lined up, and XC, he will be able to lock it down, and you can hear what that means to the crowd here inside the arena. Xerxia getting their way back on the board with the thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of called it, right? I said don't count them out in a situation like that. Even with the Sheriffs, they can get something happening. Start off with a bit of defensive aggression. You don't see anybody's home. That is information in and of itself, right? Alert hitting some brilliant shots with the Sheriff on the site. A showstopper for good measure. And it's one kill. One frag to come through from the side of Fancy United in a round like that. They've got a bit of a discussion to have, and it's going to be in the form of a timeout really early on in the opening map of this series.
It's just so crazy, the Rays. And I mean, look, you know, in that round, sure, it was 2 of the Sheriff, then the Showstopper once it was Pop, but just the fact that he was able to find himself in that position completely solo, he was one of our players that we highlighted, right? Alongside Yes I Can, completely different role, sure, but it's the impact, it's the driving force that they need, and that's exactly the lifeline that Xerxia were kind of hunting for here. So understandably, Fancy, they've taken a timeout, have a bit of a conversation, you know, we don't want to see any kind of early burst where it all starts to fall apart for them, you know, off the back of just one of those eco rounds. They've still got cash in the bank. They're able to invest, but they need to make sure that their ducks are in order.
Yeah, and we're not going to see any curse that Nous fell into on their defensive side as well, right? No flawless rounds to come through for Fancy United. A defensive round has been found, and that should actually give them some confidence, settle any nerves that they potentially would have had, because as far as they're concerned going into this series, they're picking against a map that was dominating in this event so far already, albeit a sample size of 1. Fancy United were looking damn good on that attacker's side. So they've passed that into a round that is still going to be a bit of a difficult one though. Cosmic Divide and that run-up back for Nizzy still available. It is a buy for Fancy United, lots of weaponry, and a bit of a stalemate to start things off at the tree. A lot of utility early, respected by both teams.
Slow creep. Inside A main, just having a little bit of a look out here, Physio. They seem to be a bit more patient against Fancy. Not letting anything that happened in the previous round get to them. Just still 1 foot in front of the other. Looks like there will be a potential approach from Jin inside RK, but they fall away and it's a stalemate at this current point in time.
And Jin's the only one at the top map as well, so he does have to be careful if he wants to go and play any battles against the players at tower. Of course, there is a bit of a high-low setup from Alert and LBY playing up on the top there. So they are going to wait for the team to just renegotiate where they want to go, meet up. You expect a little bit of a later play in towards this B site for Fancy United. I would expect Nizzy to lead the way with the run-it back, get some information, and then see the trades.
They've got to overcome Alert, which is a very important member, as we know. Blast back over the top, but Jin will fell. And now LBY, lots of pressure on him inside the tower here as the utility does start to come down. The Nebulas have been popped. And that's the lockdown as well. Pressure now starts to set here. Actually running away all the way through. It looks like he will be able to get out here, LBY, playing that retake. Fantastic stuff. Back into the 4-on-4 here, Komodo.
A plant to wherever Fancy United do want. They have this Cosmic Divide as well, remember, but the thing is, LBY is one away from the null command. That could be actually massive if he can remove abilities from Fancy here.
Heisey took a lot of damage through the smoke there, so very nicely done from the side of Xerxia. Slowly, ever so patient. All three coming from the generators there. The fault line comes out, narrowly missing Heisey, but again, he is just a gentle breeze away from death as Exy will be able to fell two here. Yes, I can. Also falling. Still yet to get onto that spike though here, Komodo, Fisio, Jin. They played a fantastic post plan previously. Now, they have to find where this spike is. Exy will get one, but Rolex holding that defuse, and done is done. Round is secured. And Xerxia walk away here with a second.
Bit of an awkward scenario at the end there for Jin too, trying to get out a Nano Swarm onto the spike to buy himself some time, try and clutch out the round, because unfortunately Exy has just ripped his teammates a new one, right? 2 frags over toward the side of Arcade, and that pretty much just makes things near impossible for Fancy United to get back into the round. I was expecting in the beginning as well, right, Nizzy, to use that run it back to try and provide a bit of an in towards the squad of Fancy United, but that's the first kill found in the round from Alert. Very rapid onto the face of Nizzy, but an immediate trade as well. That's what net Jin that lockdown.
It's 3 sets of ultimates from Fancy. Orbital Strike also available for Exy. Set the pace, this time a little slower. Looking to see if anything's home around the dish area. Still very split across the map though here, Fancy.
There's no one home on the A site for Xerxia. They're going for a little bit of a
Still
tandem
creeping.
play through the holes, and it's going to be Alert and LBY yet again. They do love to hold each other's hands, but the space that they're getting here will give a bit of a heads up towards Rolex on the B site. Of course, Alarm Bot will be giving any information towards the side of Arcade up to Tower. We start to see those stars go on down at the B site.
It's going to make it really hard. They've got to rotate all the way through defender side spawn here,
Oh,
Komodo.
Alert.
And yeah, he's got the info. Fisio managing to pick that one up. Alert goes down. And now it's these 3 members from Xerxia trying to hold it back as long as they can, but Exy caught on an island. Nizzy opens up with a couple here, but Syrupbop gets 2 back. Fancy though, Jin will respond. Now all onto LBY. Lots of pressure upon this man. Spike still yet to go down. That toxic screen doesn't have much time left on it, but Fisio should be able to still find the time. LBY creeping his corners, making sure nothing's there. Does he even go for this?
He's got so many positions to check if he does. No 0 point. That's 10 seconds away, and that's 10 seconds you really can't wait for in a situation like this.
1 frag, though. He gets the null command. It's definitely doable. Fragment still in hand as well. Fisio, now they're up in towards the tower. They should know that both are here. Jin, watching that line. If he does find the right timing, but it doesn't look like he's going to clear it. Very much holding the off angle. Jin confident, and Fancy, they pick up a well-needed 4th round here, Komodo. They were looking a little bit worried as Xerxia started to get back on the board here, but nope, all is well. And they do what they need to do.
Just great trades, honestly, to come on through. Nizzy with the curveball as well, able to open up the site, finds 2 frags for himself, and you think maybe it might get a little bit awkward in the positioning for Fancy to get into the site. Rest assured, Nizzy does what he needs to do. And for Syrupop, right, 2 frags that come on out, but at the end of the day, by that point in time, damage has been done a little bit too much. And for LBY, Mitch, upon death, he does get this null command now, but my eyes are on Rolex. He has been tackled. He has been battled over at this site of B time and time again, and he's still on the donor.
Rough position to be in. But the donuts here are quite nice. Komodo have learnt that the best way. The culinary journey of Bangkok has been an entertaining one so far. Still got what? Another week and a half though left here as we move over to another arena for those playoffs, not too far away. Some other very, very beautiful casters also look to join us.
Indeed, indeed. In this round, though, we've got a lot of ultimates that do present, and it can be scary, but for Alert with the Operator, he's on the perfect line to start things off.
Tension. It's high right here. Who will be the first to swing? It's actually a leg shot. Alert now ringing up to his name as he has to call the buzzer. Let everyone know that there is a cheeky couple of members down towards drop, but they hold fast. They actually rotate out. And there is 2 members here of Xerxia ready to kind of lock them away. Utilities down as well.
Are they going to try and use Yes I Can on Astra? It's a little bit autonomous, right? He doesn't need to be near the play. He's going to switch onto a flanking play. 30 seconds to get this plan.
Is he moving straight in again, walking through the hot hands? He should be able to find the position, but there's the Rolling Thunder. It will at least stem the bleeding for just a second. The runner back will be punished here by Rolex. 19 seconds, Komodo. They got to get moving. Sirapop this time makes it work, but Nizzy still alive and kicking, of course. Sirapop gets another, but Heisey getting it all done here inside this 1v2. Alert down towards the tree, but my word, the slow walk up towards main here. Heisey has managed to split the wickets here, getting in towards tower. And Yes I Can popping the Nebula as well. Happy to sit back behind the generator, waiting for a spark, but Alert, it's almost the gargantuan task, isn't it, here? You know, the operator on the raise, so much work to do, and I think Yes I Can should be able to find that line. One cheeky little peek, and the round is done. That's fancy with 5 here, Komodo. They're looking hot to trot now.
Yeah, and Yes I Can was the contingency in that scenario too, coming in with that flank. He's got the Cosmic Divide. He can get out that wall for his team to get out of tower if they need after they get Rolling Thundered, and that null command from LBY to just try and stop them from doing anything. Rolex is finally on the board, one away from the lockdown. Will that be used in the next round? Hey, I don't really know, but one of the biggest things that I like to see from Fancy United at the end of this is they don't give an opportunity to Alert to try and win the round on an operator at 50 odd HP in a 1 versus 2. Wait for a tap. You can use a Rolling Thunder if you want to secure a round for Fancy there. So really nicely done, just shifting into from explosive start to some patient ending.
Whew, all right, another timeout. Called at an appropriate time here for Xerxia. Wanting to pace themselves, not allow Fancy to get too excited. Again, a very sort of out-of-character agent composition. Fancy, known well for it. Happy to swap up roles, map to map, depending on whatever feels right. Wukong obviously around the corner if necessary on that Sky. But right now, it's Fracture. And Xerxia haven't been able to kind of put forward the impact that they were really hoping for at this point in time. It's been Fancy very much in the driver's seat for a big percentage of this attacker's side of Fracture. And again, I remind you, it's Xerxia's pick. It's one of their comfort maps. And Fancy certainly with an extra gear at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the game yesterday for Xerxia and one team as well, it's not like that there was a very convincing half to come through from Xerxia on any of the maps. You're looking at your 7-5s, essentially for nearly all of them, and 8-4, the halftime scoreline that Xerxia was able to actually put up in that final map of Bind. So they want to try and get this one very close, right? They don't want to see just demolition from Fancy United over on the attacker's side. So they go for a bit more aggression on this party mix of a buy. You got a Bucky, you got a Bulldog, some upgraded normal rifles there, and LBY on a Sheriff. Now we know Xerxia, they love to push these holes, and it's been weighted this time by Fancy.
Yeah, well look, Nizzy said, you know, I'm not having any of those teeth. I want the strawberries and cream, and he'll get 2. Very, very nicely done as they do take the lead in the round again with the 4v3. But happy with their spoils of war. They've left out, going to chop the weapons out of the map as well. Not allowing any additional pickups on the way through.
I mean, this is one of the scenarios where it's Fancy's round to lose, right? A player advantage, you see the aggression from Xerxia up at the holes, you know that everyone's essentially going to be isolated. You got a good idea that Rolex is going to be at the B site yet again. You don't know exactly where because he has been moving his positions each a couple of rounds, playing from on the site itself, out through towards the tower as well. So the turret will be heard. Fancy United can flood in together, and you can wait and see what Jin wants to do a little bit later on for the lurk in the round.
Still waiting inside that tower. It's going to be solo dolo for Rolex, and he again hasn't really had the massive amount of impact that you've kind of been begging for. Nizzy will get tagged up, but it's the stutter step. He's on for the ace here right now. Komodo Heisey will be felled though by Exi. It's a great use of the orbital strike. There is still time to work with though, however. Now back in this 3 versus 2. Exi starting to creep forward. Sirafop will get that cheeky little aftershock up. So again, they continue to waltz on in. Now Flashpoint up. Yes, I Can. Just taking mark. Will get the frag. And now Jin all the way around into tree. It's just too bloody difficult for them, isn't it? Jin will pick up another. And that's Fancy with 6 here. It's enough to really make the rest of the map look doable.
I mean, for Zerophob and Exi in that scenario as well, a fault line and an orbital strike is going to be a massive gamble in that one as well. Because, yeah, it gets them 1 kill, but the spike has already been planted. And you can see at the tail end of that one as well, when the frag comes through from Yes I Can, that's when he actually gets one of those Cosmic Stars available to then put on the spike and use as a grab while as a last-ditch measure. It's not really needed, as Nizzy got the curveball out, got the flash, got the kill, but you've still got these little protocols that Fun Crew are doing nicely.
Look how quick this one might be. All the way in towards the dish. The gravity well has been popped immediately, but they run forward. LBY, Yes I Can, okay. Jin, ready for the flank as well, coming straight through Arcade and denying everything. Rolex, all the pressure is on you, my friend, but with the Rolling Thunder coming in, Jin will take another mark. Rolex, killjoy diff in this round. Zerophob, what can you even do, mate? 1 versus 4. Sure, you've got a couple of flashes, but do you have what it takes to take down the rest of a very hungry-looking Fancy?
Probably not in a round like this. It would be miraculous. See what he can do, though.
Man, just the pace, the change-up, the speed that they're able to throw out, right? It seems like even though Xerxia are trying different things time and time again, Komodo, Fancy just have an answer for it. And this is not what I was expecting at all, right? You know, the composition from Xerxia, it's strong, Fancy, sure, a little bit less orthodox, but they're making it work, and the additional utility that they're using to take these choke points of the map has just been crazy.
It's just a comfortable kit for them.
Yeah.
Changing up their defense, changing up their slow offense to the fast offense as well. I mean, you isolate this round, it might not be a counterplay, but it's a bloody good read, isn't it? LBY with the 0 point off the rip, but there's 4 members from Fancy United outside of the dish, waiting just outside the range of where that blade lands. It's dodged. There's no idea that these Fancy members are all just going to flood against the dish players, head on a swivel for the kills as well, and then they just use a Rolling Thunder in the site to see if there's any stragglers, catch them up in it, and that's poor old Rolex. So just attacker side domination to come through from Fancy United. They are so comfortable on a map like Fracture, and it was a risk for Xerxia to pick. Always would have been.
Jin versus Rolex in this head-to-head, 13 kills to 1. Make it 14. Jin opening up with another, you know, sure, roll for roll doesn't always mean the be-all, end-all, but Xerxia just doesn't unfortunately have a duelist, rather a sentinel to kind of get the work done that they need. So they drop over to the other side of the spawn, taking the rope of death, but happy to do it as a little party.
Yeah, do it together as a team, right? They have been holding on to this Viper's Pit and this Cosmic Divide for quite a little bit. I would probably expect them to be ripped in a round like this. They do have a 5 versus 4 player advantage scenario. Again, they tend to be won by Fancy United. See what Rolex can potentially do a little bit later on if he uses his lockdown for a post plant, but you've got lesser weaponry, you're starting to dwindle on your utility as well, and this can be an explosive entry from Fancy United here on A.
It's just so hard, isn't it? Cosmic Divide goes down, there's a Killjoy utility that is going to try and at least stem the bleeding, but Rolex can't go in, he just has to wait. He does have a lockdown of his own, and this actually may put a level of pressure on Komodo right now. They're going to be able to get into drop, though, very, very quickly. Okay. They settle for a second, but they've got to move quick.
0 point was used there for LBY as well to the dish, so they know how many players have ran there from Fancy.
Yeah, absolutely. And inside this Viper's Pit, they're going to make it challenging. Fizio gets another one. He is down relatively low, but still in this 5 versus 3, the advantage. It is just so strong. Do they even still want to go for this? Exi walking on up, but Fizio won't get spotted. Nizzy gets another, and it's again a 1 versus 5 for Zerophob. The impossible task ahead. Fancy, this is 8 rounds. Zerophob has to run away, tail between his legs. No chance of winning this round out. And Xerxia, again, they just don't have any answers. We heard the crowd absolutely roar when they picked one up before, but at least it's a consolation prize with a couple of frags on the way out. But what does it mean at this point?
It gives him one away from his Rolling Thunder. If
Sure.
they get aggressive and he gets an orb or an opening kill, that can definitely be a tool that they can use. But you look at this scenario, right? Rolex with that lockdown, it doesn't cover the back of sight. You can see that's where Fizio moves when the pit is active, and there's no extra utility actually used from Xerxia. In a position where you know somebody's going to be vulnerable, right? They move into the lockdown, they're detained. They're in that corner, they have to eat any utility damage you throw at them, like an Incendiary, like a Nano Swarm, etc., etc. That's not used from Xerxia. They don't use any of that, and they don't try and get a quick kill on towards Fizio. So whether or not that just speaks to not enough protocols on a map like this, not able to adapt on the fly against Fancy, who are just, you know, destroying them right now for lack of other words, it just makes it more difficult.
All right. the fear tactic, the scaremongering again that does come with popping down that lockdown. Should send everyone packing, giving some free space in towards this side. Alert waiting. Spike will get planted, so realistically, this 5-on-5 retake can go anywhere.
Yeah. Alert going to be bringing in the rocket already. It's going to net Nizzy.
He's moving. Really wants to fight this one as quickly as possible, Komodo. Now Rolex also looking for more. Will be able to pick up another weapon at the top of the tower, but it's just the Vandal. Additionally, still 3 Sheriffs to go on with it. Now everyone remaining back towards tree. Obviously that spike is planted for them, but they're trying to move through the nebula. It works out. It's a great underarm, but Heisey does get 1 and 2. LBY tries to respond, but Jin will deny again. It's all on to Seraphop once more. I feel like a broken record at this point, Komodo. He does get another, but he has to try get moving. There's no bloody time, and Heisey, breach, diff, gets a third. 9 rounds for Fancy United, and they have set themselves up perfectly at this opening half.
Heisey and Jin have found the full house in that round, and it feels like they have the house on their side right now. They have read the cards. They are in their favor, and yeah, it was kind of an eco to come through from Xerxia as well, right? Seraphop carries over that Vandal from the previous round, but in him not netting a kill early on meant there was no access to a Rolling Thunder. Imagine if he could use that to the tree in that ending scenario. No smokes down, just vulnerability for Fancy United. That could have been an avenue for Xerxia to get that round, but we move into the 12th, the last of this half. Will it be double digits for Fancy, or will it be Xerxia getting a third round and maybe laying on a little bit of a curse?
Mac will tell you that doesn't exist, as you know, but once again, they do try to make their way through A slowly. Fisio still keeping a bit of an eye from the other side of the tree, but once again, Spike will be planted back into this 5-on-5.
So quick to get that plant down. LBY, null command, Seraphop, Rolling Thunder. It's last round. You use these, but you got to topple Fisio on this flank first.
Yeah, absolutely. Flashes go in now. Poison Cloud will give them some extra time and space, you know, still trying to fell out Fisio here, but there is the Rolling Thunder. You mentioned it. Seraphop was able to find a little bit earlier. Fisio now taken down by LBY, but here's Jin. Null command popped. Fragment down. Trying to get this space. The Aftershock is going to make it awkward here for Nizzy, but he's just holding the line. Seraphop will look to try and take it to half at the Gravity Well. Does manage to pull him off. LBY gets another, but it's so tight. Not much time. Nizzy trying to get out, but Rolex with 2. Is there enough to try and hold it? Yes, I can. I think he's done it. He absolutely has. A 3K to lock them out of the site, and that is 10 rounds for Fancy. Double digits. No curse.
Again, the utility layering that Fancy United are throwing in here, man. That Gravity Well used to perfection. Spike not even half defused. Just counter just before 3.5, albeit counter 3. Rip that one on out. And you can see that Fisio, right? He's getting pressured at the tree. He's able to stem off a Null Command and a Rolling Thunder to buy time for his team where Jin is playing under the map, under those tunnels. And then all they had to do was wait to have that 0 point expire on time, and then Nizzy does what he needs to do as well. It's just really flawless play to come through from Fancy United at the moment. You can tell just instrumentally why this map is one of their best. You know, you add in Haven to that mix as well, you add in Ascent, and you've got a recipe for a team that in a best of 3 will always have a map that is going to suit their strengths.
This half-day thing is really, really breaking me down, hey. You know, another really solid half. Just like I don't get any of the close games at this point in time, but Fancy have earned it, right? There has been no real question.
Hey, but we're switching up, remember?
Yeah, we are, but Xerxia's just like, they're looking a bit limp, I guess is one way to put it. Like, I'm not going to put it down to, you know, Fancy just kind of walking over them in a weaker-looking Xerxia. That's an element, sure, but Fancy, again, they have been in the driver's seat the entire time. They don't need a switch out. They don't need a coffee break. They're happy to keep on going for another 100Ks. And, you know, there's only a couple more rounds that they need to put in the back pocket to close this one out.
And they do switch over to the attackers side, which history shows is a stronger side for them on this map as well. But then you got to remember for Fancy United, the same can be said, and their defensive side is also a little bit better compared to Xerxia's. So 3 rounds is all that Fancy are going to be needed. If they are able to take the pistol here, that just makes things much more difficult for Xerxia to even just get a crumb of a way back in towards this one. But we will wait and see. Bit of a counter strategy in the beginnings of this tree location for Xerxia. Now going to have to contend with 3 players for Fancy United, though, over at A.
Just a crumb, you say. Okay. Straight on in, on towards the side. Heisey tries to hold fast, but Alert, he'll be able to stop that attempt. So it looks like that site at least should be found in the way of the spikes. Zerofop gets that one down. It's the advantage for Xerxia.
Boombot available, but the pressure is going to be building, isn't it? And look at that, Visio.
Another one for Alert, looking really good, but Nizzy, yes I can, at least able to even the playing field here. Back to a 3-on-3, making it now very, very challenging. Nizzy does have the curveball, will be able to get out, but it is going to be LBY going down on the other side of the box. But Exy up in the tower, getting it done, locking them out, no hair to climb. Yes I can. Last, 1 versus 2 here. Does have a star that he can throw down, trying to make good use of it. But it is still going to be awkward. Molotov can be thrown down, and I just don't know if there's going to be enough time here for Yes I Can inside the Nebula. He does some extra damage. Maybe, just maybe, there is a world where he can do it. He does destroy, but there's just not enough time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a valiant effort, that's for sure. It means that Xerxia's not got really a bunch of money to go into the next, well, not as much as they'd wanted, but still. That's a round, Komodo.
Yeah,
baby steps.
It is a round, it's a pistol round, so you'll be happy with that one. You can see the kind of thought process from Yes I Can at the end here as well. You hear the incendiary get ricocheted off the wall, and you're always going to think that it's going to land on the spike, right? In a 1 versus 2, you can't call a smoke your protector, your savior to get the round. You have to potentially just go for the fight, and he's gone for it in that scenario. Gets kills, yeah, doesn't get the round. It is what it is. There's so much cushioning for Fancy United in this map so far as well, Conky, that they don't need to force. This classic round is just going to be one of those, do what you can, see what you want. You're probably not going to get it, but hey, see what damage you can find.
Look, it's a free weapon. Does get the job done sometimes. They are just going to be waiting ever so patiently. Rotation through the spawn now. Due diligence being completed by Xerxia. They still haven't heard a bullet shot, so they're unsure of the exact result, but they've at least got that spike planted now, so it should be easy, breezy, beautiful from here on out.
We'll see. We'll see what these classics can just shoot on out. They're going to dump their standard utilities.
Good damage. Nizzy, at least able to get 1 as a response, but the slow creep now. They're already locked in side A main. There is enough of a distance. Is Nizzy, though. How's he found...
Oh, no, wait, hang on.
Hang on. Hang on just a bloody second. He's got a gun now. I mean, there is a molly. But look, Nizzy, he's still alive, Komodo. He's already found 3, as we mentioned. Now he's moving as well with the back of the hot hands. But okay. Okay.
You can't count Nizzy out if he's alive. He's got a classic and he's got 3 kills, man.
Who was saying it? Someone made the mention. I think it was, I actually think it was Josh, one of the guys doing our videography here at the event, and he was like, man, some players with a classic just seem to know how to do it. And
they're built different.
We just seen it there, you know?
I'll add, right, I'm seeing a highlighted ability. That's called a run it back. That's an ultimate for a Phoenix.
That's pretty
takes
big.
6 charges.
Yep.
He got 3 kills and a death. And then the death in the pistol round and the kill. That's an
How
available
do you do that?
in
That's
a bonus.
Like a triple dink.
Built different.
Oh, man.
We'll see if he uses it, though, Mitch. It is this bonus round. The weapons are here for Fancy United, and they're going aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rolex is going to be punished as a result of it. Obviously, losing the additional weaponry into this bonus certainly makes it tough now as that toxic screen does go down. Nizzy responds nice and easily again. LBY looking to get that plant down, but Nizzy pops the run it back, makes it work. Aftershock comes through, but it's Nizzy.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, he's that damn good, Komodo. Now all left onto alert here. Will get 1, but not a second. 4 alive. Fancy finding 11. And Xerxia, maybe, just maybe, that might be the nail in the coffin that does close out this map. Because they've got nothing really to...
It's the bonus.
Yeah, but like, come on, man.
Yeah, mental fortitude definitely needs to be
That's what I'm saying.
bricked up right now
They're
for
going to
Xerxia.
have the full buy. But just the way that they got smacked around into that second round is just crazy.
Yeah, and that just extends into this bonus, right, where Nizzy is able to use that run it back. He gets 2 kills somehow. Rest of the squad just comes in where they need, and it's just looking really tempered to come through from Fancy United right now. They're all running light shields. You know, maybe Xerxia, his headshots can do something here, but we've got a full buy across the board. Alert with a showstopper. This toxic screen has been what has been used time and time again to come through from Fancy on this defensive side. They love to push with it. They love to layer those flashes as well, set up Nizzy for some success when that wall goes down. But it's going to be respected a little bit here. It's going to force Xerxia back towards A, where the current Killjoy setup of Jin is.
So again, they join the fold just outside A halls, waiting patiently. Looks like the Sky Smokes are ready to be thrown down as well. Flashpoint there in hand, ready to be tossed on in. So there's the utility. There's the money. Poison Cloud will keep them at bay, and another snake bite as well. So they're certainly making it tough here, though, but they start to make their way out in towards the sands here, Komodo. Info gathered onto Jin, but that was actually destroyed. Their alert pops the ultimate, does manage to get one, but Physio, Jin, they get 2 for it. Heisey also joins the party at the right time. Nizzy's there as well. Where the hell did he come from?
He just got stomped him. That's the wrong game.
How did he do that?
Oh, he's just jumped out from the rafters and found an opponent. It's only Physio that dies. That's a full gun round to come through from Xerxia. That's 2 players on the site. Abilities removed. A showstopper in the face to Physio. Still got a kill, by the way.
Yeah.
But that's 12. That is 8 map points now for Fancy United on their opponent's map pick. Oh, boy.
Can't say this is what I was expecting. You know, Fancy, again, they are an impressive team. Very flashy, very exciting. And just how clean that retake was. It's almost surreal, isn't it? You know, we were speaking about some of the teams over the course of the day. It's, you know, they don't want to allow the retake. I think we're talking about Scars.
Yeah,
they don't want to retake at all. And that sort of felt a little bit similar there, right? The second the spike was making its way towards the side, all of a sudden, through drop, through everything, just out of link. It's just chaos ensuing.
And what do you talk about in a situation like this for Xerxia, right? We're talking pre-game.
Next game. Next map.
We're talking pre-game with Mac about, you know, all right, we've seen the domination that Fracture already presented to us for Fancy United. If Xerxia, who have a couple of good reps on this as well, are going to be picking a strong map of their opponents against them, there's got to be a sense of counter strategy, right? There's got to be a read, there's got to be tells, there's got to be tendencies that they've figured out from Fancy United on how they should then be altering their rounds to get something happening. But how many do they actually have to show for here? 4.
Yeah. And 2 off the back of a pistol.
Yeah.
The other 2 very early on in the series.
The thrifty, weird, classic-y, sheriff-y one.
That was it. It was enough to kind of bring a little bit of excitement back to the map.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you know, back to 2 and 5. Fancy really just got on a hot streak from there.
And look at the buy that they have to go into this one with as well. Rolex has got a Sheriff. They then have a couple of Spectres, a Guardian for Alert, who, you know, in terms of kills, 15 is quite respectable in a scoreline like this.
Trying to go very quick as well. If they're going to close it, they're going to close it fast here. Yes, I can with 2. But okay, Seraphop maybe making it work here, Komodo. Gets a couple with that Spectre. We were talking about even with the nerfs, how powerful it still can be. So sight is free, will be taken. Spike about to be planted as Physio does start to pick up the pace here a little bit. The turret should spot him. It will.
LBY gets the ultimate off the plant as well, despite being low on HP. If he rips that and gets downed, Jin's already here.
I was going to say, it would have been worth his while, but now Physio on the flank here. Rolex does start to move in. It's in to the 1-on-2. Can Jin do it? Certainly a character, the main character for a lot of this map so far, Komodo. Seraphop and Rolex inside main. They're playing the old bait and switch as Jin starts to creep his way in. It's planted in the generic locale. Very, very tight of a line. Fault line goes in.
There it is.
Going to be Jin. Very nicely done from the big man here. Fancy United. They are going to be the ones here taking out map number 1 on Fracture. It was a map selection of Xerxia. They've managed to do it in such dominant fashion. Certainly a surreal feeling here for Fancy to be getting up so cheery off the back of that opener here, Komodo. What a start to the series.
Yeah, if you're anyone out there in this event right now, you're probably having to be careful about Fancy United on Fracture. They have won it out in the beginning of the day yesterday with a really good scoreline as well, right? Attacking side, you could not touch them. And while they were, you know, contended against a little bit here in this one, they're still just looking deadly, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really just the thing, you know, that tactical pause being used towards the end. You kind of just toss it out the window, have a bit of a thought process. Okay, how are we going to approach the next map? Of course, the next one coming up is going to be split. It's the map selection of Fancy. They are going to be starting at least Xerxia on that defensive side, so might be able to get a bit of momentum behind them there, sure. But, you know, with Ascent being left over, both teams quite strong on that map. So irrespective of where we end up, even if they do manage to at least take the opponent's map pick, that third map really is anyone's game. So it's about stamina. Do Xerxia have it, or are Fancy going to be able to close it strong and be a second 2-0 of the competition? Because the other 2 series, or the other 4 series rather, have gone to the full 3 maps.
Yeah, and I will add as well, I do believe that 13-4 is the biggest scoreline that we've had difference.
All right, no more about that. We got a break just around the corner, so go refresh the beverage and we'll see you back in a couple of.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कब्र मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, where we just witnessed greatness again on Fracture. And look, I'm a little bit worried about my predictions. I'm not going to lie, gentlemen. That was a great cast. Hey, I'm Mac, by the way, just in case you didn't know who I was. This is the guy that's just been coming to the desk, just talking to you for 2 days straight. Mate, look, we got 5 more days of this, all right? And you get to know me well. Yes, but Zerja, that was their map selection, and it did not look like it was at all, but it was exactly what we expected. You saw yesterday, Fancy on the attack, just so strong on Fracture.
Yeah, I was worried coming into that one, and I didn't make any, means to try and hide that. You have to have something sinister up your sleeve if you're picking into your opponent's one of their strongest maps, and you're not coming out strong, you're not really finding any of your footing, because that scoreline is not just oh yeah, that was a bad map from us, we'll pick it up in the next one. That was a slaughter.
Yeah, that was a slaughter indeed. And what I want to touch on quickly before all the stats come up is a Senti diff. Yeah. It was just a huge Senti diff. And it needs to be said, right, because, again, Rolex is not having a very good Ascension here at Pacific right now. I've heard big things about him in his region, in this local area of Thailand. But when you're looking at Jin, you're looking at Fancy, man's putting on over 300 ACS for this game already, 23 and 9. Ridiculous scenes coming out of him, and I'm sure that's going to skyrocket him up the overall table. But yes, in comparison, you're looking at who's holding down the sites. Rolex having a rough time. Jin just still finding impact on the attack.
And I mean, if you want to throw some extra stats in towards this one, Jin, he's just kind of diffing everybody as well. 4 kills that he's gotten against Rolex didn't die to him. Against Alert, right, the player that you're looking to do everything for Xerxia to pave the way, Jin's found 8 frags against Alert's 2 on that body switch count. So he's just doing what he needs to do. And if you want to throw it in as well, Yes I Can and Alert, the 2 that we put up on the head-to-head a little bit earlier, even then, Yes I Can, still doing what he needs to do to continue with that.
And this is a bad conversion rate, right? 4 rounds overall for Xerxia. 9 first kills. That's 5 rounds where they started with at least a man advantage, if not just traded. But when you're on the defense and you're getting those initial picks, what you want to be doing is just trying to slow things down. Of course, yes, we saw Fancy were coming out chaotic. They were going all in. They were going hard, and it worked. And I want to see more of that moving into Split. I was having a quick look at the stats for both of these teams. It's Fancy's pick, and they're starting on the defense. Both these teams are relatively decent on the attack, so I feel like this is certainly an opportunity for Xerxia to try and rekindle the fire, the flames in their hearts.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll carry on as a result of that as well. But no, like, the fact of the matter is a thrifty into another round, a pistol into another round, and that's all you get. It's not good enough, right? It's not good enough, especially when you got the home crowd cheering you on. You're in your home city, and you're looking to make it really, really big, coming in as one of those sort of relative favorites from Thailand, right? And having both big opponents smacked down in Full Sense and Made in Thailand to make it here. So Fancy very much hold the trophy at this point in the series, but there is still that split to go, as you mentioned.
Yeah, well, Split, in fact, you mentioned Full Sense already. Both these teams, last time they played Split, both won in different fashions. Xerxia, it was relatively close. It was double OT, 15-13 over Full Sense, which allowed them to, have that W in the grand finals and qualify here for Ascension Pacific. But on the other hand, Fancy, I think they took on Lazy. I'm just pulling the tab up.
Yeah.
Sorry, my old man eyes, I can't quite find it. 13-3. They came out on the attack and won a 9-3 half, and then on defense, 1 pistol, converted bonus, and just made it look so simple.
Yeah, if you want to throw it into it as well, right? Split is generally a defense-sided map. Both of these teams have that side to be their strongest. It's a little bit on the stronger side on defense for the likes of Xerxia. However, their attacker's side is actually below 50% in conversion. It's down at 44. However, for Fancy United, they're over 50% conversion rates on both sides, defense and offense. You're going to add the experience that they've just gotten and the hype from map number 1 coming into then their own map pick as well. It just feels like everything is aligning over towards Fancy United at the moment.
And you're looking at Fancy's comp last time, they're going for the wall, they're going for the Cypher. So Viper, Cypher, Raze, Breach, and Astra. Are we going to see the same?
Yep.
It is exactly as you expect. So
First Sage?
Double wall comp coming through. But yeah, Xerxia. So they're going to be flexing over to the Sage. Slight change up in the comp, Dion.
Yeah, compared to last time they played on this map, we're running a Viper, Jet, Sky, Astra, and Raze. So I don't mind that whatsoever, right? You want to get some stalling out. You saw the aggression that Fancy United have been throwing at them over on that previous map. And you look at what the Viper, the Sage, and the Astra are going to be able to do to just build a layer of pressure, a wall that you have to first get through physically when it comes to Sage, I think it's going to be at least a step in the right direction for Xerxia in the agent composition here.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Sage tried and tested as that Senti. You know, those walls can be so instrumental on a map like Split, but I still want to see what Xerxia are going to be able to pull, because today they looked a little bit slow out of the gates and they really need to get off on the right foot. Or Fancy, you know they're going to be running away with this. And also, when it comes to the double wall comps, when you're bringing in that Viper wall as well as the Cozzies from Astra, Sky, as the flasher, as that initiator, I feel like just has so much more value on top of a Breach, but then Breach synergizes really, really well on a map like Split. So I'm kind of torn as to which comp I actually like more.
Yeah, and it's always an interesting thing as well for Fancy United when we look at them as a whole. They're very different towards other rosters where you would look to build a roster around a duelist composition potentially, right? You've got your star player generally running on a duelist. However, I feel like it's a bit of a change for Fancy because Physio only plays Viper, ever. Only. No other agents.
Yeah.
So you have to condition your team as well to be accepting of that. And this is a composition that is going to try and utilize him to the max.
Need to point out as well, after that performance from Yes I Can on the first map of the series, man has just jumped up into 3rd position for Ascension Pacific so far. That is impressive.
And we still got another map, at least.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well,
exactly
that's
right.
The thing. It's all going to test his consistency for sure, right? He needs to have as good of a performance to hold this position because he's up there. He's up there with your Allens. He's up there with Juicy. He's up there with Jemkin. there are some big names who have had some farming games so far. And Split, look, it's one that's going to be that little bit more difficult. They're on the defense. That's not really what they're known for, or at least not what we've seen here at Ascension. All of their success has been on the attacking sides. So they need to get through the first half as healthy as they can before, of course, they get to go and find themselves on a comfortable position on the attack of Split. But it's Xerxia's time to shine, and Xerxia's time to make the reverse sweep happen, and it needs to start now on Fancy United's map pick.
Absolutely has to. Everybody watching along at home, I'm sure there's plenty of Thai fans still in that chat. Exact same, though, could be said for the Vietnamese powerhouse in Fancy. Xerxia, man, oh man, so much weight on their shoulders right now as you can hear the crowd cheering once more. We just need to see something a little bit more convincing. Not enough at all to show us that they're one of these teams as a potential contender in playoffs. This is VCT Ascension Pacific, Komodo. We need big things.
I'll hit you with something as well. Fancy United have not lost a defensive pistol so far on Split this year.
Okay.
So they're going to try and continue to do that, and we'll have to wait and see because there is a lot of pressure built in mid right now from Fancy United. Looking to play a little bit of a retake potential, stalling, use Visio with that Snake's Bite and pop the Poison Cloud if they can.
Guiding Light out. Still very slow. Wall now utilized, slight gap. Trailblazer getting the info. Seraphop's not going to care, though. He's up and over the top anyway. Another Trailblazer to gather some info. So that's going to be Physio getting that opener. So they're going to try and deny it. It's absolutely a fake, Komodo. They're heading straight out to A. And Jin has been spotted out, but the Frenzy, not exactly the best weapon at distance to try and do it as Alert tries to get into position. He's going to be taken down. Jin, absolutely. Now it's back into that 4-on-4.
Yeah, and paint shells for Alert. He can try and draw all the attention here. Buy a bit of time for his teammates on the side itself to set them up where they want.
Look at the flank, though, coming in from LBY. He is going to be dropping into the vents very, very shortly. He's been buying his time, though. I think he did actually get spotted out by some Cypher utility there, so he's going to head back around through the sewers, inside A main. Alert right on that line, but they push in, trying to find it. It's going to be Nizzy and Heisey looking to continue this trend of an undefeated, defensive-sided pistol, Komodo. That's what they want. That's what's on order for them, but Rolex will look to try and deny. He's stuck in the back of the side, but he hit this very nice shot. It's not going to matter, though, however, because Heisey and Yes I Can, they'll pick up the pistol. It's going to be tight, though.
What
Just
is it?
enough.
0.71. That gets the job done at the end of the day.
That's it.
You had a flashpoint for Heisey there, still available as well, and another star for Yes I Can. So they, had literally less than a second to get those kills before the round was null and void out of their hands. Unacceptable. Pistol not going the way of Xerxia after the last map as well. If they can get that attacker side of Pistol, they would have been in a good mindset to start off Split, start fresh, look towards what they can actually achieve here. Get over that 6, get further, make this their map instead of Fancy United who have picked it.
So a slow B creep. Utility there, ready to stop it down. Just a bit of orb farming at this point in time. Star there, Tripwire the same, Poison Cloud as well. Are they going to just try and fight the good fight? I think they very well might, but the Spy Cam will get the catch. So they're just chilling.
Bit of a peek in mid as well for the Fancy United guys.
Ooh,
But
great
Rolex
shot.
able to start onto High Z. Here's that stat that Mac pointed out earlier, right? Opening frags for Xerxia, but they weren't closing out the rounds.
That's exactly right. Yeah, what was it, 9 of them in the previous map? That's a pretty upsetting stat, to be fair.
13-4.
That's correct. To lose those 4v5s on the regular, certainly something that will be a one for the coach to be discussing, but looks like they are going to get at least a bit of a wriggle on here. The wall has been popped. They're still waiting for that Poison Cloud for a little bit longer. Fisio does get towards that reposition. Snakebite does make it a little bit more awkward, but now he's going to get back around the side. This is actually not the greatest spot for Fisio, I don't think, Komodo. He might be able to drop alert, and he will. But that's LBY getting the response, and now it gets a little bit more awkward because Seraphop's able to take down Nizzy. Sure, he gets 2, but it is back into this 2-on-2 situation. Yes, I can at least able to find the frag. Now Rolex, again, player who hasn't been having the best of times. We wanted it to be bigger. We wanted him to be the hero, but it is going to be Fancy securing it again. 2 alive, not going to be the hottest looking bonus, and at least there was the spike planted for Xerxia as well. So despite losing the opening 2 rounds, there's a minor consolation prize.
Yeah, and you can see in that scenario as well, a lot of it was actually reliant upon Fisio just trying to hold down the fort with this Bulldog, right? You then have his teammate in Nizzy trying to do what he can, and he's lucky enough to get the 2 frags before being traded out, because the other 2 members on the Fancy United side were still over at A when Xerxia walked in towards the B side. They hadn't pushed over A main to find any further information, to solidify the fact that it was looking to be a B end from Xerxia there. So nicely done to still get the round at the end of the day for the Fancy United there. And the bonus does look a little bit worse for wear, right? Because of the damage that was actually delivered by Xerxia in that one. Getting the Vandals out, a couple of light shields, getting pretty close to a couple of these impactful ultimates as well. You think of what Rolex is going to be able to do in a post-plant scenario with the Viper's Bit. For LBY, Seekers will pave the way to get some good info, to get some good insight on how to get that plant down as well, right? So this is the sort of time that we want to see Xerxia really try to find their footing on this map. It starts with having weaponry.
Okay. A little bit of a different approach here. Some forward thinking in towards the mid position. Nizzy have to get away to Mail, so still a relatively slow start here.
Yeah, Nizzy, he's left by himself at the moment with the 1-1-3 deployment from Fancy United, more lent towards the A side of the map. And that means there's a lot of mid presence that Xerxia can just look to extend upon as well.
Yeah, this control is fantastic for early days, but I think there's a lot of respect being given.
The thing is, Rolex is waiting outside A to see if there's going to be any aggression from Fancy United, and they're not giving it at the moment. Everyone's happy enough to just play on the back of information from the other side, and at some point in this round, Xerxia are going to have to be the ones to give up a bit of the information. If they continue to go up the mail, they will be spotted out by Nizzy's camera, and that should start to bring rotations from Fancy to B.
Fancy just looks so comfortable, like sitting absolutely still. Spycam gets the information. Now
that.
There's that gravity well. Like, I mean, the shots have been whiffed at the very least, but there's going to be a tripwire thrown down as well. The cage does get popped, and now it's a little bit of an awkward one for Alert here. He's definitely tangled up in the cable. Now Nizzy looks to reposition. Seraphop will find 2, though. And now the wall into spawn, but they need to make sure that they don't overlook Yes I Can, and they will not. They will clear house here. And now Heisey and Fisio, it might be a bridge too far here, unfortunately, as that spike does look to get planted. However, Fisio gets 1 as the reply.
Look for more damage. If they can get the guns, if they can find some damage here, makes the next round all that more smoother for Fancy when they've got their buy, Mitch.
Absolutely. So they're just slowly buying that additional time. 2 Vandals in hand, but it looks like they've called it. Happy to walk away and take those into the next round. Of course, Nizzy, Jin, not exactly with the most stacked wallets, so it is an appropriate decision here.
Yeah, and I actually love the plays from both of the sides when they're vying for that mail control as well, right? As soon as Nizzy's camera spots out information is destroyed by Alert, a fault line is ripped from Heisey for the swing, but you can just see Alert very quick to use the satchel to bounce out and make sure he's not losing his life. But the thing is, the really big deciding factor in the round is when that toxic screen goes down that cut off and isolated and, cut the mid of tower apart, that's where Seraphop gets 2 kills. If that didn't happen, that would have really been difficult for Xerxia to close out that round. So a bit of a swing position there for Xerxia to get their first round on the board. But as I mentioned, right, you're going to be seeing Fancy United with weaponry here on this new one. All those Vandals, the light shields around and the weaponry, they're going to see what information they can play on that they've gathered so far, because it does definitely seem like Fancy United on this defensive side, they are always happy to let that time bleed down. But for Xerxia, they were met with so much defensive aggression on the previous map that they still have to be a little bit scared in case Fancy United do decide to go bust.
Yeah, well, look at the aggression into Ramen here. Jin trying to lock that one down. He actually does manage to get a stun onto LBY, but LBY does find the frag. Well traded by Fisio, but they're still fighting this duel. Exi lines him up, somehow manages to walk away with 2 here. I think that's a bit of a blunder from Fancy there, Komodo.
Oh,
yes,
I
can.
To trace him.
Right on the line. Might even be able to find another. That could be a solid equalizer if he got that, but he will limp away.
This is sloppy from both sides a little bit, it feels.
Yeah.
But Xerxia still have that player advantage. If Nizzy uses that neural theft, they actually get all the information. We'll see if he can equalize into a 2 versus 2, because then he would be kind of warranted in using that ult. There's the info.
That's all they need. So up in heaven. Gonna have to drop down there in just a second. Already having Nizzy up in towards the screens. He's in a position to certainly cut them off if he does find the right timing, but with that Nebula going away, at least they have managed to find their way slowly on towards the site, but it's only just off the back of some decent timing. There's Alert denying, yes I can. And now Nizzy, can he get into position quick enough? This might be good, but they're aware of it. Rolex is absolutely ready for it. There we go. Xerxia, a well-needed second round, and it already feels like we're going to have a little bit more wriggle room than we did in that last map.
Yeah, potentially so. The push down mid from Fancy United early, right? We're looking at them being very, very patient. The aggression kind of expected from Xerxia, playing deeper in the market side of things. And you can just see from the POV that we got to see from Fisio, I think it was, the spray got a little bit better of him, losing out that duel. And in the end, Alert, a late Heaven play as well to bring that in a almost unlosable situation for Xerxia. They navigate that one quite well. They're not going to be facing too big of a buy from Fancy United in this next round, but we're starting to get to the situation where Xerxia are going to have all of their ultimates going into the next round, because 3 of the players are 1 tick off. LBY has those Seekers. It's just Alert, who's been a little bit, not silent, but a little bit further away from his ultimate at the current time.
Okay. This time, a little bit more forward thinking from Xerxia, but it is going to be that response again from Fancy. They will be sent out, and the Seekers are out quick, Komodo. They pulled the rotation away, just a narrow amount, but the tripwires are still there. Fisio really trying to get in. Looks like they did want to throw the wall out, but it wasn't enough time from the Sage of Seraphop, so they haven't approached it. But look at this rotation into Ramen already. Komodo Jin, he's up close and personal. He only gets 1 though, as Rolex will trade it out accordingly. And now Heisey has to try and make murder happen here, but it's going to be Rolex getting another. He's on for 3. Seraphop also is going to be taken down by Nizzy, so maybe some solace, some redemption here for the side of Fancy. However, with that cheeky little neural theft coming out, they have a level of information.
Yeah, Rolex has read the time well in this round to get those 3 kills, but is Fisio going to be one better Mitch? He's at the right position. Oh, okay, it looked a little bit awkward with that, but he still manages to get it to the 2-on-2.
Yeah, exactly right. He's got to wait a little bit longer for his teammate in Nizzy, but he's trying to fight the good fight here, Komodo. 15 seconds, there's not enough time. It's Fisio to get the damage done! And Fisio, he's able to absolutely decimate the Xerxia side. Fancy, in a round that they did not expect to take, they managed to find it.
He had 5 HP.
The lead's back in their favor. Xerxia, it looked like they had the, a little bit more control taken back, but Fancy pulled it away from them immediately. Toys thrown out the cot.
Rolex tried to do what he could, right? When he sees opponents in front of him, he's trying to get the shots out. 3 kills that he's able to find. Fisio, really quick rotation over towards this A side, and when you feel like he's missing out on those Sheriff shots, he still manages to get the kill on towards Rolex. He still manages to get the other kills as well to try and close out the round. That is a thrifty to come through from Fancy United, and now a big old equal playing field. Everybody has the weaponry, everybody's starting to get some big ultimates, things happening around the side of A, Mitch, but alert, he's down Fisio.
Absolutely, and look how slow he is trying to get the blast packs off, but he does manage to. No! He's going to be punished by the opposing raise in Jin, who will take him down, and now they try to reaggress down the ramp, but everyone has already pulled straight out here from Xerxia. Exi is going to be the taking mark on towards this B site. The Spike still has a while to rotate away, but look how far Fancy are. They've got so much time to settle into this position before Fancy can even approach the site.
Yeah, Fancy full rotation towards the A side, thinking it was going to be a fast pop from Xerxia, but now the problem is this lurk in Rolex down bottom mid. He does have this Viper's Pit. It would have been cool to see on the side itself, but if he can get one kill here, at least it would have helped his team on the side itself. Now, Fancy, a player advantage going into this retake.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tough one for Xerxia to try and lock down, and a real kind of desperation round, I want to call it, to keep some level of liquidity in their economy. Jin trying to break that wall. Fault line does go out, and it will connect as well. Now Nizzy also trying to take point. The gravity well is fantastic. That does catch LBY. The vulnerability is there. Sirafop, though, even he's stunned. Even he will be able to find that frag. However, they do line up. Now all onto Exi. He creeps back around. He has to find the timing. They will be watching. Oh, my! It was tight. It was certainly opportune there for Xerxia. But Fancy with 3 alive will close out another and send the economy of Xerxia packing.
There was a star on the Spike as well for that gravity well to try and pull them off the defuse, but I don't actually know if there was the body block or if the star just wasn't pulled far enough away, because you could see that Heisey was just trying to protect his man, trying to make sure that the defuse was still happening. And in a 3 versus 1 scenario, imagine if you can stop, you know, the Spike from getting halfway. If you can get the player off it, that could have been a way for Xerxia to claim that round, but it didn't happen. It goes the way of Fancy United, who now see themselves with a little bit of solace. However, is that aggression again, straight up through the guts of A main.
Absolutely. They go super quick, and it's Rolex who's just waiting patiently. They don't actually quite spot him either. Yes, I can. For free, apparently, in this economy. That's incredible, but the timing now.
Yeah, this could be some false information, right?
He's
They
crept
didn't
on
spot
through.
him. He could have 2.
Patience is a virtue here, Komodo. You have to be able to find the right amount of timing. There's the info. There is the one. Snakebite as well to make it really awkward for Jin, because Sirafop found the timing there too. It works out. Unfortunately, Fancy, they kind of give it to them on a silver platter there a little bit.
You have a 5 versus 3 as Xerxia. It doesn't matter that you had the bad weaponry. You've picked that up from the dead bodies. You see a Viper's Pit in mid. You know that Fisio has to be here to keep this ultimate up. You have a choice to make right now. Go together as a squad. Go together as a unit. You know that Nizzy has been playing B with this Cypher setup. If you waltz over towards A, you're just playing Angels against the guys over at Fancy at the moment.
Yeah, certainly making it awkward for poor Fisio.
Yeah, but look, Mitch, both of the Fancy United members are at A.
One in the screens. Nebula will make it a little bit tired and awkward here as Nizzy can open up with one at the very least. Yes, I can. Dropping alert. The resurrection will be popped, so Nizzy's got the pressure on him now. The dance around. The ring around the rosy of the little sign there. But Exi, he's looking for the 1v3 clutch here, but Nizzy right on the line, and he will get 4. Fancy United, are you not entertained right now, Thailand?
Mate, that screen is wallbangable, but they're preoccupied with the other player who's shooting at them from the screens as well, right? That is just a very successful setup from Fancy United. They take that gamble. They know that they'll get information if their opponents on Xerxia go into the B site from that Cypher utility, and then they have their Viper wall over there as well. So the fact that they get over to this A site, they take these Angels. There's so much that Xerxia actually have to look up for. They use the Resurrection as well, and it just completely is bested. For Fancy United, Nizzy has to be so accelerated from that position, and yes, I can as well. This is just a Fancy United taking what they learned over on Fracture, what they adapted for in the rounds they did lose, apply that to this situation, and they are just looking scary.
There's so much to drink in at this point in time, right? You think about the statistics that we've made and we've discussed. Fancy basically said, we're throwing this round. All the aggression into A main, the criticism there of leaving your teammate inside mid, inside the pit. And then, you know, Xerxia, weapons not really kind of there, but they managed to get a couple of frags. They found some fantastic timing. They pick up the weapons. They get the momentum moving, but then they can't kill one man wearing a fedora on the back of the side, sitting behind a sign. So the dance in that and the lack of kind of trades and positional advantage that Xerxia just aren't able to show. And it was very apparent in that on Fracture as well. So I don't know what's happened between yesterday and today, but Xerxia are looking pretty flat.
Well, it's a different team as well, right? Fancy United were looking pretty good against Naus in the first two
and then
maps
fell flat.
and then fell a little bit flat. So for Xerxia, that timeout has to be the time for them to get things happening. They still have a couple of the ults. They've got weapons to go in towards this round. They want to find an opening frag. They need to find an opening frag. But again, you know, Fancy United happy enough to take a little bit of a laid-back approach in these rounds. They've gone in with some aggression. They're changing it up yet again. Trailblazer's going to be denied. It's going to be answered with a bit of utility potentially from Fancy United of their own. But again, Mitch, a minute 10 still on the clock. Xerxia, no progression in forward to this A site utility. The guys over at the B side of the map as well, just now exiting the market. They have to get the spike. It's almost a minute now on the clock, and they're back to square one.
Yeah. Oh, man. Living in their heads rent-free is what they say, right? Not able to really work it out. And again, Fancy just
the setup.
Unmoved, like statues here in position. Fault line there. They've gathered some info off the back of it. Nizzy and Fisio, 1 and 2. This is just brutal, Komodo. I've got nothing to say about it. It's... Oh, I don't...
The way that Nizzy and Heisey are playing together, man, with Fisio being added into the mix as well, fault lines on the back of trap wires, just disorienting your opponents, and then 3 players swinging together. They're not leaving any vulnerability gaps on their own defense at the moment, and Xerxia do not have an answer. The 2 players, in fact, that have the ultimates available at this other round still have them, but time's on. Not just on the clock. There's a flank too.
Yeah, they've got to get moving here. 10 seconds left on the board.
You got to save.
Yeah, that's it. And you're not going to be able to either. Exy better die before time, mate. Otherwise, he's going to be at a little bit of struggle street here, and it looks like, okay, just before. Man. Yes, I can, does it? It looks right now, and look, I'm the last person to throw shade towards a team in any way, shape, or form, because the 10 teams that are here for a damn reason, right? That's the main thing. They are the major representatives of all their regions, and these two, no different, right? Fancy, the sole Vietnamese representatives here that did manage to come through relatively unscathed through that upper bracket. But then the other side, Xerxia, they actually got punted down.
Yep.
Then to fight through the lower bracket final and that grand final against a damn strong region.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just Fancy bullying Xerxia.
And I will add, right now, that's what it is, right? It's Fancy showing they're better than Xerxia in an isolated environment inside this series. That's not to say that this is where Xerxia kills over, right?
No,
they got a victory yesterday. Fancy didn't. So we know that both teams are a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah.
It's being shown right now. So there's definitely a time for Xerxia to realize the fact that on this offensive side, it's not working for them. Get a couple extra rounds, and when you move over to the stronger side on this map, get the party started.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is just anyone's competition, isn't it, here? You know, Bleed looking mortal, obviously, a little bit earlier today. Boom, the exact same fate. It is a wild event that we have seen because, you know, Xerxia really had the task taken to them by one team as well who did the exact same to Bleed earlier.
Bit of a battle up at the tower. But of course, this is just the pistols for Xerxia. Remember, 40 seconds to get into the site if they can. On the back of the flash, it's Nizzy to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. He does get that one and the second as well. Inside the Nebula. He's even looking to find the third, I was going to say. But yes, I can. Is there in the waves. Okay. Never mind. I was just about to sort of settle it for a second there, but Seraphop's going to meet the demise. That spike dropped. Exy tries to make at least something work, but once again, an effort is immediately punished. As now again, Fancy walk away with 7 rounds here. Nizzy, 12 and 7.
Yeah.
One of the most diverse agent pools in and amongst the game, you know, in the active realms of Valorant.
It is the time, though, for the side of Xerxia to do something on the attacking side. They've got the weaponry, they've got a couple of ultimates, they can go in with a set strategy. We've seen the deployment from Fancy United with that 1-1-3 time and time again. And as I say that, funnily enough, they actually change it and they put Nizzy over at the A side. I actually really like how, strategic Fancy United are being on this defensive side, switching positions across the map completely, almost every single round, mixing up aggression and slowness into it as well. These tandem plays that we're getting between Breach, Fault Lines, and between Nizzy with all that information on the Cypher kit as well. It just feels like the depth of play that Fancy United actually have on this defensive side is why they have such a success rate on this map when they are playing into their strengths. And that's across their other maps as well. They are just so strategically inclined in this game of Valorant right now that they are providing to be the Achilles heel of Xerxia, who are also no slouches. Another timeout that they're using here to discuss things, right? If Xerxia can convert on the back of this timeout and make a respectable half, hey, I'll give them an 8-4. If Xerxia can get an 8-4, get that pistol on the defensive side, that is going to probably be the success mark to at least get things started to get back into this series.
Exactly right. Back on Fracture, 2 rounds is all that they found into that previous on the opening half. It was a thrifty into a gun round, but then they were quickly felled and their streak was punished. And a pistol, the second round, sure, but then they lose the bonus and then keel over from there. So Fancy now have a time.
I feel like we're going to get some mid-aggression from Fancy at the moment, but the flop is going to be Xerxia into A, straight up Mitch, and Nizzy's here. He can't rely on his util from this position.
Absolutely not. It makes it awkward, but he's just going to have the then walk straight into his crosshair, I guess, as Sirafop does at least find the trade, does get a level of responding, but Jin already looking to get back in towards position, jumps up the vents, will be able to get the boom bot down, and now as LBY does find the plant, the pit will be popped as well.
Yeah, finally using that one, and you do have the Seekers from LBY. Rip them, get the information. A Cosmic Divide. Yeah, that is super early to come through from Xerxia.
Absolutely. It's going to make it awkward. They're investing absolutely everything in trying to find this round. There's another ultimate as well. They've sent off 3. The Seekers try to make this hunt. Sirafop is in still such a horrible position. Can't find any space at all. Yes, I can. We'll be able to punish him. There is a response from LBY on this guy as Jin gets moving into the pit, trying to juke it out. Can't quite punish, and maybe, maybe there's a world, but you're exactly right, Komodo. LBY looks to get 3, but he is taken. Now Fisio pulled it off by the grab well. Exy, can he close? He will. You said 7-4, and 3 is certainly one more step towards. There's a few rounds left, Komodo, and finally we see something from Xerxia.
We got it. It happened. It took 3 ultimates, but they got the job done.
Exactly.
And we will take that. A 1-1 in the end. You'll add a clutch title to that one for the side of Xerxia. But my, oh my, when they needed him actually as well, the quick shots to come through here. Oh, it's finally happened for Xerxia. It needs to be the instigator for them to get back into this one. But of course, we know for Fancy United, they are not done just yet. More weaponry, a different strategy, a bird to the face, but that won't faze them.
Still looking to jump into this mailroom, sorting and checking apparently.
Yeah, and Fancy United are doing this again where they're just really focused on towards the mid of the map early on, where Xerxia are, using a bit of their utility, and then things are just left absent over at B. They're relying upon this camera and Nizzy to spot things out, but it's just going to be quick from Xerxia here, Mitch.
It's the same utility as well, so they've been able to break it down each time to at least find some sort of position in towards the site, but they're happy to run away this time round. They've pulled the rotation, they've got Rolex sitting inside mid as they make their way through now, attacker side at spawn.
And as far as Xerxia are actually concerned, they don't know if Fancy United have pushed through A at all. So they actually have to be pretty careful when they do start to waltz back towards the A side, because there is still 2 players here in Jin and Yes I Can. They might find some damage before they even get in towards these sites.
They're up close as well. They pop the Nova Pulse. The paint shells will at least keep them at bay, and that's what starts to pull the rotation here. Look at this gamble, Komodo. Absolutely everyone, and the stutter step from Jin. Jin gets 2. Wow. Yes, I Can with 2. It is everything here from Fancy. Rolex. Mate, you're a little late to the party. It's all finished. The keg's been drunk, and Nizzy, he'll take the final swig there as Rolex is punished. That's 5 alive for Fancy.
And that's flawless too.
Oh, 1 more round left in the half. That's it. Xerxia, they need 4. They need the pistol. Even if it is that 9-3 curse scoreline, I just don't know how much there is kind of left on offer here. Fancy have just been controlling the pace of this game the entirety of the series, there has not been one moment where I've gone, damn, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance.
And Superstitions are on the side of Fancy because they were the ones that were on the 9-3 curse and they won that curse.
That's it. They beat Nous, doing exactly that.
Yeah, so for Xerxia, they have to first, of course, try and get this 4th round because that's where we are currently located, as all of the Xerxia members are going to be around the A site, see if there's any potential aggression to come through from Fancy United, but they haven't really tended towards doing that without a fault line or an ultimate to try and pave the way. It is going to be a little bit slower for them over towards the Alpha side right now. Who is going to be the first one to fall? Ping's on the map already. Trailblazers' first point of contact with these slow orbs, Mitch.
Yeah, what are they going to spot? You know, it's basically into the claws of the ramp players here. Heisey gets one, looking to make it a second, but won't quite be able to do it. Does have the fault line that he will get sent as well. Now LBY popping the regrowth. Will be able to get the teammates a little bit healthier, but look, they don't really still have much to work with here. There is a weapon that's recoverable up on the ramp, but that's about it.
That's very difficult to get as well. Physio, that wall's going to go up, so it's going to obscure his vision. Still more trades to come on through. These sprays. This is actually problematic for Fancy United. They can't keep going for these risks.
Absolutely not. They are taking them and, you know, not often rewarded, but I guess Xerxia just not really able to capitalize at the exact same merit. But now, 25 seconds left, Komodo. They have to get a wriggle on, and they need to move through the Nebula as well. There is the Poison Cloud, and Physio gets the information off the back of it, dry firing off.
Neural Theft?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's done. The round is complete.
There it is. Physio to get the closer as well. Just some pot shots through the smoke. It's going to be that 9-3.
Well,
it is defense side of map. Let's throw it that way for Xerxia.
But how defensive-sided, Komodo? You know, we remember the initial release of this, right? We've had so many of these maps come and go out of the pool, Split being one of the ones that has been sort of re-added to the fold. And in the early days, it was sort of incredibly challenging to play on that attacker's side. A 2-10 half wasn't exactly unheard of here. But as the meta develops, as the region of Asia and Pacific does develop as well, we have noticed a bit more of a tendency to lean a bit more confidently on that attacker's side. And to find 9 on the defense when so many rounds were just, how did they win that? How did they come back?
Some of them were pretty ridiculous. I'm not going to lie. Like,
it's like they made, like, handicapping themselves. You know, we'll give you a couple of picks, we'll still win the 3v5.
Yeah, those rounds where Xerxia are getting the opening kills and they're not able to convert, that is going to be one of the things that is going to haunt them if they do drop out this series in a 2-0.
2 kills at the start, A main push. Resurrection utilized. They still lose. 3v5 with an additional res.
People are saying that Nizzy is the player to look out for on this roster. And everyone's, you know, again, I'll make mention to it, Pearl, right? When he's getting out the Yoru, Haven, when he's on the Yoru as well. But right now, the Hatman, the Cypher.
That's it.
It's where he's boogieing.
Fancy never die. Agree with that one right now. It's not often that you wouldn't hear the Thai crowd shouting out Susu, but...
Oh, I love to hear that the Fancy United fans are going off as well.
They speak for us at this point.
All good sports in the arena. We love it. And to answer your question before, how defensive side is this map? It's 60% sided for Xerxia.
Okay. All right. So there's at least a sign of life here.
There's a hope.
Some health. Potentially. Health is wealth. And I want a third map, to be quite honest with you, Komodo. I cannot continue to be called half-day con cannon.
We'll see. We'll see. A B-pop for Fancy United here. No Sage Wall, of course. They're just going to have to go in. Guns are blazing on the back of Jin.
Straight on in. Exy happy to get out of there immediately. He does leave alert pretty high and dry here, though. Rolex, that's a great use of the snakebite. Does manage to catch off Nizzy, and he's been a pesky little boy as well. Jin, good response. Heisey picks up another, though, as well. So immediately the turntables once again. Xerxia, opening pick to only find 2 taken away from them. And now with this site being secured, Komodo, they are up in heaven. They are in towards the defender's side spawn, but they've just got so much more distance to close.
Player advantage for Fancy United, but they almost are trying to wait to see if there's going to be any just quickness from Xerxia to try and get in to stop the plant from going down. There is a star. There's now that fault line from Heisey too. It's prepped.
Already baited out the gravity well. So they've only got the Nova Pulse available now, and he does look to pop down that Nebula. He gets aggressive, but the fault line does at least send him off the line. Rolex equalizing, getting another back as Heisey, that's his second in the round. He looks to make it into a third, but Seraphop will get it. Jin, quick response now, all left on to Exy. He's tucked into a great position on the side here with the timing. It's going to be the Astras looking at each other. What are they going to find? What are they going to do? Can they get the positioning? There's one.
Oh, he's got it!
Oh, we've got a game. Here we go. Xerxia will pull away a fourth, and it is Exy to get it done in a way where his back was up against the wall, but he's certainly Su fighting.
4 versus 3. The spike tapped upon tapped, baited all of us with breath. But for Exy, they needed that, and look at them. They are absolutely chuffed that they've gotten that pistol round. Is that going to be the start of this curse right now? The 9-3, the pistol, you would assume it's going to convert into a 5th round here. Okay. I do love the fact, and I kind of want to see Sirafop be a little bit different in the stage deployments as well, right? Sometimes you just see teams always want to put that wall over towards mid or only over towards A main. I'd like to see him be a little bit unpredictable as well to keep Fancy United from having to use their own utility to get over the wall, to get through the wall, to try and start to find some information on their attack.
Okay, I was going to say we need a conversion here, and Alert at least will get 3 from the postal room. And Sirafop,
hey,
that's salt in the wound there, yeah.
Spectre won't work that long,
No,
so I'll
exactly.
pull out the classic.
Well, that's the result from Nizzy back on Fracture, right?
True,
He got
yeah.
3 with the classic there, and apparently Sirafop didn't buy anything at all. So he peeks, stutter steps, gets that classic long-range shot, and Xerxia, 2 rounds converted, back to back, but they need to continue this streak. The economy is pretty decent for this bonus.
Correct, yeah. I mean, you're only losing 2 players at the end of that one, so you can bring over a pretty comparable purchase in towards this bonus round, but that's where we're actually going to start to see what the attacking side does look like for Fancy United as well, right? They're all going on for the upgraded weaponry. They're all bringing over the light shields to maximize their utilities. I do see that Rolex has brought a judge to this one. He's going to be playing in towards mid, and it's going to be the 2-1-2 deployment for Xerxia as well. So whether or not it's going to be more on the reactive side when they see the Fancy United players rear their heads, where they start to give an idea on how they want to play around them, then they start to shift. There's no like kind of 1-1-3 lean like we're seeing from Fancy United on their defensive side more often than not. So it really does come down to this current position of Fancy United drawing out the utility from Xerxia early on to make things easier on their explodes in toward these sites, because, Mitch, there's 2 stars to essentially prevent Fancy United at B right now. And Alert's just hugging the wall.
Such a slow round. But I guess that's going to work out, hopefully, in Xerxia's favor. You know, they do have those close range and close quarter weapons.
Oh, they spot him, yep.
Oh, jeez.
That's nice.
That is very, very rough to be Xerxia in that moment right there. Because this round secured Komodo, as we know it, that's going to be 10 for Fancy, and the equipment that they've got to try and send their way back in here, you know, the judge.
Oh,
it does work in the postal room, but like that's really about it. Nizzy drops Sirafop, and that was one of the decent sets of weaponry there as well. So what have we got left?
That was on the other side of the map too, by the way.
Exactly, a ghost, a judge. That's all.
Well, you're probably, you know, it's a bonus. If you can get some damage and you can upgrade into one of these Vandals or the Phantom, if you can dispatch of Nizzy, you take that in towards the next round. Otherwise, you go up with the Spike if you are LBY. Unless you want to take your Light Shields into the next round, but we'll see if you can pilfer a weapon or not. Because, of course, in this situation where you have a quick one into the side as well from Gene on that Raze kit, and they go for an open plant, it almost becomes impossible for Xerxia in a bonus scenario. In an actual rifle round, we'll see if they're going to give it a good old crack. But right now, with the explosion of the spike, it is going to be double digits achieved for Fancy United.
3 more rounds, Komodo, and Fancy will put their first check mark in the book of this competition, losing out to Naus 13-6 on that final map after a very, very close 1-1. Alpha and Omega, both very, very challenging groups, as what we've seen today. The only remaining team, D plus Kia, and they're going to go up against hopefully a rejuvenated Bonkers tomorrow. Same time again, 1 p.m. We'll be commencing. The activities start from 12. Make sure you're there in your best dress. We'd love to see you. Lots of familiar faces in that crowd today. And I assume that'll continue for the next 5.
Slow and steady here. Of course, again, you do not want to be the first person to lose your life. I think a little bit more so for Xerxia because they have a big comeback to have happen on this map and in this series. Devastated over on Fracture. Going to start to see some movement to the A side of things for Fancy United. Seraphop's actually held on to the barrier wall as well, so he can deployment to use that to block off pathing for Fancy into the side itself. The guiding light, that is big. That's information that somebody's here. And immediately you can see that Rolex is having the idea of going for the jump spots in mid, seeing if he needs to be rotating over towards A.
Seraphop does give it a bit of a love tap on Officio on the top of that wall. It's such a dangerous position to be playing. You know, you're
he's the judge.
Tempting fate, really. But you're exactly right. Rolex doing the exact same thing this time near the vents. Oh, LBY! It's all falling apart here for Xerxia. Again, Fisio ready for Rolex, and that is just basically round done. Alert. Exy have to try and make it work here. They're going to head their way towards the screens, one in heaven as well, but there is just so much utility down. They're on the back of the site. There's 5 alive. They've got everything that they need in the coffer to get this round done, Komodo. Does he spot the trip? Yes, he does. Yes, I can, though. Quick. Gets the swing and Alert. Oh, he's been punished. It is an unfortunate and sad reality here for Xerxia as Fancy United just continue to punch left, right, and I think it might very well be good night in just a couple of rounds.
You can see for LBY as well there, he split the wickets, hasn't he? 2 players on his screen, couldn't quite get any of them. The judge to jump through the toxic screen. Just every duel that Xerxia are engaging in that round is not favored towards them. Really quick reactions from the Fancy United squad. And they move ever so closer into this round number 12. Now at this point in time, what can you actually try and see differently from Xerxia? Because again, you know, they change up the wall from Seraphop. They're not trying to block off the entry of A main. They're using it, they're elevating himself to try and get these frags, to try and get the damage, but he just can't get visuals on his opponents. So you've got all of these different ideas that Xerxia are trying to throw in towards the mix, these ingredients to get a good dinner, Mitch, but it just tastes not quite right.
It's because you don't like spice, mate. That's the issue here. Because spice is nice, and apparently Fancy United agree. Not much to work with Xerxia. They're going to give it their best effort for sure. Seraphop is able to pick up one quickly here. Jin just narrowly skipping away from the paint shells inside Ramen as Alert also chooses to fall back. They're happy to drop down on towards this B site now. Spike still away in the defender side at spawn. But it's an equal playing field still here in the 4-4 Komodo, but it looks like there's going to be a bit of a duel out inside B main here. Creeping slowly, exactly right. Is it going to line up for them? Is it going to work out for Heisey? He does get the flashpoint out, and they do continue to swing. How does Alert get that? The rest of the team baiting him, but now they're into position. They should actually be able to pick up the spike here as well, Komodo. The boom bot goes out. Paint shells to deny. Trailblazer actually gets the catch. This is chaos. This is hectic, and now another boom bot. It's actually been popped up by the blast pack as well. The Nebula.
Yes, I can. He's on the site.
He is.
30 seconds, though.
He's also split the wickets. He's managed to find this timing so fantastically just away, but there's another shot, Seraphop getting it done. Exy finding another, and there it is.
Wow, nice.
Okay.
Aggression down mid, right? And it works out for Xerxia. Just not expected for Fancy United. A bit of utility thrown into the mix, and it's just, you get the idea that Heisey is one away from the Rolling Thunder. He wants to go to B. He wants to get the orb. They've got a star set up to potentially pop that into a Nebula, grab the orb, wait out the time, ulting towards the site, even though it is that eco, because there's a lot of rounds of cushioning still here that Fancy United have to play with. They get that 12, they've set that in stone, and that's where they can, you know, maybe park off the brakes a little bit, just relieve that to go in where they require. But for Xerxia, they change it up. They get that round, and they now are rewarded with not seeing a map point yet. There's that Rolling Thunder.
Popping it straight away. Nice and early on in as Jin does try to get a wriggle on as well. Has he just jumped over the top of that bloody ultimate? I think he has.
They traded him.
They did. Nothing at all coming on out, but Alert apparently can at least line up one. Yes, I can. Good for the trade, but there's Rolex and Seraphop. Oh my! Seraphop clearing out 2 here. Nizzy. 1 versus 3, certainly a man that can be doing it. He pops the neural theft, but he's being tagged up as well. A little tickler here is now into the cage, but it's gonna be Exy. Punishment once more as Xerxia. I just don't know how much space they've given themselves. 2 rounds as a buffer.
1 at a time.
It's not much.
one
That's all it can be.
a time.
Exactly right, Komodo.
Credit where credit's due. Sirafop, those peaks up, those headshots, very rapid to get the damage in for his team to give them a winnable chance. A Rolling Thunder utilized, an exchange of showstoppers as well. And that neural theft from Nizzy. You know, he's already back halfway from using it. But with this buy that Fancy United are throwing into the mix, there's going to be a bit of a talk before we get into the fresh round.
We can have a chat too. Money? Well, for Fancy, it's still there, right? They've still got plenty to work with. There's a lot that needs to be done before the economy break does occur. There's ultimates, though, for Xerxia, right? They've got a bit to work with. They really are kind of in a pole position, and I guess by the time they get to that swing round, you know, there is an opportunity of turning that tide, but they've got a lot to do if they want to take their place. So still for now, Xerxia lagging behind. There is a gentle trail that has been tracked and Fancy. If they want those herbs, they better get checking because they're not too far away.
Yeah. And I mean, I know the sample size is small for these teams, a bit more smaller for Fancy United when it does come to split, but they're 50% on their attackers' side in terms of win rate, right, this year so far. They are less in their victories overall, but if you're winning 50% of your rounds on the attacker side, it's still not a negative, you know, it's not below, so there's still going to be that essence of them carrying it through. They've gotten 2 out of these 6 so far, so you get 2 more, you know, that's your 50%, and that's the map. So for them, they go in with this buy, they see what they can do. There's a Cosmic Divide, it could be fast because nobody's on the B side for Xerxia in this round. It's all toward the mid, toward the A side. A deep guiding light actually thrown from Xerxia at A. It didn't pop, or rather find anybody on the pop, but no one's budging.
No. Still chilling. Very much a stalemate early days inside this round. Happy with their mid control. Rolex has actually dived into a pretty much a one and done spot there. Does have a little bit of extra support, though, however, from Eggsy.
Trailblazer in through mid, the Seekers if required as well at the 40-second mark. You might see LBY use them to just get an idea of where Fancy United are grouped up.
Too far off B, Komodo.
Yeah, that's the thing. You
Nothing
have to play.
there.
You almost have to play retake as well, unless we can see Exy get a star down on the plant spot and try to suck them, try to get them off the plant. Because apart from that, you know, you'd have to see Rolex with the snake bites early on to try and deny that, and he actually does manage to shoot one early.
It's going to be huge for them here. Because if they don't spot Nizzy, if they don't catch this sneaky little man inside the sewers, they've got to sniff him out.
Yeah, they have an idea, though.
Definitely.
Push
you can
down
see
mid.
them creeping down. Yeah, they've got to clear this line. That's the main thing, because with that spike being planted, they are doing it. They should certainly know, but how well will they bite? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now we can get a bit of a wriggle on here into the postal, up towards heaven. Yes, I can, though. My, oh, my. 2 big frags. The guiding light's been popped, though. LBY can trade out, but, man, I can't even speak any words about it because Fisio, he'll strike.
Match point, you hear it there, 12-7. It's 5 rounds that Xerxia have to go flawless. That is more rounds than they got in the first map. That is almost the amount of rounds that they have on this map, a little bit more in 7. Of course, getting that pistol round in the second round here definitely do help things. But, you know, you need more. We need to see more from them on this defensive side of split. Last potential round, those 2 ults. Again, Sirafop been holding this resurrection for quite a little bit.
It's got to be quick. Straight on in. Here we go. Sirafop, but Jin Komodo. He wants to keep on kicking. He is straight on in. No holds barred. 3 big kills. Now Rolex kept at bay. They are going to cruise their way towards screens here, but that is 3 hungry, happy, and healthy members of Fancy United on this side.
That cam's dirty, and that wall is just going to isolate them in the screens, Mitch.
Jin wants this. He wants this bad. Rolex just has to creep on out, and he has to try and break the mold through this Cosmic Divide. I mean, they've got some extra time, right? The Nebula, as soon as that one drops, there is something to work with. Jin's going to be keeping an eye on them, but Exy walks straight past. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Is this going to be enough for Xerxia, or is this going to be the game going the way of Fancy United? I think it is going to potentially be the latter. Nizzy holding the line, playing with his food at this point in time. Exy cannot do anything, and it will be Yes, I Can. getting the job done, and there we have it. It is Fancy United managing to walk away with a stellar victory here. 13-4 on Fracture, 13-7 here on Split, and that is a massive, massive result for the Vietnamese squad. They've got a win on the board now. They are confident, very, very happy to go with this one as they continue to move on. So real brilliant result, Komodo. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we said it earlier, right? It was a huge risk for Xerxia picking Fracture into Fancy United, who looked amazing on it yesterday. And then they come in towards Split, a little bit more of a less played map for both of these teams. But again, just the first half that, you know, they come out of the gates flying, essentially. They make a really, really nice run. Fancy United, they're able to close. You know, there's no comeback that Xerxia finds. So they're going to be, you know, a little bit disheartened on Xerxia, of course, in front of their crowd. But for the Fancy United fans out there, and for here in the arena too, mate, they're happy.
Absolutely. It's a pretty crushing blow, but I guess it's still 1-for-1. We are early days into this competition, but there you go. Fancy United taking a bow. They have some fans inside the crowd, and they are absolutely happy with that, as we mentioned. So still, that's coming to a close now, Komodo, of day number 2. You know, still plenty more games. Exactly right. Maka's going to give me a bully about it, I am sure. But a really, really solid run of this match. And, you know, I just think it's awesome to see from Fancy, because after that narrow loss against Naus, the fact that they were able to bring this back is a very, very happy result for them going into the rest of this competition.
And there were no slackers on the side of Fancy United as well, right? None at all. Nizzy doing absolute work on the Cypher. You got Jin opening the site as well with the assistive, you know, kit of his raise, just getting in, opening the space, getting the frags. But I think for me, personally, I loved the plays that Nizzy, Heisey, and Yes I Can, you got Fissio in the mix there sometimes as well, that they had with those fault lines and those trap wires and just getting up close in your face. Xerxia had no reactions time and time again to counter those set plays at B, at A, and in mid. You've got so many positions that they're throwing them out. There's just too much going on to track.
Fancy was like a well-oiled machine, and with Jin at the helm, got to be happy with that, as we sort of mentioned. That is a massive and stellar result from Fancy, and we brought in just the person to have a conversation about it. Mac, you were watching, mate. What do you think?
Mate, that was stellar. That was beautiful. That was a quality game of Valorant, and I am so disappointed that I didn't go with my heart and go with Fancy today.
I did!
You did. Congrats.
This
mate.
is unreal, man.
Are you still clean?
No, I missed yesterday.
Boom as well, right? We all picked Boom?
Oh,
we all picked Boom.
We all picked Boom. But I picked Fancy yesterday and they lost, so I'm like 50-50
and we all
on them.
picked Bonkers as well,
Yeah,
I think,
we
from
did.
memory.
Honestly,
so literally
this-
just toss it out.
This Fancy looked like the Fancy I expected to turn up yesterday, but it's not the one that we got. And my main note after this, before I start to break down what I saw in that game, is what is going to happen here in Group Alpha? Is there a favorite? Does a favorite exist? I just don't think there is, man. Like, Yes I Can, need to say it. He called a spectacular series. Only two maps needed. The man was also leading by example, just farming up a storm, fragging up a storm, and then even just, you know, every time they were able to get the site in that second half, as soon as they got that spike planted, they were able to make it work. Props to Xerxia. They realized what they had to do. They started to adapt to try and make that comeback happen, but they just didn't get enough done in the first half.
Yeah, it's just been, I guess, the test of that today in general, right? We can't really point a finger on a favorite for Group Alpha. Group Omega, which we saw earlier on today as well. Bleed, you know, coming up really close against Orangutan, an incredible series, and then Boom getting taken down too. You know, obviously some roster changes, sure, we agree, but like overall, it is just a hectic competition with 10 of APAC's finest.
And it just goes to show that anything can happen in the VCT Ascension Pacific right now. We have, I'll call it, we've already had some upset games.
Yeah, and we've got an IGL in the top 3 statistically for Ascension Pacific. It's something you don't expect and you don't hear about often. But mate, Yes I Can. It needs to be said that he should be the MVP for the series, just for the fact that he had such crucial impact in this win for Fancy United. And look, Nizzy, yes, he flexed off the duelist. He went back to the Cypher and he farmed in terms of that KD, in terms of the ACS. But it was not just him. It was everyone.
Yeah.
Fisio as well. You're looking at him towards those couple of really clutch rounds. Was it him? I think it was him with the Deagle in round 5. Going back to that first half, he had the Sheriff. They beat the guns. He just managed to dance around Pillar absolutely perfectly there on site. And just little things like that, right, to get them those thrifty rounds. That was the thing that we just weren't seeing from Xerxia today, not locking down the rounds where they had every advantage possible.
Again, look at that, 11 first kills, same in the last map, right? That's incredible. Like, what a upsetting thing to have to review there for Xerxia. To be losing out that amount of rounds is just something that you don't often hear about at all.
And I mean as well, you add to the fact that in a couple of clutches there, for Xe to try and come through with them in these scenarios, that's the only clutches that they're able to get out on them. And I'm going to say this one as well, for Nizzy, he has diffed LBY in just 2 individuals in this game. 7 frags from Nizzy onto LBY 0. He is living rent-free.
I was also just having a quick look down the bottom, the way in which all of these rounds were won. There was minimal with defusers. There was minimal with explosions. It was just mostly just on kills. They just didn't even need to get to site. They were just finding them in transition. You know that Xerxia, they sometimes want to take that fight. They sometimes don't want to have to play for the retake, so they try and get aggressive, and they were just punished today. So going forward in Group Alpha, I have no clear view as to which way this one is going to be going. And look, I have no clear view as to what the top 3 is going to end up being.
Not at all.
Both groups.
Yeah, both groups are chaos. So it's really just sort of setting our sights on that opening map tomorrow against D plus Kia and Bonkers, because they're the only team we haven't seen just yet. So Fancy responding, getting to that 1-to-1 score line. Obviously Xerxia ready as well. So same. Anything can happen.
Well, anything can happen, including one of the faster days we might see here at Pacific Ascension. But we do have an interview with our winners. So let's jump on over to the stage.
เอาละครับเป็นไงบ้างครับแมตช์ที่3โอ้โหแฟนๆยังไม่เหนื่อยนะฮะโอ้โหสุดยอดไปเลยนะขอบคุณมากทุกคนนะครับขอบคุณครับ anyways นะครับวันนี้โหแมตช์สุดท้ายแล้วจะเป็นใครไม่ได้จริงๆครับนอกจากนะฮะนิสซี่นั่นเองนะครับผมจากทีมไต้หวันครับ and of course our MVP for today Nizzy how was that match just now, like what was your experience? Okay, how was that match just now for you? How was the experience of getting the win? How do you feel?
Mình thì cảm thấy rất là bình thường thôi, cũng không có gì là to tát cả.
I'm feeling normal. There's nothing hard.
ก็ไม่ได้ยากอะไรนะครับผมก็ปกตินะครับซึ่งเขาทำผลงานได้ดีจริงๆนะครับผมก็คำถามที่ถามไปง่ายๆนะครับว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างแต่สิ่งที่เราอยากรู้นะครับเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ยเขาอาจจะไม่ได้ผลงานดีเท่ากับวันนี้นะวันนี้คือแบบโหเล่นได้ดีมากจริงๆเราอยากรู้ว่าเขาเนี่ยเตรียมตัวมายังไงบ้างนะครับผม so the results yesterday and today were quite different so we wanted to know how you got back rebound from the yesterday's matches and prepare yourself for an amazing performance today in this match.
Hôm qua thì chỉ là tai nạn thôi, còn hôm nay thì không có tai nạn nào xảy ra cả.
Yesterday was a mistake and no more accident today. And today we have a good schedule. We have a last match. We have enough sleep and we already eat.
นะครับก็บอกว่าโหเรื่องของการแบนแมปเนี่ยเกี่ยวมากเลยนะครับผมเรื่องของมีหรือไม่มีแมป Ascent เนี่ยนะก็ส่งผลมากแต่ที่สำคัญที่สุดครับชอบเวลาที่ได้เล่นกันนะก็คือว่าเป็นแมตช์สุดท้ายเพราะว่าเราเนี่ยจะได้มีเวลานอนมากพอและที่สำคัญเลยคือได้กินข้าวมาก่อนนะครับเอาจริงๆก็สำคัญมากนะครับ and of course the last question at least for today is actually because so many things have happened in our group your group and right now it's really spicy. All the teams are having like the one-on-ones and one win, one loss. Your opponents for the next few days, is there anyone that you are actually afraid of?
Thì team mình cũng chẳng sợ team nào cả và bọn mình sẽ nhất bảng này.
Love it. I love it.
We don't fear any teams and we will be the top at this group. ก็
ไม่ได้กลัวอะไรเท่าไหร่นะครับถามคำถามไปว่า แล้วกลัวใครไหมเพราะว่ามัน1-1กันหมดแล้วนะฮะแล้วกรุ๊ปนี้บอกเลยว่าเดือดมากๆนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเขาก็บอกเลยว่าก็ถ้าทุกคน1-1ก็ไม่เห็นต้องกลัวใครเลยนะครับเพราะเราอยู่เหนือสุดแล้วนะครับไม่ธรรมดาจริงๆthank you and thank you for the fans as well of course you know we have such cute fans right so yeah thank you for the fans who are here today who are watching back at home and of course Nizzy I would love to know what you would like to say to the fans about this whole win and also the future experience for Ascension.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình và team trong ngày hôm nay và mong mọi người sẽ ủng hộ trong những ngày sắp tới nữa của team mình.
Thank you everyone. Hopefully you guys will be more cheering to us in the next few days.
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆเนาะแล้วก็หวังว่าแฟนๆยังจะเชียร์ต่อไปนะครับซึ่งผมบอกเลยนะครับว่ากรุ๊ปนี้เดือดสุดๆไปเลยครับ and anyways guys this is the third and the final match for today so without further ado I am going to send back to our casters and the panel desk thank you very much
Them's some fighting words. They reckon they're going to be at the top of the group. I'm having a quick look at the group over on the peripherals here, and mate, I don't know who's going to be on top of the group. But look, 1-1. Zerji's now there as well. One team esports also 1-1 right now, and one team definitely impressing us. Now's technically at the top. They're 1-0, the only team that's kept it clean, and we might see that continue. But it's not going to be tomorrow. Now's have the day off, so we've still got to wait to see when they play their second game. And having tomorrow off as well as the day off means they're probably playing back-to-back games for the rest of the week.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, big one. And with those games tomorrow, as sort of mentioned, Scars D+, that's the team that we haven't seen just yet. So it's going to obviously kind of tell the tune of Group Omega a little bit more. Then we get to re-see, obviously, Orangutan versus Scars. That one's going to be hot as well for Group Omega. And then towards the end of the day, what's that going to be? So Boom and Fancy. So given Boom looking for some redemption, Fancy looking to sit atop of the group, as they mentioned, chaos will ensue tomorrow.
Yeah, finally get to see D+ Kia playing. It's something we've been waiting for so long. And mate, let's have a look at the standings. Look, bring them up so everyone can see at home exactly what we're talking about. Fancy with that win are going to be able to leapfrog Zerja rather. Look, you're talking about round difference, you're talking about map differences. I feel like map difference is obviously going to be a little more important than the round difference themselves. But also, just in dominant fashion, right? We had 13-4 on Fracture. You got to remember, I think that's the most dominant map we have seen so far here at Ascension Pacific. So Group Alpha is, it is just set up to be chaotic. It is set up for tiebreakers, and we're only in day 2 of 7. Group Omega, however, you see Bleed going to be joining Scars up the top with that win they got today. We do, however, get to see Bonkers try to make up for lost time. Of course, they were pretty unhappy with how they performed yesterday. And also, the main thing that I just remembered as well from that interview is Fancy was saying, look, today we had sleep, we had food.
Yeah,
like, wait, you didn't have that yesterday? What was going on? All right. But yeah, these are the 3 games we will have on the stream tomorrow. So Bonkers, as mentioned, are going to be able to have another shot at one of the other big dogs in the group, which is going to be D+ Kia. So it's D+ Kia's first affair here at Ascension Pacific, and I don't know what they're going to bring. They are an unknown quantity, but I have rated them really highly going in. Orangutan and Scars going to be an interesting one. We'll see if Orangutan can step up to Scars like they did today, up against the likes of Bleed, and then to round out the day, another fancy game at the end. And you just heard it from them up on the stage as well from Nizzy. He said they like to play at this time slot, depending on how the rest of the games go, of course. But a later game for them seems to allow them to play their best.
Real gamer hours, right?
Yeah, something like that. And I think going into tomorrow's games as well, it's going to be a good test for D+ Kia to see where they actually fare against Scars, not maybe opposed to Bonkers, is right? Because Bonkers have already played a game, you can start to draw a narrative like that. But I think me personally, the game of the day, I'm looking forward to that Boom versus Fancy United one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, guess what, Mitch Halfday Konkanen, that is it for you today.
Well,
you get to kick off the day tomorrow though. Do you have the doubleheader?
We got the doubleheader.
You got the doubleheader, beautiful. So you're going to be joining me here on the desk. So we get a big sleep tonight and a big day of Valorant yet again tomorrow. Thank you for joining us here for VCT Ascension Pacific 2023, Day 3 coming up just after this. Go get a sleep though.